Immediately after waking up, Su-yu could hardly believe what was happening to him. In 3 days, the end of the world would come. This was his second reincarnation. The first time he got into a parallel world similar to Earth. He planned to use the knowledge from his past life to achieve success, even if as a plagiarist. However, before he could do anything, disaster struck. He was forced to wander with a group of refugees, escaping from zombies, existing worse than a dog. After a month of painful survival, elite mutants appeared and the human population began to rapidly decrease. Su-yu was unable to avoid a sudden attack by mutants and died. Unexpectedly, after death, he was reborn again. Tonight promises to be unforgettable. Our event has achieved incredible success. The total number of viewers on all streaming platforms has exceeded 200 million. This is an unprecedented event in the history of live broadcasting and blogging. The host's voice and the audience's enthusiastic cries brought Su-yu back to reality. "A meeting of bloggers," he whispered, and his face immediately changed. "Damn it, right here. The epicenter of the zombie outbreak is here, in the reservoir behind the stage." The atmosphere of the event reached its peak. Opening any streaming platform, you could see that all the content was dedicated to this event. The assembled internet stars wielded a terrifying power of influence over their fans. The official part is over, but our celebration is just beginning. Now you can move freely around the territory. The organizers have prepared various entertainment and activities. Zzz. Suddenly, a young man in a white shirt ran up to the host and snatched the microphone. This unexpected incident instantly silenced the noisy crowd. After a while, voices were heard. "What's going on? A new program from the organizers? The guy is nice, but I don't remember such a personality among the bloggers. Perhaps some small blogger decided to raise some hype." The assumptions multiplied. The host got nervous and tried to take the microphone away. He was tired after a long evening, wanted to relax after a perfect ending, and then someone ruined everything with such high online activity. Failure would mean losing his job. But Su-yu pushed him away and shouted into the microphone, "Idiots! A massive zombie apocalypse is about to begin. The end of the world is approaching, and here you are, having fun." Su-yu's sudden appearance stunned everyone present. He said, "Zombie? Really, zombie? Did I hear that right? I seriously suspect that this is a new program of the organizers. Zombies. Sounds exciting." "Exactly. I am happy about this. This guy is acting very realistically. What will happen next?" The audience almost unanimously decided that Su-yu's appearance was a pleasant surprise from the organizers. Simultaneously, streamers and journalists broadcasted the event across the entire network. Chats exploded again, but everyone without exception considered it a planned show. Su-yu heard their comments and was about to explode in anger. "Who is putting on a show with you? I'm serious. The zombie apocalypse will start in 3 days. There's still something we can do now." He didn't consider himself the savior of the world. He just wanted to keep this world intact and use the knowledge from his past life to enrich himself. It's that simple. The host, who was pushed away, got angry and tried to take the microphone away. "Where did you come from? Leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call security." The host's serious tone confused the audience a little. Was this not a program? Just a hooligan? Su-yu ignored the host and roughly pushed his frail body away again. "I'm telling you, in 3 days, the whole world will be plunged into an apocalypse. I swear on my life that it's true. It's not too late to do something now." Soon after these words, security came running and grabbed Su-yu, preparing to throw him off the stage. The guards were followed by the full manager, Wang Hai, the event organizer. "Quickly, don't ruin our show. We're broadcasting live now," Wang Hai shouted angrily. This bloggers' gathering promised to be the most successful in recent years, which would greatly enhance Wang Hai's status in the industry. How could anyone let this get ruined? Su-yu could handle the frail host, but not the strong guards. The two big men grabbed him roughly and dragged him away like a chicken. "Wang Hai, don't throw me away. I'm telling the truth," Su-yu cried desperately. "Huh?" Wang Hai was surprised. "Do you know me?" "Of course I know. I'm telling the truth, believe me. The end of the world is really coming." After these words, viewers and chat users finally understood the situation. It turns out that this is not the organizers' program at all. but a real troublemaker. The guard's rude actions confirmed this. This guy is really a hooligan. The end of the world? I'll live day by day. Even if it comes, I'm not afraid. By the way, I'm really looking forward to the apocalypse. Techniques from games will help deal with zombies like vegetables. The guy's mistaken. You won't achieve fame this way. It looks good. He could honestly stream and gain subscribers, but such showiness looks cheap. In the noisy hall, no one believed Su Yu. He was about to burst into tears of despair. Wang Hai frowned and said, "Brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but even if you said there was going to be a hailstorm or an earthquake, it would sound more convincing than a zombie outbreak. There won't be any hail or earthquake, but there are zombies. They really are. Okay, then explain. If there is a zombie outbreak, there has to be a specific location? Where exactly? And when?" Wang Hai raised an eyebrow, asking, "Right here," Su Yu shouted. "There's a reservoir behind us. There might already be zombies down there. In 3 days, the underground river will connect to the reservoir, the water level will rise, the left dam will break through, and all the zombies will burst out." That's right, it's true. In my past life, everything happened exactly like that, but here? Haha. Man, you're really talking nonsense. What a coincidence. We're holding a meeting here, and this is where the zombie outbreak is supposed to start. Wang Hai laughed. The audience also burst into laughter. Yes, that's exactly the coincidence. Su Yu was about to cry. I proposed to immediately stop the event, gather construction equipment, excavators, completely fill the reservoir. In addition, we need to check the underground river and find the leak. The method that Su Yu proposed was not his own invention. In his past life, before the zombie outbreak, people planned, if they managed to detect the threat in advance, 3 days would be enough to fill the reservoir. If cracks were found in the underground river, they could also be sealed in advance. His method was the only one that worked. Although primitive, it had minimal risk. However, no one believed it. The crowd burst into laughter again. "This guy is funny, he sounds serious. I am an engineer. To fill a reservoir of such depth with equipment, colossal human and material resources will be required. These are huge expenses. It can't be you really believed it and want to bury it all here? I think this guy is just obsessed with fame. Our cutie streamer has been gaining subscribers here, streaming from here every day. If everything here gets destroyed, where will she go?" Exactly. And our princess too. I spent over 100,000 on donations during her broadcasts from here alone. If everything here is destroyed, where will our princess go? This place was a cult place for bloggers, one of the best in the country. Many streamers have come from here. Various pretty girls have become rich thanks to this place. The surrounding bloggers with broadcasting equipment also looked down on Su Yu's appearance. This guy is probably a third-rate streamer. He's completely lost his popularity, so he's doing cheap tricks. I think he's just jealous of us big bloggers and wants to destroy everything here. The malice is there, but the brains are missing. Who would believe his nonsense about a zombie outbreak? A rich imagination. Streamers joined in condemning Su Yu, and Wang Hai, already irritated by Su Yu's disruption of the event, now heard the proposal to cancel the meeting. Is this a joke? How much effort did the organizers, including planner Wang Hai, put into this event, and you want to cancel it all with one word? Not to mention that backfilling will require monstrous resources. Who will pay for it? Are you saying there are zombies in the reservoir behind us? Wang Hai suddenly smiled as he looked at Su Yu, but his gaze became unkind. Su Yu nodded without thinking. At the bottom of the reservoir? Wang Hai looked at the dark pit of the reservoir behind the scene. Black, nothing could be seen. Yes, that's exactly it, and there are thousands of them. Su Yu nodded again. Great. Here's the thing. I don't completely disbelieve you. I'll give you a chance to prove my case. How about that? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. Su Yu was at a loss. Okay, it's easy to prove. Send someone down to check right away. No, that's not it. I think the zombies are underwater now, not visible from the surface. We need to lower the underwater camera. Su Yu thought his analysis was correct. But Wang Hai waved his hand, not taking his words seriously at all. No, that's too much trouble. By the way, how do you swim? Wang Hai suddenly asked, out of nowhere. Su Yu nodded in alarm without thinking. I swim very well. In my native land, I grew up by the river. I have no problem with swimming. Su Yu stopped short before he finished speaking. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Wang Hai with distrust. Is he really asking me to go down there myself and prove it? Damn, there really are zombies down there. Seeing Su Yu's expression, Wang Hai burst out laughing. I see you've figured it out. That's right. If you want everyone to believe you, you'll have to go down and check it yourself. If you find anything, let us know. You see how well I treat you. They don't believe you, but I do. I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Then Wang Hai turned to the audience and shouted, How do you like my proposal? The onlookers were not averse to watching the scandal, especially since they did not believe in the existence of zombies. Explosive shouts and cries of approval immediately rang out. Su Yu's face turned green. No, you can't. You can't let me down there. There really are zombies. Su Yu shouted. He wanted to prevent the end of the world, but he wasn't going to be the first to turn into a zombie. However, the microphone was taken away from Su Yu, and no one heard his cries amidst the explosive shouts of the crowd. But Van Hai's voice with the microphone was clearly carried through all the speakers. Okay, guys, just throw him down. He said himself that he's a good swimmer. Nothing will happen to him from such a height. After these words, the audience's enthusiasm exploded even more. Against this background, Su Yu's face became increasingly pale. Yes, throw him down, someone said. The crowd picked up the chant. Throw it down. Throw it down. Throw it down. Looking at the enthusiasm of the audience, Wang Hai rejoiced inwardly. Although Su Yu tried to disrupt the event, he did not succeed. On the contrary, the meeting received new impetus thanks to this incident. As the organizer, Wang Hai was satisfied with the current effect. And Su Yu, of course, had to be thrown down. This would raise the enthusiasm of the meeting to a new height. The spectators below were simply going crazy with delight. Ha! This guy could not have foreseen such an outcome. It's a pity he doesn't have a microphone now. He would be apologizing and begging for mercy. Ha! It's too late to regret. Whoever decided to use this method to attract attention should have expected such a result. Drop it quickly. I can't wait. Not only the audience in the hall, but also users around the world filled the chats with comments. But none of them could imagine that no matter where they were or how far away, the apocalypse would eventually reach them too. Su Yu's resistance was becoming weaker and weaker. His strength was fading. And Wang Hai, taking advantage of the peak of the crowd's emotions, nodded to the guards. After receiving the signal, 2 guards dragged Su Yu to the edge of the stage. The audience's screams grew louder. Then the guards released their hands. Su Yu flew down. At this point, the whistles and cheers reached their peak. Wang Hai was ecstatic, shouting into the microphone, Now we wait for this guy to emerge from there with the zombies and give us a show. It's just a shame I don't even know his name. After these words, the crowd burst into even louder laughter. Poor guy, he jumped out to show off, and in the end, no one even knew his name. Ha! Yes, and they threw him into the reservoir. He himself said that he was a good swimmer. Probably nothing bad would happen. What if it happens? Let that poser who wanted to destroy our holy place for bloggers die. No one will regret him. The last words obviously belong to some blogger who makes money here from gifts from fans. As for the stars, public figures, they remained silent. Okay, now let's continue the fun. Tonight is a night of universal celebration. The atmosphere exploded. Under the reservoir, splash! Su Yu fell from such a height straight to the bottom. The water in the reservoir, which had not seen any sunlight for years, was freezing cold. Su Yu almost passed out from shock after suddenly swallowing water through his nose and mouth. He was very scared. There were zombies in this water. Had he gotten infected by drinking it? But right now, what should have worried him most was the zombies in the water. The darkness made Su Yu's heart beat wildly. The primal human fear of the unknown in the darkness instantly took over his entire being. In the water, Su Yu quickly took out his phone from his pocket, a waterproof Chinese analog. The moment he turned on the flashlight, he saw zombies. Lots of zombies. They stood on the bottom in even rows, motionless, only swaying slightly from the movement of the water. But they didn't move, like plants rooted in the ground. This scene gave Su Yu goosebumps. And this was only in a small radius. The flashlight's light did not penetrate further. Indeed, there were thousands of zombies at the bottom. In 3 days, the water level will rise, the dam will break, all the zombies will wake up, and the nearest Star City will become the first hotbed of the outbreak. That's when the signal sounded. Ding! Infestation source detected nearby. Overhardened shelter system activated. Please review and select a location for basic shelter construction within 24 hours. System? Su Yu was taken aback. In his previous life, he had also been reborn, but as an ordinary person, he had not received any system. And now, and I will build it next to your Star City. In 3 days, a zombie outbreak will begin, and I will not let any of you into my shelter. Sitting on the steps, Su Yu kept shaking his clothes. The piercing cold made him shiver continuously. The wind blew from time to time. Damn, the water is really cold. The water is cold, but Su Yu's heart is even colder. The more he thought, the angrier he became. A bunch of stupid idiots. Good intentions were mistaken for something worthless. Remembering how at first I tried to gently persuade them, but not only did they not listen, but they also mocked me sarcastically. Damn, they even threw me into the water. Let's see who ends up crying when the zombies show up. Su Yu hugged his shoulders, shaking like a wet monkey. The reservoir was muddy. Nothing could be seen from the surface. Only Su Yu knew that there were terrifying zombies lurking at the bottom, ready to attack. The grand gathering of bloggers continued above the reservoir. The shrill music did not stop. The atmosphere was one of luxury and fun. Exquisite food, beautiful scenery, attractive people, all intertwined in a carefree, festive atmosphere. The noisy bustle and music continued until late at night, finally gradually dying down. Su Yu slowly stood up on the steps of the reservoir, his whole body numb. Damn, they sure know how to let loose. My clothes are already dry. Su Yu climbed the steps to the surface. Most of the streamers had dispersed. The ground was in chaos, with trash everywhere. Several bloggers, drunk to the point of unconsciousness, were lying on the ground among half-empty bottles. Damn, you bunch of fools. Let's see how much fun you'll have when I build a shelter. Walking on the deserted land, Su Yu heard a system notification. A suitable site has been found. Build a shelter? Su Yu smiled madly. Does everyone think I'm crazy? I'll build a shelter right next to Star City, and when the zombie outbreak starts, I'll live happily in the shelter right before your eyes. Su Yu headed towards Star City without hesitation. He soon arrived at its outskirts. Build immediately! Zzz! With a systemic hum. Crack! A huge structure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yu. A black fortress-like building rose from the ground. Level 1 shelter built. 3 large words were emblazoned on the top of the fortress. Shelter. Level 1 shelter. Shelter. Level 1 material. Special alloy weapon. Thorns. Defense. Full protection against level 1. Zombie attacks. Feature. Immunity to diseases. Only affects the host. This is my hideout! Su Yu was astonished. The entire hideout resembled an incredibly strong hedgehog fortress. Length 20 meters, width 16 meters, height 14 meters. The outer material of the shelter was pure black, maximally absorbing sunlight and converting it into energy for the shelter. Bang, bang, bang! Su Yu entered the shelter and pounded his fist with all his might. The shelter instantly responded with equal force. Su Yu's fingers hurt. Reflective effect. If a zombie attacks the shelter, it will receive the same power in return. Su Yu's eyes lit up. The shelter is the zombie's natural enemy. Compared to humans, zombies are extremely aggressive and have terrifying strength. If an ordinary person is bitten, he will not be able to escape. But zombie bodies rot and decompose badly. By attacking the shelter, the zombie is actually attacking itself. This is the principle of beating the enemy with his own weapon. The shelter will not receive the slightest damage, but the zombie will turn into a piece of meat. Unbelievable! With such a shelter, no matter how many zombies there are, there's no need to worry. Su Yu excitedly walked inside. The internal structures are made entirely of super strong alloys, with all support points mutually supporting each other. Withstanding earthquakes of magnitude over 8 and powerful tsunamis. Solid, reliable, instills a powerful sense of security. In the center was the command center, from where Su Yu could see the entire surroundings in 360 degrees. In addition, the shelter is equipped with a powerful early warning and scanning system. If the enemy makes the slightest movement, Su Yu will immediately sense it. After walking around the shelter, Su Yu was convinced that the living conditions inside were very comfortable. The command center, bedroom, bathroom, washroom, storage, and other equipment. Everything was there, even an office. The area was 10 times larger than his previous rented closet. A spacious bed, a comfortable layout, ergonomic furniture, everything is provided. There are 3 days left before the mass outbreak of zombies. During this time, you need to quickly stock up on resources. Having risen from a comfortable bed, Su Yu left the shelter. He decided to first make a list of what he needed, and then do some major shopping. The next morning, Su Yu stood by the wall of the shelter, checking for any flaws. Roar! A car with several smartly dressed bloggers and streamers drove past quickly near the shelter. They drank too much yesterday, woke up only in the morning, and were leaving. In the car, one small blogger suddenly stopped his gaze. Hey, where did that building come from? Following the small blogger's pointing gesture, everyone in the car saw Su Yu's hedgehog fortress. Damn, what is this? It wasn't there yesterday. The man up there is the clown who was thrown into the water at the meeting yesterday. That's right, the one who talked about zombies. Did he really build a shelter? Several bloggers picked up their phones, filmed Su Yu and the shelter, and quickly posted it online. Soon, the entire Star City knew about it. Someone built a shelter outside the city, and they say zombies are coming? Just unbelievable nonsense. Absurd. The popularity of the topic exploded and continued to grow. Journalists and bloggers immediately smelled the traffic. They intuitively understood that this event could cause a huge resonance. Therefore, a wave of reporters and bloggers immediately headed to Su Yu's location following the video footage. It's time to make a splash. At the last bloggers' meeting, Su Yu was seen by many people. The audience then simply laughed, thinking that he would calm down in a few days. They didn't expect that he would not only not calm down, but would become even more unruly. People instantly felt disgusted by Su Yu's farce. At this moment, Su Yu was in his shelter. Phew. Almost everything was checked. Perfect fit. The technological level of the shelter is far superior to that of Earth. Slowly descending from the top of the shelter, Su Yu prepared to go to Star City to buy supplies. The list was already prepared. Food, water, and necessary medicines were the priority purchases. Taking the money and walking out of the gate of the shelter, Su Yu raised his head and froze. Dust rushed towards him. Cars roared. Where did so many cars come from? Another bloggers' meeting? Su Yu wanted to go around the transport, but suddenly, noticing him, the cars accelerated and rushed straight towards him. They were equipped with video cameras, a whole arsenal of equipment that looked quite impressive. Upon seeing Su Yu, the people in the cars excitedly shouted, "It's him! It's him! That poser clown! Finally found! Cameras are ready to film! This is a hot topic! The title will be The Delirious Fantasies of a Madman." As the cars approached, Su Yu finally heard the conversations. It turns out they came to laugh at him. Laugh, play the fool, appreciate the last smiles. In a couple of days, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Without further ado, Su Yu lowered his head, locked the door, and headed towards Star City. The journalists and bloggers in the cars desperately changed their angles, trying to capture Su Yu's face. But he did not cooperate at all. The brakes screeched. The car stopped abruptly in front of Su Yu. 3 journalists jumped out. Bang, bang. The doors quickly opened and slammed shut. 3 reporters approached Su Yu, craning their necks to peer inside the shelter. "Hello? Could you give me an interview?" Behind the reporters, the cameramen had already raised their cameras. As soon as the reporters entered, filming would begin. Su Yu's popularity was skyrocketing right now, and the first ones to film the inside of the shelter would definitely get huge traffic. Su Yu glanced over. A coldness flashed in his eyes as if he was looking at corpses. Bam! The gate of the shelter slammed shut. None of you are getting into this shelter. Not now, not in 3 days, when the zombie outbreak starts. Then he walked past them towards Star City. Hey, sir, what's wrong with you? The journalists' faces instantly changed as they rushed after him. They had expected a 100% success of the interview, but they got a slap in the face. Several female reporters gritted their teeth in rage. Journalists and cameramen immediately climbed into their cars. They would follow Su Yu everywhere, watching what this madman was up to. If they could ridicule him harshly, so much the better. A whole column of cameramen immediately lined up behind Su Yu. Journalists and bloggers aimed their entire arsenal of equipment at him. Some reporters even ran alongside Su Yu, holding microphones. Why are you spreading rumors about zombies? Aren't you afraid of legal consequences? Mr. Su, did you build a shelter specifically for PR? Mr. Su, are you in such a hurry to go to Star City to escape public attention? In Su Yu's eyes, everyone around him was like potatoes. He looked straight ahead, not paying attention to anyone. These journalists and bloggers just wanted to grab popularity. Like flies, there was no way to get rid of them. Su Yu was tired of the questions. Without turning around, he quickly entered the largest chain supermarket in Star City. The reporters who followed him were taken aback. A supermarket? Remembering Su Yu's previous remarks about the apocalypse, the reporters quickly realized, is he going to stock up? The reporters became even more angry. Still playing? Aren't you tired? The stubborn reporters continued their pursuit. Since Su Yu wants to play a show, let's keep him company. Let's see how long he can last. Soon, Su Yu approached the shelf. The surrounding reporters instantly became excited. That's right, Su Yu is still putting on an act. The pursuing reporters immediately surrounded him, attracting the attention of all the shoppers in the supermarket. They did not understand why so many reporters suddenly rushed into the store. Su Yu reached out and took the dry rations. Given that the apocalypse would last a long time, high-calorie food that didn't take up much space was a natural choice. I'll take some dry rations. Rustling, Su Yu tore off a large plastic bag. One package after another, he put into the bag. Journalists and bloggers immediately captured the scene. In the live chats, viewers exploded, "Wow, this psycho is still causing trouble. Are there any police here? Let me tell you, someone is pretending to be crazy here. Let's see how long you play." The comments flowed like a stream, popping up on the screens like crazy. Countless spectators condemned Su Yu's pretense. This was clearly a pre-planned provocation, just to attract attention. After finishing the dry rations, Su Yu headed to the confectionery department. Chocolate is high in calories. It satisfies hunger. I'll take some too. Su Yu, planning in his mind, tore the bag off again. Rustling sound. Chocolate fell into the bag. Compared to the crackers, he took less chocolate. He didn't have much money, and he couldn't carry much on his own. Click, click, click. This scene was instantly captured by many cameras. Some journalists took advantage of the moment to ask tricky questions. Mr. Su, if this is the apocalypse, why don't you buy more supplies? Don't like it. Mr. Su, there are discounted products over there. Would you like to take some? Your supplies look insufficient. Maybe the budget for the performance has run out? The reporters, like sharks smelling blood, immediately bombarded him with unkind questions. On the way here, Su Yu ignored them, and they were very offended. Su Yu only looked at the food in his hands. These caustic reporters were not even worth a chocolate bar. After packing the crackers and chocolate, Su Yu headed for the drinking water. But the supermarket was already bustling. The customers, after being brainwashed by journalists and bloggers, immediately stared at Su Yu after learning the backstory. Ah, a good young man. Whatever he does, he plays the fool. Today's youth is too impatient. Everyone wants to become famous overnight. Ha ha, probably wants to be thrown into the reservoir again. Look at him. You can tell he's not a good guy, a rat-faced the surrounding customers, from elderly grandparents to kindergarteners and office workers, looked at Su Yu as if he were a freak. Unbelievable. A stubborn fool. Su Yu's entire attention was focused on the food. These sausages have a decent shelf life. I'll take them too. You can replenish the salts. You can't eat only sweets and tasteless crackers. Without salt, nervous excitability and the body's activity decreases. Carrying 3 large bags: crackers, chocolate, sausages. Su Yu approached the drinking water section. Without hesitation, 5 large bottles of pure water went to the checkout. Seeing Su Yu struggling to carry all of this, the reporters frantically clicked their shutters. Pretend, put on a show, let yourself be tired to death. Soon, Su Yu finished all of his purchases. He spent almost 3,000 yen. He took the cart and headed to the shelter. The amount on the check was seen by the viewers of the streams. Another wave of ridicule. Only 3,000? Hilarious! Will you survive the apocalypse on 3,000? Ridiculous! No wonder Su Yu is doing PR. I saw he had 47 yen left in his account. I should have played along with your performance, but I won't. Su Yu returned to the shelter. He unloaded all the purchases. The gate of the shelter opened again. Crackers, chocolate, sausages. He dragged every single thing inside. The journalists who had caught wind of the situation also reached the shelter, all with cameras eager to get inside for an interview. Bam! Su Yu slammed the gate shut, leaving the crowd of reporters to stand in the wind, confused. Just like that, without saying a word? Inside the shelter, Su Yu moved the food and water to the storeroom. Phew, this will last for a long time, at least 2 months. Sitting in the command center, Su Yu studied the shelter control system. Suddenly, he was delighted by a discovery. It turns out that the shelter can be improved. Almost missed this information. To improve the shelter, you need crystals from the bodies of zombies. The more crystals and the higher their quality, the faster the shelter improves. Zombies haven't appeared yet, but when they do, I'll collect crystals and constantly improve the shelter. Having finished all the work, Su Yu ate, drank, and lay down on a comfortable bed, quickly falling asleep. The journalists outside were forced to disperse without capturing anything sensational. But the angry reporters still published articles. The most ridiculous performance art in history. It's just a scam. Expert comments on Su Yu's recent zombie farce. We propose criminalizing the spread of rumors. Even the cold of a reservoir won't wake up a malicious PR man. More and more people learned about Su Yu's deeds. Almost unanimous ridicule and abuse. But at the same time, the weather forecast was reporting an approaching downpour. Voices appeared online. Heavy rain. The water level will rise. Just like Su Yu said. Scary. Will there really be a zombie outbreak? I'm starting to worry. The signs are suspicious, but as soon as these voices appeared, they were drowned out by others. Rain means zombies? You've completely lost your mind. Exactly. There have already been 3 rainstorms this year, and I haven't seen a zombie. Zombies? I haven't even seen a hare. Those who believe in Su Yu are cowards. The voices believing in Su Yu quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, a powerful downpour began to approach unnoticed. The next morning, thunder, a crack in the sky. The clear sky was suddenly enveloped in a frightening darkness. Giant clubs of black clouds swirled over the city as if a mythical monster were swallowing the sky itself. The entire area above Xinjiang was covered by this gloomy dome. The atmosphere was so oppressive, as if the elements themselves wanted to wipe the city off the face of the earth. Residents who had recently enjoyed peace were struck by ominous changes. The light of the sun disappeared without a trace. Darkness set in, like in the final scenes of a film about the end of the world. The most agile reporters immediately rushed to the shelter of Su Yu, the same madman whose predictions became relevant again. Cameras, microphones, tripods, everything was ready. Filming tents began to appear right outside the shelter. Grrrah! A powerful clap of thunder seemed to thunder right into the ears. Then the sky opened up and a torrent of rain fell upon the city, a downpour so strong that it seemed as if the heavenly emperor himself had poured out a vat of water. At this time, inside the shelter. Su Yu said lazily, stretching and getting out of bed. After washing himself and having a light snack, he headed to the control room and turned on the surveillance system. Footage from outside flashed on the screen. I damn you. These slackers again. Outside, right in the pouring rain, entire tent cities were really starting to appear near his shelter. Inside, there were bustling figures, hiding equipment and preparing for live broadcasts. Su Yu zoomed in. The cameras caught faces. Reporters. Bloggers. Those scandal hunters. Ha ha, restless. Think I'll make a fool of myself? He chuckled. He already understood everything. They were again stirred up by bad weather. After all, he once said, after heavy rains, the river level rises and zombies start crawling out of their dens. It seemed that one of them remembered these words and decided that this was another chance to squeeze out a sensation. They're sitting here now, waiting. Well, you'll get it, he grinned grimly. Having finished his breakfast, he took the elevator up to the roof of the shelter. The hatch lid opened slightly. A torrential rain hit him in the face. Su Yu's gaze slid over the tents. Dozens of them, chattering people, flashing cameras. As soon as he appeared, one of the cameramen suddenly woke up from his slumber. Su Yu, he's out! That lunatic is back in sight! With a shout, he pointed the camera straight at the figure on the roof. Click! Click! One scream, and the tents seemed to explode. Reporters in raincoats rushed through the torrent of water to the shelter. Mr. Su! One confident reporter shouted, trying to be heard over the roar of the rain. Didn't you say that rain is the harbinger of the end? So will there be a zombie outbreak? Su Yu glanced at her briefly. That single glance caused a storm of emotion in the entire crowd. It was the first time he had reacted to the reporters. This was a chance, a real sensation. Mr. Su, in which area exactly will the river start to rise? Some shouted. What do zombies look like? Can you describe them? The others chimed in. Those who had just called him a buffoon now suddenly spoke respectfully, as if he were a prophet. They didn't want to hear the truth. They were waiting for a show. They wanted more crazy words to feed the audience. Su Yu stood on the platform and looked at them with a cold smile. He knew they were just trying to make fun of him, albeit from a different angle. But he wasn't going to play their game. Without a word, he turned around. The hatch slowly closed. His silhouette disappeared from view. The reporters froze. Their plan had failed. Nobody knew how to justify themselves to the audience. Meanwhile, the reservoir, near which the bloggers had recently gathered, began to seethe rapidly. The rain streams became so intense that the water level in the reservoir jumped sharply, already a meter higher than usual. Local fishermen and tourists panicked. Call the emergency services. This is not normal. There will definitely be a disaster here. The news spread instantly. And once again, Su Yu's prediction came true. The second point of coincidence. There were fewer and fewer doubters. People began to wonder, what if it's all true? It's not a coincidence anymore. Who's the clown here? Him or me? The city was gripped by tension. Panic was growing. Hydrology and safety experts arrived at the scene. They surveyed the area and confirmed an underground river had broken through into the reservoir. Underground streams had raised the water level. No other anomalies have been found yet. After a while, the rain suddenly stopped. The clouds cleared, the sky cleared, and here we go again. Those who had been shouting the loudest came out into the street with a new wave of bravado. I told you, no end of the world. Look, the rain has passed and everything is fine. Scared like children, cowards. Meanwhile, Su Yu, sitting in his command room, watched the reports. His eyes sparkled. The river has risen, he muttered. It will all begin very soon. Su Yu sat motionless, his gaze focused forward, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. He knew that there was very little time left. The catastrophe was about to begin. The world would soon change beyond recognition. But only when the apocalypse burst into everyday life would people begin to reconsider their understanding of reality. He himself could not fully understand what he was feeling now. If this was his first encounter with the end of the world, he might have given in to fear or confusion. But not now. It was all thanks to this refuge. It was his second point of support. tempering his spirit. Su Yu sat silently on the sofa, peering at the wall clock by the light of the lamp. 14:55. He remembered this time in detail. The disaster in the past began exactly at 1500 hours. This moment was later called the Deadly Trinity, the time when the mass zombie outbreak began and the usual foundations collapsed. His past life ended a month after the disaster began, and this month became the most terrible and painful test in his life. Panic, pain, hopelessness. He experienced all of this in full. Every minute now seemed like an eternity. While he, in anticipation, tensely watched the second hand, a group of specialists gathered at the Xincheng reservoir. Against the backdrop of cameras, microphones, and the bustle of journalists, one of them, Professor Ma, was preparing for an interview. "Hello, I am a correspondent for Xincheng television. Professor Ma, as an expert, how do you assess the situation with the rising water level due to the downpour?" "Ahem." Tai clearing his throat and straightening his jacket, the professor stepped forward and, crossing his arms behind his back, began his speech in a majestic tone. "I am Ma Weiguo, a specialist in waterproofing. After inspection, we came to the conclusion the dam is absolutely safe. There is no reason to worry. This is just a false alarm." The crowd, including the bloggers and their many viewers, noticeably relaxed. The tension disappeared from the anxious faces, and a moment later, the mockery began. "Of course! This is the city's flagship project. What are we even talking about? Even if it rains 10 times in a row, this dam will be fine." Who was whipping up the panic there? If he had shown himself to me, I would have showered him with such words that I would have drowned in shame myself. The hate directed at Su Yu grew with each passing minute. He was accused of sowing panic, disinformation, and intimidating people. And he just calmly watched this clown show from the screen in his shelter. And he chuckled, looking at the smug expert. He remembered who this Ma really was. He was a chatterbox and a narcissistic amateur. It was because of him that no one had prepared in his past life. And when the disaster happened, Ma, abandoning everyone, was only saving his own skin. Because of his negligence, an entire reserve unit was left unprotected and fell to the onslaught of zombies awakened by the destroyed dam. This was the beginning of an uncontrollable epidemic. He remembered it all as if it were yesterday. Su Yu hated Ma so much back then that he was ready to tear him apart with his own hands. "It's a pity he ran away then. They say Ma managed to leave the city," he chuckled. "How unfair the world is. But now, all of that was just a memory. The main thing is time. There were only a few seconds left until 3 o'clock. 48, 49, 58, 59. And here it is. Exactly 1500. Su Yu turned his gaze to the screen showing the dam. Finally, he will witness the beginning of the end. It is here and now that the very thing must happen. The apocalyptic starting point. Everything was as before at the reservoir. Fun, laughter, live broadcasts, selfies. Bloggers were putting on shows. Professors were still giving interviews. They didn't even suspect that the next second would change their lives. Ding! The second hand jumped. And at that very second, a roar. What had been a premonition became reality. The sky split over the dam, as if nature itself had become angry. Without warning, without cracks, the concrete mass simply burst. Under the pressure of the water, the crack immediately widened. Boom! A huge wave of water burst forth, sweeping away everything in its path. The torrent, held back for years, fell upon the valley with the fury of a wild beast. Su Yu froze. His heart was pounding. He felt the power of the elements. He felt how insignificant a man seemed before such a fury of nature. And that was only the beginning. The bloggers, who had been playing the heroes of the broadcast just a few minutes ago, were now screaming and running away in panic. Save yourself if you can. Flood. Cameras were falling, people were running, screaming, pushing. Panic gripped everyone. "Don't panic!" Professor Ma shouted, recovering from his confusion. Let's go to higher ground. Rescuers are already on their way. His words turned out to be unexpectedly effective. People began to retreat in an organized manner, hoping that everything would be okay. The media again aimed their cameras. "We are at the Xincheng reservoir," one of the journalists said. "As you can see, there was a dam break here, but thanks to the work of specialists, the situation is under control." The bloggers didn't lag behind. "Ma is the best. He gets a bonus." "Come on, what kind of disaster is that?" "Big deal, a dam." "What, are zombies going to crawl out of the water now, like that crazy guy said?" One of the streamers even made a mocking gesture at the camera. "Come on, zombie. Come out. Show yourself." The chat on his air exploded with laughter. But suddenly, everything changed. A strange rustling sound came from the forest at the foot of the hill, where people were hiding from the flood. Then, quiet but frightening wheezing. And suddenly, from under the trees, one after another, they began to emerge. Rotten, with sunken eyes, with pale flesh and unnatural movements. Dozens. Hundreds. They crawled from the thicket straight towards the people. The real end had come. "Hey, are these zombies? It can't be. Zombies? Seriously? But they look too realistic. Ha! This must be another apocalypse movie. Extras, makeup, special effects, a cheap trick." I second that. If these are really zombies, I'll eat a boot while standing on my head on live TV. While the blogger continued his ostentatious bravado, viewers in the chat already saw what was happening behind him through the camera. Many did not take it seriously. It all seemed staged. But the more zombies came out of the thicket, the quieter the jokes became. Wait, where did all these extras come from? What producer is willing to spend that kind of money? Just look at their acting. They're more natural than half of Hollywood actors. Guys, maybe this isn't a movie? Maybe they're real? Panic broke out in the chat. The jokes were over. "Blogger, run! They're close. Look around, they're almost behind you." Comments filled the screen, but the blogger himself laughed and snorted. "Come on, this is all the ravings of that crazy guy from the shelter. What zombies? Where are they, huh? I'll smash any of them into the ground myself." He turned around and immediately crashed into a rotting corpse. A hideous corpse, its skin oozing poisonous green slime, staggered and fell on him with all its weight. Rot dripped straight onto the blogger's clothes. "Ah!" A shrill screech rolled down the slope like an alarm. The next moment, the zombie knocked him to the ground. The camera shook. The image turned red with blood, then a black screen. No one saw the blogger again. He became the first victim, the first dinner for the living dead. On the mountain where the survivors had taken refuge, a rumble of voices was heard. What was that? Journalists, driven by professional curiosity, rushed to the scene. But before they reached it, they froze in horror. Dozens of zombies poured out of the forest like a river of rotting bodies. First dozens, then hundreds. These are real zombies." He was right. That man from the shelter, he warned us. "Look, they're climbing out of the water." The witnesses screamed in panic. The cameramen began filming from a distance. And indeed, before their eyes, decomposing bodies were rising right out of the flooded reservoir. It was impossible to deny it. "Pass on the information immediately. Call all the services, you know." While some were panicking, others began to act. Reporters began shouting into their cameras, broadcasting alarming news. Meanwhile, Su Yu, sitting in the shelter, calmly watched what was happening through the broadcasts. He was not surprised. He had seen it all before. He recognized many of the zombies. They were the ones who had once survived. People who had escaped from Xincheng in the past. And now, because of mistakes and indifference, it was happening again. All of this could have been prevented if journalists and bloggers had listened in time. If the so-called experts had not put on a show. Just 10,000 zombies. Xincheng's army could handle them at the initial stage. But due to stupidity and overconfidence, the dam burst, the zombies burst out, and it began. In that past life, Su Yu couldn't even protect himself. This time, With a system, he does not intend to repeat the mistakes. A hum came from the speakers. A helicopter flew over the shelter. Direction, reservoir. Rescuers, Suyu muttered. You are too late. And not all of you are real heroes. Some only save the chosen ones, leaving ordinary soldiers to die on the front lines. He turned his gaze back to the screen. The zombies weren't just coming. They were already advancing. And this was only the first wave. It was time to act. Suddenly, a familiar electronic voice sounded in his head. System activated. Zombie outbreak detected. From now on, the user can destroy zombies to collect cores and earn points. It is also possible to earn points by providing shelter to civilians. The higher the value of the shelter, the greater the reward. Warning: the current defense of the base is only suitable for containing normal zombies. Good luck, user. May your survival be productive. Suyu clenched his fists. In a world without rules, the weak cannot survive. I will fight until the end. He understood that this was only a prologue. The first wave of zombies seemed scary, but they were ordinary infected. The real horror would come later. The previous Suyu died at the paws of a mutated monstrous zombie dog. He would not allow himself such a fate in this life. Let whatever comes, he shouted. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm not the victim I was then. But the problem remained. He had no weapons, virtually no fighting skills. He could handle a few lone zombies. But what about a horde? Suyu's weapon turned sharply. His gaze was fixed on the reservoir. If he was not mistaken, the rescue team that had come to help was soon wiped off the face of the earth. Only a few survived, and what they left behind was their equipment. And weapons, and that's exactly what he needed now. To hell with it, no risk, no salvation, Suyu barked, finally making his decision. He knew it was dangerous, but he also knew something else. Now is only the first wave of zombies. Everything can still be controlled, and with his past experience, even more so. The main thing is not to be careless. After preparation, he left the shelter. Just in case, he assembled a homemade weapon, a sickle converted from an old model of agricultural tool, which he once bought at random during shopping. Farmers today don't use them anymore, but that's what caught his attention. The small, serrated blades were great for cutting, and therefore for dismembering zombies. At this early stage, the infected are still weak. They can be killed without a precise blow to the head. A cold weapon, or even a regular pistol, is enough. Alas, in the past life, the military had many such chances, and they were all missed. Having hidden the weapon, Suyu started the old motorcycle and headed towards the reservoir. It had been almost an hour since he had left the shelter. Meanwhile, in Xinjiang itself, the authorities, fearing panic, began blocking news of the outbreak. The media went silent. If Suyu knew about it, he would curse everyone who was behind this decision. It was this that led to senseless casualties last time. But alas, it is difficult to blame one person. No one expected that a controlled situation would turn into a catastrophe so quickly. Chaos reigned at the reservoir. The rescue teams fought on two fronts, fighting off zombies and evacuating civilians. The shooting continued. Many zombies were destroyed, but there were too few fighters. Center, come in. Rescue team here. Requesting urgent reinforcements. This is Xinjiang Military Command speaking. Report the situation. We confirm the enemy is presumably zombies. There are losses, but not critical. With sufficient weapons, complete suppression is possible. Hydraulic specialists and influential bloggers remain at the dam. Accepted. We are sending reinforcements. Ensure the evacuation of the important people and the restoration of the dam. Suyu did not hear this. He was approaching the combat zone. The gunshots became more and more distinct. The battle was in earnest. I hope they are still holding out, he muttered, looking towards the mountain. The zombies were still under control. But it wouldn't last long. Suddenly, a column of military vehicles rushed past at full speed. Suyu turned around. Reinforcements? He didn't judge. He knew that there were heroes among these people. In their past lives, many of them fought to the last. But there were too many zombies then. The army could not cope. Xincheng fell. Only crumbs survived from the entire city. After driving another 10 minutes, he reached the reservoir. Here, the zombies got out through the destroyed dam, and the fighters fortified their positions on the heights. But despite the efforts, some of the infected broke through and rushed to the mountain where there were shelters. The army tried to hold the line, but infections were already happening. People were turning into new zombies. Su Yu knew, the more primitive the zombies, the faster the virus is transmitted. Mutants are much more dangerous in battle, but they are not contagious. He moved through the combat zone, carefully, step by step. Along the way, he cut crystals from zombie corpses, cores suitable for exchange in the system. He had already collected more than 100. Yes, ordinary cores are not worth much, but many small points are already a decent capital, and Su Yu needed the glasses. He even considered turning to the soldiers but changed his mind. Firstly, no one would take him seriously. Secondly, interference could disrupt the course of events. If they suddenly win, another chain of events will begin, another outbreak, perhaps even more massive, and in the end, he will be to blame. Not to mention that by revealing his hideout and the existence of the system, he could become a target for the military. Too dangerous. He needed to get stronger, build his power, and only then make himself known. Suddenly, a scream was heard somewhere nearby. "Someone calling for help?" A female voice? He froze, stopping cutting a core out of another corpse. Where there are zombies, there is danger. Is it worth the risk? He hesitated, but in the end, he gritted his teeth. He will save. If there are too many enemies, he will retreat. But it is worth a try. He moved towards the scream, carefully making his way through the forest. It's easy to run into a lone zombie there. When he got there, he finally saw the source of the scream, a girl pinned against a tree. It can't be. Is that her? He recognized her immediately, a star from a past era, one of Xincheng's most famous bloggers. But that wasn't what struck him. In that life, when Su Yu was starving to death, it was she who, despite criticism and condemnation, shared food with him. That help allowed him to live for another month. And he did not forget. Never. Su Yu could not imagine that he would meet her again here. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind, vivid and clear. He didn't know her real name, just her face, just the kindness that could never be forgotten. In that life, when the city was engulfed in a zombie epidemic, she, unlike most influencers, didn't run away and hide. Instead, she spent all her money to buy food and medicine to help the victims. Su Yu was one of those she saved. She didn't just share, she united others, inspired many, and thus delayed the fall of Xincheng. Thanks to her, thousands survived. That's why she was called the legendary blogger. A valuable character has been discovered, female, profession, blogger, has high charisma and leadership potential in times of crisis. It is recommended to ensure her safety and invite her to the shelter. A significant increase in influence points is possible. Warning: the object is surrounded by zombies. Start a rescue operation? Of course, save! He didn't even have to think about it. He had already gone for the sake of salvation, and now for the sake of the one who had once saved him. There was no time to hesitate. Full of determination, Su Yu moved into the depths of the forest. There, among the rotten leaves, 5 zombies slowly closed in on the girl in red. She was disheveled, dirty, but still struggling. Her name was Ye Xiaoxue. She was shaking, but she did not panic. As she retreated, she looked around for an opportunity to escape. No screaming, no hysteria, just tension and concentration. Su Yu chuckled approvingly. This is true fortitude. No wonder everyone respected her. The most dangerous thing during rescue is hysteria. One thoughtless cry can attract a whole horde of the dead. System: third-party approach detected. Reminder: time is against you. Is there someone else coming? Rescuers, he thought, but then shook his head. Number? This was his chance. He wouldn't give it up to anyone else. Su Yu gripped the handle of the sickle and began to close in. At that moment, the largest zombie suddenly moved forward. It jumped. Ye Xiaoxue closed her eyes. Thoughts pounded in her head. Is this really it? Am I really going to die because of stupid curiosity? I didn't want to die. She braced herself for the end. It felt like something sharp had pierced her. She didn't even feel pain. This is death? But what if... Hey, do you want to survive or become a zombie dinner? Get up faster! This voice was like a bolt from the blue. She opened her eyes. In front of her stood a guy with a determined look, a clear face, slightly disheveled hair, a firm grip. Who are you? No time, I'm saving you. If you want to live, follow me. Yes. He grabbed her hand. The palm was warm and firm. Without hesitation, Su Yu led her away. While he was pulling the girl along, he swung the sickle with his other hand. The first zombie fell instantly, the blade pierced right into the neck, ripping the flesh all the way to the spine. The second did not even have time to groan. Initial stage. Slow, dull, Su Yu noted mentally. As long as they haven't mutated, they're easy. Ye Xiaoxue, watching this, involuntarily turned away. The stinking blood, the wheezing, the crunching. All this was disgusting. But it was he. It was this man who had just saved her from a terrible death. She suddenly realized she was alive, and it was all thanks to him. Thank you, she whispered, gritting her teeth. Stay behind me. He stood between her and the remaining 3 zombies. They weren't afraid. They remained standing, swaying slowly, as if they could smell blood. My first real fight, Su Yu thought. Then it's time to test my abilities. He darted forward like a shadow. Careful, Ye Xiaoxue shouted. But it was too late. He was already in battle. His anger, his hatred, everything that had accumulated from his previous life poured out in these blows. Die, scum! One swing, one corpse. The sickle gleamed in the dim light like a weapon of death. A second, a third. It was all over in seconds. 5 corpses, and not a scratch on the savior. Ye Xiaoxue stood there dumbfounded. He was like a machine. No, that's not it. He was like a blade honed in battle. Let's go. If we don't want to meet a whole crowd, we have to disappear. He didn't hurry. After making sure everything was clear, he led her away. A few minutes later, a rescue team arrived. Fully equipped, in armor, with weapons. An Army Special Forces unit. Captain, it seems we're too late. Only 5 corpses. No sign of Miss E. This isn't the end. Until we find her, our task is not complete. The captain frowned. The place was dangerous. But perhaps there's nothing to fear, one of the fighters noted. Look at the bodies, all killed with one precise blow. Doesn't look like the work of a rookie. He crouched down and checked the wounds. Clean, powerful. I wouldn't have managed it so well myself. And then the commander realized someone very dangerous had gotten here first. Huh? The captain of the rescue team looked at his fighter in surprise. He knew this soldier. Precise, disciplined, not one to give out praise easily. If he was impressed, it was no joke. If Su Yu knew who had spoken about his actions like that, he would also be quite surprised. In his previous life, this man was one of the heroes of the resistance, a legend in the defense of Xincheng. Haizi, did you find anything? How is Miss Ye? Judging by the tracks, someone else took her away, the fighter nicknamed Haizi replied. But something else is strange. I know all the professionals in the city well. None of them use a sickle, and here, instant, precise strikes. Without unnecessary noise, without effort. I would personally shake the hand of the one who did it. He spoke with genuine admiration. His eyes were shining. Even the captain himself was slightly taken aback. You mean to say that, in addition to the head, the zombie has a vulnerability in the neck? True, but so clearly from the first blow, not everyone can do this. Only those who have thoroughly studied the zombie. Captain, I think we must find this man. An ally like this is a trump card that can change everything. Okay, attention everyone. The new task is to find the one who saved Miss Ye. He is our ally and possibly our savior. Yes, sir. And so, completely by chance, Su Yu's actions attracted the attention of one of the battle groups. He had no idea that testing his own strength would arouse interest in him at the highest level. Meanwhile, Su Yu himself and Ye Xiaoxue advanced through the forest, approaching the active battle zone. Everything around bore traces of a fierce battle: scorched trees, scattered equipment, charred pieces of flesh. My name is Ye Xiaoxue. Thank you for saving me, the girl finally whispered as they made their way through the undergrowth. Her voice was quiet, but sincere. Su Yu only nodded, not letting go of her hand. It was awkward for a girl being dragged through the forest, but at the same time, there was something special about him. Not a soldier, not a commander, but his gaze was calm, his movements precise, his lack of fear complete. He looked like he knew what he was doing, and most importantly, he knew what he was dealing with. Su Yu? She repeated uncertainly. Is your name strange? Or did I say something wrong? What? No, the name is great. He came to his senses and smiled. I'll just remember it forever. He really did. A legend from a past life. Kind, strong. The person who once saved him. Now he's saved her. Shh. Quiet, duck. They hid in the bushes. Su Yu had doused the bushes with zombie liquid beforehand. It knocked down the smell, preventing the zombies from smelling them. A minute passed. Soldiers jumped out of the forest, exhausted, out of breath. Damn! The infection has spread. Several outbreaks have already gotten out of control. These creatures reproduce faster than we can shoot them. And most importantly, rescue group number 3 broke loose and took people with them. Everything fell apart because of them. Anger in the voice. Rage. It was precisely these actions, unauthorized departure, panic, that destroyed the defense and allowed the zombies to break through. Just like in my previous life, Su Yu thought. That damn Ma Weiguo, the flood specialist, is to blame again. It's all happening again. He clenched his fists. There was no time. If the barrier had collapsed, now would be the perfect time. He might have time to get a weapon before the entire area became a zombie nest. Ye Xiaoxue, stay here, he said. I'll be back soon. Hey, wait, Su Yu. But he was gone. He had disappeared into the bushes. As they walked toward the mountain, the traces of the battle became more and more visible. Melted helmets, torn vests, empty cartridges. In some places, there were real piles of dead bodies. He moved quickly, confidently, and very soon he found what he was looking for. 3 Type 66 pistols, 5 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, about 300 rounds of ammunition, all standard equipment for the local garrison. All of it he had taken from fallen soldiers. Judging by the fact that many of them had been shot in the head, they were likely finished off by their own kind when it became clear that they were infected. Su Yu bowed his head silently. He had seen death. He had known horror. But even now, his heart sank. This was a world where the living killed the living to prevent the worst from happening. This is the reality of the apocalypse, he thought grimly. Either you're a predator, or you're food. He packed the guns into his army backpack. Now he had an arsenal. In a world ruled by zombies, whoever has the gun has the power. He remembered how quickly everything had deteriorated in his previous life. In addition to zombies, there were gangs, people with guns, marauders, murderers, and often they were more dangerous than any infected. Then he was a non-entity. Now he will not allow it. On the way back, he found a working SUV, almost like new. He started the engine, and a thought sounded in his head. Welcome back to hell. But this time, I will survive, and I will win. Yes, Xiaoxue, sit down. Su Yu shouted shortly, without wasting a second. Now, delay could be too expensive. While he was alone, it was not so critical. But now he was responsible not only for himself. "Where did you go?" Ye Xiaoxue asked as she climbed into the car. After everything she had been through, she already felt much closer to him. The trust between them had grown stronger. "I was looking for a weapon. In a world where zombies are becoming the norm, without a weapon, you're just a corpse," he replied with a slight smile. Is the entire world now filled with these creatures? Su Yu paused for a moment. She had asked a question that was difficult to answer. He knew. This was just the beginning. What happened in Xinjiang was just the first shock. In less than a month, the epidemic would spread across the globe. There would be fewer people. Much fewer. Don't think about it now. Let's go. It's dangerous to stay here. He turned on the ignition, and the old SUV roared out of the undergrowth. Luckily, they didn't run into any zombies on the way back. Although the traces of the dead's activity were becoming more and more numerous, Su Yu saw the horde had begun to spread out from the reservoir and was already heading deeper into the city. At one of the turns, he noticed a gas station. There were bodies all around. Inside, it was empty. A familiar picture. The place had already been under the onslaught of the infected. He stopped the car and began to act. Gas was gold in the apocalypse. Fuel was not just a means of transportation, but also energy, warmth, a chance to survive. 5 canisters. That'll do for now. We'll take the rest later, he muttered, wiping his hands. Xiaoxue had been silent the entire time, watching him. There was much she didn't understand. Where did such foresight come from? What were these canisters for? But she felt there was safety next to him. Soon they were on their way again. And then the radio started broadcasting in the car. Breaking news! Large groups of aggressive humanoids have been spotted in the Xinjiang Reservoir area. They have broken through the rescue team's defenses and are advancing towards the city. The city center is closed. Emergency shelters have been set up. We hope it's not too late. Xiaoxue clasped her hands. Is it really that bad? Are my parents safe? Su Yu nodded. For now, the army is holding the situation. The center is protected. The city's borders are probably already lost. But it's better not to go into the center. It's too unstable there. I want to call my parents. Just say that I'm okay. Of course. He handed her the phone. While the connection was still working, it was worth taking advantage of the chance. When chaos engulfs everything, even those in the next block won't be able to get through. Those who are nearby will be the only ones who can be saved. Xiaoxue listened to the beeps for a long time, then bitterly put the phone down. No answer. What if they're in the center? He clarified. Yes, right in the center. Then they'll be fine, Su Yu answered firmly. That's one of the most protected areas. If anyone survives, it'll be them. He knew that the center of Xinjiang, unlike the outskirts, had held out for a long time. The officials, the rich, the military lived there. There were resources there. There was influence there. They would create the last bastion there. And if Ye Xiaoxue was from there, then she was not just a blogger. She was from an influential family. There was no other way she could have collected so much aid for people in her previous life. She looked at him with gratitude. For some reason, his words were reassuring. At that moment, the SUV stopped abruptly. We've arrived. Su Yu opened the gate of his hideout. When Xiaoxue came out and looked around, she gasped. This is your home? The building was strange. It didn't look like a house, a bunker, or a warehouse. Something in between. Inconspicuous on the outside, reliable on the inside. And thoughtful. Come in. I'll show you what's what, he said, and began to carry canisters and weapons inside. After that, he led Xiaoxue around the shelter. He showed her everything. The generator room, the kitchen, the storage room, the restroom. Oh, there's a shower? Can I take a shower? She looked at him with slight awkwardness. After everything she had been through, the dust, the dirt, the blood, she looked tired. Her dress was torn. There were leaves in her hair. He nodded. Of course. Make yourself at home. He had only just noticed how exhausted she was. All this rush, the fight, the resources, they were distracting. But now, safe in the dim light of the lamp, he suddenly realized that Ye Xiaoxue was not just beautiful. She was dazzling. He turned away abruptly, feeling the heat rush to his face. Xiaoxue, noticing his gaze, also became embarrassed. She lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushed. They remained silent. But this silence was somehow warm, quiet, real. What are you staring at? Ye Xiaoxue asked quietly, slightly squeezing the towel. At you. That is, no, not like that. Su Yu muttered in confusion and mentally wanted to slap himself. Damn, you're such a fool. You... Ye Xiaoxue blushed like a poppy, stamped her foot, and immediately disappeared behind the bathroom door. Left alone, Su Yu scratched his head in embarrassment and hurriedly retreated to the shelter's command center. There, he poured a bag of crystals onto the table. System, how do I exchange these crystals for glasses? System? Exchange is only available in the shelter command room. Upon reaching level 2, the exchange function will open anywhere. Found 120 level 1 crystals. Awarded 120 points. What? Just 1 point for a crystal? He was shocked. That means I have to kill 1,000 zombies to get to the next level. Am I immortal? He exhaled heavily. He had literally ripped most of these crystals out of the heads of corpses, risking his own life. This kind of payment seemed like a mockery to him. Okay, show me the exchange shop, he ordered. The huge screen of the command center lit up with the following lines. Primary strength booster, 200 points. Primary agility booster, 200 points. Basic hand-to-hand combat technique, 50 points. Average hand-to-hand combat technique, 100 points. Average shooting technique, 100 points. Supreme Fury Stimulator, 1,000 points. Elixir of Life, highest level, 1,200 points. Bloody hell, Su Yu muttered. I don't even have enough for a confident look, let alone upgrades. He poked at the line. Let's see what kind of Supreme Fury Stimulator is this. Description. When used, the user temporarily gains a 10-fold increase in strength. Side effects include critical exhaustion, loss of mobility, and possible death due to body rupture. Use with caution. Powerful. But no, it's not for me. He shook his head. Such power is tempting, of course, but if you die later, what's the point? Better to invest in shooting equipment, he finally decided. System. Exchange for average shooting technique. Exchange successful. Written off, 100 points. Received, average shooting technique. Start training? Sure, go ahead. The next second, his consciousness was covered by a hot wave. Hundreds of images, schemes, techniques, details flashed in his brain. From breathing to ballistics. It was as if he was watching a crash course for elite special forces. Holy shit. This is a completely different level. He didn't even try to compare it with the movies and TV series he'd watched. There's a fairy tale there. And here's naked reality. Dry, precise, without lies. If this is the average level, what's in the high level then? At that moment, an awkward voice came from behind the door. Su Yu, you don't happen to have any spare clothes? He froze. I only have men's. But I'll find something clean and bring it to you, okay? Okay, just leave it by the door, please. And can you step outside for a bit? Sure, whatever you say. Su Yu smiled and walked away. He knew it wasn't easy for a girl to ask this, and he knew very well that you won't find women's dresses in his shelter, unless you give her your training kit. But for now, a chance to test the acquired knowledge in practice. He took the 56th semi-automatic, the 66th pistol, and 50 rounds. He left the shelter. Time to hunt. The hideout was remote, in a mountainous area near a reservoir where the first outbreak was rumored to have occurred. It was an ideal location, hidden and easy to ambush. He climbed to the high ground and set up his rifle as a makeshift sniper rifle. The sight was aimed. In his hands was not the best model, but in skilled hands, even a shovel is a weapon. Soon, a zombie appeared in the sight, lonely, trudging along the slope. Su Yu squinted. "Found you. Decided to take a walk? I'll give you a tour now." He exhaled, held his breath. His fingers closed on the trigger. Shot. The bullet whistled through the air, took off the back of the dead man's head. He fell without even a peep. "Ha! Right on target. 1,000 meters. Well, hello. Medium equipment," he said with a grin. He immediately changed his position. One shot is a trial run. The real hunt is just beginning. With this level of shooting, I'm probably in the top 10 snipers in the country, he thought with satisfaction. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dense thickets, in an old abandoned grotto, a man in rags heard the sound of a shot. "Someone's shooting! Rescuers! It's definitely them! I'm saved!" He jumped up and cried with joy. "Hey, I'm here!" The man in trouble called out weakly, holding his shirt up like a flag. He was afraid to shout too loudly in case the zombies heard him. "Huh? A survivor?" Su Yu muttered, looking through his binoculars and marking a spot near the reservoir. Strange. How did he even get out of the forest on the hill? He was momentarily interested in this poor guy. System, survivor detected. Rescue recommended. Unexpected surprise possible. Surprise? Su Yu frowned. The appearance of the system was both annoying and giving him a headache. Couldn't you explain it properly? What kind of riddles are these? There are zombies all around here. What other surprise? The end soon. He sighed. But still, if the system said so, then it's worth the risk. Letting it go would be stupid. Besides, if the system recognizes a person's potential value, they'll award points for saving him. And Su Yu was now almost a beggar, with only 20 points in reserve. Not enough for anything. Having made a decision, he jumped into his battered SUV, stepped on the gas, and the wheels screeched as he carried the car toward the hills. At the foot of the mountain, Lee pulled on his clothes, hoping he had been careful enough. But no, his clumsy movements had awakened the monsters after all. He turned pale. Damn it, not zombies. As a biologist, he had already seen what these creatures could do. He had witnessed the massacre at the reservoir in Xingcheng City. That image was forever etched in his memory. Damn things, he hissed and ran from the cave. He knew that if the zombies caught him, you were finished. There was no time to waste. Rustle. A figure emerged from the shadows and rushed at him. Oh, come on. No way. They're evolving? He recoiled in horror. This monster moved noticeably faster than a normal zombie. Dark clots of blood flowed along the rotting meat, and blackened teeth jutted out of its mouth, dripping blood. No doubt this zombie had killed before. More than once. Damn it. I can't dodge. Is this really it? He closed his eyes. He didn't want to die at all. Shot. A sharp bang. And the zombie's body fell to the ground with a dull thud. The blow knocked He off his feet. What happened? He opened his eyes. In front of him was the face of a dead man and a disgusting corpse smell. Am I alive? He pushed the corpse away, slapped himself on the cheek. The pain confirmed he was not dead. Do you have a self-destructive instinct? An irritated voice rang out. A young man stood before him, gloomy but clearly alive. You saved me? Who else? There's no one else here, Su Yu snorted. And this is the surprise? More like a punishment. Thank you. I don't want to die. He mumbled breathlessly. He still couldn't believe he'd been saved. The adrenaline was fading, and he began to realize he had survived. Shh. In the distance, the rustling of leaves. Someone or something was moving through the undergrowth. You didn't need to see them to understand that they weren't people. They were zombies again. Get in the car quickly. Su Yu commanded and pulled Li He after him. He just nodded and obediently climbed inside. The old SUV roared and took off. It's a pity there aren't the necessary spare parts. This car could have been turned into a beast, Su Yu thought, turning the steering wheel. Hold on! He shouted and sharply stepped on the gas. Bam! The car hit several zombies that had jumped out from behind the trees with a crunch. They flew to the sides like rag dolls. Holy shit, Li He breathed out, looking with wide eyes. He had no idea that someone could be so wild. After driving a safe distance, Su Yu glanced at him. My name is Su Yu. I'm Li He. Li He? He asked again. The name meant nothing to him. This guy probably died in his previous life long before he became famous. So I saved him by accident. I wonder, what do you do for a living? I'm a biologist. My teacher, students, and I came to explore the reservoir. Then, those creatures attacked and I lost everyone. A biologist? Su Yu suddenly stopped. Wow, a biologist in the zombie era is like gold, a real treasure. Here it is, that very unexpected thing from the system. Now he looked at Li. He differently. Not only did this guy survive, but he also seemed to have valuable knowledge. Perhaps he would play an important role in the future. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Li He shuddered. He was frightened by Su Yu's fiery gaze. Look, I'm a virgin and all, but I'm not one of those. Huh? No way. Su Yu was embarrassed, cleared his throat and looked away. It's just, you surprised me. You have a cool profession. Pfft, I'm surprised by you. It seems like you're not afraid of these zombies at all. It feels like you know more about them than you should. He suddenly froze. Images flashing on the internet came to mind. Scandalous videos, warnings. One person supposedly predicted the apocalypse, and... Wait, you're that one, right? Li, his eyes widened. You published information about zombies before the epidemic. He was shocked. At the time, he, like many others, considered those videos nonsense. Another fake from bloggers. But now... So, it was not a fake. Su Yu knew the truth. And now, their path was clearly not accidental. After all, people are not ants. Is there really such a thing as superpowers in this world? In short, Su Yu's performance left Li He in awe. Seeing Li He's surprised expression and slightly open mouth, Su Yu shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would become a real celebrity. Soon, at Su Yu's great speed, they returned to the shelter. The round trip took less than half an hour. Welcome to my place, Su Yu asked enthusiastically, invited Li He to get out of the car, pointing to his shelter. Do you live here, Su? Li He's eyes almost popped out of his head at the sight of the black fortress in front of him. Although Li He knew nothing about architecture, he was amazed by the design of the orphanage. Come in. Su Yu was very pleased with Li He's performance. This was exactly the effect he was looking for. He had confidence in his orphanage. This was its foundation. Brother Su, I admire you. If someone had listened to you back then, Star City wouldn't be in this situation now. What a pity. All of that is in the past. Some things are inevitable. Even if I temporarily prevented the zombie invasion in Star City, I won't be able to prevent a zombie apocalypse anywhere else. Su Yu shook his head. It was true. Zombies were not limited to Star City. The zombie outbreak in Star City had just happened a few days earlier. In a few days, the zombie apocalypse would engulf the entire country and even the world. Facing a global catastrophe, the reproduction of humanity is under serious threat. Only by surviving the catastrophe can humanity survive. Otherwise, only genocide awaits us. Brother Su is right. I was too naive. Li. He took a deep breath. The disaster weighed heavily on him. The uncertainty and panic of the future weighed heavily on him, taking his breath away. Su Yu, where have you been again? At this moment, the door of the shelter opened, and a young woman appeared in the doorway, her hands on her hips and pouting. Ye Xiaoxue was furious. For a woman who had just escaped danger, fear still lingered in her. Su Yu's presence gave her a slight sense of security, and she even felt a sense of dependence. Who is this? This is the woman I saved at the reservoir, Ye Xiaoxue, Su Yu introduced. Ye Xiaoxue, a famous young internet celebrity from Xincheng. No wonder she looks familiar. Li, he suddenly realized that he had met her there before. Hello. Ye Xiaoxue was completely embarrassed, wishing she could hide in a hole. She was famous for her kind nature and quiet demeanor in her broadcasts, and her ferocious demeanor now must have been clearly visible. If it was just Su Yu, everything would have been fine. But now, this stranger, Li He, appeared. Shh. Su Yu suddenly felt a pain in his lower back, almost screaming in pain. Brother Su, what happened? It's okay. Come in. Su Yu laughed to hide his embarrassment and led Li He into the shelter. When Li He entered, Su Yu greeted him warmly. It was still early. Su Yu showed Li He part of his shelter. The further they went, the more amazed Li He became. Aside from the vault's design, its interior space and its extensive amenities were the perfect place to escape the zombie apocalypse. Now for the news. Now for the third. According to the National News Bureau statistics, zombie disasters of varying severity have occurred all over the world, not just in Star City. The death toll is enormous. Governments around the world have taken this seriously and have begun building shelters to fight this zombie crisis together. Then, photos of cities overrun by zombies appeared on the screen. A dark mass of zombies approached the bustling city. Residents scattered in all directions, wreaking havoc. The scene was terrifying. Seeing all this, Ye Xiaoxue and Li He felt a heavy heart. Brother He, there are zombies everywhere now. Why don't you stay here for a while? It's too dangerous to go out alone. This is all we can do for now. I hope Brother Su won't mind. Li, he also understood the seriousness of the situation. Star City was probably already crawling with zombies. Seeing Su Yu's hideout, Li he couldn't help but think about staying. He was just a researcher, unarmed, and lucky to have survived until now. In addition, his research in biology had deceived the low-level zombies. Given the continuous evolution of zombies, Li He had absolutely no chance of survival. Haha, how can I not love you? You are a biologist, a rare talent in the post-apocalyptic world. Don't worry, I will set up a laboratory in my shelter for your research, especially studying these zombies. Excellent. I will definitely not let Brother Su down. Li, he was delighted to hear this. He did not expect such generosity from Su Yu, and he understood very well what he was thinking. As a research biologist, how could Li, he not be interested in these newly emerged zombie monsters causing apocalyptic disasters? Ding! Congratulations to the host on the first defector. Evaluation in progress? Ding! Evaluation complete. Name? Li He. Position? Researcher at Xincheng University Biological Laboratory. Evaluation rating 80 out of 100. 400 points for the defector. Current balance 420. After evaluation, 400 points were instantly awarded. This result surprised Su Yu beyond belief. He didn't expect the value assessment to yield so many points. If another one appeared, wouldn't it be close to the number of points needed to upgrade the system? System, assess Ye Xiaoxue. Ding, the assessment has failed. The person being assessed doesn't intend to stay here for long. What? Failed? Su Yu was speechless after hearing the result. Then he glanced at Ye Xiaoxue, who was searching the refrigerator for something to eat. He didn't expect that Ye Xiaoxue was not going to stay in the shelter. It was probably because of her parents. People are different, and Su Yu didn't force anything. The first deserter had already appeared in the shelter, and as the zombie apocalypse spread and completely changed the world, the number of deserters only increased. Moreover, in this zombie apocalypse, the only way out was to kill zombies. The bulk of the points were probably awarded for killing even more zombies. System, check advanced aim. Ding, advanced aim, 500 points required. Only 500 points? He was only 80 points short. Su Yu was dissatisfied with his average aim. He timeflies didn't have a lot of weapons to fight zombies with, so if he wanted to kill a lot of zombies, he had to rely on long-range sniping, which was much safer. Looks like it's time to go hunting. Su Yu was only 80 points short, so it wasn't too difficult for him now. Unnoticed. The day was already drawing to a close. Since there was plenty of room in the shelter, Su Yu allocated a separate room for Li He as well. "Brother Su, it's already so late, and you're still thinking of going out?" "Too dangerous," Ye Xiaoxue said worriedly. "You still don't trust me? I have a weapon now, and ordinary zombies won't do anything to me. How about you come with me? Agreed?" Li He raised his hand in agreement. He had always admired Su Yu's abilities, and he believed that Su Yu had some sense of decency. "2 votes in favor, then let's go together." "You!" Ye Xiaoxue stamped her foot, irritated by Su Yu and Li. "His behavior. Xiaoxue, if you don't want to go, stay alone. It's completely safe here. Don't be afraid of zombies, but I warn you, don't open the door when we're gone." "Then I'll go with you." Ye Xiaoxue changed her tone. She didn't want to be alone. That would be too boring. "All right, since we're going together, quickly get ready and go." Seeing Su Yu's smile, he knew that Ye Xiaoxue wouldn't be alone. Jumping into a used SUV, Su Yu grabbed 2 rifles and 3 pistols and handed them to Li He and Ye Xiaoxue for emergency self-defense. However, guns were new to them. Fortunately, they were quick learners, and after a few lessons, Su Yu had barely mastered their techniques. Su Yu prepared himself and set out on his first real hunt. Last time he was just looking for weapons, but this time he was ready for a real battle with zombies. It was hot in Star City. The roar of the used SUV engine broke the silence of the reservoir. After the zombie invasion, the reservoir was empty. Even the rescuers had almost evacuated. The forest above the reservoir is probably a zombie hideout. "Li He, can you drive?" "I can." "Okay, you drive. The entrance to the mountains is where the zombies are most concentrated, and that's our target." Su Yu and Li He switched places. Along the way, they encountered several small groups of zombies, but Su Yu ignored them and simply drove over them. Of course, Su Yu had no idea how deep they were in the forest, because who knows how many zombies there might be. "Look at how many zombies there are," Ye Xiaoxue shouted, pointing forward. "Really? I'm about to start my performance." Su Yu pulled out his pistol and loaded it. Its average aim level was automatically activated. He pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yu's shots hit the target, and flames continued to shoot out from the barrel. Puff, puff. Headshots, headshots, and more headshots. The zombies continued to fall, and in one volley, they completely destroyed the entire area. "Brother Su, your aim is simply incredible." Li He was stunned. The sight of zombies exploding in his head was a little disgusting, but that didn't stop him from admiring Su Yu's accuracy. So, Su Yu replied modestly. "Of course not. Maybe I just have a natural talent." "Brother Su, I really wonder if you're a sniper from some special forces unit." Su Yu replied with a smile. Of course, he had no intention of revealing the truth about his aim to them yet. It was his biggest secret. Li He, Ye Xiaoxue. Su Yu's answer left them speechless, but they did not go into details. But everyone knew that Su Yu must have a big secret. After all, Su Yu's actions after the zombie invasion were truly strange. "Come closer, you two. Try killing some zombies for practice." "It's too disgusting. I still can't do it." Ye Xiaoxue flatly refused. Killing zombies is such a disgusting activity that it clearly doesn't suit her. Li He just shook his head like a rattle. Watching others kill zombies is not the same as killing zombies yourself. Su Yu's face fell. They are only killing zombies, not humans. What is there to be afraid of? This is not the time to hesitate. By killing one more zombie, you might save the lives of a few innocent people. Besides, you will regret it when the whole world is overrun by zombies and people's living space is constantly shrinking. Seeing Su Yu's gloomy expression, Ye Xiaoxue did not dare to refuse. Su Yu's seriousness really put a lot of pressure on her. "Stop the car, take your guns, do as I say." Su Yu got out of the car, threw 2 rifles to Ye Xiaoxue and Li He, and got behind the wheel. The zombies nearby seemed to be rioting, almost completely destroyed by Su Yu. Perhaps driven by the loss of their comrades, they let out a terrifying roar. This roar put enormous pressure on Ye Xiaoxue and Li He. It was the first time they had encountered such a large crowd of zombies. "What are you standing there for? Shoot!" "Ah!" Ye Xiaoxue, startled by Su Yu's scream, accidentally fired. Bang! The bullet pierced the zombie's chest, leaving a hole from which green liquid gushed out. Roar! The zombie, seemingly enraged, charged at Ye Xiaoxue. "Here it comes!" Ye Xiaoxue screamed in fear, pulling the trigger in a panic. Bang, bang, bang. Someone didn't know if this was luck. Ye Xiaoxue's shots, to my surprise, hit their target every time. After 7 shots, the poor zombie finally collapsed, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Su Yu watched from the side, shaking his head and sighing. Apparently, the results of this training were far from ideal. With such limited mental strength and combat power, even these low-level zombies were like a meal. When the zombies evolve, it will be almost the same as a meal. Didn't I teach you to hit the head or neck? When you encounter a zombie, don't panic at first. Otherwise, even an expert will die. Zombies are not as scary as you think. They are much easier to deal with than humans. I agree with Brother Su. In fact, the mobility of these zombies is significantly inferior to humans. Their speed and intelligence are low. An ordinary adult man with even a modicum of attention is no match for a zombie. "Li," he said. "Little Li, you speak so easily. Why don't you come over? You can sit and talk without your back hurting." Ye Xiaoxue rolled her eyes, not agreeing with Li He's point. "Me?" Li He was speechless. However, it would certainly not be easy to do. "I told you. You're just talking." Just like Su Yu said, their mental stability hadn't reached the required level yet, so it was hard to remain calm when facing zombies. Ye Xiaoxue's lips curled into a smile with a hint of sarcasm. "Ha, ha, little Leo, keep up the good work. You can't look down on a person." Su Yu patted Li He on the shoulder. "Brother Su, you're joking too. My name is not Little Leo." Li He's face was bitter. He couldn't afford to offend anyone here. After all, honest people are easy to intimidate. Okay, no joke. If you want to be respected, you have to prove yourself. Come on, I'm counting on you. Encouraged by Su Yu, Li, he began to overcome his fear. Bang! Having found his target and prepared himself, he gritted his teeth and resolutely pulled the trigger. With a whistle, the bullet pierced the zombie's neck, and it collapsed with its eyes rolling back. Excellent! Su Yu didn't expect Li He to be so accurate. The first shot hit the neck. Although the distance was close and the strike was not difficult, it clearly surpassed Ye Xiaoxue's reaction just now. Is this true? I killed the zombie with my own hands? Li He grabbed the gun and his face showed disbelief. As the lab's top student, he'd always been fascinated by research, but he'd never experienced anything this exciting. Zombies aren't guinea pigs, they're mutated humans. This is real. You two aren't newbies anymore. But don't get too excited too soon. More zombies are coming. Get ready, the real adventure is about to begin. Su Yu stepped on the gas, and the SUV started moving again. The roar of the engine caused excitement. Even Ye Xiaoxue was infected with this excitement. The girls were as excited as the boys. Go, the Sailor Moon trio of Star City. Go. Puff. Su Yu almost choked when he heard Ye Xiaoxue's name. What kind of Sailor Moon trio? He was a real man, okay? But the situation had changed, and now was not the time to dwell on it. The massive body of a used SUV was rushing like an enraged bull towards the zombie horde. The noise attracted many zombies from all directions. This is not the time to joke. Take care of yourself. Su Yu led with one hand, and with the other he pulled out a homemade sickle. This sickle had been modified, The handle was significantly longer. Without thinking, Su Yu threw the sickle out the window and began to mow down the zombies row by row at high speed. The sickle's powerful strength combined with its high speed was like a reaper's scythe, tearing apart any zombie it touched. Of course, Su Yu had put in a lot of effort to obtain the crystal cores inside the zombies. The connection between the sickle and the handle had an automatic collection mechanism. Every time Su Yu pierced the zombie's chest, the crystal cores inside were captured by the mechanism. After several throws, he had captured more than 30 crystal cores. "Brother Su, the zombies are getting bigger." Lee, his face flushed with excitement. Together, after killing the first zombie, the burning blood and rage inside him could no longer be contained, and so did Ye Xiaoxue. They destroyed quite a few zombies. Although they could not compare to a pervert like Su Yu, their performance was impressive. Li He destroyed 4 and Ye Xiaoxue destroyed 3. Even though they had wasted a lot of bullets, none of them showed the same incompetence as the first time, and their skills in fighting zombies had improved greatly. After Li He Su Yu's warning, he took a closer look and, as expected, saw more and more zombies converging on them. "Retreat! Retreat!" Su Yu waved his hand, sheathing his scythe, indicating that it was over. This was exciting. This was truly exciting. Li He and Ye Xiaoxue were still a little dissatisfied. The feeling of accomplishment was intoxicating to them. Of course, they knew their priorities and were not going to risk their lives. Besides, with the current fighting strength of Su Yu and his 2 companions, they were no match for tens of thousands of zombies. Hunting is hunting, and turning oneself into prey is just a joke. As a great man once said, "If you can win, fight. If you can't, run." No hesitation. Su Yu had died once before, so how could he not understand? The entire journey was a whirlwind of speed and chaos. Thanks to the power and speed of the SUV, it was impossible to stop these clumsily moving zombies. Su Yu did not leave the reservoir, but chose the next hunting ground, continuing his grandiose enterprise of earning points. I did not expect that so many zombies would appear here in 2 days. I'm afraid there are only about 100,000 of them here. So how many people died in Star City? Lee, his eyes were serious and full of worry. He knew the zombie threat was serious, but he didn't expect the situation to escalate to this extent. Xincheng is not one of the world's largest metropolises, but it is one of the top 10 provincial capitals in China, and its population has exceeded 10 million. If zombies spread so quickly, how long can Star City survive? Little Leo, it's inevitable. The Star City leadership has realized the seriousness of the problem and is beginning to control it. As for the end result, what can we do? Su Yu shook his head. He was thinking about other things now. In his past life, Star City was falling even faster. Even after Su Yu's death, there were still several large shelters where millions of survivors lived. The zombies, despite their many evolutions, were still unable to break through the survivors' numerous defenses. People even began to organize counterattacks, both large and small. In the face of disaster, humans have shown resilience unmatched by other races. Humans are a race capable of performing miracles. And with every disaster, the poor and lower classes suffer forever. However, the atmosphere of the apocalypse only widened this gap. I think too much. We can barely guarantee our own safety. How can we even talk about saving Star City? Li He sighed, dropping the heavy topic. Su Yu opened the car window, and a piercing, humid wind blew into their faces, cooling Li He and Ye Xiaoxue's boiling blood. Su Yu, where are we going next? Let's take a look around first. If possible, I want to catch a live zombie and bring it back. Brother Su, do you want to? Yes, I'm going to catch a live zombie for you to study. You're an expert in this field, and a live specimen will be of great help to you. Okay, then let's try our luck. If we don't find it, we'll have to catch someone at random. Brother Su, that's great. If we can really find a zombie at an early stage of infection, that will be a great help to my zombie research. Having decided on the target, Su Yu and his 3 companions set off again. The Xincheng Reservoir, which supplies water to the entire city, covers a vast area. Situated upstream from Xinjiang, its high-altitude location and immense fame have long formed a tourism ecosystem centered around the reservoir. As a result, several popular online check-in locations emerged around the reservoir, further fueling its popularity. This is why the news of zombies appearing in the reservoir spread so quickly, leading to so many of them. From a mere 10,000 zombies, it grew to its current size in just a few days. Even military intervention proved useless. Of course, this is also due to the difficulties the rescue team faced during the first zombie outbreak. These problems were not the main concern of Su Yu and his companions. "Too hard to find. Where can I find newly infected zombies?" Li He lamented. After running around the reservoir for almost a whole day, he still did not find anything suitable. "Looks like we'll have to go a little further," Su Yu said as he turned the steering wheel and headed deeper into the forest. Wow. Just a little away from us, a crowd of zombies rushed to get into the car, but Su Yu's excellent driving skills completely pushed them back. Li He and Ye Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled. They will kill any approaching zombie with one blow. There is someone on the mountain. Su Yu, observing through binoculars, saw traces of people. "Someone, where is he?" "Let's go and save him," Ye Xiaoxue hurriedly said. "Don't worry, it looks like something interesting is about to happen." Su Yu remained calm, but there was a strange smile on his face. "Come on, get out of the car. We're going there, but be careful." "Why?" Ye Xiaoxue asked, puzzled. "Shut up, no one thinks you're stupid." "You." Ye Xiaoxue's face flushed with anger. She didn't understand why, but Su Yu was quite polite to her at first, but after only a few days of knowing her, he became increasingly uncontrollable. Are all men so fickle? Ye Xiaoxue was puzzled. "Get out of the car, we won't wait for you." "Coming." Ye Xiaoxue pouted as he jumped out of the car and followed Su Yu and Li He. They climbed to a fairly high point and hid. What's going on there? They must be survivors. There are quite a few of them, and they look like a group. Li He also took out his binoculars to observe. They're going to be in trouble. Many zombies have already noticed something. "Brother Su, should we just watch?" "Yes, watch for now." Su Yu nodded. Of course they were watching. He didn't intend to act too hastily. He noticed that many of the survivors were his old acquaintances, the internet celebrities who had bullied Su Yu at the reservoir. He didn't expect them to survive until now. Is this what they call good people who don't live long, while bad people are remembered for 1,000 years? A group of people were moving cautiously along a dark, secluded forest path. They were led by 2 stylishly dressed men. There were also 3 women, also internet celebrities. The rest must have been assistants or employees. It seemed that these people were not in the best condition right now. Everyone looked very embarrassed. There was fear in their eyes. Of course, the zombies must have scared them. It's safe here for now. Let's take a break. Fang Long, you bastard, you abandoned them. At this time, an internet celebrity shouted at an internet celebrity named Fang Long. Damn it, so what if I abandoned them? If it weren't for me, how would you still be alive? Fang Long cast a look of disdain at the crazy internet celebrity. By the way, not just you, but all of you. If you want to live, just listen to me. I think you should also know what's going on in Star City. These days, monsters like these are everywhere. Even the authorities in Star City don't have time to care about your lives or deaths. Brother Fang, why are you picking on them so much? Damn it, usually these women rely on their popularity and ignore us. And now, they still want to count on us. Why not hey? Another man stood up, casually eyeing several internet celebrities. What are you going to do, idiot? Several assistants ran up and glared at the man. What are you doing? What are you thinking? If you want to survive, you better serve us. Otherwise, we 2 brothers don't mind leaving you here. I think you also know how strong monsters are. You shameless? Ha. Try it and you'll find out. With these words, the man rushed at the internet celebrity, shocking the others. Do you all want to die? You're screaming so loudly. What if you attract monsters? The man grabbed one and covered her mouth, his eyes blazing with laughter and lust. Such smooth skin. If it weren't for those monsters, I wouldn't be able to kiss her. The man swallowed, his vulgar nature making itself known. Beast. Watching the humiliation from afar, the woman named Ye Xiaoxue couldn't help but rush forward with her gun at the ready. Hey, are you going down there to die? Don't stop me. Sister, open your eyes and look around. Su Yu pointed at the group. They might not have seen anything from below, but they could see everything from above. Hordes of zombies, waving their arms, surrounded the group. It was funny that they still had such idle thoughts, their minds consumed by lust. But it was understandable. As the apocalyptic atmosphere grew, the social order collapsed. The beast within people gradually got out of control, and humanity began to fade. Morality and restraint disappear. Especially those who are struggling to survive in the occupied territories are willing to do anything to survive. This is just the beginning. Su Yu's goal is to make Li He and Ye Xiaoxue see the reality of the current situation. Zombies may be terrifying, but humans who have lost their humanity are even more terrifying. Li. He was the first to react, gasping at the sight of so many zombies. They doubted they would be able to escape if they charged at them. Brother Su, what should we do now? Should we just ignore these people? Of course we should. Let me ask you this. Now that you've seen what they're doing, what are you going to do? What? If Su Yu hadn't appeared, Li He would most likely be dead by now, having turned into a mindless zombie. They were ordinary people, victims of a zombie apocalypse. Su Yu's question immediately stumped Li He and Ye Xiaoxue. Had no experience in such situations. The two were speechless, looking at each other in disbelief. I knew you would have such an expression. Remember the original domain name of the site, twkan.com? Su Yu smiled. Surviving the apocalypse without experience was a pipe dream. Su Yu was just wanting Li He and Ye Xiaoxue. He didn't want their ignorance to cause him or the shelter any trouble, and the fun was just beginning. The solitude of the day was fine, but couldn't they find a suitable place? In the wilderness, among the wandering zombies. Wouldn't that be exciting? Damn it, second brother. Stop fooling around. The monsters are coming. What? Those vile creatures are coming again, spat the man called second brother, and his interest instantly faded. Women were nice, but life was more important. Lost, all was gone. And in this apocalyptic world, he could finally enjoy lawlessness, the unbridled joys of life. There were many things he couldn't do in peacetime, so who could control them now? Whoosh! Soon, rows of zombies appeared before their eyes. Why were there suddenly so many monsters? Fan Long, the leader, looked around, his face darkening. The number of zombies had exceeded his expectations. Brother Fang, there are so many monsters. What should we do? Second brother instantly lost his composure. His previous boldness vanished. Monsters! Run! The already frightened people burst into screams upon seeing the zombies. An atmosphere of fear quickly spread among everyone, and in an instant, the already disorganized group of fleeing men collapsed. You're as dumb as a pig. With all these monsters coming, can't you run? Fang Long cursed and turned around as he was about to run. Damn it! Why are you still running? We're already surrounded. Why are you still running? The zombie lunged forward, and Fang Long, apparently already sharpened, twisted and dodged its attack. He then grabbed a hollow iron rod torn from a camera stand and smashed it into the zombie's head. Bang! Fang Long was tall and strong, and the blow was so strong that it instantly crushed his head, drawing blood. Of course, the blood was not red, but a disgusting green, looking especially disgusting. However, more and more zombies rushed forward. Brother Fang, we are surrounded. I'm not blind, I can see. Feng Long frowned. With so many zombies, I'm afraid there will be a disaster this time. The others, who had scattered in all directions, huddled together in fear, trembling all over. The pampered internet celebrities screamed even louder. Suddenly, the man named Lao glanced at the influencers, and a wild expression flashed across his face. Brother Feng, these monsters are not very smart. Why not use them as bait? The rule of survival in the apocalypse is ruthlessness. Lao was simply thinking about self-preservation. With the apocalypse approaching, how many people would care whether you lived or died? Anyone who wasn't ruthless would inevitably fall victim to it. Feng Long nodded, rolling his eyes, and beat another zombie to death. Not bad, they were trash anyway. I let them live this long, I gave them credit. Fang Long was no pushover. Suyu was worried about this guy because shortly after the zombie outbreak, he became a powerful henchman of a local bully in Star City. After that, he flourished, and many survivors suffered at his hands. Even if this incident had not happened, he would not forget his ridicule. Suyu did not think of himself as a good person. Although he was not vengeful, he did not feel obligated to deal with such a person. As the zombies gathered, the group's range of movement became increasingly limited. In fear, these women, unable to fight, naturally saw Fan Long as a lifeline. This is human nature. In times of crisis, the weak rely on the strong to survive. Now, seeing the zombies approaching, Fang Long and Lao Er's eyes flashed furiously. Without warning, they pushed the woman right into the zombies. Bastard! Ye Xiaoxue cursed at the sight. She didn't expect that Fan Long and his men would be so cruel, sacrificing a woman to save their own lives. The woman was knocked to the ground just a few meters away from the zombie. Her face turned pale with fear, and she lost the ability to think. These zombies were also very happy to receive this prey delivered right to their doorstep. They pounced on it, wanting to tear it into pieces. Fang Long, what have you done? You killed her! The others angrily condemned Fang Long. But Fang Long only smirked. So what if I killed her? Anyone who dares to say a word will suffer the same fate. If you want to live, shut up. Under Fang Long's intimidation, the men resolutely fell silent. After all, these were not their victims. Save me, save me. The woman who was being pushed out of the house screamed for help, but no one responded, not even a glance. Ye Xiaoxue couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, the woman would be killed. Sit down. Su Yu held Ye Xiaoxue down. The small woman looked fragile, but her desire was enormous. A strong man like Su Yu could barely hold her back. Let me go! Let me go! You can save her! If you continue to talk, I will let this matter go. Su Yu roared, finally defeating Ye Xiaoxue. As for what happened next, a bloodbath was inevitable. Su Yu pulled out a pistol from his waist, holding a homemade sickle in his hands, and, stocking up on bullets, jumped out and rushed at the crowd of zombies. In close combat, pistols and sickles are the most effective weapons. With one shot and one knife, Su Yu cleared his path in the blink of an eye. The sound of gunshots startled everyone, including the fleeing Fang Long. Everyone wondered who the newcomer was. The sound of gunshots made the survivors think that a rescue team had arrived. But it was not so. When Su Yu appeared in front of everyone and saved the woman, everyone saw him clearly. It was you. Fang Long was sharp-sighted and immediately recognized Su Yu. It was the same person who had previously spread information about the zombies at the reservoir. At that time, he was an internet celebrity and criticized Su Yu. I didn't expect to meet him now under such circumstances. Now I remember. Was it him who spread the rumor about the zombie threat? Su Yu chuckled and said, "It's me. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you don't recognize me." The influencers who were threatened by Fang Long were, of course, well acquainted with Su Yu. His previous actions were so shocking and criticized that many people thought that he was a shameless person who would do anything to increase his popularity. Зрение, что заявления Су Ю были не слухами, а неопровержимыми фактами. But recently, they became victims of this disaster. If they had listened to Su Yu and quickly left Xingcheng Reservoir, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Su Yu's appearance once again caused a wave of discussion among the survivors. Is it him? Is he here to save us? I don't know. Will he let us go after what we told him back then? Save me, save us. The influencers were filled with mixed feelings. but they still held out hope that Su Yu was here to save them. "Shut up, everyone!" Fang Long's face fell. Su Yu's appearance had taken him by surprise. "Brother Fang, who is he? He actually has a gun and is so ruthless towards these monsters." The man named Lao Er, seeing Su Yu's ferocious performance, felt a little unsure and began to retreat. Who would dare to face a ruthless man like Su Yu at a time like this? "And you shut up!" Fang Long Lao Er reproached him as he glanced at Su Yu and his gun. At that time, guns still had a strong deterrent effect, especially in China, where gun control was extremely strict. Fang Long approached Su Yu with a serious expression. Su Yu dealt with, gradually replenished, staggered, and surrounded them again. Zombies around, which staying in nature was still incredibly dangerous. "Of course, I have not forgotten. What is your name?" Fang Long did not want to provoke Su Yu, but there was no retreat. He needed Su Yu's help to escape from the zombie encirclement. "Su Yu," Su Yu responded indifferently, showing no affection for Fang Long. "Let's go. I'll pull you out." Su Yu walked around Fang Long and walked towards the other survivors. "Thank you very much." The female influencers nodded, expressing their deep gratitude for Su Yu's willingness to save them. No matter how you looked at it, Su Yu was much more reliable than Fang Long, providing better protection. Who wanted a repeat of what had just happened? The sight of this woman still terrified him. "Follow me. Don't get lost." Su Yu led the way, quickly clearing the way and leading the survivors out of the zombie encirclement. "Brother Fang, what about us? Follow!" Fang Long's eyes darkened, and he hurried after Su Yu. 58, 59. Along the way, Su Yu kept his mission in mind, collecting zombie cores and getting closer to his goal of 80 points. His only regret was that his current system level was too low, which forced him to return to the command center in the shelter and not exchange the points freely. Otherwise, he could exchange them in the wild and get the much-needed advanced accuracy. This would greatly increase his survivability in the wild. Fang Long and Lao Er watched Su Yu kill the zombies, and their amazement grew. They knew Su Yu was a master, but they did not expect that dealing with these zombies would be as easy as eating or drinking, especially his marksmanship, which was unstoppable and never-ending. Could this guy be a retired soldier? Even if he was retired, he was still incredibly skilled. The man named Lao Er exclaimed in amazement, "That's good to hear. We can't afford to offend this guy. We must behave well. We should leave immediately if possible." Fang Long narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming even wider. There were 9 people in the group. Including Su Yu, 4 were men and 5 were women. The second man was the manager, looking like a pampered mama's boy. Su Long was thinking about how to bring these people to Star City. As for his own shelter, he definitely couldn't go there. Not to mention Fang Long, the women alone were a real burden. In addition, the supplies in the shelter were not enough for these people. Bringing them would be a heavy burden. Su Long was still in the development stage, so it was premature to plan a mass reception of refugees. Digging the road, "Brother Su, it's bad. There are a lot of zombies down there. They're in droves," Li He shouted, breathing heavily, and hurried over. "What? Is the road blocked?" Su Yu frowned. The zombies were truly endless. They were already deep in the forest, so there must be a lot of them, and the noise attracted a lot of them. "Where is the car?" "It's right ahead." "Okay, let's go." It will be too late. Su Yu realized the seriousness of the situation and had to evacuate his people as soon as possible. Ding! Sending a rescue mission. An incident is about to occur at the reservoir deep in Star City. Master, please enter the forest within 2 days. Complete the mission and get 1,000 points. When the system issued the task, Su Yu was stunned. He didn't expect the system to issue such a task right now. What Su Yu cared about most was the reward. 1,000 points, enough to complete the first system upgrade. With such a mission, there was no reason to give up. If he gave up, there would be no next chance. "Brother Su, what happened?" Ye Xiaoxu pulled Su Yu, who had suddenly lost his mind. Nothing happened. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of these zombies and get everyone to Star City safely. There are too many people there. The car can't hold everyone at once. I'll have to make 2 trips. Besides, we don't know where in Star City it's safe right now, he said. I heard that Star City recently opened a few evacuation points in the suburbs. Just take us there and everything will be fine. There are evacuation points? That's good. Su-yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The top management of Star City really reacted quickly. After learning about the evacuation points, Ye Xiaoxue's expression changed slightly, which Su-yu noticed but did not say anything. If Ye Xiaoxue wanted to leave, Su-yu could not stop her. But he was deeply concerned about her safety. After finding a car, Su-yu ordered Li He to evacuate with the 5 influential women. The rest would stay for now. With Su-yu and Fang Long, they could only be careful not to go too far into the zombie-infested areas, as there was no real danger to their lives. Brother Fang, this guy is incredibly lucky. It seems that this woman is Ye Xiaoxue, an internet celebrity from Star City. I didn't expect them to become friends. Fang Long had of course heard of Ye Xiaoxue, but he wasn't close to her or friends with her. The man named Lao Er said, as he glanced at Ye Xiaoxue, who was leaning against a tree. Ye Xiaoxue. She's a popular internet celebrity in Xinjiang. I know her. And given Ye Xiaoxue's personality, she had no enemies in the live broadcasting industry. Second brother shook his head and whispered, Brother Fang, you only know that she is a famous internet celebrity, but you definitely don't know her real name. I have inside information that Ye Xiaoxue is not simple. It seems she has connections with a big businessman in Xinjiang. What are you saying? It's him. Is the information correct? Brother Fang, how many people with the surname Ye are famous in the business world of Xinjiang? After second brother's words, Fang Long's eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know. These are just rumors. But no matter what, this Ye Xiaoxue is definitely an important person. We'll find out everything once we get to Star City. That's right. If we can figure out her identity and get some benefit out of it, it'll be enough for the 2 of us brothers to survive in this apocalyptic world. Fang Long's thoughts were racing. If Ye Xiaoxue really had such a personality, this would be his chance. In apocalyptic times, one must take risks and fight to survive. Su-yu did not notice Fang Long's thoughts in time. About an hour later, Li He returned. The massive body of the jeep meant that he was in no serious danger, unless he ran into a pack of zombies. On the winding mountain road to the extraction point, many zombies pounced on him, trying to trick him and grind him into powder. The sight was disgusting, but there was no sympathy. The zombies deserved to die. If they had appeared, the world would not be in this state. Half an hour later, they arrived at the evacuation point again. The fortress was overcrowded, mostly with refugees, and they were constantly accompanied by a large number of armed forces. Moreover, anyone entering the evacuation point must be tested for zombie infection. If infected, they will be immediately isolated or killed. Therefore, tragedies often occur even before the evacuation point. The apocalyptic disaster also caused great psychological and moral damage to the survivors. Few smile, only despondency and anxiety permeate the future. Brother Su, thank you for helping us this time. See you soon. Fan Long and the others did not linger. They got out of the car, said goodbye to Su-yu, and headed straight to the evacuation point. Su-yu had no intention of going there yet. Although Star City was indeed much more convenient than the wilderness, this convenience was due to the availability of supplies, since the resources of the wilderness were limited. However, this was relative. Su-yu remembered that a major zombie outbreak would soon occur, and the suburbs and outskirts of Star City would be completely occupied. Entering now would be the same as not entering at all. Sooner or later, they would all become occupied territories, a haven for zombies. Ultimately, the only truly safe areas in Star City would be the 3 evacuation bases inside the city. Moreover, Su-yu had a mission, and his own evacuation base was in the middle of nowhere. After bidding farewell to Fang Long, Su-yu said to Ye Xiaoxue, It's not safe there now. If you want to go to the city, I won't agree for your own safety. I understand. I won't cause you any trouble. Ye Xiaoxue knew that Su Yu was definitely doing this for his own benefit. Besides, she didn't want to leave him yet. She had a feeling that she could act more effectively by staying with him and saving more victims. Li He, how much water and food was left in the car? Not much. It's all here. Li He handed Su Yu a light backpack. When he opened it, he found only 3 bottles of mineral water and a dozen packets of army rations, all that Su Yu had stocked up on at the supermarket. That's all? That should be enough. Li He, take Xiaoxue to the shelter first. I have some things to do. I'll be back soon. Without giving her a chance to say a word, Su Yu grabbed his backpack and weapon and jumped out of the car. He then darted into the forest and disappeared. What? Li. He shook his head helplessly. What could he do about Su Yu's behavior? Madam Ye, let's go back first. Ye Xiaoxue nodded. She knew that her ability would not help Su Yu, but would only cause trouble. Less than half an hour after she left, 2 men secretly jumped down from a tree near the evacuation point. They were Fang Long and his younger brother, Lao Er. I didn't expect that Ye Xiaoxue would be this man's daughter. This time we hit the jackpot. Lao Er pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket. They snatched it in the subway car that led to Star City from the evacuation point. After the robbery, the 2 of them quickly fled the station. On the phone was a photo of Ye Xiaoxue, and above it was a bold red caption, "Reward wanted." The reward was impressive, a full 5 million. Of course, the reward was not as important as Ye Xiaoxue's identity. Whoever controlled Ye Xiaoxue had to obtain the capital needed to survive in Star City. It wasn't just the military who were looking for her, but also those with ulterior motives. Let's go. They shouldn't have gone far. We can't let someone else get that juicy piece of meat first. Fang Long glanced into the distance and quickly returned to the disaster area. There was no shortage of desperate people during the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Su Yu made his way through the disaster area, dealing with numerous zombies and quickly replenishing his points. The traces of zombies were everywhere. Fortunately, Su Yu found a motorcycle in a victim's house in the mountains and quickly returned to the worst-hit reservoir. The mission's instructions required further exploration of the disaster area. Su Yu had no idea what dangers awaited him, but he had to take the risk. He needed to quickly upgrade his system, gaining the ability to freely exchange items to increase his survivability in the wild. Su Yu coated his body with disgusting zombie fluid to avoid detection by low-level zombies. As the zombies continued to evolve, these simple methods of camouflage gradually became obsolete. In a zombie-infested mountainous area, a scene unfolded. A man walking against the tide of zombies, standing out. Most of the zombies were recent residents of Star City. If you were brave enough, you could snatch a bunch of ill-gotten goods from these zombies. Banknotes, wallets, gold rings, gold chains, and everything in between. Naturally, Su Yu wasn't interested in any of this. In the apocalypse, such useless money was just dirt. A month later, Su Yu still remembered that all popular Chinese currencies were obsolete, replaced by gold and the international single apocalyptic currency. Only holders of the single apocalyptic currency could buy the supplies necessary for survival. Along the way, Su Yu continued walking towards the center of the disaster zone. However, Su Yu guessed that the so-called violent incident occurred near the forest a few kilometers away from the reservoir. The system did not provide Su Yu with the exact location of his mission, and he had to search for it himself. Indeed, not long after Su Yu reached the supposed location, he heard a voice nearby. "Professor Ma, please let me go. I don't want to die." "Haha, how can I, the great Ma Wei Guo, die so easily here? I'm just staying here and acting as bait." Professor Ma is right. How can your worthless life compare to the life of an elite like Professor Ma? Hearing the voice, Su Yu looked towards the direction of the sound. He saw a young man trembling with fear, tied with ropes, slowly moving towards the exit of the forest. The other end of the rope was held by someone from afar. Su Yu had a vague idea of this person. He was the bodyguard of the flood control expert, Ma Weiguo. He had 3 or 4 other followers who were as tall and strong as him. As for Ma Weiguo himself, he was closely guarded by these people. Behind Ma Weiguo and his men, there were 3 or 4 other young men. Like the one in front, they were also tied with ropes and walked sadly. Seeing this, Su Yu easily guessed what Ma Weiguo had done. He just wanted to use these people as bait, risking their lives to test the surrounding zombies. It had been a few days since the zombie outbreak, and Ma Weiguo was still alive, so one could imagine how many people he had killed. In fact, this kind of thing happened often in the post-apocalypse, and Su Yu had long been accustomed to it. Would wonder if there was any point in saving them. In normal times, Su Yu would have been ass. But now, when he had to complete a task, he had to do it. In addition, Su Yu did not have good feelings towards Professor Ma Weiguo from the beginning. Therefore, he slowly approached the group. Ma Weiguo and his group continued on their way. The tied man in front of him looked around nervously, fearing the appearance of a zombie. He knew that if one appeared, he would die first. In the past 2 days, he had witnessed 3 deaths. Like him, the dead were university students who had come to the reservoir to study under Ma Weiguo. But he had not expected this outcome. The next moment, the bushes to his right suddenly rustled. At that moment, everyone froze, looking at the bushes. Frightened by the noise, he felt that everything around him was terrifying. "Please, please, not a zombie. I don't want to die yet," he screamed, almost crying. But against his will, a zombie jumped out of the bushes. As soon as he saw it, he realized that he was doomed. Ma Weiguo, who was being guarded securely behind him, was immediately frightened. Zombies! The road is blocked. Run! The most ridiculous thing was that the faces of the huge bodyguards around him were expressing the same thing. Without doubting Ma Weiguo's order, they immediately loosened the ropes and tried to escape. Even if they had fought, 3 or 4 of them could have beaten even the most common zombie to death. But they didn't even think to try. "Wait, Professor Ma! Save me! Who the hell cares about you? To give us time to escape? Go to hell! Haven't you done the same thing before?" With these words, Ma Weiguo and the others rushed to the other side. The university students, also tied with ropes, did not even turn their heads, not even once. "Is it true that my indifference to others will ever come back to haunt me?" he said, and sank to the ground in despair. He wanted to run, but his legs had long since given up on him from fear. Looking at the approaching zombies, he turned pale. Ugh! The zombie opened its bloody mouth at him. At that moment, a sudden shot rang out, blowing off the zombie's head above the chin. Blood splashed into his face. He stared at the zombie in front of him with a drooping chin, not knowing how to react. A man covered in zombie body fluids walked up to him in a daze. It was Su Yu. "Don't just stand there, can you still stand?" "Oh yeah." The college student stood up unsteadily. By then, the zombie had already collapsed to the ground, deader than dead. For the first time, he knew that zombies were so easy to kill. If he had known this earlier, those classmates who were abandoned earlier might not have died. He wanted to excitedly thank Su Yu, but seeing his indifferent expression, he swallowed his words. "What is your name?" "Ho Liangchun." Hearing this name, Su Yu tried to remember, but he didn't get any idea about this person. Moreover, the system didn't react to him at all. Most likely, he was an ordinary person. Who are these people connected like you? "We are all students. We thought it was just a normal study, but we didn't expect it to turn out like this." At this moment, Hu Liangchun suddenly raised his head and grabbed Su Yu's shoulders tightly. "That's right. Since you're so capable, you can definitely save them all." Su Yu asked with a smile. "Does this include Professor Ma?" This ... Ho Liangchun hesitated. To be honest, Ma Weiguo's behavior towards them had long since undermined his respect. If it weren't for Ma Weiguo, these 3 disciples would not have died in vain. Therefore, Ho Liangchun really wanted Ma Weiguo to die here and become a walking corpse. Su Yu silently looked at Ho Liangchun's hesitation and couldn't help but smile. He really wanted to see whether Ho Liang-chun would choose kindness or licentiousness in the face of Judgment Day. A moment later, Ho Liang-chun sighed dejectedly. If possible, save everyone. Hao Liang-chun said, then bowed his head to Su Yu. Su Yu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised by the answer. I hope you can maintain your kindness and live until the last moment. Su Yu then headed towards the direction where Ma Wei-guo and the others were running. It turned out that their thoughtless escape had led them straight into a crowd of zombies. Ho Liang-chun looked at Su Yu's back as if he had made a decision and followed closely behind him. Su Yu and the other man followed Ma Wei-guo as they ran, and only caught up with him after several hundred meters. Su Yu noticed the group from afar, and the corners of his lips curled up. Oh? Interesting. Ma Wei-guo was already sweating, his forehead trembling with excitement. Hurry! Push these people out. Let them attract the zombies' attention, and we can escape. Hearing this, the bodyguards glared at the students, their faces full of fear. Fear was reflected on the faces of several students. Professor Ma, please don't. We don't want to die yet. Who needs death? If you don't die, everyone here will die. Are you so selfish that you prefer to die together? This is... Ma Wei-guo was clearly making a convincing argument. But the fear of death was already driving everyone crazy. The students tried to resist, but they were tightly tied with ropes, not allowing them to move. Just as the bodyguards were about to push them into the zombie crowd, several shots rang out in the distance. 6 zombies were destroyed in an instant. This scene gave hope to everyone present. Could this be a rescue team? Ma Wei-guo rejoiced and looked around, but the so-called rescue team was nowhere to be seen. Several more shots rang out, this time even more powerful than the previous ones, instantly destroying the remaining 8 zombies. Seeing all the zombies fall to the ground, Su Yu rose from the bushes with a smile. His average aim had reached perfection, like a sharpshooter in a black leather coat from a TV series. After completing this task and returning to the shelter, they would not only be able to improve it to level 2, but also exchange it for a higher one. And the thought inspired Su Yu. This is Brother Su. Your marksmanship is truly astounding. Ho Liang-chun, who was standing next to him, was speechless with astonishment. His previous rescue by Su Yu was a complete surprise. He thought that Su Yu was just a slightly better marksman. He never imagined that he had such exceptional skill. This would greatly increase everyone's chances of getting out of this hellish hell. Su Yu smiled, throwing his weapon on his back. Let's go meet our friends. Ma Wei-guo noticed 2 men coming out of the forest. You're not dead. Ma Wei-guo pointed at Ho Liang-chun in surprise, but soon felt relieved. It seemed that the youth next to Ho Liang-chun had saved him, and now he was saving everyone else. So you just dealt with that group of zombies? Well done. Now lead us out. Hearing this, Su Yu almost laughed. He's not a member of the rescue team, and he has no obligation to save Ma Wei-guo and his group. Why did he say that so matter-of-factly? Sorry, I'll save you without a problem, but you need to untie the ropes around these students first. Otherwise, don't even think I'll save you. Huh? Ma Wei-guo's face immediately fell. Do you know who I am? In the academic world of Star City, I am one of the top masters. If you don't do as I say, I will deal with you when I return to Star City. Professor Ma, do you still not understand what's going on? What did you say? Su Yu scratched his cheek with his fingers in irritation and said, It's the end of the world now, and everyone is in danger. Who the hell cares who you are? After that, Su Yu immediately raised his gun and pointed it at Professor Ma. Do as I say, or I'll send you to hell. Without my help, you will all turn into zombies sooner or later. Ma Wei-guo looked incredulous, casting a pleading glance at his bodyguards, but they showed no inclination to help. They were good for nothing, and after seeing a real weapon, they were lucky that they didn't kneel down and beg for mercy, much less resist. Brother Su, this isn't too... Ho Liang-chun tried to persuade him, but Su Yu glared at him. Kindness is good, but it all depends on the person. To deal with these scoundrels, you need to be even more ruthless than him. Got it. Ma Wei-guo's teeth were grinding with hatred. You dare to kill me? It's illegal, you know. Illegal? Su Yu sneered. Soon, all existing laws will collapse. In the apocalypse, laws will become empty words. Seeing Su Yu's determination, Ma Wei Guo fell into a mental struggle. It goes without saying that he wanted to survive. Therefore, it is not shameful to bow to Su Yu temporarily. When we return to Star City, Su Yu will pay. Got it. Untie them. Ma Weiguo forced a smile after the bodyguards untied the disciples. Isn't it time to lay down your arms? Don't worry, Hu Liangchun. Bring your classmates and tie them all up. Hey, don't go too far. Ma Weiguo never expected this. You can refuse, but then I won't care. I don't trust you. Think about it. Ma Weiguo's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched. Okay, you're brave. Hurry up. I don't want to stay here anymore. Ho Liangchun and his classmates immediately stepped forward, grabbed the ropes, and tied up Ma Weiguo and the others. While Ho Liangchun was tying up Ma Weiguo sneered disdainfully. Now I remember, you are Su Yu who predicted the zombie invasion, right? So what? He he. Ma Weiguo smiled mysteriously, but said nothing. After that, Su Yu used the corpses of the zombies to smear the bodies of everyone present with their biological fluids. At first, several female students were a little reluctant, but after listening to Su Yu's explanation, no one refused. After applying the zombies' biological fluids, the normal zombies will regard you as a comrade and will not attack. However, this trick will not work against advanced zombies. Thanks to Su Yu's protection and the protective effect of the zombies' biological fluids, the group moved much faster. Moreover, they drove all night and left the disaster area before dawn. After leaving the disaster area, Su Yu accidentally came across two cars on the side of the road, broke into them, and drove everyone to the evacuation point at high speed. In the car, Su Yu took out dry food and water from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. These students have been living in the disaster area for so long that they probably haven't eaten anything. Tell your classmates not to tell anyone in town about me. Understood? Before leaving, Su Yu deliberately pulled Hao Liangchun aside to give him some advice. After we arrived, it's basically safe here. The city is still safe. Hao Liangchun immediately understood and nodded. As for Ma Weiguo, he already had some thoughts in his head. Wait for your end. Possessing weapons is a crime you deserve. After everyone was dispatched, Su Yu's rescue operation was officially completed. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the mission. Reward? 1,000 points. Okay, finally enough points. Let's go back. Back at the hideout, Lin Xiaoxue and Li, he were almost beside themselves with worry. Su Yu hadn't returned all night, so they thought something had happened to him and were about to go looking for him. Brother Su, we thought something had happened to you. What took you so long? Su Yu scratched his head and laughed several times in a row. Lin Xiaoxue and the others didn't seem to pay much attention to it as long as Su Yu was okay. After calming them down, Su Yu immediately went to the shelter command center to upgrade it. Spend 1,000 points to upgrade the shelter system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the shelter system to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the free buyback function. Su Yu then looked at the number of points required for the third level of the shelter system, a whopping 10,000. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Oh my God, 10,000 points. This is simply killing. But Su Yu remained optimistic. Even with 10,000 points, as long as he completed enough quests, it wouldn't take long. Moreover, Su Yu noticed that upgrading the shelter to level 3 would unlock access to the weapon forge. Here, for points, you could create both cold and hot weapons, as well as ammunition for them. With the weapon forge, there was no shortage of weapons. Su Yu had more than 80 rounds left, which should last for a long time. He then spent another 500 points to acquire the advanced shooting skill. A wave of knowledge immediately washed over him. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Even before he used it, Su Yu realized that compared to advanced shooting, intermediate shooting was just child's play. He glanced at the remaining glasses. There were still 20 of them. We need to continue working hard. Meanwhile, in the city, Ma Weiguo and his team had successfully returned. Hazy's rescue team was there too. Ma Weiguo immediately rushed there. "I am Ma Weiguo, flood control specialist. I want to report the possession of firearms." The squad leader frowned. What happened? After listening to Ma Weiguo's account of what happened, he didn't seem to mind. Of course, he kept quiet about Ma Weiguo's actions. Now that the zombie crisis has broken out, using a gun for self-defense is not yet a crime. Besides, if it weren't for him, you might not even have been able to return. Don't be foolish. With that, the squad captain stopped paying attention to the expert. In the end, their rescue team still had a mission: to find Lin Xiaoxue. However, Hazy was very interested in the person Ma Weiguo spoke of. He grabbed the captain as he was about to leave and whispered, "Captain, don't worry. Do you think this man is the expert who saved Miss Lin?" "Yes." "Do you think so?" The captain always trusted Hazy's intuition. Hazy then looked at Ma Weiguo. "Almost certainly. It's worth listening to him more carefully. Do you know this man's name?" Ma Weiguo was overjoyed to see the rescuer's interest. "I know. It's the internet celebrity who predicted the zombie apocalypse. His name is Su Yu." Su Yu? The rescuers didn't know much about online events, but they had heard of this person. After all, he was the only one who predicted the crisis before it happened. "Are you sure it's Su Yu?" "Absolutely. I guarantee it with my reputation. I also heard that he has a hideout near the reservoir, and we can find him there." Hazy nodded. "We'll take care of it. Someone take you to the hospital. Leave the rest to us. By the way, don't tell anyone about this." Ma Weiguo chuckled. "Understood." After letting go of Ma Weiguo, Hazy curled his lips. "Captain, it's definitely him. Why don't we go look for him right now?" The captain nodded. Their team's main task was to find Lin Xiaoxue. By going to Su Yu's hideout, they would not only find their master, but also fulfill their mission of killing two birds with one stone. "Wait, I'll report to my superiors first." "Captain, don't report it yet." You know how many people are currently looking for Miss Lin? We can't let anyone with ulterior motives know about this." "I understand. You're the one thinking about this the most, Hazy." Su Yu, who was resting in the shelter at the time, had no idea that he was being targeted. That same day, someone rang the doorbell of the shelter. Su Yu was woken up by Li Hu in his sleep. "Brother Su, someone is coming. Do you want to go take a look?" Su Yu's hair was disheveled, and he looked like he hadn't woken up yet. "Let me see who's here." When Su Yu arrived at the shelter's observation room with Li He and Lin Xiaoxue, he immediately saw Hazy. "Oh my God, Hazy, why is he here?" Su Yu still remembered Hazy clearly. In his previous life, he was a renowned hero. Why did he come to him now? Su Yu cleared his throat and asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The squad leader replied sternly, "We came to find Su Yu." 1. Just say it. According to our data, you seem to have a good understanding of zombies and how to destroy them. We would like to invite you to join us in rescuing the refugees. Has he finally been exposed? Damn Ma Weiguo, Su Yu thought. But he is not the type to save the world. The instinct of self-preservation is the truth that Su Yu learned during the apocalypse. "I am just an ordinary person. You have chosen the wrong person. Go back," the squad leader was about to say, when Hazy suddenly intervened. "Mr. Su, I know that you are the expert who saved Miss Lin. With such power, why don't you use it to save people?" Lin Xiaoxue, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly became interested. Could it be that this is someone her father sent to find her? Su Yu, who was standing next to her, saw Lin Xiaoxue's thoughts and became even more certain of her identity. "Do you want to go back?" Lin Xiaoxue nodded, but hesitated a little. She really wanted to go back to her parents. "Just follow your own ideas. Don't worry about me. But if she goes back like this, she'll feel sorry for Su Yu." With that, Su Yu stepped aside, making room for Lin Xiaoxue. Su Yu's words awakened an unknown feeling in Lin Xiaoxue. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Are my parents safe?" The rescuers outside realized that they were lucky. Lin Xiaoxu was really here. Mr. Lin and the others are safe. Many people are looking for you there. It's best to come back with us. After confirming that her parents were safe, Lin Xiaoxue finally felt relieved. Then I'm at peace. Just tell my parents that I'm safe. You won't come back anymore? There's not much I can do there. I'd rather stay there and save the other refugees. Lin Xiaoxu, you are not Wu Su Yu's head itched as she understood Lin Xiaoxu's thoughts. Weren't you invited to save people? If you have the opportunity, why not? If you go and save them, I won't leave for now. Ding! The master has detected the launch of the mission. Help the rescue teams save all the remaining survivors from the disaster area. You will receive 2,000 points for completing this task. After receiving this task, Su Yu shook his head helplessly. It seemed that even if he did not want to act, there was no way. A whole 2,000 points, it was very profitable. Not only could they exchange them for potions and combat skills, but they could also get closer to upgrading their systems. In this way, Lin Xiaoxue would stay with him for a while. Eventually, he might even settle down here. It was a very good deal. Although Su Yu looked hesitant on the outside, he was actually beaming with joy. Well, since you said so, I'll go with them. I knew you'd agree. The intercom was still working, and the people outside could hear everything clearly. It seems like Miss Lin and Su Yu have a good relationship. Since Miss Lin is not going to leave, let her stay here for now. That's right. At least, I don't think Su Yu is bad. Hao Ziyun, tell her that Miss Lin is safe. Yes. A moment later, the gate of the shelter opened and Su Yu walked out alone. He didn't ask Lin Xiaoxui and Li He to follow him. If the crew is strong enough to take 2 ordinary people, he will naturally take them. I can join you, but you must promise not to divulge my information. The captain agreed without further questioning. He understood that even the most experienced have unique qualities. Please introduce yourself. Our team is called Black Fox. I am Captain Li Qiang. This is Hazy, our strongest member. The other 2 are Hao Ziming and Hao Ziyun, twin brothers. Su Yu nodded slightly. He knew them all. No introduction was needed. In his past life, it was this team that destroyed countless zombies, saved countless lives, and brought a glimmer of hope to Star City. Among them, Heizi's strength stands out. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the soul of the team. This small man has first-class skills in both shooting and martial arts. But most importantly, he has an unwavering determination, no matter what. This has allowed him to survive in a variety of life or death situations. As far as Su Yu can remember, the other 3 members of the team eventually died. Only Hazy, even before Su Yu was torn apart by the zombie dogs, remained at the forefront fighting the zombies. Captain Li Qiang has average abilities, and he mainly commanded the team. Hao Ziming is in charge of our team's supplies, and Hao Ziyun is in charge of reconnaissance. Su Yu nodded understandingly, looking at the 4 of them. Any bullets? I have a little over 80 left. Li Qiang laughed heartily. A lot of bullets, Ziming. Give him 100. After learning the caliber of Su Yu's weapon, Hao Ziming took out 100 rounds of the right caliber and handed them to Su Yu. With such a supply of rounds, Su Yu no longer had to worry about ammunition. Su Yu, can I ask you a question? Su Yu looked back. The question came from Hazy. Hazy, whom he admired so much in his previous life, now spoke to him in such a tone. Su Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Ask any questions you want. How many zombies have you killed since the zombie crisis began? Let me count. Probably more than 100. Oh my God, more than 100. This is more than all the team members combined. Even Hazy has only killed over 50 zombies so far. Hazy was delighted to hear this number. If there is a chance, I will definitely challenge you to a duel. If there comes a day when the zombies are completely destroyed and you and I are still alive, I will challenge you. Everyone was shocked. Although zombies have appeared all over the world, it is not the end of the world. What exactly did Su Yu mean? Hazy quickly responded and instantly understood the meaning. His face suddenly became serious. If this is true, then humanity is facing the greatest crisis in history. Oh, let's not talk about that. Do you have a map? Are there any survivors in the disaster area now? Hearing this, Li Chang immediately pulled out a map from his pocket and spread it on the ground. In fact, most of the survivors have been rescued in these days. Now there are only these two places where the survivors are sending signals. Su Yu looked at where Li Chang pointed. One is a satellite observation station on the western side of the reservoir, and the other is a small town southeast of the reservoir. The survivors of the observatory have been monitoring the observatory since the beginning and continue to do so. This is the hardest place to break through. The problem is that the observatory is built on a mountain. There is only one road leading to it. We stopped to see it on the way, and there were zombies everywhere. It would have been too dangerous to drive there recklessly. As far as I know, the first rescue team that went there ended up there. No one survived, and everyone turned into zombies. Su Yu nodded and asked, "What about this town? This town is not far from my hideout. Haven't you been there?" "Of course I have. It's full of zombies, and there's not a single survivor to be found. However, there's a signal coming from there every day, I see. Probably because the survivors can't show up for some reason, so they can only send out distress signals every day. Then, let's go to the small town first to rescue the survivors, and then go to the observatory." Just as Su Yu and the others began their mission, another group from Star City also began preparing for action. No problem. Having identified the target, the Black Fox team finally began the rescue operation. "Brother, Lin Xiaoxue is with Su Yu now. I know where Su Yu lives. If we catch Lin Xiaoxue, we will quickly succeed." Second brother repeated, "If Su Yu were here, he would immediately recognize the one who said this as Fang Long, whom Su Yu had saved earlier. Brother, now that the zombies are rampaging, this is a great opportunity for us to get rich." The man the two called brother sat cross-legged on the sofa, sipping red wine. "Don't be a fool. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? You two just want to do it, but you lack the courage, so you try to force me to join you." This... Fang Long chuckled, unable to speak. You two are lucky this time. I know how valuable Lin Xiaoxue is. If we can catch her this time, it won't be hard for us to split the share with you." "Thank you. Thank you for your gratitude, senior brother. Come on, you show the way." "Yes." Meanwhile, Su Yu and the others had already arrived at the small town. The town was deserted and lifeless. There were only a few untouched places to be seen along the way. In a place where there was no sign of life at first glance, could there even be survivors? "Are you sure it's here?" "It's definitely here. I don't know the exact location, but it's definitely in this city." "It's a bit strange." Heisey frowned. "Strange? What's strange about it? There used to be zombies here, didn't you notice? Now there's not a single one. If someone had exterminated the zombies here, there shouldn't have been even a corpse left." "That's right, Strange. Where did all the zombies go?" This was not a solution, so Li Chang ordered, "Everyone split up. If you encounter zombies or find survivors, shoot to warn them. Got it?" "Got it." The 5 of them split up. Su Yu was in charge of the city centre. The city centre was a 3-story shopping mall. When he entered the centre, he found that most of the goods were still intact. If Su Yu wanted, he could take everything without spending a penny. Unfortunately, now was not the time. Perhaps Su Yu only robbed such places when he ran out of ammunition and food. The floors and walls of the mall were covered in bloodstains. This town was the closest to the reservoir and was the first to suffer from the zombie plague. Su Yu could imagine how many people had died at the hands of the zombies that day. The mall had no power and was dimly lit, but Su Yu continued to advance. Su Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why was it so dangerous here? Ding! Alarm! Danger is approaching! Alarm! Danger is approaching! Su Yu instantly went into full combat readiness. The system had never sounded an alarm before, but this was the first time. Could it be? The next second, Su Yu's body shot forward. Bang! There was a loud sound behind him, and Su Yu turned around. Where he had just been standing, a barely recognizable monster was huddled. The floor sank slightly from the monster's impact. If Su Yu hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been crushed into a pancake. As expected, the second-level zombies had already appeared so quickly. Only then did Su Yu finally understand why there were no zombies in this city. It turned out that this second-level zombie was to blame for everything. What else? The zombie in front of them was over 2 meters tall, his entire body glowed green, and he was completely naked. His head, arms, and legs were deformed. Without thinking, Su Yu immediately opened fire. More importantly, it was incredibly huge, and with one blow, it could easily break through the wall. Now Su Yu was warning others of the danger. The second-level zombies were not particularly strong, but he was incredibly fast, unlike the slow basic zombies. His speed was comparable to that of an ordinary adult male running at full speed. Looks like a level 2 zombie. It would be nice to show the Black Fox team how, just in case, it is best to call the team. The second-level zombies would soon be everywhere. Couldn't handle them easily. If he was chasing a woman, he could kill her in an instant by turning her into a zombie. Of course, he was fast, but Su Yu was no less fast. The two of them, one zombie and one man, circled around the lobby of the first floor of the shopping mall. After 3 whole minutes, Su Yu's comrades arrived. "My God, Su Yu! What kind of monster is this? Stop it! Heitzi, blow off its head." "Okay." Heitzi pulled out his rifle and aimed at the zombie's skull. With one shot, even at such a high speed, Heitzi killed it. The zombie collapsed. Without stopping, Su Yu ran towards the others. "Su Yu, why are you so worried? Aren't they already dead? If it was a primary zombie, we would have dealt with it, but this is a secondary zombie. Are zombies even divided into levels? Yes, secondary zombies have powerful recovery abilities, and their overall quality is a quantum leap compared to primary zombies." Su Yu pointed at the zombie lying on the ground, whose head was rapidly healing. "You won't be able to kill him like that just now. The secondary zombie can only be killed in 2 ways, either by completely destroying the brain or by cutting off the head from the back of the head." "Su Yu, how do you know so much? Have you ever seen a secondary zombie? Yes, or maybe not." Su Yu laughed. In his past life, he had seen countless secondary zombies, so naturally he was familiar with them. But in this life, he had never seen one. "I don't understand what you're talking about. He was resurrected." The zombie's head was completely healed, as if the shot had never been fired. By the way, let me remind you that the second-level zombies' recovery ability increases as they are attacked. Don't underestimate them. Su Yu took a deep breath, his gaze immediately flashing with anger. "Surround and suppress the second-level zombies. Here we go." Black Fox's team coordinated their actions, acting on a silent agreement. Everyone immediately spread out, surrounding the zombie from all sides. Fire. The 5 present, sparing no bullets, opened fire directly at the zombie. In just a few seconds, the second-level zombie was completely beaten. However, as Su Yu predicted, he recovered much faster this time. He was almost completely healed in the blink of an eye. "We can't shoot like that. Everyone, shoot him in the head." Everyone understood. Aim for the brain. Just destroy the brain completely, right? Heisey frowned, confident that he could destroy the zombie's brain before it could recover. "Don't rush. Rifles aren't that deadly. If we miss, the bullets go to waste. No one will miss. Follow my order," Su Yu said solemnly. Li Chang agreed. "Su Yu knows more than us. Follow his example." "Yes." The burden of command passed to Su Yu, but he didn't seem to be embarrassed. Although he was an ordinary person in his previous life, he had already killed several zombies. The second-level zombies were not difficult to deal with. He just needed to find a way. Su Yu's gaze, like a hawk, was fixed on the monster in front of him. The moment when the second-level zombie had fully recovered would be the most vulnerable moment for him. That was when he would have to destroy it. 3, 2, 1, attack. At that moment, the shopping mall was engulfed in flames. Flashes of gunfire illuminated the area for a moment. Attack from 5 sides at once. Let's see if you survive. Bang! The zombie fell to the ground, its head a bloody mess. Did he finish you off? The zombie remained motionless, as if dead. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Yu frowned and rushed towards Li Chang, snatching the dagger from his belt. Su Yu, what are you doing? He's still alive. If we don't kill him, he'll resurrect. I'll finish him off. Only then did everyone realize that the zombie's brain was quickly regenerating. Even the violent attack from earlier had not destroyed its brain, revealing the terrifying nature of a level 2 zombie. Su Yu was incredibly fast, intending to completely cut off the zombie's head from the back of its head. Even a level 2 zombie with its superior recovery ability would be dead. Die. Su Yu raised his dagger, about to strike the zombie's neck, when suddenly the monster roared and blocked the blow with his hand. Even Su Yu was stunned. The monster's head was smashed, but it could still move. Su Yu was in danger. Heisey and the others saw this and were about to shoot to cover Su Yu's wound, when suddenly a voice came from the second floor of the shopping mall. "Get out of the way!" Su Yu quickly let go of the dagger and retreated to get some distance. Boom! A double bed fell from the sky, completely crushing the zombie's body. Everyone looked up to see a young, slightly overweight man holding his breath on the second floor. Luckily, we made it in time. The man wiped the sweat from his face. Dragging the bed here had exhausted him. "Did you send a distress signal? Are there any more survivors?" "It was me." The man paused for a moment, lowered his head, and said regretfully, "No, I am the only one left alive in this city. Let's talk about it later. This guy is still alive." Su Yu was not going to give the zombies another chance to fight back. He picked up the glass fragment that had fallen along with the double bed. With one blow, he instantly killed the zombie. He finally killed it. This blow had exceeded Su Yu's expectations. Even in his previous life, this was the first time Su Yu had encountered a second-level zombie with such an incredible recovery ability. In the previous life, it was already the level of the third-level zombie. Could it be that the zombie's abilities in this life have changed? Su Yu thought. If his actions before the disaster caused a series of butterfly effects that caused the zombie's abilities to change, it seemed possible. Forget it. We will learn about such things in the future. Without thinking, the top priority now was to save the survivors. Don't relax. Be on guard. Li Chang was extremely cautious, afraid that the zombies would attack everyone. "No need to be on guard. There are no zombies here." "Huh? Why?" Su Yu explained. Level 2 zombies are the result of primary zombies fighting each other. Primary zombies are just food for level 2 zombies. Judging by the size of this city, there is only one level 2 zombie, and it is estimated that all the primary zombies have already been eaten by it. Are you saying that zombies will kill each other? What do you think? Zombies only have two targets: humans and themselves. If there are no humans left, they will start killing each other. Su Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He wondered how the fat man upstairs managed to survive among the second-level zombies. "Hey, fatty, come down. We'll pull you out." The fatty was delighted and hurried down. Looking at the suffocating fatty in front of him, Su Yu smiled. "What's your name? What happened here? How did you survive?" At this mention, the fatty's face distorted with fear. "My name is Chang Fa-yu. When the zombies first appeared, I immediately hid in the freezer of the shopping mall. Fortunately, there was no electricity, otherwise I would have frozen there." Su Yu nodded. With the attack power of a normal level 2 zombie, it was really impossible to break through the freezer. "And then, what's going on here?" Chang Fa-yu hunched over. "The day before yesterday, I snuck out to look for food and saw the zombie you just killed devouring other zombies. It was pure hell. Maybe he was enjoying his meal and didn't notice me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found me today. You're very lucky, kid. Come, we will take you to the evacuation point. By the way, what are you doing?" Su Yu suddenly asked. "Su Yu, why are you asking such questions? They were just rescued. How can you be so demanding?" Li Chang complained. Chang Fa-yu shook his head, showing that he didn't care. "It's okay. I'm just a tailor. Nothing special." "Tailor?" Su Yu immediately had an idea. In the future, when they encounter zombies, they will need protective equipment. If Chang Faiyu joins his shelter, he can provide him with everything he needs. Li Chang was stunned. Su Yu, what are you doing, fatty? Want to join my shelter? Captain Li, the zombies will level up and the military factory will eventually collapse, so we are low on ammunition. One day, we will have to take up arms. By then, protective equipment will be necessary. There is a person with such a skill here, so I definitely want to recruit him. Li Chang thought about it and realized that it made sense. No matter, your place is pretty safe anyway. If Chang Faiyu agrees to go, then everything is in your hands. Thank you. Su Yu turned and smiled at Chang Faiyu. Fatty, do you want to go? My hideout is very safe. But I'm just a tailor. I only make clothes. Protective gear, I've never made anything. It's none of your business. I just asked if you wanted to go. Will there be enough food? Su Yu was slightly taken aback and then burst out laughing. Enough. Absolutely enough. Okay, Brother Yu, I'm with you. Chiang Faiyu had already witnessed Su Yu's abilities and knew that following someone like him would ensure that we would not come to harm. In that case, there is no need to go to the evacuation point. Hao Ziming, take Chiang Faiyu to the shelter. We will first head to the observation post to check the situation. We will join you and continue on our way. Yes. After splitting up, Su Yu's main force officially headed to the observation post. The observation station was the main target of the rescue operation and also the most difficult place to capture. The entire mountain was swarming with zombies, and even conquering it was a question of whether they could reach it. Along the way, Su Yu even exchanged his newly acquired Level 2 crystal core for glasses. A second-level crystal core was worth 10 points and could withstand 10 basic zombies, which was acceptable. 3 hours later, Su Yu and his companions arrived at the foot of the mountain where the observation station was located. They didn't approach, but instead stopped on the open road with a wide view to observe the situation with binoculars. Ziyun, how are things now? The situation is bad. The observatory is surrounded by zombies and blocked from the outside by the power grid. There seems to be a small power plant inside the observatory, but that's not a solution. We have to rescue them as soon as possible. That's right. According to intelligence, there are 5 employees in the observatory. After so many days, the food there is probably almost gone. What do you think, Su Yu? How can we go up to save the people? Su Yu looked at the map and said in a deep voice, I think we can lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Yes. Su Yu pointed to the map and continued. There is only one road to the observatory. The rest are mountain roads, so a direct route is impossible. So some of us can drive along the road to attract the zombies' attention and lead most of them away. The main zombies are slow and cannot catch up with SUVs. Just be careful not to get surrounded by them. The rescue team will go around the mountain road near us, clear it of the remaining zombies, and meet here after picking up the survivors. This plan requires 2 teams, which must calculate the timing precisely. The driver group should be here to pick up the rescue team and the survivors. Li Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Let's proceed as planned. Su Yu and He Zi, the strongest among us, will be in charge of rescuing the survivors. The rest will follow me to distract the others. Everyone silently agreed and began to prepare. A few minutes later, Hao Ziming successfully reunited with the others. After briefly outlining the plan, Su Yu and He Zi jumped out of the car, snatched their weapons, and began to quickly approach the foot of the mountain. As soon as Su Yu and He Zi took their positions, he would give the signal to advance. The meeting was scheduled for an hour after the signal. Both Su Yu and He Zi were experts. Although Su Yu's speed was not as fast as He Zi's, he was not far behind. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the scene. He Zi pulled out a flare gun from his pocket and fired it into the air. Li Chang immediately noticed the signal. The battle has begun. We cannot make a single mistake, or He Zi and the others will be in danger. Yes! Hao Ziming rushed forward, covering half the distance to the top of the mountain. Li Chang opened the hatch and leaned out of the car. He slowly raised his rifle, pointed it at the sky, and pulled the trigger, releasing a burst in the blink of an eye. The shot certainly attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Not only those nearby, but even those near the observatory's power grid noticed Li Chang and his companions. "Oh, monsters! Come and bite me! Forward!" Li Chang reloaded his weapon and fired another burst. Now, almost all the zombies were running towards Li Chang and his companions. However, the main zombies were too slow, so it would take some time to distract the zombies on the mountaintop. "Zion, report where the zombies are." "Yes." "We see 40 zombies approaching from the top of the mountain, at least 20 on each flank, and another 30 or so are chasing us from behind." "Wow, at least 3 figures?" Li Chang forced a smile to calm himself. His hands were already shaking. The other 2 were too. On the way up the mountain, they saw another rescue team's car parked on the road, but the passengers were nowhere to be seen. They must have turned into zombies. In order to buy time for Su Yu and the others, we need to stay here. Li Chang took a deep breath and shouted, "Fight!" Hao Ziming and Hao Ziyun stood up, drew their rifles, and pointed them at the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Su Yu and Hazy were approaching at full speed. In order not to attract the attention of the zombies, they did not shoot, but instead killed everyone who blocked their path with daggers. They were already halfway to the top of the mountain, and only 15 minutes had passed. "Su Yu, I have a question, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask it." "What question?" "I remember you said that by smearing zombie fluid on your body, you can make it invisible to zombies. So why don't we just go to the observation station this way?" "Well, I forgot to mention that this trick isn't very effective. Most zombies will be fooled, but there's still a chance of being spotted." Su Yu killed one of the main zombies with one blow and continued. "And if you use this trick, you can't use a car, otherwise it's useless. If you go on foot, you can't let the survivors risk being discovered by using this trick." "Understood." Hazy nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't thought about it. "It seems like I have a lot to learn from you." Hazy's words almost threw Su Yu off balance. This famous hero really wanted to learn from him. This feeling was truly tisk tisk. "Hey, you still have a lot to learn from me. This is just the beginning." Of course, Su Yu remained unperturbed. That's right. The 2 strongest men naturally acted quickly. After killing more than a dozen zombies, they rushed towards the observatory on the top of the mountain. Before that, they had been observing the observatory from afar with binoculars. When they reached the observatory, they found the situation to be a living hell. The observatory was full of zombies, their bodies charred on the outside and soft on the inside due to the electrical grid. Their flesh was rotting. The stench of corpses hung in the air after their death. The corpses were crawling with flies and worms. If a person with the slightest bit of mental instability were to see this, they would probably vomit on the spot. However, Su Yu and Hazy did not show any abnormal reactions. Of course, Su Yu had seen too many similar scenes in his past life. But Hazy, you could say he was seeing this for the first time, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, he might have become a hero. It's amazing how these people can hold on for so long in this environment. Even if they survived, they might have psychological problems. "Let's get them out and reunite with everyone." "Okay." Hazy immediately stepped forward and shouted, "We are the rescue team sent by Jingcheng. Open the door and follow us. It will be too late if you don't leave now." There was no response from the observatory for a long time. Su Yu noticed that the atmosphere in the observatory was strange, and it seemed like there wasn't a single living person there. "How are we going to break through this fence? Are you going to break through by force?" "We have to. The situation inside might be worse than we thought. We can't just sit and wait." "Step on my back. Will you jump over?" Su Yu chuckled, looking at Hazy's serious expression. "Yes, of course." Hazy didn't answer, immediately bending down to the fence and getting ready. "You go. I'll keep watch outside." "Okay." Su Yu took a few steps back and rushed towards Hazy with all his might. With a powerful leap, Su Yu landed his foot on Hazy's back. The veins on Hazy's face immediately bulged. The force of the blow was obvious. Then Su Yu, Using the momentum, jumped over the fence at the maximum height and appeared in the observatory. Without Heizi's help, he wouldn't have been able to reach his destination. "I'll buy you a drink later." "Sorry, I'm not going to." Without looking back, Su-yu ran towards the observatory. Su-yu stood in the lobby on the first floor of the observatory. The situation was so tense that even Su-yu's heart sank, and his breathing became a little sluggish. There were 4 bodies lying in the observatory, 3 men and 1 woman. The expressions on everyone's faces were terrifying: horror, fear, despair, disbelief. The 4 must have witnessed something horrific before they died. But most importantly, each of them was missing a body part. Some had their stomachs completely ripped out. Others were missing limbs. But Su-yu quickly dismissed this theory. Maybe zombies had gotten in here? If zombies were to break in here, these people would be part of the zombie horde, not just corpses lying on the ground. Didn't the intelligence report that there were only 5 people? There were only 4 bodies here. Could this mean? Su-yu's pupils narrowed, and he rushed to the second floor. Soon, Su-yu found the last employee in the room on the second floor. She was standing with her back to Su-yu, and no one knew what she was doing. The smell of blood in the room further confirmed Su-yu's guess. Those people on the first floor. Hearing Su-yu's voice, she shuddered and shook. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Don't blame me. I'm just too hungry." She turned around, covered in blood, holding a broken leg in her hand, a leg from one of the bodies on the first floor. The broken leg had a lot of flesh missing, obviously eaten by the woman in front of him. Although Su-yu had never seen this in his past life, he had heard of people eating each other, and it was not something inexplicable to him. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt sick. Su-yu clenched his fists, walked over, and kicked the broken leg in the woman's hand. "I'm here to save you. If you want to live, go back to a safe and warm place. Come with me." Su-yu didn't want to know what exactly happened in the observatory. Whether those people died of hunger or were killed by a woman, he didn't want to know. He just wanted to get out of that damned place as soon as possible. As soon as Su-yu left, the woman rose from the ground and hurried to catch up with him. "How can we turn off the power grid here? I know. I'll do it now." The woman hurried to the observatory management office and completely turned off the power grid. After turning off the power grid, Su-yu slowly walked out with the woman. "Where are the other survivors?" Su-yu's expression was calm, without a trace of emotion. "They are all dead. There is only one survivor." With these words, Su-yu walked forward alone. Although Su-yu did not speak much, Heizi, looking at the woman, guessed what had happened. It really happened. Since Su-yu didn't mention it, Heizi understood what Su-yu meant and remained silent. "How many minutes until the meeting?" 20. "We need to hurry, woman. You better keep up. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can get you out safely. Understood?" "Yes." With the survivor's appearance, Su-yu and the others slowed down a bit. Fortunately, the road was going downhill, so the pace wasn't too slow. Minutes. At this speed, they should have reached the meeting point in 20. However, Su-yu suddenly stopped running. Really? This must happen. Elsewhere, Li Chang's 3-man team was riding to distract a horde of zombies. Trying to attract the attention of the zombies on the mountaintop, they found themselves in a nearly desperate situation. Fortunately, Li Chang reacted quickly, shooting the zombie that jumped onto the SUV and allowing Hao Ziming to drive away. In this fight, each of the 3 killed at least 10 zombies. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies for just 3 of them to handle. It was a dangerous situation. I almost got killed. Fortunately, you reacted in time, Captain. Li Chang felt a constant sense of dread as he thought about the current desperate situation. I barely reacted either. We can't let our guard down when fighting these bastards. I don't know how Heisi and the others are doing. There are only 12 minutes left. I hope nothing happens. Captain, please don't be so pessimistic. What if something goes wrong? That's right. If Su-yu heard Li Chang's words, he would immediately curse. An accident happened. Because Li Chang and his companions were unable to completely distract the zombies on the mountaintop, some of them remained on the mountain. Together with the remaining zombies, they now stood in front of Su Yu and his companions. What's worse, the zombies were not wandering aimlessly, but were heading straight for Su Yu and his companions. "Damn it, you reek of blood!" Su Yu was furious. The dozens of zombies in front of him were more than he could handle right now. And time was running out. Heisey also looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. What should we do now? Fight? Fight? Fight dozens of zombies and with such a burden on top of that? No way. Even if we can kill them all, it will be too late. Then what should we do? Heisey hadn't noticed yet, but he had already subconsciously started asking Su Yu, asking him to lead him. Su Yu gritted his teeth, mentally considering an immediate solution. Damn, it looks like this is the only way. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu drew his dagger and slashed his arm. "Su Yu! What are you doing?" Heisey was shocked. Could Su Yu's mind have failed him in the face of such a difficult situation? "Take her and join the others. I will lead these zombies away." "No, I absolutely cannot agree to this." Isn't it a death sentence if you lead them away alone? No matter how strong you are, you're still a human. What happens if you run out of energy? Zombies don't have any. Heisey snatched Su Yu's dagger. "Even if I have to lure them out, I will. Your knowledge and strength are more valuable than my life." Before Heisey could even scratch himself, Su Yu slowly stepped forward. Su Yu's face was a smile, not a death sign. "You underestimate yourself, you know. You're a hero. How can you die here? Besides, didn't we agree? We'll have a competition after the zombies are gone. You suggested it yourself, didn't you?" Without waiting for Heisey's answer, Su Yu spat blood from his hand into the air. "Go ahead. I have fresh blood here, you bastards. Come at me." It must be said that Su Yu succeeded. The zombies' attention immediately switched to Su Yu. Su Yu immediately turned and ran in the other direction. The zombies rushed after him, ignoring Heisey and the two survivors. Seeing the zombies being taken away, Heisey was speechless. He could only tightly clutch the dagger in one hand, the woman's hand in the other, and desperately ran to the meeting place. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Heisey obediently leading his men away. "Oh, right. I'm fine. But how can we escape?" He couldn't stay on the mountain for long. Even after Team Black Fox evacuated, there were still countless zombies. So Su Yu chose to flee down the slope. He had already moved a fair distance away from the zombie. But Su Yu's stamina was limited. If he didn't find a way to get out as soon as possible, he would be caught sooner or later. Okay, he didn't want to part ways, but he had to. Luckily, I had unlocked the free exchange function. After all, zombies are drawn to the scent of blood. Su Yu immediately spent all his remaining points and exchanged them for a basic agility potion. Basic agility potion. When used, it instantly doubles speed and reflexes for 5 minutes. A faint light flashed in front of him, and a potion appeared out of thin air, landing right in Su Yu's hands. He swallowed it in one gulp, and his vision suddenly became clear. Moreover, he felt as light as a swallow, as if he could soar into the sky with a single leap. Although the basic agility potion only doubles the speed, its actual effect is quite significant. It is as if someone's movements are doubled. Su Yu's current speed would easily break the world record in sprinting. Bolt's speed is child's play compared to Su Yu's. Not to mention the improved reflexes, which also greatly improved Su Yu's perception of the surroundings. Woohoo! This is incredible. Sorry for underestimating you earlier. With the boost from the basic agility potion, the distance between Su Yu and the zombie horde began to increase significantly. While running, Su Yu bandaged his wounds to hide the smell of blood. After a few hundred meters, the zombies probably wouldn't be able to catch up with them. Meanwhile, Heisey and the survivors successfully reached the meeting place. The car door had already been opened, and Heisey and his men jumped into the car and immediately sped away, leaving the zombies behind in the blink of an eye. "Heisey, where is Su Yu?" Heisey's face was serious, his teeth were clenched, and he was silent. "Where is Su Yu? I'm asking you. Is there something in the observatory that he is particularly interested in, and is he staying there? Hazy still didn't answer. Hazy, I'm asking. Li Qiang started to ask, but Hao Ziyun stopped him. Captain, stop asking. It seems that Su Yu. Li Qiang couldn't believe his eyes. Although he had only known Su Yu for a short time, he already considered him a comrade. He couldn't believe that Su Yu, who knew so much about zombies, would die in this operation. Hazy, did Ziyun tell the truth? I'm not sure, but it seems so. What happened? Heizi slowly explained to everyone what happened during the evacuation. After Heizi's story, the car suddenly became cold and silent. In this situation, even if they didn't want to admit it, it was hard to say whether Su Yu would survive. No, we have to go back and save Su Yu. He can't die now. In Li Qiang's opinion, Su Yu's knowledge was priceless. If it weren't for Su Yu, the Black Fox team would have been wiped out when they encountered the second-tier zombie. Captain, have you forgotten our team's mission? Heizi was the calmest of the group. He wanted to go back and save Su Yu, but duty held him back. I know saving the survivors and their safety comes first. Then I don't need to explain anything else, right? We'll come back after we get the survivors to the extraction point. Heizi, Li Qiang opened his mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't. In the end, he just leaned back in his seat, silently looking at the road. Before the agility potion had completely worn off, Su Yu had already completely broken away from the zombie crowd. They probably wouldn't have guessed that the Su Yu they were so worried about was now happily running down the mountain, like a child who got a perfect score on a test. Even after escaping from them, Su Yu did not stop. His cooperation with the Black Fox team had ended, and it was time to return to the hideout to wait for his points. Po. He could also get them from the newcomer, Chang Faiyu. Ding, after finding the system, checked Chang Faiyu's point value. Su Yu glanced at Chang Faiyu, who had just woken up. Li He was checking on Chang Faiyu's condition at this time. There was too little intelligence about the enemy, so Su Yu could only prepare for the worst. First, I am not allowed to bring weapons into the city. I just don't know if Chen Dao's group is still there. Su Yu frowned, stood up, and began to pack the things he needed to go to the city. It's too late to chase after him. He must have entered the city long ago. It looks like I have to go there too. What such a person can do is beyond the imagination of others. Chen Dao is a man who kills without blinking an eye, not to mention the approaching end of the world. Although Su Yu now has a system, he should be careful if he wants to deal with these people. Chen Dao is not easy to deal with. I didn't expect that the Scar King would actually target Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue, how influential is your background? Su Yu sighed as he thought about it. Now the scoundrels called him the Scar King. The chief had a scar on his lip. His name was Chen Dao. In his youth, he was nicknamed Scar Boy. However, Su Yu heard that this sentence was cut off. Su Yu, an ordinary person, naturally had never seen him. He was quite famous. Everyone in Xingcheng knew him. In his previous life, Fang Long was a subordinate of the local governor of Xingcheng. Of course, Su Yu didn't have the ability to predict the future. Damn, Brother Su, you're amazing. You know all this? You're the legendary prophet? Li He was shocked. Doesn't he have a scar on his lip? Su Yu laughed. Oh, by the way, Fang Long seems to be following someone like a younger brother. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, Fang Long is the leader? I don't think Fang Long is that brave. He just didn't expect this day to come so soon. When Su Yu saved that man, he knew that he would be attacked in the future. Hearing that name, Su Yu wasn't surprised at all. Fang Long. By the way, Su, I know two people like that, Fang Long and Lao, the one we saved last time. Zrenia, he was confident that they would not harm her. Although Su Yu did not know Lin Xiaoxue's past. Since Lin Xiaoxue was kidnapped, her life was not in danger. After listening to Li He's account of what happened, Su Yu did not seem particularly nervous. Chang Faiyu and I could not handle such a quantity. That's how it happened. As soon as the door opened, several people rushed into the room trying to take Lin Xiaoxue away. But Lin Xiaoxue couldn't bear to see someone die. She said that if it was true, wasn't it the same as watching a person die? That's why she opened the door of the shelter. I think there's a catch. She doesn't look like a wild survivalist, so I don't want to keep her here. Li, he shook his head. So you let her in? That's what happened, Brother Su. Not long after Chang Faiyu arrived here, a woman covered in dust ran up to the door of the shelter and said that she was being chased by a group of zombies and asked us for protection. Tell me the details, Su Yu said seriously. Su Yu slowly shook his head, not intending to blame Li He. Li He's face was filled with self-flagellation. Brother Su, something terrible has happened. Someone came and forcibly took Lin Xiaoxue away. Chang Faiyu and I were unable to protect Lin Xiaoxue. Li He opened his eyes in confusion and jumped up from the ground a few seconds later. Huh? Brother Su? Hey, you two, wake up. What happened? Where is Lin Xiaoxue? Seeing this, Su Yu lost all hope of peace. Li He and Chang Faiyu were unconscious on the ground, and Lin Xiaoxue had disappeared. The bottles and jars on the table were all knocked over. But when Su Yu entered, he saw a terrible mess. Strange. Why was the door to this hideout open? I want to see who is so reckless as to leave it unlocked. But before he entered, Su Yu noticed something unusual. After a few hours of walking, Su Yu thought he should return to the shelter and have a good rest. On the way, Su Yu found a random motorcycle on the side of the road, headed towards the shelter. Without thinking, Su Yu immediately spent his points to purchase basic combat equipment. But it is understandable after all, Chang Faiyu is just a tailor. 50 points this person is worth 50 points. Please check, master. It was time to expand his arsenal of martial skills. At that moment, a flood of martial knowledge fell upon Su Yu. My God, wasn't this basic martial technique too strong? Su Yu had originally assumed that basic martial techniques were just the level of martial arts, but it seems that it will be difficult to defeat him unless he meets a martial artist. In fact, Su Yu could wait until he gets the quest points to exchange them for advanced martial techniques. He exchanged them for basic martial techniques because he wanted to save them to strengthen the shelter. Cover was his greatest strength. It seems that the basic combat technique is more than enough. Let's find someone to try it out. As for the test subject, Su Yu chose Li He. Thus, the unfortunate Li He became Su Yu's guinea pig. Li He, punch me in the face. Huh? Li He was confused by Su Yu's words. Brother Su, are you serious? Of course. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. I just wanted to test my level. Hearing this, Li He chuckled. Brother Su, you better be careful then. See my fist? It's the size of a sandbag. Don't look at me like I'm a scholar. There are few who can withstand my punch. Come on, if you're really that skilled, how could Lin Xiaoxue be taken away? This sentence hit Li He hard, making him feel very embarrassed. Come on, Brother Su, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Although you're an excellent spearman, you're not that confident in your fighting skills. Here I am. With these words, Li He gathered his strength and rushed towards Su Yu, striking from a knight stance. Su Yu stood motionless, not dodging. Grabbing Li He's arm, he instantly kicked his right leg forward, resting his shoulder against his own, and threw him over his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. Just as the blow was about to hit its target, Su Yu dodged to the side. The movements were smooth, coordinated, without a single word. Ouch, that hurt! The blow was so powerful that stars jumped out of Li He's eyes. Su Yu stared at his palm in surprise. At that moment, he didn't think about anything. Every movement was automatic. It was as if the knowledge of combat was engraved in his body, fused with Su Yu. Su Yu was overjoyed. I have more confidence now. Su Yu smiled and apologized after picking up Li He from the ground and continued. This time, I'm not only going to the city to get Lin Xiaoxue, but also to get supplies. Do you need anything? Li He replied without hesitation. If possible, a microscope. We haven't caught any zombies yet, right? I would like to take tissue samples from the zombies for research. Seeing that Li He still remembered his mission, Su Yu felt relieved. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Brother Yu, what is my mission? I always feel redundant when I do nothing. Chiang Fa-yu hesitated for a long time before asking, You can help Li Hu here now. Help him with whatever he needs. I will arrange your specific task when I return. Okay. Until Su Yu left the hideout, Li He and Chiang Fa-yu never mentioned going with him. They knew that it would only hinder Su Yu. It was better to stay in the shelter and watch the base camp so that it would not be attacked. After leaving the shelter, Su Yu drove his SUV to the evacuation point. Along the way, points were added to his account for completing rescue missions. This brought Su Yu one step closer to upgrading the shelter. Upon arrival at the evacuation point, he was given a special vehicle to take people to the city. There was a group of soldiers there. These were the same soldiers who were stationed in Star City. Each of them looked tired. They must not have rested since the zombies appeared. Su Yu respected these people very much. If it weren't for them, Star City would have been destroyed by zombies long ago. Of course, if it weren't for these black sheep. Wait, you're a suburban survivor? Su Yu asked with a frown. We're a house in the suburbs. I'm out of supplies and I'm going to go to the city to get supplies. Su Yu nodded. Mo. The soldier's gaze immediately became suspicious. Just when Su Yu was about to feel defenseless, the soldier patted him on the shoulder. I know you don't want to leave your home, but the suburbs are very dangerous right now. If possible, you should return to the city. Where in this world is there a truly safe place? The soldier was slightly stunned and speechless. After explaining his purpose, Su Yu finally got into the special vehicle. There were several survivors in the vehicle. Their homes were far from the reservoir, and they were not hurt the first time, so they survived. But Su Yu could see from their faces that they were mortally afraid of the zombies. Everyone lowered their heads, hugged themselves tightly, and trembled. There was only one bearded uncle in the back seat, looking out the window and smoking. Su Yu didn't pay much attention to it and sat in the back seat without saying a word. I know you. You predicted the zombie crisis, right? Alas, if people believed you, this apocalypse would not have happened. Su Yu turned his head, looked at him, and nodded in agreement, without hiding his face. Su Yu got off the bus and saw medics nearby, ready to take the injured to the hospital. When they officially arrived in the city, Su Yu was the last one to get off. After that, they rode in silence. Perhaps he too had lost a loved one to the zombies. Su Yu blinked, not understanding what his uncle was getting at. Oh, I will never stop fighting zombies. One day I will destroy all the zombies in the world. Suddenly, he turned and stared at Su Yu. The bearded man smoked the whole way, as if he couldn't live without cigarettes. The special vehicle started and headed towards the city. Seeing Su Yu's silence, the bearded man didn't insist. Reincarnation and the shelter system were his biggest secrets, and he didn't tell anyone. We'll tell. Su Yu remained silent. How did you know that zombies would appear? Su Yu deeply regretted it. No, even if that were the case, zombie outbreaks would have occurred somewhere else. It just gave Star City time to prepare. It's a pity that I couldn't even do that. Sir, do you need medical attention? Su Yu shook his head and headed in the direction indicated. The first thing he had to do upon arriving in the city was find Chen Dao. Su Yu scoffed at the thought that Chen Dao's presence would mean that Lin Xiaoshui was nearby. Walking through the streets of Star City, they were wearing black leather jackets, from under the collar of which one could barely see. At this time, two men were sitting across the chair from Su Yu. He did not want to attract other people's attention. Faced with the rude behavior of the bartender, Su Yu did not condemn him. The bartender snorted involuntarily and handed it to Su Yu with a smile. Sake? A glass of sake. Sir, what would you like to order? I didn't know and thought that the zombie outside was just an illusion. The men and women in the bar were immersed in happiness. Su Yu chose a bar at random, entered and sat down. This way, he would not reveal the purpose of his visit, killing two birds with one stone. The bar is full of all sorts of people, and Su Yu can get information without asking. As for where to look for clues, It's very simple. The bar. Chen Dao's whereabouts can be found here. Some forces have also settled here. No one knew. What's happening? All sorts of people lived here. The Star Dragon district was a notorious grey area in Star City, a place where Su Yu headed straight to the Star Dragon district. When the day comes that Star City's defences are breached, I wonder how many of you will still be able to laugh. So many people died in the suburbs, it was just a consequence of their cowardice. Anyone could easily resist them. That in their eyes, zombies were just a bunch of slow, weak-willed creatures. These people had never seen zombies before and naturally did not understand their terrifying nature. It was this attitude of ordinary people that shaped the future. So swing, while those who fought the zombies outside risked their lives. In the impending doomsday, Su Yu sat and eavesdropped on their conversation. Tattoos. It seemed they were members of the Star City police force. Zombies? What's so scary about them? If a zombie dares to enter the city, just wait and see how I, Amazi, will kill it. You're just bragging. I heard a lot of people died, even the army suffered losses. It's them, the slackers. How can they compare to me? If I weren't a born bandit, I would definitely be a general in the army. I think you drank too much. Bullshit. I'm not like that. If I wanted, I could unite the forces of Star City. The man next to him was so scared that he almost dropped his glass. He quickly covered Amazi's mouth and looked around frantically to see if anyone had heard. When he was sure that no one was paying attention to him, he sighed with relief. Idiot, you're killing yourself. If anyone hears you, not only you, but I will die too. Haha, let anyone come and take my life. Amazi blushed, raised his glass, and drained it in one gulp. Even if the King of Scars comes, I will still finish him off. Oh, stop it, you are my father, my real father, please shut up. The man realized that he couldn't let Amazi continue bragging, so he quickly paid for the drinks and helped him out. Seeing this, Su Yu paid and left as well. The two of them looked stupid, perfect for exploitation. Su Yu followed them all the way, completely unnoticed. Suddenly, Amazi covered his mouth with his hand and a bitter grimace appeared on his face. Help me get to the alley. I'm going to throw up. Damn, I'm so impressed. The two men hurried into the alley. Su Yu followed him, and together they entered a dark alley. Ugh! Amazi was now throwing up, leaning against the wall. Su Yu slowly approached, and only when he was about 5 meters away did those around Amazi notice his presence. Who are you? He stared at Su Yu, ready to pounce if he moved. Su Yu rubbed his nose and sneered. You just said that you would defeat the Scar King, even if he came, right? The man was shocked. Are you the Scar King's men? Oh, right. You bastards dare to insult my boss? Tell me, do you want to spare your finger today, or do you want me to take you to the boss? This man's face was covered in sweat, and he was shaking with excitement. He knew the reputation of the Scar King. If they went to the Scar King, he and Amazi would die. But he didn't want to lose his finger. He turned to Amazi, who was still vomiting. This is all your fault, idiot. Are you still sick? He said, and kicked Amazi in the ass, knocking him down. Who kicked me? Are you looking for death? I kicked you. Why did you kick me, brother? Are you sick? Look what you've done. You were rude just now, and now the Scar King's men are here. What do you think we should do? Amazi glanced at Su Yu and smiled disdainfully. The Scar King's men. Even if the Scar King himself came, he couldn't do anything. What could his men do? Su Yu smiled and moved his arms and legs, making a creaking sound. So you are so powerful? Eh? Do you need to explain it to me? Why don't you kneel down in front of Grandpa and apologize? V. The other man was scared to death by these words. He quickly pushed Amazi away and leaned over to apologize once more. Sir, he drank too much. That's why he's talking such nonsense. It's all careless. Please be merciful and let me go. However, Su Yu wasn't going to give in. You know, words can cause trouble, right? I won't take back my words. Either you spare my finger or come back with me. It's that simple. The man lowered his head, his thoughts racing. He weighed the strength of both sides. He had two on his side, and Su Yu was alone. If they really fought, they wouldn't necessarily lose. Besides, this was an alley. Even if they killed Su Yu, no one would know about their deed. In a few seconds, he already knew exactly what to do. Brother, be merciful when you can. Leave us an escape route so that we can meet in the future. No need to be so ruthless, right? I am like that. The Scar King's men are ruthless. Do you have any objections? If you don't want to let us go, then don't blame us. A cornered dog will do anything. Haha. Are you saying that you're a dog? You're the only one who can still laugh. Amazi, stop being so cold and kill him. Amazi's face instantly distorted, and he immediately pulled out a dagger from his belt. Heh, it's been a while since I've done this. I'm looking forward to it. Su Yu's lips curled slightly. After all, these two had done this before. Then, clashing with them here and there would have avoided the psychological pressure. Even if it wasn't there, it wouldn't be any pressure. Amazi and the other man acted in complete harmony. One on the left, the other on the right, attacking from both sides with daggers aimed straight at Su Yu's chest. This was Su Yu's first close combat, and yet Su Yu wasn't nervous at all. If only two minions could defeat him, how could he possibly survive the apocalypse? Instead of retreating, Su Yu rushed forward, charging straight at Amazi. Amazi did not expect Su Yu to charge straight at him and was momentarily taken aback. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Yu grabbed his wrist. A powerful force pierced Amazi's wrist, causing him to drop the dagger in pain. Su Yu caught the dagger and stabbed it back into Amazi's thigh. Amazi instantly lost all resistance and fell to the ground, clutching his thigh. His face was no longer flushed with intoxication, replaced by an endless pallor. The other finally reacted. Seeing Su Yu turning away from him, he realized that this was a good opportunity and immediately rushed towards Su Yu with great speed. Hey, why don't you just listen to me? Su Yu didn't turn around, but put his hand behind his back and grabbed his wrist just as the dagger was about to pierce him. What? Just lie down on the ground. Su Yu raised his left leg, turned around, and kicked his opponent in the head. This blow should have caused at least a mild concussion. After knocking both of them down, Su Yu casually adjusted his collar. Since you still resist, then come with me to see the boss. No, we don't want to go to the Fuyi building. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Oh? You still know the Fuyi building? Of course I do. Fuyi building is a company, but in fact, it is the headquarters of the Blade Society. We all know this. What? Su Yu was in a good mood, having obtained this information so easily. Okay, I see you have behaved well, so I will let you go today. Su Yu walked up to them. The two were stunned. They were so ruthless just now, so why should they be released now? Faces. Expression with a smile and a mysterious, disgusted expression. I don't know. I know. Brother Fang, hurry up. I'm here. Otherwise, it won't be fun when the boss comes back, Fang Long said as he walked up to Lin Xiaoxue and prepared to touch her. It seems like we were saved by that idiot Su Yu. It seems like you had nothing to do with it. Who are you talking to? Fang Long's face twisted in disdain. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lip. You two bastards. It was a shame I saved you from the zombie horde. What he was going to do next was a given. With that, he said. Fang Long stared at Lin Xiaoxue's chest and slowly approached. You're very capable, kid. Why didn't I think of it myself? Fang Long's eyes lit up at these words. How about we try masturbation right now? The boss is away, so this woman won't lose a drop of meat. Fang Long rolled his eyes and said, Don't shout if you want her. I want her too. Hot. If my boss hadn't forbidden it, I would have gladly tried it right now. Lauer looked at Lin Xiaoxu, drooling. Hey, this woman is so go. The ones watching her were none other than Fang Long and Lauer. In the office on the top floor of the Fuyi building, Lin Xiaoxue was tied tightly to a chair. Su Yu did not move until he was absolutely sure. Rushing now would be the same, that he would fall into the tiger's mouth. Upon arriving at the scene, Su Yu did not act rashly, but instead watched from afar. What oh? It seemed like a big fish was about to bite the bait. Just when Su Yu was about to change his plans, two old acquaintances came out from the entrance of the building. Is someone saying something bad about me? Damn, waiting like this is no way out. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who was still waiting outside the building, yawned. But Su Yu definitely won't come to save me. After all, we are not that close. So I have come to rely on Su Yu. At this moment, her thoughts were not about her parents, but about Su Yu. This thought even shocked Lin Xiaoxue herself. Su Yu, I wonder how you are now. After the Scar King left, the study was silent. Don't worry about this. I, the King of Scars, have a reputation for being a reliable man in Star City. I never break my promises. Humph, I hope you keep your word. I promise that such unpleasantness will not happen again. From now on, I will find women to guard you. Chen Dao was sincere. He said he would draw up a contract soon. Once it is signed, I will send you back to your father and not touch a hair on your head. Xiaoxue sighed softly and asked helplessly, What did my father say? Lin, Madam Lin, I hope you understand. You know how valuable you are. Even if it's not the end of the world, I still need to use you to provide opportunities for the Blade Club. After Fang Long and the others left, Chen Dao slowly sat down on the sofa. Fang Long and the others were unable to resist Chen Dao's order and only obeyed. Yes, shut up. From now on, I will not allow you two in this room. Boss, we remember what I said? Lin Xiaoxue must not be harmed under any circumstances. Are you trying to disobey my order? It's boss. Let me explain. Hearing this, Chen Dao instantly turned cold. They tried to take advantage of me while you were gone. Miss Lin, what were they trying to do? Chen Dao naturally didn't believe him. Nothing. Just checking if the rope is secure. Fang Long chuckled. What are you doing? Fang Long, quick-witted, stood motionless with his hands behind his back and seemed to be doing nothing, like Chen Dao, the head of the Blade Society. Just as Fang Long's hand was about to touch Lin Xiaoxue, the door of the office burst open. It was none other than, hey, resist. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Come, or I will never let you go. Su Yu took aim at them and quietly followed them. Damn, the duck I was holding just flew away. I don't understand why the boss didn't allow it. Brother Fang, I told you to hurry up. Who told you to nag at that bitch? The sooner you start, the sooner you'll get your pleasure. Come on, what's the point of saying this after the fact? I have no choice but to find another woman to enjoy today. Where are we going to have fun today? Lichun Garden. Oh my God. Brother Fang is so generous, he's going to Lichun Garden. Today, I'll show you what an invincible penis is. Fang Long and Lao Er went to Lichun Garden in a rage. Lichun Garden is a famous beauty salon in Xinglong district. But beauty salons are just a facade. In fact, Lichun Garden is just for this kind of thing. When Fang Long and the other two entered, Su Yu followed them. Sir, you look so familiar. Is this your first time here? A woman in her 30s with heavy makeup asked with a smile. It seemed like she was the owner. Su Yu nodded. This is my first time here. What services do you offer? We have all kinds of services. It all depends on your money, boss. Su Yu smiled slyly. Then can I serve you? The woman was slightly taken aback and flirted with Su Yu. Master, the price of my services is very high. Are you okay with that? Seeing the woman's hypocritical look, Su Yu felt disgusted. There was an apocalypse outside, but here this was happening. How could Su Yu be happy about this? However, Su Yu did not show it outwardly, and his face was still full of lust. Where is Brother Fang? I just went to the toilet and let them go first. Oh, so you are with Boss Fang. Boss Fang is in the private room on the second floor. Do you want me to take you there? No, I can go alone. At this time, in the private room, Fan Long and Lao Er had just taken off their pants and were enjoying privacy for a few minutes when the door suddenly swung open, startling both of them. Su Yu, how did you get here? Hey, You both seem to be having a lot of fun. Will you take me along? The second Fanlong and Lauer froze. Reacted the most, instinctively jumping out of bed. He had been caught doing something like this before, hence the reaction. Lauer, are you stupid? This is Su Yu. Why are you afraid of him? This is our territory. Fang Long felt ashamed of his slight panic. After calming down, he suddenly felt smugness creeping up on him. He brazenly exposed his naked body to Su Yu. Hey, isn't that Su Yu? Why don't you stay in your shelter in the wild? Why are you running to the city? Was your shelter destroyed by zombies? Ha 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 ha. Su Yu looked at Fang Long with a smile. There was no hint of anger in her eyes. Fang Long was embarrassed when he saw that he couldn't anger Su Yu. Humph, I tell you, don't think that you are so powerful just because you saved us once. This is my territory. No matter how powerful you are in the wild, you have to stay here. Su Yu smiled faintly. Are you saying that a strong dragon can't handle a local snake? Yes, that's what I mean. What? It seems like you're quite clever. At this point, Su Yu suddenly chuckled. Then I'll handle you today, little snake, Su Yu said, looking coldly at the two women on the bed. Get out of here immediately. You won't be able to leave if you don't. The two women wrapped themselves in their clothes in terror and walked out of the room. Fang Long was still seething with anger, and now that the women had escaped, he was furious. Su Yu, are you completely ill? The women have already escaped. Do you want to die? Haha, it seems like you two want to die. Where did you take Lin Xiaoxue? Su Yu got straight to the point, stating the purpose of his trip. Fang Long rolled his eyes, instantly understanding what was going on. Oh, I see. So you came here for this cousin. As soon as he said this, Fang Long felt the room turn cold. He looked into Su Yu's eyes and found that Su Yu's gaze was cold and piercing. Even Chen Dao had never scared him so much. Fang Long couldn't help but squeeze his neck, stood up, picked up the clothes on the bed, and put them on. I warn you, speak politely to me. If I hear you belittle Lin Xiaoxue again, you know what will happen. Before Fang Long could say anything, the other guy next to him couldn't help himself. Just you? Are you asleep? Who in Xinglong County wouldn't greet me respectfully when they saw me? People like you who can't even see me if they want to, and you dare to speak so arrogantly here. Stop talking nonsense and tell me where Lin Xiaoshu is. Hehe, I'll tell you honestly, Brother Long had a taste of this bitch a long time ago. Wow, she's simply amazing. It's a pity you haven't seen her. This bitch was squealing with joy. Fang Long, who was standing next to him, was slightly stunned. Although he also hated Su Yu, he never thought of bragging in front of him like that. After all, Su Yu was a real talent. If Su Yu were to fight, he wouldn't be able to defeat 10 people. At this moment, Su Yu's aura clearly thickened. Fang Long, is that so? Of course not. That's right, Lin Xiaoxue was thoroughly fucked by me and the brothers. Sorry for being late, but if you want to try it, we'll take you later. Isn't that cute? But Fang Long knew that it was impossible to deny it now. Wouldn't that be awkward? Hehe. This was the first time since Su Yu had been reborn that he hadn't felt so angry. In his previous life, when Su Yu was tired and hungry, it was Lin Xiaoxue who, despite everyone's resistance, treated him. It was Lin Xiaoxue who gave him a ray of hope when Su Yu was completely lost. Although they had nothing in common in that life, in this life, reborn with memories, they became close friends and even fell in love. But now, even this benefactor and friend was defiled by these two bastards. All because he couldn't protect Lin Xiaoxue. Su Yu no longer knew how to earn Lin Xiaoxue's forgiveness. He only knew that the only thing he could do now was to make these two bastards pay for it. Su Yu did not take any special action. He simply walked towards them with a sullen expression. Seeing Su Yu in this state, Fang Long knew that something was wrong and gradually retreated from the bed. Su Yu, what are you planning to do? Do you want to fight us here? Su Yu slowly raised his head and looked at the two of them as if they were dead. Could there be another end for you? Just when Su Yu was about to make a move, Fang Long suddenly snatched a gun from the nightstand and pointed it at his head. Ha ha! Su Yu, you didn't expect this. I have a gun. Aren't you cool? Keep being cool. Let's see how long you can stay cool. Su Yu didn't show any fear as he aimed his gun. What? Aren't you afraid? Still pretending to be cool? Don't think I don't understand how scared you are right now, right? Kneel down and beg me. Call me Grandpa Fang 3 times, and I might let you go. Su Yu looked at him coldly, finally saying only 4 words. Hopeless. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu snatched the gun from Fang Long's hand with incredible speed. Even Lao who was watching, did not notice what happened. Fang Long's hand still held the gun, his face still showing rage. But when he saw his gun in Su Yu's hand, all of that disappeared. Su Yu played with the gun, keeping his cool. You think guns are fun, huh? Su Yu asked, pointing the gun at Fang Long's head. It must be funny to see a bullet pierce your head right before my eyes. Fang Long did have a gun, but Chen Dao had given it to him 2 days earlier. In the past, he was just an internet celebrity, a scumbag at best. He had never had a gun pointed at him. Now he pointed the gun at Su Yu just to scare him. He didn't have the courage to kill anyone. Now that Su Yu had pointed the gun at him, he realized how scary it was to be in someone else's hands. As for the other guy on the side, although he talks a lot, he is actually even less brave than Fang Long. Seeing Su Yu snatch the gun from him, he was so scared that he sat on the ground and did not dare to say a word. Fang Long was also very scared. His legs were so weak that he could not move. Su Yu, brother Su, please forgive me. Let you go? How naive can you be to say such a thing? Do you think I'll let you go after you did something like that? Brother Su, everything we said just now was a lie, just to irritate you. That bitch Miss Lin is still fine, and I didn't even touch a hair of her. Fang Long remembered the tears welling up in his eyes. My God, what will make you believe me? Do you think I'll believe your lies? There's no point in saying more. You'll have to tell the devil about all this. Su Yu's finger froze on the trigger. His rage was so intense that he momentarily forgot about the purpose of his journey. Hadn't he come here to save Lin Xiaoxue? Killing these two here and now would only complicate matters. What guarantee was there that you were telling the truth? Fang Long, noticing Su Yu's hint, immediately firmly declared, I swear on my life that I never touched Miss Lin. After all, our boss forbids anyone from harming her. Right? Hearing this, Su Yu's anger gradually subsided. Meanwhile, his interest in Chen Dao grew stronger. Are you saying that all of this is Chen Dao's doing? Indeed? What exactly were you trying to achieve by kidnapping Lin Xiaoxue? After Fang Long finished speaking, he looked at Su Yu strangely. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Fang Long asked incredulously. Su Yu, do you really not know who Lin Xiaoxue is? I don't know. My God, I thought you were polite since you knew her. I didn't expect such stupidity. Su Yu was not surprised by Fang Long's reaction. He had long suspected that Lin Xiaoxue had powerful backing, otherwise so many people would not have attacked her. It's just that he didn't know what kind of support it was. Even in his previous life, he had no idea. Come on, take me to Lin Xiaoxue. Don't you want to know who Lin Xiaoxue is? I don't need you to tell me. Even if I wanted to, I'd have to wait for her to tell me herself. Fang Long frowned. He couldn't stand Su Yu's behavior. How could such a person exist in this apocalypse? He could have gained wealth and status just by exploiting Lin Xiaoxue. But Su Yu pretended not to care. How could Fang Long tolerate this? Su Yu, wait. I'll show you that you're wrong, Fang Long said to himself. He stood up and followed Su Yu with Lao. As they left the room, the girls from Lichun Garden were terrified. After all, the noise inside was so loud that everyone present could hear it. They had never met Su Yu, but they knew that Fang Long and Lao were the Scar King's favorites. How strong would a person have to be to keep these two under control? Su Yu ignored the gazers and spoke in a low voice. Forget what you saw today, otherwise... Without saying a word, Su Yu walked out of Lichun Garden. Fang Long and the other two hurried after them. They had no intention of running. If they tried, Su Yu would definitely kill them on the spot. They knew that someone like Su Yu was capable of anything. Miss Lin is in the office on the top floor of the Fuyi building. The Fuyi building is heavily guarded. You can't enter through the main entrance. Where is Lin Xiaoxue now? Why not? I want to enter through the main entrance and I want to enter openly. Huh? Fang Long was stunned. Was Su Yu really going to run into a weapon? Su Yu, you can't go through the main entrance. What are you afraid of? You're not here? Why don't you just accept me? What? Fang Long was stunned. If he sneaks in, he can still wait for an opportunity to cause trouble. But if he enters like this, he will be accused of betraying the Scar King. At that time, even if he causes trouble, the Scar King will not let him go. Okay, Master Su, can we not go through the main entrance? I know there is a completely safe back door. Su Yu's answer was just as simple. Number. The three of them walked at a brisk pace. Su Yu let Fang Long and the other two go ahead, and he followed behind them like a younger brother. When they arrived at the entrance of the Fuyi building, no one suspected anything. Hey, isn't this brother Feng Long? Didn't you say you were going to Lichen Garden? Why did you come back so soon? You definitely won't have any problems there, right? I have some medicine. Do you want to try it? Fang Long's face was full of anger. This man was called Chen Xiaodao, a relative of the Scar King. Ever since he joined the Blade Club, Chen Xiaodao had always looked down on him and his second brother. Chen Xiaodao often made sarcastic remarks, just like now. Xiaodao, I have one more thing to tell you, so I won't talk to you anymore. What? You want to run away because I hit you where it hurts, right? I told you I had one more thing to do. Don't think I'll tolerate you just because you're related to the Scar King. Chen Xiaodao was slightly stunned. What happened to Fang Long, who never dared to contradict himself? Was there something wrong with him? He didn't know. Fang Long had fallen into Su Yu's hands today and was already furious. But Su Yu was too strong, so he could only restrain his anger. Now that Chen Xiaodao had approached him like this, it had just happened to make him angry. Chen Xiaodao was speechless for a moment, but then he looked at Su Yu. Who is this? Why haven't I seen him before? This is my old brother. He heard that I was now with the Scar King and joined him. Oh? Another hesitant like you, huh? Chen Xiaodao said with a smile as he walked up to Su Yu and waved a wad of money in front of him. See? Don't follow those two losers. Follow me and I'll make sure you get everything you need. Su Yu didn't answer. Fang Long's face fell. Xiaodao, are you trying to poach people from me? Am I wrong? Aren't you losers? Chen Xiaodao ignored Fang Long. He wanted to pull Su Yu towards him and give him a good slap. This time, he threw the money directly onto Su Yu's chest, letting it scatter on the ground. Pick up this money and you are mine. This is just a wishful gift. Think carefully. Who will bring you wealth and prosperity in this apocalypse? Su Yu was silent, his heart full of disdain. These people in front of him were just adventurers seeking to destroy the world in the last days. In ancient times, they would have been outright bandits. Yet such people dared to speak so brazenly in front of him. Su Yu did not take the money, did not even glance at it. He clearly underestimated it. He had always thought that money was meaningless. Moreover, in the apocalypse, its value would quickly evaporate. I'll give you 1 minute. Get out of my sight. Instantly, everything became quiet. Fang Long, Chen Xiaodao, and the others, as well as the passers-by, were shocked by this remark. Did you hear that? This guy actually told Chen Xiaodao to get lost. This will be a good show. Although the boss doesn't like Chen Xiaodao, he is still a member of his family. This guy messed with Chen Xiaodao. Let's see how the boss deals with him. Chen Xiaodao laughed angrily, pointing at Su Yu's nose. How dare you talk to me like that? I am the nephew of the Scar King, Su Yu said coldly. Forget that you are his nephew. Even if you are the Scar King, what does it matter? Fang Long, who was standing next to him, was completely terrified of Su Yu. He wanted to stop him, but he did not dare. He only winked at him, warning him. Su Yu ignored him as if he were blind. This filled him with anxiety. Chen Xiaodao had never encountered such an impudent person before. He didn't know whether to be angry or laugh at Su Yu's ignorance. No matter, your ignorance is not your fault. Now kneel down and beg me, and I will let you go. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xiaodao felt a sudden surge of power from above, pressing him to the ground. Everyone looked on in amazement. Su Yu had practically stepped on Chen Xiaodao's head, showing him no mercy. Everyone immediately crowded around Su Yu. Let him go. I warn you, don't act recklessly, otherwise you won't get out alive. Su Yu sneered. Now he was far from invincible in close combat and could easily deal with dozens of thugs. There were about 20 of them around. Without a weapon, Su Yu couldn't lose. But the Blade Club members didn't know his strength. They just thought of Su Yu as a guy with some skills. When Fang Long saw Su Yu surrounded, he knew that this was a great opportunity to take on them. Listen up, brothers. He was the one who predicted the zombie invasion. He threatened to bring him here to fulfill his secret intentions. Catch him. Hearing this, everyone stared at Su Yu with even greater greed. Su Yu was not surprised by Fang Long's betrayal. In fact, it would be strange if he did not oppose them. But that did not matter. He originally planned to sneak in to save Lin Xiaoxue. But now he had a new idea. It was all because of Fang Long's words. Did you hear me? Quickly remove your dog paw. Otherwise, I'll chop off your dog paw later. Ah! The pressure on Chen Xiaodao's head suddenly increased. The pain was splitting. Oh, don't scare me. What if I get so scared that I crush your head? That's not good for either of us. Get out of the way. You're trying to... Aye! Oh, I told you not to scare me, but why don't you understand? Su Yu shook his head regretfully. A devil. A real devil. Su Yu's actions made everyone doubt. If this devil crushed Chen Xiaodao to death, no one present would be able to escape the Scar King's wrath. She headed straight to the Scar King's office. Meanwhile, on the top floor, in the office where Lin Xiaoxue was being held, the woman picked up the phone, glanced at it, frowned, and walked out. After all, she was one of the boss's most trusted people. Now that she was here, there would be no problems. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her. A few minutes later, the woman appeared on the first floor. The woman in distress who had appeared at the shelter's door earlier turned out to be the man in mask. She was once a world-class kickboxer, but she was injured in a fight and went through many trials before coming under his command. The woman's strength was extremely high. Chen Dao was greatly relieved and sent the woman to check. Yes, sir. Go and check. If there is any value, bring him. If not, let him die. This made him a little curious. He knew that Su Yu was the owner of the shelter, and that Su Yu had predicted the zombie apocalypse. Hearing that it was Su Yu, Chen Dao's expression became tense. Oh, Su Yu? It seems that this troublemaker is Su Yu. What do you think? He must have offended someone. Go and help him sort it out. Just kill this person. Chen Dao showed no interest. Zrenya, there is an incident downstairs. Xiao Dao was stepped on. Boss Fang Long immediately walked over with a smile. Sister Han, you've finally come. Save Xiao Dao. He's dying. The woman said coldly, Don't think that I don't understand what's going on. The boss will naturally interrogate you when everything is resolved. It's best not to go anywhere. Fang Long's smile instantly disappeared, and he leaned against the wall with a frightened expression. His plans were ruined. Su Yu was not embarrassed by the woman's appearance. Who are you? Han Weijun, the Scar King's subordinate, released Xiao Dao. Sister Han, save me! Chen Xiao Dao began, and Su Yu intensified his kick, causing him to cry out in pain. If I release him, wouldn't that mean I'm free of hostages? I'll be your opponent. I can order them not to attack. Su Yu looked at Han Weijun from head to toe. He was wearing a black leather jacket and light makeup, but he was strikingly handsome, only slightly inferior to Lin Xiaoxue. Han Weijun's figure was incredibly seductive, with smooth curves. The most amazing thing about him was his long legs. Su Yu was sure that there were few men present who had longer legs than her. This woman was his rival? This was mockery. Su Yu smiled and shook his head. Let Chen Dao come over. I don't want to mock a woman. Han Weijun smiled slightly, casually untying the hair tie on her head, letting her short hair fall. She raised her fists to face level. She stepped forward slightly with her left foot, standing on tiptoe. She shifted all her weight onto her right foot, adopting a perfect fighting stance. Her gaze was fixed on Su Yu, not at all like a woman, but like a cheetah stalking its prey. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. Su Yu removed his foot from Chen Xiaodao's head and approached Han Weijun, adopting the same stance. Interesting. Then I will compete with you. Han Weijun did not expect Su Yu to use the same stance and looked no less skilled than himself. Put away the knife, and no one else will be able to attack even if I lose. Can you hear me? Yes. Su Yu had long wanted to find a master to test his skills, and Han Weijun was just the person he needed. Then let's begin. Under normal circumstances, Su Yu would not compete with her. With the apocalypse looming, how could there be time for internal conflict? Han Weijun gestured with his finger to signal Su Yu to attack. Su Yu's lips twitched. When the basic knowledge of martial arts surged into his mind, it included free combat. He really felt that he was being looked down upon. This led to the current scene. Su Yu concentrated his weight on his left leg, gathering his strength, and his entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow with incredible speed. Then, the force instantly fell on his right fist, striking Han Weijun in the face. Su Yu was completely confident in this strike. Got it. At the very moment when the punch was about to strike, Han Weijun blocked Su Yu's fist with his left forearm. No tricks, just a simple block. Before Su Yu could react, Han Weijun's attacks came down on him like torrential rain. Su Yu was thrown to the side, landing face up in the open space to Han Weijun's left. His head was spinning. He had never imagined that he would be thrown back. It was a sure blow. A trickle of heat flowed from his nose. Su Yu wiped it away, realizing that it was blood. I was too confident, Su Yu realized. Ever since he got the system, he seemed to have gotten a little carried away. He thought that as long as he had the system, he would be invincible in this apocalypse. Han Weijun's strike had completely awakened Su Yu. There were many people in the world who were stronger than him. Su Yu slowly rose to his feet. In just a few seconds, his state had changed. The change was so obvious that even Han Weijun could clearly sense it. Although Su Yu had been a formidable opponent before, Han Weijun did not feel any pressure. At this moment, she felt like she was facing a formidable opponent. Before Su Yu could strike, Han Weijun attacked first. She had no idea what had happened to Su Yu. She only had a premonition. However, Su Yu, who had barely managed to stay on his feet, suddenly rushed at her before he could even regain his balance, as if he had predicted Han Weijun's move. The clash between the two was a test of strength and speed. The crowd could not see the depth of the fight. They saw the two grapple for only a split second before Han Weijun's body was sent flying. However, Han Weijun did not touch the ground, but was suspended in midair. Han Weijun was at a loss. Ever since she retired from competition and joined the Blade Club, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The last time she faced Chen Dao. Han Weijun was also inspired. Their expressions were surprisingly similar. At this moment, Su Yu had forgotten about the zombies outside the city and Lin Xiaoshui, who had been kidnapped upstairs. He was now solely focused on defeating the enemy. Wasn't Han Weijun the same? Just when they were about to fight again, Chen Dao's voice came from the PA system in the lobby of the first floor. Take him out. Han Weijun was disappointed. The Scar King wanted her to bring Su Yu right away, without having to hold another match. This made her feel regretful. She couldn't help but obey the Scar King's order. Come with me. Su Yu shrugged and hurried after him. In the elevator going up, Han Weijun asked, "Where did you learn your martial skills? Are you very good?" "Very good. Already at the master level." 69schokes.com That's it. Su Yu thought about it. His mentor could be said to be a system, but he couldn't say anything about the system. Su Yu smiled and said, I learned it myself. Self-taught Su Yu felt that Han Weijun's tone sounded a little uncertain. It seemed that he had truly entered the circle of the powerful. After going up to the top floor, Han Weijun led Su Yu into Chen Dao's office and walked out. Chen Dong sat on a chair with his back to Su Yu. Chen Dao spoke first. Are you here to save Lin Xiaoxue? Yes. Do you know who she is? If you don't know, why are you here to save her? Who is she to you? She is my companion, that's all. Ha! Interesting. Chen Dao turned around, sat down on the chair, and looked at Su Yu. Su Yu looked back. The scar on his lip really belonged to Chen Dao. I have already inquired about Li Chunyuan. Why didn't you decide to sneak in instead of making trouble at the door? Chen Dao thought curiously. He didn't believe that Su Yu was a brainless person who couldn't stand being humiliated. Su Yu smiled slightly. I heard that you didn't harm Lin Xiaoxue, so there is a possibility of negotiation. Chen Dao was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! You are such a naive idiot. You want me, the gang leader, to reason with you. So what? Ha ha! You want me to talk, but what qualifications do you have? Are you more valuable than Lin Xiaoxue? I may not be as good as you now, but I dare say that now that the end is near, my time has come. In the future, even you will have no choice but to follow my example. Chen Dao was amused by Su Yu's words. Chen Dao, although a man of principle, is not one to give in easily. Kidnapping Lin Xiaoxue for power is proof of that. Chen Dao curled his lips, lighting a cigar and looking at Su Yu as if he was a clown. Then you prove it to me. Prove your ability. If you are worthy of my approval, even if I let you save Lin Xiaoxue, what's wrong with that? Fine. Su Yu casually pulled out Fang Long's gun from behind his back. Seeing the gun, Chen Dao didn't show any fear. He knew that Su Yu wouldn't shoot him now. Fang Long's gun? Why do you need it? Su Yu remained silent, casually loading the gun. Even the bullet hit the tang sword hanging on the wall. Looking at it, he aimed it at the wall on the right and fired. Su Yu replied to Chen Dao without thinking. Do you want to join the Blade Club? Instead, it would be better to recruit this young man with divine marksmanship in front of you. After that, he would inevitably be attacked by Lin Xiaoxue's father. Lin Xiaoxue's value was indeed important, but it only brought him temporary benefits. On the contrary, his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. He was not angry at Su Yu's provocative behavior. He slowly stood up and threw the remaining half of his cigar on the ground. Weijun hurriedly opened the door of the office, thinking that Chen Dao wounded. Chen Dao waved his hand, indicating that everything was fine. Han Master, are you okay? Chen Dao couldn't even imagine such accurate shooting. The entire front part, starting from where he was gripping it with his fingers, was blown away by a bullet. He slowly looked at the cigar in his hand. A gust of wind flashed past Chen Dao's face, ricocheted off the sword, and flew straight at Chen Dao. Bullet, if you lead the Blade Club to fight the zombies, I'll think about it. Ha ha ha! Chen Dao laughed heartily. Letting the Blade Club fight the zombies? What a joke. The Scar King was not a kind person, but he really valued Su Yu. Since you don't want to join, forget it. I can let you take Lin Xiaoxue, but I have one condition. Say it. 1 month. I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, I'll personally challenge you. If you lose, you must join the Blade Club. If you win, I will consider your proposal. How is it? Han Weijun, who was standing next to him, looked at Chen Dao in surprise. This was not at all like something Chen Dao would say. What the hell was this Blade Club leader thinking? Su Yu found this proposal quite tempting. Okay, meet me at my hideout in a month. Han Weijun, take him to Lin Xiaoxue. Yes. Weijun Su Yu met Lin Xiaoxue again. Under Han's guidance, Lin Xiaoxue dozed in the chair. Miss Lin, you've come. Huh? Lin Xiaoxue opened her dazed eyes, expecting to see someone from her father. But the first person she saw when she opened her eyes was Su Yu. Su Yu. Lin Xiaoxue didn't expect to see Su Yu. She looked a little nervous. You were captured too. Su Yu smiled softly. I'm here to take you back. Su Yu walked over and untied Lin Xiaoxue's ropes with her own hands. Lin Xiaoxue was at a loss. Seeing Han Weijun standing next to her, not reacting to Su Yu's actions, she realized that he had truly come to save her. A wave of gratitude surged through her heart. Even if Su Yu had not come, her parents would have sent someone to save her. But she was deeply moved by his presence. After all, Su Yu was not like his father. He was an ordinary person. If you have any questions, come out and ask. After the two of them left the Fuyi building, Han Weijun returned to Chen Dao's office. Boss, it doesn't look like you would do that. We have already discussed this with this person. Chen Dao lit a cigar and leaned back confidently. Now that the zombie crisis has broken out, the situation will soon change. I have received news that a large number of zombies have appeared in the north of Star City and are approaching it. Han Weijun was puzzled. But what does this have to do with us? Isn't there a defense force for Star City outside? Weijun, your outlook is still too narrow. It's only a matter of time before Star City is overrun by zombies. What? It's not just Star City. I'm afraid it's the same in other cities. So I need to prepare for the future of the Blade Club. Chen Dao's face was as calm as water. Indeed, this person can strengthen the Blade Society, ensuring our place in this apocalypse. However, Su Yu is not an ordinary person, as evidenced by his prediction of the zombie crisis. Perhaps he has a way to deal with the zombies. With him, the Blade Society will undoubtedly become even more powerful. After Chen Dao's words, Han Weijun gradually began to understand his approach. Besides, do you think I'll lose to Su Yu? Then is it okay? Bring Fang Long and the other two here. Han Weijun froze and replied, That's impossible. Yes. A few moments later, Fang Long and Lao were brought into Chen Dao's office. Chen Dao's face was calm, but his thoughts were terrifying. But Fang Long and Lao knew that trouble was coming. Master, forgive us. Su Yu is really too strong. We cannot resist him. Chen Dao slowly raised his hand, indicating that he did not want to listen to his explanation. I will give you a chance to atone for your sins and earn praise. Carry out the tasks I have entrusted to you, and I will forgive you. If you do not satisfy me, you know the consequences. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. At this time, sitting in a taxi in the Xinglong district, Su Yu and Lin Xiaoxue were silent. Lin Xiaoxue did not know what to say. Open up to Su Yu or continue to hide it. Su Yu naturally noticed it. If you don't want to talk now, don't talk. Su Yu, I remember what I said before. Don't worry about what I think, just be yourself. Thank you. Do you want to go back to your parents now? Yes. Okay. Lin Xiaoxu gave the driver an address and asked him to take them there. From this address, Su Yu had already guessed who Lin Xiaoxu was. It was not far from the central administrative district of Star City. Since Lin Xiaoxu's parents were there, it was most likely her father. After seeing Lin Xiaoxu off, Su Yu briefly said goodbye and prepared to leave. As they were leaving, Lin Xiaoxu hesitated for a moment and shouted, Su Yu, wait for me. I'll go back to the shelter. Okay. After saying goodbye, Su Yu told the driver to go to Star City University. Naturally, he had to help Li. He get the promised microscope. Since they were going to get a microscope, they needed the best one. The most authoritative place in this field was the laboratory of Star City University. When they arrived at Star City University, the gates were closed. With the arrival of the zombies, all the schools in Star City were temporarily closed, and all the students stayed home. However, there were still guards inside Star City University. Su Yu was in a difficult situation. How to get a microscope? It was unlikely that he could buy it just by asking someone. Su Yu? An experienced voice came from behind him. Suyu turned around and saw the same bearded man he had met earlier when he entered Star City. He was still smoking. "Uncle, what are you doing here? I came to the university for a certain matter." "Do you want to come in?" "Well, I need a microscope to study zombies," Suyu answered without hesitation. The bearded man was taken aback for a moment and then looked at Suyu with admiration. "Yes, I was not mistaken. Come in. I will show you around." "Huh?" The bearded man walked straight to the guard room and took out his ID card to prove his identity. The guard saw the ID card and greeted him respectfully and quickly opened the door. "Let's go." Suyu hurried after him. "I'm so sleepy, and someone is giving me a pillow." I was lucky today. While walking around Star City University, Suyu noticed a completely different atmosphere than the outside. While there was no hint of an apocalypse on the streets, there was a truly apocalyptic atmosphere inside Star City University. There were no students left. After going deeper, Suyu found that there was a military garrison stationed at Star City University. In addition to the soldiers, there were also staff members in white coats. A bearded man led Suyu into the laboratory of Star City University. Before entering, Suyu noticed that everyone's expressions were filled with anxiety. "It seems that these people have realized the seriousness of the situation," Suyu said with relief. "It is people like this who bring hope to the future of Star City." Upon entering the laboratory, the staff was seething with activity. Some were immersed in experiments on microscopes. Others were staring at measuring instruments, deep in thought. More were arguing heatedly about something. "What do you mean? Aren't zombies allowed to be killed? Even if they are zombies, they were still human when they were alive. Isn't that murder?" "Sorry, not at all. If we don't kill the zombies, then we will die. If you want humanity to die out, then hold on. You, shut up!" The bearded uncle suddenly barked, and the two arguing men instantly fell silent. It seems that this uncle is special, Suyu thought. The bearded uncle looked at the group and said sternly, "Zombies must be destroyed, even if they were human in life. Not only for ourselves, but also for our loved ones, for the home we all depend on." Suyu wholeheartedly agreed. If a loved one appeared before him as a zombie, he would have a hard time bringing himself to deal with them. Considering that the other zombies were family members, it's easy to see why he would think that. But if it was Suyu, he would still kill the zombies even if they were his closest relatives. Seeing no objection, the bearded man stepped aside, revealing Suyu behind him. This is Suyu, the man who predicted the zombie crisis. You've probably all heard of him. It's him. I know him. How did you hear about the zombie crisis? What do you know about zombies? Tell me. With your information, our zombie research will definitely advance rapidly. Yod and Suyu could only force out a smile in response. The crowd of researchers rushed forward. Actually, I don't know anything either. I just happened to see these zombies while swimming in the pond. The researchers were a little disappointed. They expected Suyu to know something. Of course, Suyu couldn't tell these people the truth, but he could still share information. After all, these people were an important force in the fight against zombies. But I know something. What is it? Tell me. Calm down. The bearded man calmed the crowd. Everyone, listen to Suyu. Thank you. Suyu walked towards the crowd with an extremely serious expression. Judging from my experience in the wild, zombies are not as simple as they seem. So far, we've only encountered the most common zombies. Besides the common ones, there are even stronger second-level zombies, and even stronger ones. I don't know how strong they are. Everyone was shocked. Even the bearded man was stunned. These common zombies were already difficult to deal with, and now we are told that there are much stronger zombies? This has certainly dealt a huge blow to everyone's confidence. Suyu, are you serious? I am not lying. I once encountered a second-level zombie. Its size and physical fitness were far superior to those of a normal zombie, and it also had a very high recovery ability. This is Sla. Some of the researchers have already started to shrink into their skin. Then, what is the point of our research so far? Are you thinking of giving up? Just because I heard that there are stronger zombies? It is no exaggeration to say that in the future, there will be more and more second-tier zombies. This is an inevitable fact. Su Yu's eyes sparkled. He was a reincarnated person. What he could not do in his previous life, he must do in this life. If you are afraid, then you do not deserve to survive this apocalypse. I will always fight on the front lines, fighting for myself. The bearded man patted Su Yu on the shoulder, and Su Yu looked at him. Their expressions were remarkably similar. I agree with what you just said, Su Yu. We are not fighting voluntarily, we are forced. If we do not go, our homeland will be destroyed. Besides, you are researchers, your main goal is to protect us. Even as a soldier, I am not afraid. So, what should you be afraid of? These words gave courage to the researchers present. Although they were still a little discouraged, they finally gave in. Su Yu then shared with the others the information he could share. He believed that this information would save them from many detours. Su Yu, come here. I'll show you something. The bearded man led Su Yu into the depths of the laboratory. In the room at the back, he turned on the light. Su Yu was overjoyed. There was a glass wall in the room, and behind it was a living zombie. Su Yu had long wanted to catch the zombie and bring it to Li He for research. He didn't expect that the local researchers had already done it. Seeing Su Yu's surprised face, the bearded uncle even became a little proud. When did you catch him? We caught him a week ago and conducted many experiments. What exactly? We haven't fed him for the past week, but you can see he's still full of energy. Su Yu had long known that zombies didn't need to consume anything to move. What else? This zombie relies on its sense of smell to find people. Standing here like us, it can't find us at all, even if it sees us. At this moment, the bearded uncle scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, we don't know much yet, maybe not as much as you do. We're currently studying tissue samples taken from this zombie. How did you catch it? Yes, zombies are just monsters that are insensitive to pain and can bite. When we first caught zombies, we used ropes, but even with broken limbs, they would break free and bite people, causing several deaths. At this mention, the bearded man's face slightly grimaced. Later, we simply lured the zombie into the armored vehicle where the prisoners were kept, and only then were we able to safely return it back. I see. This gave Su Yu an idea. Su Yu was worried that he would not be able to catch the zombie. Let's go. There is nothing more interesting here. I'll take you to the microscope. Half an hour later, the bearded man and Su Yu walked out of the lab. Su Yu was holding the best microscope in the lab. Li He would have been thrilled to see it. When he reached the entrance of the university, Su Yu looked up and saw several familiar faces. Su Yu, I knew you were alive. The 4 people standing in front of Su Yu were none other than the 4 members of the Black Fox Squad. After parting ways at the observation post, the Black Fox Squad began investigating Su Yu's whereabouts. They immediately went to the hideout and learned from Li He that Su Yu had infiltrated the city. After a long investigation in Star City, they found out that Su Yu was at the university. When Su Yu wanted to say hello, all 4 of them suddenly saluted him. Master, Su Yu said in shock. So the bearded uncle next to him was the leader of the Black Fox Squad? Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan of the 34th Army stationed in Star City. I am currently in charge of all rescue teams. Su Yu nodded. This time, he had to establish a good relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. In the future, they will probably cooperate often. Su Yu, you may have heard something like this. What exactly? Recently, we received a report that a large number of zombies are approaching Star City from the north. They are preparing to organize a resistance force. Su Yu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. This zombie attack was the first major loss of Star City since the outbreak, marking the beginning of its gradual destruction. The defenders of Star City suffered heavy losses in this battle. No one would underestimate the zombies anymore. If that's the case, I need to quickly strengthen my strength. Otherwise, my shelter might not be able to withstand this critical situation. Seeing Su Yu lost in thought, Zhong Yuan made a request to him. Su Yu, I would like you to join us in the fight against the zombies. We need your strength. I refuse. Su Yu immediately rejected Zhong Yuan's proposal. Everyone was stunned. Judging from his previous impulse, Su Yu should have happily joined. Who would have thought that he would refuse so easily? Think carefully. If we fail, you, Lieutenant Colonel, there is no need to say anything more. I will not join any organization. I hope you understand. Could you tell me the reason? I do not want my power to be abused. But just because I will not join you does not mean that I will not help in the defense. Do not worry about it. It is late, and it is time for me to leave. With that, Su Yu left without looking back. Zhong Yuan tried to soften the situation, but after thinking for a moment, he lowered his raised hand. What a weirdo. Captain, what will we do if Su Yu doesn't come? Yes? What? Even if he doesn't come, don't we still need to organize a defense? Come with me. The next morning, Su Yu left Star City with supplies. He left the city without encountering any resistance from the soldiers, carrying so many things. Zhong Yuan must have arranged everything in advance. The journey went smoothly, and Su Yu quickly returned to the shelter. Li Hu frowned when he saw Su Yu come back so soon, and without Lin Xiaoxu. Brother Su, you didn't save Miss Lin? What are you thinking? You don't believe me? I already saved her. Now she should be with her parents. Like this. Li He felt a little lonely. Having a beauty like Lin Xiaoxu in the shelter would definitely make the atmosphere more relaxed. But since she had to go back, he couldn't force her. Look at this. Su Yu took out a microscope from his bag and placed it on the table. As soon as the microscope appeared, Li He's eyes lit up. Brother Su, how did you get this? Is it unbelievable? I bet there is nothing more powerful than this in Star City. With this, my research will definitely speed up. Su Yu put the bags in the shelter's storeroom. In addition to the necessary food and water, a large amount of silk thread and iron sheets were also purchased this time. These things will be very useful. Chang Faiyu, come here. Brother Yu, you called me. Didn't you want to start? The task has already arrived. Su Yu threw a bag of silk threads and iron sheets in front of Chang Faiyu. Your task is simple. Use these materials to make me a full set of armor. Make as many as you can. Understood? Chang Faiyu gulped as he looked at the materials. I will do my best. I trust you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I only have one requirement. Protect all vital parts. Got it. After entrusting Chang Faiyu with the task, Su Yu took out his gun and called Li He over. Come with me. Let's go catch zombies. Huh? Su Yu and Li He got into the SUV and rushed straight to the road. On the way, Li He was plagued by doubts. Brother Su, how do we catch zombies? Weren't we completely unable to catch them before? Don't worry, I have a way. Just do as I say, and everything will work out. Okay, zombies, and do not let other zombies cause trouble. The most important thing in catching zombies is to find the lonely. And this lonely zombie, Su Yu, had already found a target on the way back to the shelter. About 20 minutes after leaving the shelter, Su Yu stopped the car under a big tree. Brother Su, where are the zombies? Look up. Li He looked up and saw a strange scene. There was indeed a zombie hanging on the top of the tree. It was looking at Su Yu and the others, baring its teeth and claws, trying to pounce on them. Unfortunately, it was hanging on the thick branches of the tree and could not move, and could only jump in the air. Brother Su, how did he get there? Su Yu shrugged. How should I know? No matter how he got there, I checked the surroundings and there was only one zombie like him. That's the target, right? I understand what you mean. What should I do next? I'll shoot the branch he's hanging on and you lure him to the car. Then quickly lock the trunk door and don't let him escape. Li He almost cried, but his eyes were watering. Is he just here to be bait? If you don't want to, just stand there and watch. I'll lure him in. No, Brother Su. What if something happens to you? I'll do it myself. Li He looked like he was about to die. Brother Su, if I get bitten, Don't hesitate to just cut off my head. I don't want to turn into a zombie. Su Yu smiled and patted Li He on the shoulder. Don't worry. If you get infected, I'll shoot you in the head with one shot. Don't hesitate. Brother Su, you... Li He realized that Su Yu was joking, so he had no choice but to accept it. As they took up their positions, Su Yu aimed at a branch and shouted, "Get ready! I'm shooting!" A branch fell from the sky with a roar, dragging the zombies along with it. The zombie's arm was broken from falling from such a height, and it hung helplessly in the air. Li He also took action. He grabbed a rock and threw it at the zombie, hitting it right in the head. He then started screaming, trying to get the zombie's attention. "Come and bite me, idiot zombie. If I'm afraid of one, then you're already a big shot." It's unclear whether the zombie understood Li He's words. But Li He's diversionary maneuver was successful, and the zombie was already slowly running towards him. Li He turned and jumped into the SUV, pressing himself against the door. As soon as the zombie sat down, he jumped into the driver's seat and locked the door. As for the back door of the SUV, Su Yu naturally took care of it. The zombie ran leisurely, reaching it in a few seconds. Seeing that the zombie was about to get into the car, Li He hurriedly jumped forward. From the other side, he jumped into the driver's seat and turned sharply to close the door. Before he could lock it, even facing a simple zombie could result in death. Their combat skills were simply too weak. It was for their own good. Unfortunately, no matter how much Li He and Chang Faiyu complained, Su Yu showed no sympathy. Damn. Brother Yu, you are an impudent capitalist, an exploiter. Does my training of your fighting skills have anything to do with your mission? You cannot interrupt the mission or your dinner will be taken away. Brother Yu, how about our mission? Okay, enough nonsense. Anyway, I'll take you out to hunt zombies in a week. Otherwise, with your current strength, you'll die. Heh, I'm not just a gourmet, actually. That's right. You're usually a bit stupid, but sometimes you're smart. Brother Yu, I get it. In other words, even if it's just us, we have to go help, right? Chang Faiyu raised his hand and said, "It's so powerful, so I plan to take you to and personally participate in the defense. If Star City falls, the zombies' next target will be the shelter." I don't need to explain the connection. Is it really that powerful? I guarantee you two, Star City will really hold out this time, but the losses will be very high, and this is only the first wave. The zombies will attack Star City continuously until there is not a single living person left. What? No way. Su Yu shook his head and said, "You are wrong. Very wrong. Brother Su, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. It is just a group of zombies. These zombies won't be able to do anything to the Star City troops." Li He and Chang Faiyu looked indifferent. The war will probably start in about a week. Officially, a large number of zombies are approaching Star City from the north. The number is difficult to estimate. Star City is currently organizing its defense. Li He and Chang Faiyu were shocked, wondering what was going on. I have something important to tell you. This could mean the difference between our survival and our demise. He had an important announcement to make. Before that, Su Yu had gathered the two current inhabitants of the shelter. Li He's research could finally begin. With this, the shelter had officially captured the young zombie alive. Back in shelter, Su Yu personally led the zombie to the farthest room and locked it there. Is that enough to scare you? There will be many more dangers in the future. Let's go back quickly. We have things to do. Su Yu got behind the wheel and chuckled. Li, he said, clutching his pounding heart, still coming to his senses. My God, I almost died just now. This prevented the zombies from escaping. By the time Li He locked the door, Su Yu had locked the back one as well. Fortunately, nothing happened. There was no surprise. He had succeeded. The sound of a zombie breaking out. If Li He had been even a little slower, the zombie would have torn him to pieces. Not to mention a second-level zombie, or even higher. From that day on, Su Yu began brutal training for Li He and Chang Faiyu. A few short days passed, and tomorrow was the day the zombie horde would arrive. Under Su Yu's leadership, Li He and Chang Faiyu's strength had increased significantly, now equaling that of ordinary soldiers. In shooting accuracy, of course. In the past few days, Su Yu had earned nearly 300 points by exchanging primordial crystal cores. This meant that the three of them had killed nearly 300 zombies. This was a terrifying number. When Li He and Chang Faiyu learned of this figure, they were both a little skeptical. In addition to his increased strength, Chang Faiyu also completed the creation of armor. Each of the three received a set, and the remaining unused materials were temporarily stored in the warehouse. The armor was unsightly, even a little rough. After all, the materials themselves were not particularly high quality, and considering that it was Chang Faiyu's first time doing this, it was understandable. However, Chang Faiyu still complied with Su Yu's request. All the critical parts that could pose a danger to life were blocked with iron sheets. It was a pity that Li He's research had not yielded results in such a short time, and he could only continue working after the operation was completed. At this point, the three of them had completed all their preparations. The zombie army would arrive tomorrow. Some of us may die, but those who remain will surely inherit the will of the dead and continue to fight. So fight for our future, for the future of humanity. The next day, before dawn, Su Yu and his group set out for the northern part of Star City. Zhong Yuan had informed Su Yu of this in advance. The Star City Defense Forces had set up a perimeter 5 kilometers away from the city center. The fortification was extremely dense, and the zombies would have to break through it to get inside. As for weapons, the defense forces had not only standard firearms, but also dozens of armored vehicles. Unfortunately, Star City was not a strategic military base, lacking aviation and artillery batteries. Even if there were only 3 of them, they would not be able to make a significant impact. Su Yu planned for the 3 of them to be together. Su Yu did not intend to go to the front lines. There is no point in Li He and the others were even more worried about the future of Star City, apart from the casualties. Although Su Yu said this, he knew that Star City would be able to survive this crisis. Yes, Star City is currently experiencing a life and death crisis. If someone gets infected, the situation will get even worse. 1,200 people against tens of thousands of zombies means that everyone will have to kill at least a dozen zombies. What? So few? Isn't it dangerous? The regiment, not counting those defending the city, probably only has 1,200 people on the front lines. Su Yu said slowly, closing his eyes. How many people are in this army? Can they handle it? Nonsense. There will be at least a 5-digit number of zombies. Otherwise, why would I come back here to join this fun? Brother Su, you said that tens of thousands of zombies will come. Is that true? But Li He and Chang Faiyu were still a little worried. Don't worry, there are definitely no zombies here. They had already cleared the area. They were very nervous, constantly looking around, afraid of being attacked by zombies. Li He and Chang Faiyu were different. Su Yu sat in the car, resting his eyes, and did not look nervous at all. The SUV was parked in the forest to the east of the front line. Su Yu and the 2 others also replaced their weapons with the service rifles of the defenders. Among them were grenades and the like. The entire SUV, in addition to food for 3 days, was almost completely filled with ammunition. But with the help of Zhong Yuan, Su Yu was able to replenish his supplies. If he had not met Zhong Yuan earlier, Su Yu, there might not have been enough ammunition. The SUV moved quite quickly, and given its early departure, Su Yu would have arrived at the front lines shortly after dawn. This would have allowed the defense forces to focus on fighting the zombie hordes. Waging a guerrilla war outside the perimeter, eliminating anyone who slips through the net, will be soon. After the retreat, a large horde burst out of the forest. After all, it was tantamount to giving up the life of one team, facing tens of thousands of zombies. Returning to the Black Fox team, after the signal was given, they too turned around and prepared to evacuate. He shouted, "Call off the brothers who have planted the ghost mines. Prepare for battle. Zrenia to fire the flare gun." Zhong Yun saw a yellow flare in the distance and realized that these guys were coming. Heisey reacted instantly and rushed out. "They are coming!" 3 minutes later, he suddenly lowered the telescope and shouted, "Hao Ziyun is concentrating on reconnaissance." Everyone was silent, waiting for news from Hao Ziyun. How? Once the signal is confirmed, he will immediately transmit it. Everyone was alert, and Heisey held a signal pistol in his hand. "Captain, they might be coming." Hao Ziyun's hair immediately stood on end. Suddenly, he saw many birds flying out of the mountain. Hao Ziyun, the squad leader, was watching, coming from afar. Everyone was covered in zombie bodily fluids to protect themselves from the attack. The Black Fox squad is currently holed up on the first floor of the guest house. Take cover further north. If a zombie horde appeared, they would report it to headquarters so that everyone could prepare. Their exceptional strength gave them a unique task. Black Fox Squad was part of the 1st Battalion of the Security Regiment. This meant that the situation on the front lines was even worse than Su Yu had imagined. The 3rd Battalion was tasked with protecting the city from zombie attacks from other places. The Star City Guard Regiment consisted of 3 battalions, each with 500 people, for a total of 1,500. This was not a good sign. It was barely dawn, but the northern sky was already covered with dark clouds. Zhong Yuan frowned, feeling like a sense of foreboding rose in his chest. His men had been preparing diligently, gathering their strength for the coming battle. Only a few zombies were visible. The horde had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, at the front, Zhong Yuan was watching the north through a telescope. "Good. Think about it. Just do your part. Once the fight starts, we will be ready to act." They were all young zombies, moving at a speed that was no different from anything they had seen before. Their pace was no different from that of a normal person. By the time Black Fox's squad retreated to the base camp, the zombie horde had barely reached the guest house. "You have accomplished your mission well. Take your positions and prepare to face those beasts." "Yes." Zhong Yuan's heart sank as he watched the zombie horde approach. The horde was still more than 2 kilometers from the front line. The ghost mines were planted 2 kilometers away. The zombies could destroy some of them as they approached. A few minutes later, a deafening roar was heard from 2 kilometers away. The rail mines worked successfully, lifting countless zombies into the air and smashing them to pieces. The rail mines were lined up in a chain. If one exploded, the adjacent ones would explode, causing even more damage. A series of explosions rang out. From the air, it was clear that the vanguard of the zombie horde had been shattered. The soldiers cheered as they saw the effectiveness of the rail mines. Killing so many people at once certainly boosted their morale. However, the supply of rail mines was limited. The gaps that were created were quickly filled by the zombies that appeared later. They stepped on the corpses of their comrades and continued to move forward. No one knew why there were so many zombies or why they attacked Star City in groups. It would be a lie to say that there was no reason for it. It's just that the reason is unknown. As soon as the explosion occurred, Su Yu, who was in the forest on the east side, slowly opened his eyes. It's time to move. Su Yu got out of the SUV and climbed the tallest tree in the forest. This tree just had a panoramic view of the front line. Su Yu saw that in addition to the zombies rushing towards the front line, there were also zombies approaching from the left and right of the battle line. However, as Su Yu was observing the situation, his pupils suddenly narrowed. The second-tier zombies were much faster than the main ones. However, these second-level zombies did not rush to attack. There really were second-level zombies. This was a problem. Instead, they hid behind the main zombies, allowing them to take the initiative and protect themselves from the fire. Su Yu could not help but be amazed by this scene. She made him suspect that the second-level zombies were intelligent. Of course, his past life's experience told him that this was impossible. If it weren't for Su Yu's strategic location, he wouldn't have noticed these second-level zombies. The people on the front lines probably hadn't noticed yet. If they didn't have this information, they would have suffered even greater losses. Shh, the plan has changed. Let's go to the front lines. Li, he, and the other two were still stunned, not understanding what was going on. Su Yu explained the situation as he hurriedly moved forward. They were terrified. Su Yu had told them about the second-tier zombies before and knew of their terrifying nature. Yet Su Yu had just seen at least 20 of them. Even though they were few in number, the damage they could cause was terrifying. Before the real battle began, we must report this data. Su Yu stepped on the gas and raced madly towards the front line. As soon as he approached the front line, he was stopped by a crowd of soldiers. "The battle is about to begin here. No one is allowed to come near." Su Yu's expression was not pleasant. "I have important information. I need to see Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan," the soldier said sternly. It's not easy to meet a lieutenant colonel, especially in the face of a serious battle. The soldiers drew their weapons and warned Su Yu, "If you come any closer and cause trouble, we will have to use force and send you away by force." Su Yu clenched his fists. Using force at this moment would only make the misunderstanding worse. But these soldiers seemed to be unwilling to be persuaded. What could he do? The next second, Su Yu suddenly remembered his flare gun. He quickly jumped up, snatched it, and fired it into the air. A black flare flashed, attracting everyone's attention. Zhong Yuan also saw the signal and immediately sent people to investigate. The soldiers holding Su Yu reacted violently to the flare and rushed to restrain him. Su Yu offered no resistance, allowing them to pin him to the ground. A fight would have been a serious injury to the soldiers. Su Yu needed their help in fighting the zombies. "You boy, why are you causing trouble at such an important time? I told you I had an important report. Su Yu, let him go." Su Yu looked up and saw Hao Ziyun. The Black Fox squad was famous, and all 4 of its members were prominent figures in the squad. Hao Jun immediately ordered the soldiers to free Su Yu. It turned out that the Black Fox squad was also assigned to the Eastern Flare. Li Qiang sent Hao Ziyun to scout the situation just as the flare was launched. This is exactly what happened to Su Yu. "Su Yu, what the hell happened? Didn't you say you were going to guerrilla warfare? Why are you on the front lines?" Su Yu asked seriously. "I just discovered that behind the zombie herd are second-level zombies. I saw about 20, and there might be more in other places." Hao Ziyun was shocked. He had fought with level 2 zombies before and knew how strong they were. It was already quite difficult to deal with one. And there were at least 20 more? This was too bad. Hao Ziyun did not dare to hesitate for a moment and rushed towards Zhong Yuan without even saying goodbye to Su Yu. He wanted to convey this important news. Oine. Seeing this, Su Yu was not relieved, but at least he felt much calmer. Since Hao Ziyun had left, he did not need to go again. At this moment, he had other thoughts on his mind. When Su Yu was about to get into the SUV and drive away, the soldiers who stopped Su Yu called him and apologized. "Sorry, it's our fault. If we delayed the military operation, it will be our fault." "It's okay. There's still time. Don't blame yourself. It's your duty to be prepared to fight the zombies. Do your best to survive and protect the satellite city. Star City needs you." "Yes." After Su Yu left, the soldiers looked at each other and smiled. "Your name is Su Yu, right? I will remember this person's name. I will definitely survive and protect the satellite city." Soon after, Zhong Yuan received a report from Hao Ziyun that there were still level 2 zombies in the zombie swarm. As soon as he heard the news from Su Yu, it seemed incredibly plausible. Since level 2 zombies had appeared, the plan had to be changed again. Su Yu said where they were. No, he just said they were in the rear. Zhong Yuan was helpless like this. Without knowing their exact location, how could he plan his tactics? During this time, the closest zombie pack had approached within 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters were already within attack range. Zhong Yuan immediately ordered, "Shoot! Fire all your cannons!" The force of 1,000 people fired thousands of bullets every second. A hail of bullets rained down on the swarm of zombies. Many zombies had their limbs broken or their insides torn out. In a real fight, this would have resulted in significant casualties. Unfortunately, they were all zombies, so the only way to kill them was to shoot them in the head. Killing several hundred zombies in this round was considered a feat. At best, it only slowed down the zombie swarm. After all, not everyone is a marksman who can hit a target in the head from 1,000 meters away. Of course, there are those who can. Heisey is one of them. At that moment, Heisey set up his sniper rifle at the front. His body remained motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Only his right hand moved, pulling the trigger. Each shot accurately killed one main zombie. In just a minute, he had killed 10 zombies. It was a pity that no one appreciated his accuracy. Meanwhile, Suyu was driving northeast. He planned to go around the zombie horde and report the location of all the minor zombies with a flare gun. Such a deep penetration into enemy territory was extremely dangerous, and Suyu was well aware of this. But he was confident in his abilities, but not overconfident. As long as the SUV maintained a high speed, the danger was minimal unless he was surrounded by a crowd of zombies. Suyu was quite confident in his driving skills. Li He and Chang Faiyu sat on either side of the back seat, seated by Suyu. Chang Faiyu was in charge of launching flares, while Li He was in charge of shooting and clearing the road of zombies. Suyu deliberately took a detour, avoiding a direct confrontation with the zombies in the east. This cautious choice also allowed Suyu to successfully outflank the enemy. Among the zombies in the northeast, he did not find any second-level zombies. Therefore, Suyu went straight to the place where the second-level zombie was spotted and ordered Chang Faiyu to fire a signal flare. A black flare flashed, and Zhong Yuan immediately understood everything. As expected, Zhong Yuan realized that this was Suyu's work. This guy actually went there. He is quite capable. Zhong Yuan didn't know how to express himself at this moment, but he knew that he couldn't let Suyu's efforts go to waste. He memorized the location of the second-level zombie and concentrated the army's best forces in that direction. After reporting this, Suyu continued on his way. Along the way, several zombies appeared in front of Suyu. Without saying a word, Suyu simply drove over them. The feeling of shooting down the flying zombies was quite enjoyable. At least, Suyu enjoyed it. Thanks to the battle on the front lines, the zombie swarm did not notice Suyu. Suyu continued to advance, chasing the zombies. The SUV was fast, and he quickly reached the other end. Heavy rain signaled twice, indicating 2 more locations with second-level zombies. However, there were few of them in these 2 locations, only 1 or 2. Only in the first case were there more. After he reported the location of all the second-level zombies, it was time to retreat. However, Suyu's expression became serious. The zombie swarm in the northwest merged with the swarm in the north, completely blocking Suyu's path. Breaking through it was tantamount to self-destruction. Without saying a word, Suyu suddenly braked and swam back the same way. But after only a few hundred meters, he saw that the zombies in the northeast had joined those in the north. "Brother Su, what should we do now?" Lee, his face was covered in sweat. They had no way out. Breaking through by force was impossible. They could either stay and wait for an opportunity to break through, or head back to where the zombies came from and take a longer detour. Suyu considered both options, but decided against the latter. It would mean missing out on intelligence. Suyu eventually landed in the same place where Black Fox's squad had previously taken refuge. "Brother Su, what should we do next?" Li He and the others looked at Suyu, waiting for his next orders. Suyu was the core of the 3 and their leader. "We'll wait here. If more zombies appear, we will destroy them," Suyu thought. If his calculations were correct, Zhong Yuan still had a powerful weapon that he had not yet had time to use. The guard had not suffered any losses yet, so there was no point in rushing. Soon, the vanguard of zombies approached the guard to within 500 meters. At this distance, the zombies in front suddenly accelerated. Perhaps they had smelled the scent of humans. Zhong Yuan immediately ordered the entire army to retreat slowly. Gradually destroy the zombie horde. By maintaining a certain distance, they could. The principle is the same as a frog in boiling water. They had a full 5 kilometers to retreat. They only needed to destroy the zombies within those 5 kilometers. Hopefully, everything would go well. The plan had indeed worked. However, the number of zombies was decreasing too slowly. After all, if you don't hit the head, you won't die. It was only possible to gradually wear them down. Meanwhile, everyone's strength and energy began to wane. The zombies, however, had no such problem. They continued to attack at the same pace. By the time they retreated 500 meters, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And yet, the zombies still seemed countless. Many soldiers began to lose heart. While the front line was waiting for the enemy to arrive, there was finally a free space on the flank for Su Yu to evacuate. Su Yu took advantage of this opportunity and immediately retreated to the perimeter at maximum speed. Coming out from the rear, Su Yu continued to wander around the perimeter, clearing out any stray zombies. This continued until nightfall. The battle lasted from morning to evening, and the front retreated 3 kilometers. The number of zombies noticeably decreased. The bodies lying on the ground alone were too numerous to count. A conservative estimate put the number at around 3,000. However, the zombie army still numbered 7,000 or 8,000. The worst part was that the soldiers' physical strength was gradually waning. A day of gunfire would have been exhausting for anyone. After all, they were not special forces, just ordinary soldiers. Zhong Yuan faced the same situation, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. As a commander, he embodied the soldiers' morale and could not afford to give up. Behind them were people who needed protection. And yet, in Star City, everyone knew that countless zombies were approaching, and the guardians of Star City were resisting. Despite this, the people remained calm, unconcerned about the threat. In their eyes, the zombies were just a scattered bunch of evil creatures. With so many soldiers, they could have been wiped out in less than an hour. Instead, they wondered if the soldiers had returned by nightfall. As a result, they continued to live their normal lives carefree, without feeling the slightest sense of crisis. The only people who were truly worried about the Guardians were those who had encountered the zombies themselves. Even many of the higher-ups in Star City were not worried, believing that victory was assured. In a high-rise building in the heart of Star City, a man stood at a window, looking out into the distance. "Father, are you worried?" Lin Xiaoxue asked quietly as he stepped out from the shadows. The middle-aged man remained silent. His expression was emotionless, but he was truly worried. The Star City garrison was weak, lacking powerful weapons of mass destruction. They might even fall. This man desperately wanted to provide the garrison with equipment. Unfortunately, he had no control over the military operations and was powerless. Colonel Zhang, the highest authority in the Star City garrison, barely interfered, leaving everything to Zhong Yuan. He acted as a laissez-faire, taking all the credit and shifting all the blame to Zhong Yuan. It was precisely because of Zhong Yuan's loyalty to the people that they would have fallen out long ago. The man also asked Colonel Zhang if he could request equipment. But no matter what he said, Colonel Zhang always responded with the excuse that the higher-ups were overloaded and had no time to intervene. That was how the current situation began. Whether Star City can continue to live in its false glory depends on you. The man was confused. He wanted the people to understand the horror of the zombies, to feel the crisis. But that would mean letting the zombies into the city, which would harm the inhabitants. But for the safety of the people, he could only hope for the success of the defense. He even hoped that the garrison would fall. Lin Xiaoxu stepped aside, also looking at Su Yu with concern. "What? Are you worried about this Su Yu?" The man already knew everything about Su Yu. Or rather, he had been keeping an eye on him even before he knew that his daughter was living with him. After all, he was the one who predicted the zombie apocalypse. Lin Xiaoxue nodded slowly. She knew without even thinking about it how dangerous we were. She heard that Su Yu was even helping out on the front lines. How dangerous was that? Lin Xiaoxue didn't want Su Yu to die there. Don't you usually value your life? Why are you rushing to the front lines again? "This is not like you at all," Lin Xiaoxue muttered. Seeing his daughter in this state, the man sighed softly. "If the defense succeeds and Su Yu returns alive, bring him to me. I have something to ask him." Lin Xiaoxu immediately rejected her father's request. No need to ask. He won't say anything he doesn't want to, and I know everything he'll say. Just ask me. The man was speechless. Will he remain silent even after seeing me? Believe me, he will remain silent. That's it. I learned a little more about him. I'd really like to meet him. On the front line, Su Yu, who was hunting zombies on the outskirts, suddenly looked towards Star City. He didn't understand why. It was a subconscious movement. In just a few seconds, he killed several more zombies with his rifle. During this time, Li He and Chang Feiyu had killed at least 10 zombies each. Su Yu's kills were several times more than the two of them combined. After all, Su Yu's aim was truly incredible, unattainable for someone who had only trained for a few days. It seems like the front line is retreating too slowly, Li He muttered under his breath. That's for sure. After all, if we continue to retreat like this, we'll soon end up in front of Star City. Brother Su, this is not the way to go. We won't be able to hold on. Let's see when the second-tier zombies appear. Zhong Yuan would definitely not use his most powerful weapon until they appeared. At this moment, perhaps sensing the guards' intentions, the second-level zombies ignored the main ones and rushed at them. And not just one or two, but all at once. Zhong Yuan, who had been watching the battle closely, finally smiled slightly. Finally, you bastards! Seeing the second-level zombies rapidly approaching, Zhong Yuan immediately gave the order. Artillery Company, attack! Thanks to Su Yu's previous report, the Guard Artillery Company had already taken up position, waiting for the second-level zombies to appear. They had not fired a single shot during this entire time, just waiting for the second-level zombies to appear. Their pent-up rage had finally found an outlet. Several armored vehicles were approaching from the rear, each armed with a light mortar. Unfortunately, this was the defenders' most powerful weapon. If they had heavier weapons, the battle would not have been so intense. The artillerymen had already finished their preparations just in time for this moment. Fire! Bang! 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 In the night, several flashes of fire lit up the sky for a moment. At such a close distance, the second-level zombies could not hide. No matter how fast the second-level zombies moved, they could not escape from the artillery shells. Several successive volleys of artillery fire completely destroyed the second-level zombies. They also destroyed several first-level zombies, which slowed their advance even more. By the time the bombardment ended, the second-level zombies were completely destroyed. The artillery company had 4 shells left. Zhong Yuan, not caring about the ammunition, ordered to open fire. Finally, the artillery company completed the mission, causing 4 explosions among the zombies. Report to the Lieutenant Colonel, the artillery company successfully completed the mission. The artillery company commander reported, "Excellent, well done." Without shells, the armored vehicles transporting the artillery positions became useless. Zhong Yuan ordered the armored vehicles to remain in place and the artillery company to reinforce the front line. Su Yu watched from the sidelines. The power of the shells was so great that one shot could turn a level 2 zombie into ashes. If a shell hit his shelter, the shelter itself could be blown away. This thought made Su Yu feel anxious. The defense of the shelter needed to be strengthened enough to withstand artillery fire. Chang Feiyu was stunned when he heard this. "Brother Yu, are you serious? How can a house withstand the shelling?" Su Yu smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry about it. I will do as I say." However, in the few seconds that Su Yu was relaxing, he saw a black shadow rush past in the blink of an eye and knock the SUV into the sky. The SUV flipped several times in the air before landing face down. Su Yu and the others were thrown aside, stunned and disoriented. Chang Feiyu, the heaviest, even lost consciousness. Fortunately, they were not too close to the zombie horde. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. Li He's head started to bleed, and he muttered, "What happened?" Su Yu was also at a loss. Even though he was now a top-notch marksman and martial artist, his physical form was still no different from that of an ordinary person. This fall had not spared him either. Su Yu tried to open the SUV door to get out, but found that his arm was dislocated, leaving him powerless. At this moment, Su Yu finally remembered what that black shadow was. It was a mutated level 2 zombie. Primordial zombies can mutate into level 2 zombies. These mutations increase their strength in certain areas, and they may even have special attack techniques. The previous zombie that was so fast was clearly a level 2 zombie that had mutated in speed. It was because of its speed that it escaped the bombardment. Suyu didn't expect the zombie to slip through the net. He was heading towards the front line. The worst thing was that the mutated zombie was attacking. If he was allowed to run wild there, the consequences would be disastrous. Suyu knew that there was no time to waste here. Without thinking, he immediately spent his points on 2 bottles of Constitution potion. After drinking one, he grabbed his shoulder, clenched his teeth, and, overcoming the unbearable pain, with all his strength, pushed his arm back into place. Suyu opened the car door and pulled Li He out. The boy was lucky. He was almost unharmed, only getting away with a scratch on his head. After paying for the remaining bottle of Constitution potion, Suyu ordered, "Take heavy rain and evacuate to a safe place. I'm going after that zombie." Suyu ignored Li He and Chang Faiyu, trusting Li He to handle the situation. The main task was to deal with the mutant zombie. Suyu's entire body was in pain, but despite this, he had to rush to the front lines. None of the defenders had ever seen a mutant zombie before, so he had to deal with it himself. Suyu immediately exchanged it for a basic agility potion. He sped up and rushed towards the front line. The mutant zombie was incredibly fast, and within a minute he had already thrown Suyu and his men back and rushed into battle. The situation was as expected. As soon as he entered the line, several soldiers were killed, instantly creating a gap in the front line. The death toll continued to rise. They had never seen such a strong zombie before, and many were terrified. Some even considered retreating. What kind of monster was this? No, don't come any closer. Screams were heard. Soldiers were torn to pieces by the zombies. Some remained calm. The infantry company commander remained at his post, issuing commands. No retreat. Must be a level 2 zombie that slipped through the net. Everyone focus on the head. Intelligence officer, report to the lieutenant colonel. Got it. Following the impromptu order of the company commander, everyone concentrated their fire. However, this was not just a level 2 zombie, it had mutated. And its speed had changed. It seemed to be able to predict the trajectories of bullets, dodging countless shots. Even if he was hit, he could recover thanks to his superior recovery ability. In order to kill him with bullets, his movement had to be blocked first. However, the losses continued to mount. Some soldiers were even infected, turning into mindless, primitive zombies. Watching his comrades turn into zombies one by one, the company commander frowned. Damn it! At this rate, we'll be completely engulfed by the zombie horde. They were so engrossed in the mutated zombies that they had no time to continue killing the main ones. Many zombies had already come very close. In that brief moment when the company commander was at a loss, a mutated zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. He slowly raised his head. His pupils narrowed. At that moment, he knew he was doomed. The company commander. The soldiers could only watch helplessly as the zombies tore the company commander apart. After the zombies casually threw him to the ground, the company commander slowly rose to his feet. His eyes were lifeless. He had become one of the zombies. Damn it! With the loss of the company commander, the soldiers' hatred of the zombies grew stronger. Their rifles were blazing furiously. But it was all in vain. If they had a chance, they would have destroyed him long ago. Zhong Yuan, who was standing in the center of the front line, was also informed of the appearance of the mutated zombie. As a commander, he naturally could not go there personally. But he could not ignore it either. He could not allow this creature to break through the front line. Notify the Black Fox Squad. Everyone go and reinforce. Yes, it will take time for the Black Fox Squad to arrive. They were in a hurry, but more and more soldiers were turning into zombies, and the trend continued to grow. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't kill zombies anymore. The mutant zombie grabbed the soldier by the neck and lifted him high into the air. Tears of fear and pain flowed from his eyes. But no matter how much he begged for mercy, the zombie paid no attention to him. Just as the zombie was about to strike, a knife flew up in the air and instantly cut off the soldier's hand. The mutant zombie turned around and saw someone rushing towards him at an incredible speed. It was Su Yu. By the time he arrived, Su Yu had already assessed the overall situation at the front. "It seems I was still late. I didn't expect the casualties to be so high." Su Yu estimated that at least 40 soldiers had turned into zombies, and that didn't include those torn to pieces. With them, the casualties could exceed 70. Su Yu didn't stop. He had only one target, this mutant zombie. The soldiers who had turned into zombies also noticed Su Yu and hobbled towards him. "Get out of the way!" Su Yu pulled out a pistol from his waist and killed the zombie soldier without even looking. Then, the mutant zombie seemed to sense Su Yu's intentions. Feeling provoked, it roared and attacked Su Yu. With the help of the agility potion, Su Yu's speed was now comparable to his own. Su Yu knew very well that bullets would not reach him. The only way to kill him was to either decapitate him with a weapon or, point blank, shoot him in the head. Su Yu memorized the method of destroying the entire brain with one shot. Oh, how smoothly it would go. As for how to do it, it all depended on that. The next moment, Su Yu found himself in a fight with a mutant zombie. A head-on collision with a mutant zombie using only human strength was extremely difficult. At least, Su Yu didn't think he could do it at that moment. Instead, therefore, Su Yu didn't take any of the attacks head-on. That's right. Although the basic zombies weren't strong, they could still be quite a nuisance if they caused trouble at such a critical moment. Su Yu focused all his attention on the mutant zombies, ignoring the normal ones. Oh no! Su Yu put his finger on the trigger. He was about to pull the trigger when something suddenly grabbed his calf. Let's finish him off. Now, with one shot, he could destroy the zombie. His gaze was fixed on the perfect spot. Su Yu gritted his teeth, freeing his left hand to pull out the rifle hanging on his back. "You mad dog, it's time to fall." Su Yu gripped the dagger tightly, but no matter how hard the mutant tried, he couldn't get rid of it. The zombie mutant began to move desperately, trying to throw Su Yu off. He leaned on the ground, performed a beautiful somersault, and plunged the dagger into the zombie's back. Finding himself behind the zombie, Su Yu realized that this was his golden opportunity. He took a big step forward with his right foot, leaning his whole body back, and galloped under the zombie. With a dagger in his hand, Su Yu did not retreat, but advanced. "Do you want to infect me? Dream on!" Su Yu didn't let him do that. He looked back and saw the zombie rushing at him, ready to bite his neck. Before he could even turn around, he felt a strong gust of wind blowing over his head. With a decisive step to the side, Su Yu dodged the zombie's attack. One mistake, and he would be back. Will fall. Su Yu did not allow himself to be careless. The mutant zombies quickly recovered. But this was not an advantage. After several exchanges of blows, Su Yu had already cut off a zombie's arm and injured his leg. He relied on his incredible speed and reflexes, dodging, looking for opportunities to strike. That was happening right now. The main zombie grabbed Su Yu's shin. It was about to bite him. If that happened, he would have to cut off his entire shin immediately, otherwise he would get infected. Su Yu did not allow that to happen. In less than a second, the gun that was originally aimed at the mutant zombie was immediately aimed at the main zombie. One shot to the head, and Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But those few seconds lost to the main zombie changed the situation. Just when Su Yu was about to turn around and kill the mutant zombie, he found it trying to attack the zombie pack. Hey, what are you doing?" Su Yu understood its intentions. It was strange to think that such a mindless monster had any thoughts at all. But that was all. "If you bring me into the zombie swarm, I will be in trouble." Realizing that he had missed his chance, Su Yu gave up for now. Letting go of the dagger, Su Yu used the mutant zombie as a springboard, pushing it away with all his might to increase the distance. After Su Yu escaped, the mutant zombie did not even look back, continuing to attack. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the zombie swarm. Su Yu slightly regretted that he could not kill it. Fortunately, he managed to cut his losses in time, preventing them from growing. Now, the only thing to worry about was that the mutant zombie could return to the front line at any time. "If you dare, I will kill you," Su Yu thought. "Su Yu, where is the second-level zombie I reported?" The Black Fox squad arrived late, looking around warily, ready to engage and destroy any approaching level 1 zombies. Su Yu quickly stood up and muttered helplessly, "They have already escaped. Clear the front of zombies and take me to the Lieutenant Colonel." "All right." With the help of the Black Fox squad, the zombies in the gap were quickly cleared. Then other soldiers arrived to fill the gap, preventing the front from collapsing. There were only about 2,000 to 3,000 zombies left, and it no longer stretched endlessly. Therefore, the front was approaching the limit of retreat. The decisive battle was approaching. Before the decisive moment, Su Yu met Zhong Yuan for the first time. Zhong Yuan trusted Su Yu completely and approved of all his ideas. In the end, Su Yu stayed at the front to command the battle. Zhong Yuan took Li He and Chiang Fai-yu to the rear. They were wounded, and Su Yu did not want to leave them to fight on the front lines. Li, he protested fiercely. If Chiang Fai-yu came out of his coma and found out about this, he would definitely react the same way. Li, he could not disobey Su Yu's order and obediently went to the rear. Under Su Yu's leadership, the battle suddenly became calmer. At first, many were skeptical of Su Yu. However, as the zombies' numbers dwindled and his amazing aim, the soldiers quickly became convinced. An hour later, the decisive battle finally arrived. There was nowhere to go. Retreat. Further retreat led to Star City, where people lived. Now everyone had to fight for their lives. Even the commander, Zhong Yuan, took up arms. At this point, tactics lost all meaning. Now everything depended on who could hold out longer. Kill! Everyone was desperately shooting, drawing their weapons. Every second, someone was dying. On the battlefield, Su Yu was constantly waiting for the mutant zombie to appear again. But it never happened. No one knew how long this bloody battle lasted. For everyone present, that night seemed longer than their entire lives up to that point. Finally, before dawn, the shooting stopped. No one knew who fired the last bullet. Su Yu slowly lowered his weapon. His body was covered in red and green liquid. The blood of soldiers, the bodily secretions of zombies. The battlefield was filled with an unbearable stench. Su Yu slowly turned his head, watching the approaching dawn. "Are you done?" Dawn arrived, illuminating the battlefield with a bright light. Only then did everyone realize the horror of what was happening. Su Yu did not want to stay here any longer. The defensive battle ended with the zombies' defeat. However, not a single defender rejoiced. No one celebrated their victory. They were exhausted from the battle. They had killed countless zombies and countless former comrades. Their hearts were even more exhausted than their bodies. The subsequent roll call showed that 712 soldiers had died in that battle, 70% of whom died there. And yet, this enormous sacrifice had brought the future of Star City and a more experienced, stronger, and more united warrior. On the way back to Star City, everyone was silent. Their gazes seemed to become stern and cold. This is how a soldier should be. Soldiers in peacetime are still immature. Only in battle can one become a real soldier. "Lieutenant Colonel, I will not go to the city. Please give me a car so that I can take my comrades out." Zhong Yuan nodded silently. No one understood his thoughts. After Su Yu left, the defenders officially returned to the city. Arriving at Star City early in the morning, they were not greeted with applause. There were only a few people on the street, making it seem completely deserted. If the passers-by had expressed condolences, that would have been acceptable. But these passers-by not only did not say a word of gratitude, they even looked disdainful. "Shh, I thought we were so powerful, but there are so few of us left. Weren't we so powerful when we left the city? A simple zombie can defeat the guards like that? I don't think Star City has a future. Hell, why don't I take refuge in another city today?" The words were loud enough for many soldiers to hear them clearly on the deserted street. They clenched their fists, suppressing their anger. But not everyone could hold back. It's normal for soldiers to have a temper. One soldier's eyes were wide and bloodshot. He left the group without permission and walked angrily toward the passers-by. "What do you know? Have you ever seen a zombie? You're still here making sarcastic remarks after all that? What are we fighting so hard for? Isn't it to protect ordinary people like you from attacks? And what do we get in return? What do we get? Nothing." After he shouted a series of words, tears began to flow from his eyes. Past. We give our lives outside the city, and what do we get in return? Your evil words. His best friend turned into a zombie during the night. To prevent further destruction, he personally cut off his friend's head. Seeing him like this, the other soldiers rushed and tried to forcefully bring him back. How could these people understand his feelings? "Let me go." Can you stand these people's sarcastic remarks? Fengzi, shut up. The soldier known as Fengzi looked at his comrade, noticing that the veins on his forehead were bulging and that he was biting his lip hard. Compared to the anger they were feeling at that moment, it was no less than his own. Tsk, tsk. Fengzi sighed helplessly, took a deep breath, and obediently returned to his unit. This was just a minor incident. Zhong Yuan watched all this, but did not interfere, allowing the situation to develop. He thought that the soldiers' actions were quite understandable. The soldiers had suffered too many casualties last night and needed a place to vent their frustrations. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists until they were filled with blood. That same day, news of the guards returning after successfully exterminating the zombies spread throughout the city. There was both jubilation and blame. Having returned with such a crushing result, Zhong Yuan was severely criticized by Colonel Zhang. He was even placed under house arrest. In Colonel Zhang's opinion, the loss was undoubtedly due to Zhong Yuan's poor leadership. Zhong Yuan remained silent and made no excuses. This attitude only strengthened Colonel Zhang's suspicions. After placing Zhong Yuan under house arrest, he also announced that his rank would be demoted from colonel to major. The Black Fox Squad, the most distinguished group in the entire army, seemed to be ignored, not even mentioned once. The dates that survived that battle. This act chilled the hearts of the soldiers who defended the city, could not understand why they felt this way. In their opinion, the loss of 700 men was entirely Zhong Yuan's fault. Without noticing it, the soldiers in Star City began to split into two factions. Of course, it took quite a long time for this trend to fully manifest. Meanwhile, at the hideout, Su Yu and the other two decided to recuperate rather than leave. Li, he was the least injured of the three. After resting for a while at the hideout, he resumed his research. Chang Faiyu was the most seriously injured. He only woke up the next day after returning to the hideout. A preliminary assessment showed minor damage to the cerebellum. Fortunately, the injury was not serious and would heal well with rest. As for Su Yu, it was the result of excessive physical exertion during a long, intense battle. However, the trip was not without its rewards. In addition to the points earned for killing the basic zombies, the system also awarded Su Yu 2,000 points for successfully defending the shelter. Su Yu now had a whopping 4,700 points. He was almost halfway to upgrading his shelter to level 3. The last 2 days in the shelter were not in vain either. He was thinking about the upcoming defense. Never having participated in a battle of such a scale in his life, he had never felt it so keenly. Only after participating in it did Su Yu realize the brutality of a large-scale battle. Moreover, Su Yu once again noticed how his appearance had changed the situation. Su Yu vaguely remembered that originally, defense was a victory for him. Not to mention the heavy losses they had suffered even with Su Yu's participation. Butterfly effect. If everything else were removed, this single mutant zombie was enough to overwhelm the defense. But this time, without him, victory seemed out of reach. What he lacked most now was not the skill. But Su Yu did not think it was necessary. If he wanted to defeat Chen Dao, Su Yu could use his points in exchange for a mid-level or advanced martial art. Chen Dao will come to me in 3 weeks, and I need to hurry. Su Yu then rubbed face and jumped out of bed. Su Yu couldn't help but worry. If this continues, He will have to act further. It is really scary. The road leads to Zhucheng, 70 kilometers from here. After crossing several mountains, one can return to the road. The mountain rises as a refuge. The refuge is located in the east of Star City. After leaving the shelter, Su Yu glanced at the map and decided to head east. Oh, have a safe trip. Fatty, I'm going away for a while. At the same time, cultivating all aspects of the body was also extremely important. Fight and experience. The signal was blocked, and no one knew what was next. Su Yu remembered that Zhucheng was in slightly better shape than Xingcheng. When Xingcheng fell, Zhucheng still resisted, although he fell shortly after. There were many small towns on the way to Zhucheng, and Su Yu planned to explore them one by one, improving his physical fitness and finding suitable new members for the shelter. Su Yu crossed the eastern mountain. The zombies in this area had long been cleared by Su Yu, so he was not attacked. A few hours later, Su Yu came down from the mountain. After going down, he walked about 2 kilometers to the east until he reached the first small town. I remember it was called Yujia Town. I wonder what it looks like now, Su Yu said, throwing his rifle over his shoulder. His breathing remained steady until the end of the 2-kilometer run. It seemed that my training since reincarnation had been quite effective. Su Yu's physical condition was already much better than in his previous life. It was not that he was exceptional. The thing is, in his past life, he was an ordinary person. In the present, Su Yu was walking through the city with a gun in his hand. It seemed like there was no one here. At least, Su Yu didn't see anyone. There were no zombies on the road either, which seemed a little strange to Su Yu. Su Yu finally stopped. He raised his head in amazement. This was truly breathtaking. In front of Su Yu, a small pile of corpses blocked the way. The bodies gave off a stench and flies were circling around them. Su Yu judged that they had been there for at least a week. Even at the bottom, the bones were barely visible. The person who had built this pile was definitely not an ordinary person. As soon as Su Yu shuddered, he felt a hint of killing intent behind him. Without saying a word, Su Yu stepped back. At that moment, a dart flew past where he was standing. The dart flew at such a speed that even if it hit, it would only be luck that he would be seriously injured. Stop. Su Yu looked towards the dart and saw a figure running towards the city alley. Su Yu wanted to know what was going on here and wanted to find out. RR and the alley. Having crossed Yu, immediately rushed in pursuit. And finding himself on another street in the city, Su Yu looked around and realized that he had broken away from him. Зрение, когда внезапно он услышал шум. Su Yu asked helplessly. He was about to turn back. Did he run away? Luo Feiyu lowered his head. Really? Feiyu, do you want to go with brother? Follow brother, maybe you will find mom and dad someday. Su Yu touched Luo Feiyu's head. Why don't mom and dad take me away from here? Luo Feiyu cried when he heard this. Well, I'm not sure either. They recently left Xingcheng for another place and asked me to pick you up before they left. Then, where are mom and dad now? Luo Feiyu immediately remembered how Su Yu knew his name when they first met, so he didn't doubt Su Yu's words at all. Your parents are currently fighting in another city. I am their friend, and they asked me to come and pick you up. Su Yu squatted down and said very softly, This was a great opportunity for Su Yu. Although Luo Feiyu's situation was quite pitiful, Su Yu sincerely pitied him. If that were the case, Luo Feiyu's parents would have already become zombies. Su Yu frowned. Feiyu nodded. That's because mom and dad said they wanted to go see it and asked me to wait here for them. Luo, have you been here since the zombies appeared and haven't seen anyone else? Su Yu looked around, leaned over, and whispered, To be with the strongest person during the apocalypse. Such a person should be brought to the shelter. Some even speculate that if he were raised, he could. It is said that Luo Feiyu could easily deal with a level 6 zombie on his own. Before his death in his previous life, Su Yu had never heard of Luo Feiyu being injured in battle. He was like a child prodigy. No, one zombie couldn't compare to him. Despite being only 12 years old, Luo Feiyu had extraordinary strength. In his past life, everyone in the surrounding towns had heard of Luo Feiyu. "What luck!" exclaimed in his mind. Su Yu's expression suddenly changed, filled with excitement. "How did you know?" The boy's mouth opened in surprise. He excitedly grabbed the boy's shoulders. "Your name is Luo Feiyu?" A name suddenly flashed through Su Yu's mind. The boy nodded. You mean you killed so many zombies here yourself?" Hearing the boy's frightened words, Su Yu could hardly believe his ears. "I built this mound." Su Yu was stunned. "You mean, no, I'm here alone, huh? You don't want to take me with you?" The boy shook his head. Su Yu pointed at the pile of zombies and said, "This is your parents' masterpiece. I want to see them. Do you want to tell me... Boy, what is your name?" Su Yu sat down next to him and smiled. Instead, he looked a little scared. When the boy saw that Su Yu was a human, the fierce expression on his face disappeared. "This boy is quite strong, isn't he?" Then he jumped down and sat on it. In such a short time, he had risen to such a height without being noticed. Su Yu looked up and saw that the boy must have jumped from the second floor. Su Yu did not expect this. The man in the cloak in front of Su Yu was a boy who looked to be 11 or 12 years old. "This, a child?" Su Yu proudly looked at the man's face. "Huh? Not a zombie? Hey, look carefully. I'm not a zombie." He stood firmly in place. In the blink of an eye, he knocked the man down. His martial arts skills instantly emerged. "Of course it's true, I promise." "Okay, I'll go with you." If Luo Feiyu knew what Su Yu was thinking right now, he would probably pounce on him right away. Su Yu was overjoyed, practically holding a world-class celebration in his head. Next to a person with such boundless potential, he was invincible. Of course, Luo Feiyu still had to grow up, and he couldn't let him die early. Before leaving the city, Su Yu burned a bunch of zombies to the ground to finish off these unfortunate souls. After leaving the city, Su Yu had no intention of returning to the shelter, but continued to the east. On the way, Su Yu used the system to estimate Luo Feiyu's points. The results gave Su Yu another big surprise. Luo Feiyu, the value of 3,000 points is possible to grow. After asking the system what is possible to grow, Su Yu wanted to hug and kiss Luo Feiyu. The system explained that as Luo Feiyu's strength increased, so would his value. In other words, as long as Su Yu did not spend his points until Luo Feiyu reached his full potential, he would be able to maximize his profits. Even if he spends it now, he can still get 2,000 points in one go. "This little demon is incredibly strong," Su Yu muttered helplessly. "It is because of geniuses like him that mortals like him have to work harder. But he is still a little kid." That night, Su Yu lit a fire by the road to the next city. Su Yu decided to explore it before returning to the shelter. In the wilderness, he had nowhere to stay and had to sleep on the ground. This also allowed Su Yu to see that geniuses also have a human side. Luo Feiyu laid his head on Su Yu's lap like a child, his sleeping face resembling that of a swaddled baby. "Is this a genius?" Su Yu thought. Mom and Dad. Seeing Luo Feiyu miss him so much that he talks in his sleep, Su Yu couldn't help but feel guilty. The thought that he had tricked Luo Feiyu into his life made him a villain. "Don't worry, as long as your parents are alive, I swear, I will help you find them." The next morning, Su Yu woke up Luo Feiyu and set out. Although Luo Feiyu was asleep and didn't hear, Su Yu made such a promise to himself. The zombies they encountered along the way were mostly rudimentary, so Su Yu deliberately avoided taking action, allowing Luo Feiyu to take the initiative. Luo Feiyu lived up to Su Yu's expectations. Despite his young age, he showed no fear of the zombies. He killed them one by one with a blank expression. It seemed like killing them was as easy as drinking water. "By the way, aren't you tired of holding the chainsaw?" Su Yu asked. Luo Feiyu glanced at the saw in his hand and didn't feel tired. "It's just that it's easy for me." The sight of a little boy wielding a chainsaw and killing zombies seemed strange to Su Yu. So Su Yu handed Luo Feiyu one of his knives. He then took out a rifle and said with a smile, "You've never seen a gun before, right? I'll teach you how to use it." Luo Feiyu's eyes instantly sparkled. He had long had his eye on the rifle behind Su Yu, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Now that Su Yu offered to teach him, he was naturally overjoyed. Su Yu didn't show him how to shoot, but simply explained how to reload and put the safety on before handing it to Luo Fei. "First, and I'll check if everything is okay." Luo Feiyu carefully held the rifle close to him, showing his childish curiosity. He ran forward impatiently, eager to find the next zombie. Soon, they noticed a car parked on the side of the road in the distance. There were no zombies around. They approached the car, but found a zombie inside. It seemed to be trapped, unable to escape. Noticing Su Yu and the others, it bared its fangs and claws, trying to break free, but it couldn't. "That's it. Let's stand a little further away, and you shoot. Remember, shoot at the head to kill." Luo Feiyu hurriedly ran back about 50 meters, slowly raised his gun, and aimed at the zombie in the car. Whoosh! Luo Feiyu took a deep breath. This was his first time shooting zombies, and he had to finish the job. Squinting, he aimed at the head and fired, instantly breaking through the glass of the car door. Su Yu walked over and saw that the bullet had hit the zombie right in the center of the forehead, without missing a single shot. Su Yu's lips twitched slightly. He had never learned professional M skills from Luo Feiyu, and yet he was able to shoot so accurately on his first try. A genius is a genius after all. But even if it was just an act, Su Yu had to act like a strict teacher. Su Yu crossed his arms, his face serious. Not bad. Barely passable. But don't be too proud. You still have a lot to learn from me. Not only did Su Yu's criticism not upset Luo Feiyu, it actually made him more excited. Then, "Uncle, you must be a very good marksman." Su Yu nodded, like a master from another world. "Forget about these ordinary zombies. Even a second-level zombie is a piece of cake to me. If it's an ordinary zombie, well, I can probably kill it with one shot without even looking." After saying that, Su Yu glanced at Luo Feiyu. Luo Feiyu's eyes sparkled. "Wow, impressive. I want to be a master like you, Uncle." Su Yu chuckled, feeling a little over the top. The future strongest stood before him. But it seemed like everything was going quite well. Su Yu did not dwell on this, and continued searching for zombies to train Luo Feiyu. By the time they reached the next city, Luo Feiyu had already killed nearly 20 zombies with his rifle, and his accuracy was rapidly improving. Judging from his rifle skills alone, Su Yu estimated that he had already reached the intermediate level. This rate of progress was astounding. Without a system, I definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with such a genius. It seems I'll have to work harder, otherwise, sooner or later, Luo Feiyu will catch up with me, or even surpass me. By that time, Luo Feiyu might not be around anymore. At this point, they could already see the city in the distance. This city is called Fenghua, and its level of development is much higher than the city where Luo Feiyu lives. There are even buildings with dozens of floors in the city center. It is a lie that there are no zombies in the city. However, Su Yu's purpose in traveling is not to exterminate zombies, but to find valuable invitations to the shelter. Once such people were rescued, Su Yu decided to retreat immediately. Su Yu led Luo Feiyu step by step towards the city. Only 200 or 300 meters away from the city, Su Yu saw zombies wandering around the city. Along the way, Su Yu collected the biological fluids of the zombies in jars. And now, it finally came in handy. Su Yu took out a can and smeared it on his body. Luo Feiyu, who was standing next to him, looked at him in surprise. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "It's so dirty," Su Yu explained with a smile. "In fact, after this, ordinary zombies won't notice you unless they get too close or you get injured." Luo Feiyu finally understood what was going on. Knowing the reason, he took the spray can without hesitation and began to apply it. This gesture pleased Su Yu very much. Fortunately, Luo Feiyu was not a smug person, so it was easy to get along with him. After getting ready, They officially set off for Fenghua City. Su Yu left the rifle to Luo Feiyu and used a small pistol. As he passed by the zombies, Luo Feiyu realized that they had not noticed them, and his admiration for Su Yu grew. He had killed so many zombies in the past few days, and they had not noticed anything. Moreover, Su Yu seemed to know a lot and had incredible strength. Luo Feiyu's determination to stay with Su Yu only grew stronger. He believed that by following Su Yu, he would one day be reunited with his parents. After entering Fenghua City, Su Yu began to scan the surrounding area for signs of life. Unfortunately, the surrounding area, regardless of its location, was deserted, as no stranger had set foot there for a long time. They continued on their way. Although there were no signs of life nearby, Su Yu felt that in such a large city, there should be at least some living people fighting the zombies. The most likely place. Su Yu glanced at the tall building. There it was. Although Su Yu didn't know what this building was for, it was probably the survivors' base. Therefore, Su Yu and Luo Feiyu headed straight for it. As they approached the building, Su Yu became more and more excited. He had already seen the zombie bodies lying on the ground nearby. This meant that at least someone had put up a fight. Although the news was good, caution was still necessary. This was good news for Su Yu. After all, Su Yu had no idea who his opponent was. The zombies were still swarming around, and an attack could happen at any moment. However, Su Yu maintained a steady pace, and finally arrived 100 meters away from the building after 2 hours. My God, there must be someone here. Su Yu was so confident because the building was surrounded by barricades. These barricades were covered with barbed wire, which would trap any zombie that approached. However, this only served as protection against zombies. Any sane person could easily bypass them. Just as Su Yu was about to do so, a bullet suddenly hit him in the leg. Seeing this, Su Yu froze, slowly returning to his original position, and at the same time stopped Luo Feiyu, who was about to draw his gun. "Uncle, don't rush. Let's see who it is." Su Yu smiled and raised his hands, showing that he had no hostility. "Is there anyone else alive? I'm from Star City, and I'm here to save the survivors." There was silence, and then a cry rang out. "You came alone to save us? We won't believe such a lie. We've seen many like you who lied to ask for shelter. We won't let you in. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or we'll take action." Su Yu continued to smile, but he was troubled. These people didn't look like easy prey. Luo Feiyu stared at a certain point in the building, ready to shoot. Su Yu noticed Luo Feiyu's expression and wondered if he had discovered something. Perhaps he should retreat and change his plan. "Haha, well, since you don't need saving, I'll leave first." Su Yu was about to take Luo Feiyu away when a man suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Su Yu froze. "Excuse me, is there anything else?" "Leave the child. He has good eyesight and can become an influential person in the future." Su Yu sneered. "He is just an ordinary child." No bang. A shot rang out and the bullet flew past Su Yu's ear. "Don't make me repeat it a third time. Leave the child." At this moment, Su Yu's face turned cold. He had no intention of confronting these people, but they were so arrogant. Did they think that he, Su Yu, was weak? Su Yu took Luo Feiyu's hand and said sternly, "The last thing you should do is mess with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu immediately grabbed Luo Feiyu and ran away, behind Su Yu. Fortunately, Su Yu was fast enough, and the group's shooting was inaccurate, so he was not injured. Having successfully hidden behind cover, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Feiyu, who was standing next to him, was furious. "Uncle, he had gone too far. You almost got killed just now." Su Yu was relieved to see Luo Feiyu's anger. "Just now, I saw you looking at the building. Did you notice anything?" Luo Feiyu nodded. "On the 13th floor, there is a man about 1.75 meters tall looking here through a telescope. Behind him, there were 4, 3 men and 1 woman." Su Yu was a little surprised that Luo Feiyu could see so closely. "Of course, I saw everything. I just asked you to check. Luo Suyu forced a smile. It's a pity that I can only see this. Uncle, you must see much more clearly than I. Two of them were holding rifles and they just fired. It was obvious what he was going to do next. Suyu was alone and took advantage of the night to sneak into the building's protective net. The reason for acting at night was that it was difficult to operate under enemy fire during the day. When night fell, all preparations were ready. Go with, uncle, and prepare yourself. We will take revenge on you tonight. Suyu led Luo Feiyu in a different direction. Therefore, Suyu will never let this company go. But if you stab me, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Suyu's principle is to repay a drop of water with a spring. This case is different. However, a group of people almost took his life and even set their sights on Luo Feiyu. Suyu usually didn't want to go against others. Compared to this, saving face was more important now. But if he didn't say this, Luo Feiyu would probably look down on him. In fact, Suyu didn't do anything at all. Saw as expected, uncle. Looked at Suyu with admiration. Feiyu Suyu took out the pliers he bought at the supermarket and cut a few strands of wire with a creaking sound. Suyu then pushed the barricade aside, creating a gap in the net. After making 5 slits, Suyu gave a signal and Luo Feiyu hurried over. He was carrying a large bag, and Suyu emptied its contents into the net before leaving. The two of them watched from a safe distance. Luo Feiyu smirked. Uncle, aren't we being too cruel? Little one, if you think we're cruel, don't laugh. We're not helping them, we're just making them suffer. There you go. There you go. Hey, it's time to see something interesting. Zombies were slowly approaching from all sides, surrounding the building. It turned out that the pork Suyu had thrown into the net was from the city freezer. The smell of blood attracted all the zombies in the area. Although zombies are not interested in animals, the smell of blood is very interesting to them. The zombies climbed into the protective net and ate all the pork lying on the ground. What to do after they ate the pork was obvious. They started to approach the inside of the building because there were still people alive. A dull thud came from the other side of the building. The zombies were desperately pounding on the door. The lights came on in the building and the people inside noticed what was happening too. Oh my God, how did the zombies break through the security net? They didn't understand why. Everyone panicked and lost their composure. Don't worry, the door is also protected and the zombies won't be able to get in for a while. The leader, the man who had spoken to Suyu during the day, was trying his best to give orders. However, the woman next to him was already crying. How long can we hold out like this? If the zombies get inside, we won't have anywhere to retreat. The leader slapped the woman's face. At this moment, the leader thought of Suyu, who had visited them that day. Are you still talking about this? Even if the barrier hadn't been breached, wouldn't it be the same? From the moment we retreated to this building, there was no way out. If that man had really come to save them, perhaps they wouldn't have been in such a desperate situation. Thinking about it, he shook his head. He's just a swindler seeking refuge here. What am I thinking? Then he focused on the current situation again. All of his comrades were in a terrible state. The woman had finally calmed down a little after being slapped. The other men had worried expressions on their faces and looked just as desperate. The zombies continued to pound on the door downstairs. He was confident in the strength of the door. But it was only a matter of time before it was broken down. Sitting here and waiting to die was one option. The leader immediately ordered, "Throw away all the meat to attract zombies." What will we do with the rest of our lives if we throw away the meat? Stop talking nonsense. If we run out of meat, we can always find it in the city. But if you lose your life, you will burn in hell. After a moment's hesitation, everyone decided to do as they were told. Throwing meat off the building certainly attracted a lot of zombies. Several people immediately took aim and opened fire from above. Their accuracy was poor, and even after the thrown meat had completely burned, they still managed to kill several zombies. Throw more. After a few shots, the remaining meat in the building was completely destroyed. Outside, The zombies kept approaching from all directions. The group was in complete despair. At this moment, Su Yu passed by. He turned on the headlights at full power, making himself visible. He held a megaphone in his hand and laughed. "Oh, how did the zombies attack you? But since you don't need help, I'll leave. You have to handle it." The leader instantly realized that this was their chance to survive. "Wait, please save us." Su Yu raised his eyebrows. "Huh? Weren't you so strong back then?" "Why do you need my help now?" the leader asked, gritting his teeth. "Sorry, we got the wrong day. If you can save us just once, I will do whatever you ask." Su Yu snorted coldly. To be honest, he didn't really want to save these people. He lured these zombies here just to teach them a lesson, not to kill them. So Su Yu reluctantly said, "I will do you a favor, but don't try to deceive me later, otherwise I will be ruthless." "Agreed." The leader somehow felt relieved when Su Yu agreed to help. His comrades stared at him in confusion. "What are you doing? How can we rely on this man to survive?" the leader asked irritably. "You know what? If not him, then you." They were speechless. They really had no strength. Then the leader turned his gaze to Su Yu. "I hope he can handle these zombies." In the car, Su Yu did not show it. "Fei Yu, you can handle these zombies, right?" Luo Fei Yu smirked as he jumped out of the car. He held a rifle in one hand and a dagger in the other. "Uncle, just leave it to me. You don't need to deal with such weak zombies." Everyone in the building saw Luo Fei Yu get out of the car, and Su Yu remained motionless, feeling extremely disappointed. This coward didn't dare to go over and let the child go himself. He actually let such a small child run into so many zombies. How cruel. While they were slandering Su Yu, Luo Fei Yu's behavior almost scared them to death. Luo Fei Yu raised his hand and fired, piercing the heads of 2 zombies. "Hey, I'm here! Come and bite me!" The bullets and screams successfully attracted the zombies. The zombies began to turn around and approach Luo Fei Yu. Then Luo Fei Yu curled his lips and fired countless bursts from his rifle. Each bullet killed 1 or 2 zombies. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the zombies were gone. The people above were completely stunned. Was this still a human? Their aim was many times higher than their own. The leader recalled his actions during the day and felt unbearably ashamed. Fortunately, no one took it personally. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to wait for the zombies to attack. They would have been destroyed during the day. It's a pity they didn't know that these zombies were also attracted to Su Yu and the Steel Ones. If they knew, how would they feel? Luo Fei Yu killed the zombies faster and faster, and his bullets ran out with him. In the end, his knife was completely useless, and he killed all the zombies in the area. After killing all the zombies, Luo Fei Yu ran to Su Yu and smiled. "Uncle, I did a good job, didn't I?" "Barely. You're even better than me." "As expected, Uncle. If you were here, you would have wiped out this zombie horde in an instant." "Of course." Su Yu noticed that his face was getting rougher and rougher next to Luo Fei Yu. "Fei Yu, since you're going to stay with me anyway, why don't you become my disciple? You're lucky. I don't take disciples lightly." Luo Fei Yu was overjoyed. In his eyes, Su Yu was a true master. The prospect of learning from such a person filled him with excitement. "Master." Luo Fei Yu saluted, but Su Yu stopped him. "No need for these ancient tricks. Let's go check on those guys." The 2 men got out of the car and walked toward the building. Someone inside hurried to open the door for them. They looked at Luo Fei Yu with a little fear. It seemed that Luo Fei Yu's strength had already scared the group. On the 13th floor, the team leader had been waiting for them for a long time. "Hello, I'm Zhang Qilan, the leader here." Su Yu remained silent. He wasn't interested in the man's name. "Why are you hiding in the building?" "Hey, it's a long story." After Zhang Qilan explained, Su Yu finally understood. Fenghua City was originally invaded by zombies. They were fortunate to take refuge here and create a protective net. Before this, they had seen countless Fenghua residents turn into zombies. Frightened, they did not dare to leave. So, They took refuge in this building. As time passed, they no longer dared to leave, even though the zombies outside became fewer. Occasionally, one of the survivors would pass by. They were robbing them and living quite comfortably. While saying this, they were especially attentive to Su Yu's expression. However, Su Yu did not react at all. This weapon belonged to the rescue team, but don't worry, we took it from their car. They are all dead. Where did you get the gun? Zhang Qilan panicked when he saw Su Yu's silence. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see the car. It's still parked over there. Su Yu shook his head. There's no need. It's not prohibited. It's just unethical to rob passers-by. Zhang Qilan listened, feeling hurt. We were just possessed by a demon for a moment. Don't worry, I promise I'll never do it again. Zhang Qilan regretfully recalled how he almost provoked the Buddha that day. If the child next to him was so powerful, how much more powerful would he be? Zhang Qilan couldn't even imagine. So you want to leave? I can take you to Star City. Hearing this, everyone nodded like chickens pecking rice. After that night, they didn't want to live in that kind of environment anymore. Star City was definitely much safer than here. Okay, I'll take you there. But you have to promise me something. Come on. First, you have to follow the rules of Star City. You can't do what you do here. Don't worry, I promise you won't do it again. Second, keep an eye on Star City. When I contact you, you must tell me about the latest important events. Zhang Qilan was puzzled. Aren't you in Star City? I don't live there, but I need to know how things are going there. Can you do it? Zhang Qilan did not hesitate and immediately promised, yes. Very good. After agreeing to Su Yu's proposal, Zhang Qilan thought about it and felt even more confident. This was actually establishing a connection with Su Yu. With such a powerful figure behind him, what was there to be afraid of? That night, Su Yu and Luo Feiyu spent time in the room provided by Zhang Qilan. Luo Feiyu remained vigilant, ready for any attack. Su Yu was both amused and confused. Feiyu, there is no need to be so vigilant. What if they attack us? I don't think they are good people. Don't worry, they don't have the guts. Trust me, if you show them your strength now, they'll be scared to death. Su Yu's grandiose words made Luo Feiyu feel distrustful. Prav, since Master said so, go ahead. Master, are you really going to take them to Star City? Well, there's nothing wrong with that, and they can help me gather intelligence, so why not? What if they do something bad? They wouldn't dare. That was the only thing Su Yu was sure of. Zhang Qilan and his men didn't attack at night. He didn't even think about it. They had packed their things the night before. The next day, without wasting any time, they left the building early. They boarded a rescue vehicle left in the city. The group consisted of 7 people, and even with the luggage, it was not that crowded. By car, of course, the journey was much faster. Su Yu did not return the same way. Following the original route would mean crossing the mountain again. With so many people, Su Yu preferred to go straight to Star City. Therefore, Su Yu headed southwest, around the mountain, and headed straight to Star City. Along the way. Otherwise, Su Yu would have taken them all back. Unfortunately, there were no survivors. Su Yu's journey through Star City took several days, but the trip took less than a few hours. After dropping Zhang Qilan and the others off outside Star City, Su Yu planned to return to the hideout. Before leaving, Su Yu reminded Zhang Qilan not to forget his promise. After returning to the hideout, Su Yu introduced Li He and the others to Luo Feiyu. Li He and the others were surprised to learn that he was Su Yu's disciple. But at the same time, the 2 men began to feel proud. They were now considered senior members of the shelter, so naturally they had to show off in front of Luo Feiyu. This was a chance to solidify their status as seniors. However, the result was disastrous. When it came to exterminating zombies, they were no match for Luo Feiyu. He even defeated them. This outcome was completely unacceptable to the 2 of them. After all, Luo Feiyu was only 12 years old. Losing to a child was simply too embarrassing. When they challenged Luo Feiyu again, they suffered another crushing defeat. In the end, they resigned themselves to it. The child that Su Yu treasured so much must have possessed something exceptional. Calling Luo Feiyu a child beloved by a god was not an exaggeration. Returning, Su Yu first counted the points he had earned. Not too many, not too few. A little over 100, making up for the points he had lost when buying the potion. Taking into account the points he had earned from the previous defense, Su Yu was already less than halfway to upgrading the shelter. Su Yu planned to upgrade the shelter to level 3 before Chen Dao challenged him. There were less than 3 weeks left, and 5,000 points was no small achievement. You need to work hard for the next few days. From then on, Su Yu took Luo Feiyu to train every day. It wasn't just about earning points, but also about training him. They even encountered a level 2 zombie once. Su Yu had told Luo Feiyu about these zombies before. When Luo Feiyu saw the zombies, he didn't show any sign of panic. He faced it with all seriousness, straining his strength. The result was exactly as Su Yu had predicted. After a long battle, Luo Feiyuxi destroyed the second-level zombie. Of course, this long battle was only a distant one. In fact, it only took 3 minutes. It seemed so long because Luo Feiyu's basic zombies always died instantly, making 3 minutes seem so long. The second-tier zombie, there was hardly a drop of sweat on his face. After Luo Feiyu dealt with the impressive, Luo Feiyu assessed the second-tier zombie. But Su Yu knew that if Luo Feiyu fought him again, it would take even less time. At the same time, Su Yu also inquired about the situation in other places. The situation was terrible not only domestically, but also in the world. Many small countries with modest military strength had been completely destroyed. Even some major Western powers have been overrun by zombies. Since the zombie outbreak, the world's population has fallen by 70% in less than 3 months. The remaining major settlements were China, where Su Yu lived, the militarily powerful White Eagle country, and the island nation of Sakura, to the east of China. The rest of the countries had very few people left. In other words, the future of humanity was shrouded in darkness. With Luo Feiyu's help, Su Yu's points increased rapidly. Over the next few days, Su Yu spent his time outside hunting zombies with Luo Feiyu. However, there was still hope, and it lay in one person. 3 days before the appointed time, Su Yu's points had already reached 8,000. Seeing that Chen Dao was about to come for him, Su Yu stopped hunting outside. He planned to take Luo Feiyu to Star City to see what was going on there. He could also check on Chen Dao's recent situation. Luo Feiyu was happy to hear about the city. Luo Feiyu was 12 years old, but he grew up in the countryside. Although his home was not far from Star City, he had only been there a few times. It was normal for a child from the countryside to want to see the city. Even before they entered the city, Su Yu noticed something unusual as soon as they came out. The soldiers standing at the gate, although they had anxious expressions on their faces, were doing their duty. However, this time, the soldiers standing outside had a strange aura. They were supposedly guarding the gates of the satellite city, but in reality they were wary of each other, as if suspicious. Su Yu frowned slightly, but did not ask why, pretending not to notice. He would understand what had happened once he entered the city. Su Yu was even more surprised when he entered Star City. The last time he was here, the residents continued to live their normal lives as if the zombies did not exist. This time, there were almost no passers-by on the streets. Even those who saw them were tightly wrapped up, their vigilance greatly increased. The streets were deserted, with closed shops, giving the impression of a dead city. Some important streets were even heavily guarded. This is indeed the case when the sun rises in the west. What is happening in Star City? Asked in confusion as he went to find Zhang Qilan and the others. Before taking Zhang Qilan into the city, Su Yu told him to stay at the Starry Sky Apartments, located in the very center. This facilitated communication between the two, but it also allowed Zhang Qilan to keep abreast of all the city's happenings. Arriving at Xingkong Apartments, Su Yu quickly found the mark where Zhang Qilan was sitting. Following the mark, Su Yu arrived at room 402 of Xingkong Apartments. He knocked softly on the door, and a moment later it opened. Zhang Qilan stuck his head out to take a look. After confirming that there was no one around, he quickly pulled Su Yu inside. No need to be so vigilant, right? No one knows what you're doing there. Zhang Qilan sat down again, shaking his head. Mr. Su, you don't understand what's going on in Xingcheng. Everyone is in danger. Su Yu frowned. Huh? What's going on? Zhang Qilan looked exhausted. He explained that since he arrived in Xingcheng, several major incidents had occurred. The root cause was a zombie that had somehow entered the city, and no one knew how it got there. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. The zombie appeared suddenly, unbeknownst to the defenders of Xingcheng, and infected several residents. By the time the guards discovered the situation, the zombie population had exceeded 10. If zombies had not been biting people on the streets, the incident would probably have continued in secret for much longer. Once the news spread, panic gripped Star City. Many people saw zombies killing others, and their fear of zombies grew. Many simply skipped work and locked themselves in their homes. After all, no one wanted to run into a zombie on their way home and be mauled to death. Thus, the entire social order of Star City collapsed. People stopped working, and public services failed. Even those with ulterior motives took advantage of the situation to sow chaos, adding to the already chaotic situation. The guards attempted to exterminate the zombies and return Star City to its former state. Unfortunately, their commander, Colonel Zhang, was simply unable to do so. After several days of unsuccessful attempts, they were forced to free Zhong Yuan from solitary confinement. After his release, the guards immediately gathered their forces and resumed work. Under Zhong Yuan's leadership, the few remaining zombies in the city were completely exterminated. However, although the zombies were destroyed, the consequences of this incident could not be undone. People finally realized the full horror of the zombies. Countless people were driven to despair. Public order was in complete chaos. Usually, it was at this point that the guard would intervene to bring the situation under control. However, the level of chaos within the guard was even greater than in Star City as a whole. The previous defense of Star City had already sown the seeds of disunity within the guard. After this incident, the guard completely disintegrated. One faction sided with Colonel Zhang, believing him to be the supreme commander of Star City, and that everything should be done according to his will. Otherwise, it would be a violation of military orders. Most of the Zhang faction consisted of soldiers who defended the city during the defense. The other faction sided with Zhong Yuan. They thought that Zhong Yuan was a more capable leader who could save the people of Star City. Most of them participated in the defense. The current security organization remained the same, but their hearts had long since drifted apart. Colonel Zhang and Zhong Yuan silently allowed this situation to happen. Something must have happened between them that led to the current situation. After listening to Zhang Qilan's report, Su Yu nodded slowly. This explained the soldiers standing outside. However, Su Yu was puzzled. In his previous life, the guards of Star City were not divided. Could this be another butterfly effect? Dividing the guards would not do any good. It could weaken Star City's defense. Without unity, the destruction of Star City was inevitable. It seemed that there would be a winner between the Zhang and Zhong factions. When choosing between the two, Su Yu would undoubtedly choose Zhong Yuan. Su Yu had already seen Zhong Yuan's abilities, and he was definitely superior to Colonel Zhang. But Su Yu was puzzled as to why Zhong Yuan would agree to the division into two factions. From Su Yu's understanding of Zhong Yuan would not do this. Is there anything else he doesn't know? Su Yu suddenly remembered and asked, "Do you know the Black Fox Squad?" "Of course I do. This team is the most famous and strongest in Star City. They are not part of any unit, but have their own organization." Then let me ask, which side did the Black Fox Squad choose? Su Yu knew the Black Fox Squad better than Zhong Yuan, and he knew Heisey better. The side they chose was undoubtedly the right one. Face suddenly became serious, and he said solemnly, "They decided to remain neutral." Neutral? Su Yu was speechless. Didn't the Black Fox Squad choose the Zhong faction? This puzzled Su Yu even more. He wanted to know the reason, and he probably had to figure it out himself. Su Yu put this matter aside for now and asked about the Blade Society. Zhang Qilan paid special attention to the information about the Blade Society. According to Zhang Qilan, since the situation in Star City had changed dramatically, the Blade Society had seized the opportunity to consolidate their forces in the Star Dragon County. And they didn't know where they got the weapons from. Now the entire Star Dragon district belongs to the Blade Society. However, the Blade Society hasn't done anything bad yet, let alone attack the Guardians. The Guardians have temporarily resigned themselves to this. Su Yu knew that this was all because of him. Chen Dao waited for the outcome of the agreement. This outcome would determine the future of the Blade Society. As expected of Chen Dao, he became a local tyrant in his previous life, and he could do the same in this life. By the way, how is the Guan family doing? Su Yu guessed that the head of the Guan family in Star City must be Lin Xiaoxu's father. Su Yu wanted to know how Lin Xiaoxu was doing. You mean the Lin family? The Lin family is no longer in power. In today's Star City, only those with power have the right to vote. De facto ruler. And the Lin family has completely lost its voice. Su Yu nodded as if it was a matter of course. Are they safe now? Of course. The Lin family has always been kind to the people. Who would want to attack them? Then how about us and Lin Xiaoxue? Miss Lin, she is very influential now. She gives speeches all over Star City. She wants to encourage everyone not to lose hope. Zhang Qilan wiped his nose. Miss Lin is so wonderful. After her speech, my heart was filled with hope. I wish I could marry her. After finishing speaking, Su Yu hit Zhang Qilan on the head, causing him to feel dizzy. What are you dreaming about? Zhang Qilan rubbed his head in resentment. Mr. Su, what are you doing? I just said that casually. I know that Miss Lin is so wonderful, and I am definitely not worthy of her, but that doesn't mean that she can't be my shining light. Su Yu could only shrug and say, It's good that you know. It's just a pity. Miss Lin's speeches usually don't attract many people. Everyone is staying at home, afraid of attacks. And Zhang Qilan's words, Su Yu imagined Lin Xiaoxue's expression when no one was listening to her. Hearing this, but Su Yu knew that Lin Xiaoxue would definitely continue his speech. This is how it is. At that moment, Su Yu had an idea. But there was no hurry. Now was to deal with the Blade Society. The next step was to find out what was going on with the guards. Only after everything was settled could he help Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue, wait. See you soon, Su Yu thought. Before leaving the Starry Sky apartment, Su Yu instructed Zhang Qilan to monitor the news of Star City. Zhang Qilan immediately promised. After leaving, Su Yu decided to take a walk with Luo Feiyu. Luo Feiyu looked disappointed. Su Yu smiled. What do you want to see? I'll take you. He clearly couldn't be happy to see the once bustling city plunged into such deathly silence. Luo Feiyu's face lit up again. I want to see the amusement park. Luo Feiyu had always dreamed of going to an amusement park since he was a child. But unfortunately, his parents had never taken him there, and he had never even seen it. Although Su Yu wanted to tell Luo Feiyu that the Star City amusement park must be closed, he did not want to disappoint him. He decided to at least take him there to see it. So Su Yu nodded and said, Okay, Master will take you to the amusement park. The Star City amusement park is located on the South 2nd Ring Road. Su Yu drove there in an SUV. As soon as they arrived at the central square, they were stopped by security guards. They came up and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? Take out your ID cards. Su Yu smiled slightly. The child wants to see the amusement park. I brought him here to see it. An amusement park? The soldier chuckled. What time is it? And you still want to go to the amusement park? Because of scoundrels like you, Star City became what it is. Su Yu frowned as he heard the soldiers immediately ridicule him. But Su Yu was not angry yet. After all, those soldiers didn't seem to have seen him. Su Yu pretended not to hear these rude words. Su Yu took out his ID card and handed it over. The soldier took Su Yu's ID card, glanced at it, compared it with Su Yu himself, and sneered. So you are Su Yu. I know you, the one who predicted the zombie apocalypse. Su Yu took the ID back and smiled. It's me. That's right. Ha ha. I heard you were there during the defense. I thought you were a big shot, but it seems you're just a loser. No wonder the battle went so badly. This Zhong Yuan deserves to die as an apology. Hearing this, Su Yu finally understood what was going on. So these guys were from Zhang's group. Su Yu didn't want to quarrel with them, so he smiled and asked, "Excuse me, can I leave now?" "Shh, let's go see your amusement park." "Thank you, and good luck with your work." Smile instantly disappeared, and he rode on without looking back. After he left, Luo Feiyu asked in confusion, "Master, these guys have gone too far. Why didn't we teach them a lesson? You are still young, you don't understand. Sometimes, teaching someone is not the best option." But they look down on me, Master." Su Yu smiled as he glanced at Luo Feiyu. It seemed like this guy still cared about him. However, Su Yu did not take the soldier's words to heart and naturally did not argue with them. As the saying goes, does a giant care about what an ant says? Feiyu, I'm very glad that you think so. Don't worry, we'll get our revenge sooner or later, but there's no hurry. Besides, don't you still want to go to the amusement park? Luo Feiyu pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, Su Yu and the others finally arrived at the amusement park. As Su Yu expected, the park had already closed. No one was visible, not only inside, but also outside. They could only admire the largest Ferris wheel and the roller coaster outside. The man shook his head and smirked. Su Yu was about to console Luo Feiyu when he suddenly noticed that he was smiling. "No, I don't have a very good appetite. One person is enough for me for a few days. I usually catch 3 or 4 people a year. After all, if I take more, the police will find suspicion." While the man was speaking, Su Yu looked around. The room was windowless and dark, probably the basement of a guest house. But thank God, zombies appeared. Now, no matter what I do, I won't be suspected. Su Yu's face twisted in disgust. In front of him stood a complete pervert. Su Yu couldn't understand where someone got such a habit from. "Are you crazy? What did you do to Luo Feiyu?" "Luo Feiyu? Oh, you mean that boy?" "Hehe, I broke his neck." In an instant, Su Yu's anger flared to the limit. Luo Feiyu was his prized disciple. Not only that, Luo Feiyu was supposed to be the key force in humanity's future fight against zombies. And now this man was telling him that he had killed Luo Feiyu, all because of his own negligence. Eyes turned bloodshot as he thrashed around on the wooden bed. "You beast! I'll kill you!" "Oh, don't be so hasty. You'll scare me to death." The man walked over to the sharpening table and washed the blade of the hatchet with water. "I was joking. Are you crazy?" The man exclaimed smugly. "Human flesh. The flesh of a 20-year-old like you is the best. This boy's flesh is too tender and tasteless. I'll wait until he grows up to 20 before eating him. That's the best." However, Su Yu's eyes were still bloodshot, and he looked at him like a mad dog. The man was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly. "Are you completely mad with rage?" "Alas, this kind of meat is not tasty." "Well, I will just let it go unnoticed this time." The man, with an axe in his hand, slowly approached Su Yu, intending to take his life. "But what does this meat taste like?" "I would love to try it." The man raised his knife, aimed at Su Yu's neck, and slashed. The next second, something he had never expected happened. Su Yu, who was tied to the bed, instantly broke free and powerfully struck the man's wrist from below upwards. The force was unbearable, and the axe flew out of his hand. Before the man could react, Su Yu stood up and kicked him in the face, knocking him to the ground. When the man jumped to his feet and grabbed Su Yu, the axe was pointed at his face. Su Yu looked at him coldly, his previous irrational behavior gone. Lips trembled slightly. He raised his hands and slowly retreated. Hey, am I playing with fire and getting burned?" Su Yu looked at him coldly. He had no words for this man. This behavior deeply hurt him. If you had chosen someone else, you would probably have lived in poverty for years. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. The man gradually retreated until he was standing in front of the table. This is not necessarily so. The man pulled out an air rifle from somewhere and tried to shoot Su Yu in the head. But Su Yu, who had been fighting zombies for so long, was too tough for him. Before he could raise his weapon, the hatchet in Su Yu's hand flew into the air, piercing the man's forehead. He died instantly, deader than dead. This hatchet had been used for years, and countless lives had been lost to it. Su Yu thought about it. It seemed like this was the first time he had killed someone since he had been reborn. This man probably had no idea until his death that he would die under his oppression. Before this, he had only killed zombies, the dead. This was the first time he had killed a living person. Even in his previous life, Su Yu had never killed a living person. Yet, Su Yu did not feel any hesitation. He did not feel guilty for killing. In Su Yu's opinion, the person in front of him fully deserved his punishment. He even felt that killing him in this way was too easy. He deserved a more painful death. "Forget it. It's too late to say anything," Su Yu said, without even looking at the man, and walked out the door. Just as the man said, Luo Feiyu did not die, but was locked in the next room. Luo Feiyu was a child, and the sleeping pills were too strong for him, so he had not woken up yet. Su Yu carried Luo Feiyu on his back and walked out of the basement. When Su Yu came out, he noticed that it was already dawn. He looked at his watch and saw that it was exactly 9 in the morning. Su Yu didn't want to stay here any longer and immediately got into the car to return to the shelter. On the way back to the shelter, Luo Feiyu finally woke up. He woke up and was surprised to find himself in the car. "Master, why am I in the car?" You're not embarrassed to say it. You're such a sleepyhead. No matter how I call you, I won't wake you up." Luo Feiyu blushed, unable to believe that he actually did this. Of course, it was a lie. Su Yu had no intention of telling Luo Feiyu the truth. It would be useless. So Su Yu and the others returned to the shelter. A few days later, the man's body was found after the guest house started to stink. The military sent an investigation to uncover all the details of his actions. The man's name was Niu Dazhuang. He had no family, lived alone, and grew up in a dark environment. His lack of education led to this. The military wanted to know who killed Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang couldn't commit suicide. Unfortunately, the military had no leads. They buried Niu Dazhuang's body in the wild. After all, no one wanted such a pervert to end well. But that was a story for later. Back at the hideout, Su Yu stopped hunting zombies for points and instead trained feverishly in the hideout. After only 2 days, Su Yu felt his muscles had become stronger. Finally, the appointed day arrived. As agreed, Chen Dao personally came to the shelter to challenge Su Yu. The exact time was not set. Su Yu did not wait for Chen Dao outside, but leisurely drank tea in the shelter. Su Yu drank tea while instructing the others. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Dao and the others arrived at the shelter. They arrived with such a powerful force that those who didn't know might think that they came here to start a war with Su Yu. Although, in a sense, they really were going to start a war. Su Yu saw Chen Dao through the monitor, put down his cup, and slowly walked out the door. Seeing that Su Yu was not afraid of a fight, Chen Dao nodded with satisfaction. "Hey, Boss Chen, how are you?" Chen Dao was not angry at Su Yu's frivolous greeting. "Feiyu, aren't you disappointed? It's finally time to make a decision." Luo Feiyu shook his head and smiled. "No, I'm just glad to see you." Hearing this, Su Yu felt goosebumps running through his body. Mentally admiring Luo Feiyu's kindness, he accompanied him to the amusement park for a long time. But Su Yu understood this very well. Although Luo Feiyu was usually a good boy, when it came to killing zombies, he was even more ruthless than himself. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by their appearance. That's what it means. Luo Feiyu didn't feel satisfied until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "Okay, Master, let's go." "Okay." In Star City, All roads leading to the outside world were closed at night. If they wanted to leave the city, they had to do so before dark. After walking only a few kilometers, Su Yu saw someone standing on a platform in the roadside plaza. Su Yu immediately stopped and parked. "Master?" Luo Feiyu noticed Su Yu looking at the person on the stage and followed his gaze. On the stage stood a woman of indescribable beauty. At least for a 12-year-old child, she was as beautiful as a fairy. A few people stood at a distance, protecting her. Below, scattered around, stood a few more people. They looked upset, but despite this, they listened attentively to the woman's words, as if searching for a glimmer of hope in them. Su Yu watched silently, not saying a word. On the stage was none other than Lin Xiaoxui. She was giving a speech, trying to inspire the audience. Unfortunately, there were too few listeners, but someone was better than nothing. The stage was not far away, just enough to hear what Lin Xiaoxu was saying. Su Yu nodded as he listened. It must be said that Lin Xiaoxue had a truly exceptional gift for inspiring people. More importantly, every word she spoke came from the heart. This was the key to her inspiration. "Master, is this the Miss Lin you spoke of?" Su Yu nodded. "Yes, she is my friend. Master, are you not going to meet her?" "No, not now." Su Yu did not leave until he finished his speech. Lin Xiaoxue watched him from afar as the SUV drove away. Strange, how familiar, Lin Xiaoxue thought, but she did not take it to heart, quickly switching to other matters. By that time, it was already completely dark. The original plan to return to the shelter had completely failed. Su Yu thought deeply and decided to find a place to stay with Luo Feiyu. Unfortunately, there was not a single hotel open on the street. At times like these, people give up their jobs to save their lives. Without a life, even if they had money, they had nowhere to spend it. Su Yu searched for a long time before finally finding a vacant guest house near the zoo. The owner was a man in his 50s with a strong Xinjiang accent. He warmly greeted Su Yu and the others. The man told Su Yu that this place was just a village a few decades ago. Now, thanks to the zoo and the city's development, his house was fortunately not torn down. He opened a guest house here. Before the zombie crisis, business was brisk and life was quite comfortable. Unfortunately, there were no guests now. Suan kept the house open, fearing that someone like Su Yu might be left homeless. Yu warmly thanked the man for his kindness. The man smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. The man then prepared a room for Su Yu and Luo Feiyu. It was neither too big nor too small, about 20 square meters. Su Yu asked Luo Feiyu to wash the dishes first, while he rested in bed with his eyes closed. At this moment, a man came in with food. "You must be hungry after a hard day. Eat something to fill your stomach." Su Yu quickly stood up. "I'm so ashamed." "It's okay. I won't charge you." The man put the food on the table and turned to leave. "Leave the food by the door when you finish eating. I'll come and clean up." The man quickly left, and Su Yu could only stand there and look at the food. There was meat and vegetables, and the presentation was quite appetizing. Gah! Su Yu touched his stomach. At this moment, he was really hungry. What a kind person. I must repay him in the future. After Luo Feiyu returned, Su Yu ate his food with gratitude. When he put the bowl and chopsticks by the door, Su Yu felt a little sleepy, and Su Yu yawned, and Luo Feiyu seemed about to fall asleep too. "Why are you so sleepy today?" Luo Feiyu rubbed his eyes and said softly, "Master, I am so sleepy." Without thinking for a second, Su Yu lay down on the bed and turned off the light. "Go to bed if you want to sleep. We have to leave tomorrow morning." Su Yu closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Su Yu was awakened by some noise. He opened his eyes with difficulty and realized that the ceiling was not like the one in the guest house, but stone. He tried to get up, but found that he was tied up and couldn't move. Suddenly, Su Yu's mind cleared. After a few seconds, he realized what was happening. "Hey, are you awake?" A voice came from across the room. Su Yu turned around and saw the owner of the guest house sharpening a knife while smiling. So this is the voice? Su Yu cursed himself for being careless. He had basically fallen into a trap. Thinking about it, so many strange things had happened since he entered the guest house. But Su Yu didn't expect that the man in front of him would be such a human being. Su Yu took a deep breath and asked coldly, "You want money, right? I'll give you as much as you want." "Money?" The man laughed as if he'd heard a joke. "Do you think I look like someone who needs money?" Su Yu asked coldly. "Then what do you want?" The question remained unanswered. The man slowly walked to the door and turned on the light. When the light came on, Su Yu saw that the walls of the room were covered with dozens of skulls. Su Yu's heart trembled. "Judging from your expression, you guessed right. My goal is not money, but killing people." The man laughed, and his expression became quite creepy. He began to tell Su Yu his story, speaking with such familiarity as if it had become a habit. "You know what? Since I was 20, I have fallen in love with the taste of human flesh. Unfortunately, human flesh is not so easy to obtain. It was only after opening this mini hotel that I realized how easy it is to obtain human flesh." Su Yu clenched his fists. The man shook his head and smirked. "Not really. My appetite isn't that great. One person would be enough for me for several days. Did you eat all the guests who came here? I usually only catch 3 or 4 people a year. After all, if I take more, the police will find suspicion." While the man was chatting, Su Yu looked around. The room was windowless and dark, probably the basement of a guest house. "But thank goodness the zombies have appeared. Now I can do whatever I want without arousing suspicion." Su Yu's face twisted in disgust. The man in front of him was a complete pervert. Su Yu couldn't understand where someone got such a habit from. "Are you crazy? What did you do to Luo Feiyu?" "Luo Feiyu? Oh, you mean that boy? Heh, I broke his neck." In an instant, Su Yu's anger reached its limit. Luo Feiyu was his valuable disciple. Moreover, Luo Feiyu would undoubtedly become the decisive force in humanity's future fight against zombies. And now, this man was telling him that he had killed Luo Feiyu, all because of his own negligence? Su Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he thrashed desperately on the wooden bed. "You beast, I'll kill you." "Oh, don't rush. You're scaring me to death." The man walked over to the sharpening table and rinsed the axe with water. "I was kidding." "Are you crazy?" The man exclaimed smugly. "Human flesh. 20-year-olds like you are the best. This brat's flesh is too tender and tasteless. I'll wait until he's 20. Is the best." However, Su Yu's eyes were still bloodshot, and he looked at the man like a mad dog. The man was slightly taken aback, and then sighed softly. "Are you crazy with rage? Alas, such meat is not tasty. Well, this time I will have to go through all this torment." The man with an axe in his hand slowly approached Su Yu, intending to finish him off. "But what does such meat taste like? I would love to try it." The man raised his knife, aimed at Su Yu's neck, and slashed. The next second, something he never expected happened. Su Yu, who was tied to the bed, instantly freed himself and hit the man's wrist with his huge hand. The man couldn't withstand the force, and the axe flew out of his hand. Before the man could react, Su Yu jumped up and kicked the man in the face, knocking him down. As the man hurriedly tried to stand up and subdue Su Yu, he saw an axe pointed in front of him. Su Yu looked at him coldly. His previous irrational expression disappeared. The man's lips trembled slightly. He raised his hands and slowly retreated. Hey, am I going to play with fire and get burned?" Su Yu looked at him coldly. He had nothing to say to such a person. This behavior was deeply painful for Su Yu. If you had chosen someone else, you would have lived in shame for many years. It's a pity that you chose the wrong one. Haha. The man gradually retreated and had already retreated to the table. Maybe not. The man took out an airgun from somewhere and wanted to shoot Su Yu in the head. But Su Yu, who had been fighting the zombies for so long, was too much for him. Before he could raise his weapon, the axe in Su Yu's hand flew out of the air and sank deep into the man's forehead. He was killed instantly, dead as hell. The man must have never thought until his death that he would die from this axe. This axe had been used for many years, and countless people had been killed by it. Su Yu thought about it, and it seemed like this was the first time he had killed someone since his reincarnation. Previously, he had only killed zombies, the dead. This was the first time he had killed a living person. Even in his previous life, Su Yu had never killed a living person. But Su Yu's heart did not waver. He did not feel any guilt for killing. In Su Yu's opinion, the person in front of him fully deserved it. Su Yu even felt that killing him like this would be too easy for him. This man should have died after being tortured even more painfully. Forget it. It's too late to say anything now. Su Yu walked out the door without looking at the man. As he said, Luo Feiyu did not die, but was locked in the next room. Because Luo Feiyu was a child, the effect of the sleeping pill was too strong, so he still did not wake up. Su Yu carried Luo Feiyu on his back and walked out of the basement. When Su Yu came out, it was already dawn. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly 9 in the morning. Su Yu didn't want to stay here any longer, so he immediately got into the car and prepared to return to the shelter. On the way back to the shelter, Luo Feiyu finally woke up. He was surprised to find himself in the car. "Master, why am I in the car?" "How shameful of you to say that. You are such a sleepyhead. No matter what I call you, I will not wake you up." Luo Feiyu blushed, unable to believe that he had actually done such a thing. Of course, it was a lie. Su Yu had no intention of telling Luo Feiyu the truth. It would be useless. And so Su Yu and the others returned to the shelter. A few days later, the man's body was found in the guest house, where a stench had already begun to spread. The military sent to investigate found out all the details of his actions. The man's name was Niu Dazhuan. He had no family, lived alone, and grew up in a dark environment. The lack of proper education led to his condition. The military wanted to know who killed Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang could not have committed suicide. Unfortunately, the military had no evidence. They buried Niu Dazhuang's body in the wild. After all, no one wanted such a pervert to die. But that was a story for another time. Back at the hideout, Su Yu no longer went out to hunt zombies for points, but instead feverishly trained in the hideout. After only 2 days, Su Yu felt his muscles had become stronger. Finally, the appointed day arrived. As agreed, Chen Dao personally came to the hideout to challenge Su Yu. The exact time was not set. Su Yu did not wait for Chen Dao outside, but leisurely drank tea in the hideout. Su Yu drank tea while instructing the others. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Dao and the others arrived at the shelter. They arrived with such a powerful force that those who did not know might think that they had come to fight Su Yu. Although in a sense that was true. Su Yu saw Chen Dao on the screen, put down his cup, and slowly walked out the door. Seeing that Su Yu was not afraid of a fight, Chen Dao nodded with satisfaction. "Hello, Boss Chen. How are you?" Chen Dao was not angry at Su Yu's frivolous greeting. However, in reality, this determined the future of the Blade Club. At first glance, the battle between Su Yu and Chen Dao seemed like just a contest between two individuals. It was finally time to make a decision. Some may wonder why Chen Dao, the club's leader, chose such a method. In fact, Chen Dao already had 2 options in mind, but he was simply hesitating. He believed that the apocalypse would be the perfect opportunity to bring the Blade Club to the pinnacle of glory. But if humanity was destroyed, what good would the Blade Club's prowess be? Thus, Chen Dao had 2 choices. Either he could continue on his own path, dominate his territory, ignore humanity as a whole, and bet that he could defeat the zombies without joining them, or he could abandon his previous ideas and join the fight against the zombies. Just when Chen Dao was hesitating, Su Yu appeared before him. He immediately took a liking to him. Both Su Yu's character and ability were worthy of Chen Dao's respect. That's why he agreed to duel him today. However, as the head of the Blade Club, he naturally couldn't lose to Su Yu in front of so many people. Even if he lost, the result could have been better. They didn't compete in front of the shelter. Instead, they decided to find a better place. "Brother Su, be careful," Li He said worriedly. Su Yu did not allow them to follow him, but asked them to stay in hiding. Luo Feiyu stood next to Li He and Chang Feiyu. Although he was not worried at all, he was a little disappointed. He wanted to see how his teacher fought. Su Yu immediately understood Luo Feiyu's thoughts. He smiled faintly. "Feiyu, why are you still standing there? Come with me?" Luo Feiyu was delighted to hear this and hurried to Su Yu, afraid that Su Yu would change his mind. Seeing this, Chen Dao glanced at Luo Feiyu several times. "Can you really take a little brat along?" Su Yu snorted slightly, his face beaming with pride. "Feiyu is my disciple, and in the future, he will become the strongest person in the world." "Master," Luo Feiyu thought that Su Yu was joking. He could not imagine how serious his words were. Su Yu calculated that even if he mastered all the skills in the shelter, he might not be as strong as Luo Feiyu in the future. Of course, this is not certain. The shelter is only at the second level, and Su Yu himself does not know how strong the creatures will be in the future. He was shocked when he heard Su Yu's words. Chen Dao smiled. He saw that Luo Feiyu was not simple, but to say that he would become the strongest in the future was perhaps an exaggeration. "Well, brag. I think you just want to brag about your disciple." "Haha, whether I'm bragging or not, you'll understand in time." Su Yu looked at Chen Dao with some amusement. "Boss Chen, why are you suddenly less serious? Do you like competing with me?" Chen Dao shrugged. "Do you think all gang leaders are so fierce? In any case, after today's battle, you will have to join the Blade Club. You will be one of us, so there is no need to treat you as an outsider." Hearing Chen Dao's confident words, Su Yu sneered disdainfully. "It seems Boss Chen is very confident that you can defeat me?" "Of course. A 20-year-old brat like you, defeating a person like me who has been fighting for years? It is almost impossible." There was not a trace of fear in Su Yu's eyes. "Even if it is impossible, I will make it possible with me." Soon, the car entered an open space outside the city. This clearing had been carefully cultivated by the Blade Club. There were no people or zombies around to interfere. Han Weijun, who had fought Su Yu earlier, had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Chen Dao approach, she respectfully saluted. "Boss?" Chen Dao slowly took off his coat and handed it to Han Weijun. "Boy, tell me, how do you want to compete today?" "Anything?" "Boss Chen, just choose what you're good at." Chen Dao raised his eyebrows. "Oh? I am the best with a knife. Aren't you afraid that I'll bully you?" "It's not clear who's bullying who. Boss Chen, don't say it so early." Chen Dao laughed. "It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant person." "Okay, then let's have a knife fight." As the elder brother of the Blade Club, Chen Dao didn't have any worries. He was not afraid of gossip and asked his younger brother to throw 2 wooden swords. "Swords have no eyes. I don't want to hurt you, so I'll just take a wooden sword." With that, Chen Dao threw the wooden sword into the air. Su Yu caught it in the air and stared at it for a few seconds. The wooden sword was skillfully crafted and resembled a Tang Dynasty sword in shape. But Su Yu knew that even if it was a wooden sword, a full-force strike would make a person fall over in pain. "A wooden sword is a wooden sword. I don't want to hurt Boss Chen." At this moment, a voice rang out in Su Yu's head. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting the mission. Please defeat Chen Dao, the leader of the Blade Society, and let the Blade Society join the battle against the zombies. You will receive 1,000 points for completing the mission." Su Yu was overjoyed. The mission actually started right before the competition. Completing it would instantly give him 1,000 points, which was only 1,000 points less than upgrading the shelter. This thought excited Su Yu even more. Chen Dao laughed heartily, holding the wooden sword in his hand, his eyes fixed on Su Yu. Su Yu instantly caught up with him, slowly closing the distance between them. "Boy, do you remember our agreement? Remember, if I lose, I will join your Blade Society, and if you lose, The Blade Society will protect the satellite city. Chen Dao was pleased. Since Su Yu agreed so easily, it meant that he would not go back on his word. Lips parted. The duel begins. As soon as he said these words, Chen Dao seized the opportunity and rushed towards Su Yu with his saber in hand. Su Yu frowned, ready to parry. Seeing Su Yu point his saber at his face, Chen Dao swung his sword without worrying about parrying. A loud bang echoed across the field as the two wooden swords collided. At this moment, Su Yu's arms were numb from Chen Dao's incredible strength. Su Yu's own strength was not impressive. He relied on technique and vigilance. However, when faced with Chen Dao, whose strength was several times greater than his own, would Su Yu be able to endure? The fight continued. Chen Dao looked relaxed, while Su Yu gritted his teeth and resisted. Huh? Not bad. You couldn't defeat me. Su Yu forced out a smile. You are still a bit premature in thinking that you can defeat me with your meager strength. Chen Dao snorted as he raised his saber and struck Su Yu again. A strong wind blew straight towards Su Yu's door. Su Yu grabbed his sword again to block the attack. Attacks came down like pouring rain. One blow followed another. In less than 10 seconds, he had dealt Su Yu more than 20 blows. Luo Feiyu, who was standing next to him, was stunned by his speed. It was the first time he had seen such a formidable opponent. Even his own teacher could barely stand up to him. Could his teacher really lose to this old man? Luo Feiyu shook his head. He believed in Su Yu, that he would never lose. Despite Luo Feiyu's unwavering faith, this faith did not give Su Yu strength. Su Yu gritted his teeth as he parried Chen Dao's attacks. He had already used all of his skills, but he was still at a disadvantage. If it weren't for his initial martial arts skills and diligent training, he would have lost long ago. If he had mastered advanced martial arts right now, he would have easily won the match. But Su Yu's pride did not allow him to do so. If he wanted to win, he had to rely on his current skills. Frowning, Su Yu parried the blows, retreating again and again, focusing entirely on Chen Dao's blade. At this moment, Chen Dao suddenly swung his blade, slashing upward. Su Yu didn't have time to react, and his hands flew into the air. Instead of using his blade, Chen Dao struck Su Yu in the chest, sending him flying. Su Yu rolled on the ground several times. With his current physical condition, a direct fight was unbearable. Before regaining his balance, he squatted down and coughed dryly several times. Strength was too great. Su Yu sneered. It's not bad that he didn't vomit blood. He nodded while clutching the blade. Chen Dao might have actually fallen for Su Yu's trick. He was still afraid. If it weren't for Luo Feiyu's support, Chen Dao's pupils narrowed. He didn't notice that Su Yu was pretending to be weak. Su Yu smiled, pointing the tip of the knife at Chen Dao. Boss Chen, let's start over. He took a deep breath, and all the weakness he had shown earlier disappeared. Su Yu, with a slight smile on his face, slowly straightened up. What am I thinking? Feiyu is watching me. If I win by deceiving him, won't he look down on me? Su Yu's face froze slightly when he heard Luo Feiyu's applause and then smiled carefreely. Shh, right here and now. Component placement. I'll give him a live broadcast of him eating mud. Come on, you have nowhere else to broadcast live. Forget it, just eat dirt right here and now. This brat still believes that Su Yu will win, right? If he believes, some members of the Blade Club covered their faces and giggled. Suddenly, everyone in the hall turned their attention to Luo Feiyu. Master, come on. Beat that annoying old man! Luo Feiyu turned to Su Yu, shouting with all his might. The master will definitely win. Luo Feiyu's face twitched slightly as Han Weijun ignored her. She looked helpless, unwilling to argue with the child. Han Weijun lowered his gaze and saw Luo Feiyu angrily. Looks at her. What nonsense are you talking about? My master will definitely not lose. Alas, what a pity that Su Yu is not the boss's equal. Everything is one-sided, and there is no intrigue. Han Weijun shook his head and sighed. voluntarily joined the Blade Club. Seeing Chen Dao in action today, she even envied Su Yu a little. From that moment on, she was fascinated by Chen Dao's incredible strength and kindness. As a result, Chen Dao beat her with his bare hands, making her unable to resist. She showed no interest in him and attacked him directly. Suddenly ran into Chen Dao, and he announced that he wanted to join the Blade Club. At that time, she had just retired from professional life and was in a depressed state. The last time she saw him fight was when she first met him. She hadn't seen Chen fight for a long time. Dao, Han Weijun stood beside him, her face beaming with excitement. Chen Dao wondered if he should beat Su Yu so hard that he couldn't get up. Admit defeat. If I admit defeat now, I will really lose. Brother, why don't you just admit defeat? You can't defeat me. Chen Dao noticed this immediately. His hand was shaking slightly. He raised the knife and pointed it at Chen Dao. Su Yu stood up unsteadily, involuntarily showing weakness. We must seize this opportunity until Chen Dao gains strength. By then, it will be difficult to win. If he failed even once, Chen Dao would become extremely cautious. And he only had one chance. Su Yu knew that defeating Chen Dao could only be done through strategy, technique, and adaptability. But how could he defeat Chen Dao? He felt that he had been underestimated, and he needed a chance to redeem yourself. Well done. You play well. The longer they fought, the more Chen Dao became pleased with Su Yu, and the more he wanted him to join the Blade Club. He spared no effort to avoid complications. In an instant, Chen Dao's aura exploded. Even those standing outside could feel his invisible and terrifying pressure, not to mention what he felt inside. Ready? Go! Chen Dao's eyes flashed and he shouted loudly. He shrank to an inch, instantly rushed towards Su Yu and slashed at him with his sword. Veins bulged and he used all his strength to block the blow. After that, they continued to fight, but Su Yu remained undefeated. The fight lasted for 2 hours, and Chen Dao knocked Su Yu down again and again. However, Su Yu got up each time. This cycle continued, and even those who had previously looked down on Su Yu changed their expressions. Han Weijun was especially shocked. She saw that Chen Dao had already gone all out without holding back. Yet Su Yu had held on for so long. She did not believe that she could do what Su Yu had done. Next to him, Luo Feiyu was sweating with worry. He could only watch his master suffer countless defeats, unable to do anything. This feeling of powerlessness caused Luo Feiyu unbearable discomfort. He knew that without realizing it, he had already made a decision in his heart to become the strongest and protect everyone around him. As for Su Yu, he was covered in bruises. The blood at the corner of his mouth had long since dried up. He had just gotten up from the ground, covered in dust. Yeah, keep going, Chen Dao said, exhausted, leaning his hands on his knees. He didn't understand what had allowed Su Yu to hold on for so long, and he didn't understand why he hadn't managed to knock him down. He had already used his strongest moves, but he still couldn't defeat him. Chen Dao was also worried. You haven't even fallen yet. How can I fall first? Su Yu sneered. You little rascal, are you an invincible cockroach? Isn't it time for you to fall? Even if Chen Dao was strong, his stamina was not endless. Abandoning his strategic tactics, Su Yu chose a war of attrition. As long as he could hold out until Chen Dao's stamina ran out, victory would be his. Su Yu never took the initiative, always remaining on the defensive. At this moment, Chen Dao understood Su Yu's intentions. But knowing this, he had no choice but to attack. He couldn't lose his dignity as a boss in this competition. It was at this moment that Su Yu saw what led to the current situation. Chen Dao took a deep breath and attacked again at full speed. With a roar, Su Yu was sent flying backwards. This time, Su Yu did not fall. Instead, he stayed in the air, landing firmly on the ground with his feet. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Part of the reason for this was Chen Dao's waning strength. But more importantly, in these 2 hours, Chen Dao had become Su Yu's sparring partner, rapidly increasing his fighting prowess. The only drawback was probably strength and combat experience. Su Yu was ecstatic, wiping the dried blood from his lips. "Boss Chen, do it again!" "What? You can't even knock me down?" Finally, Chen Dao got angry at Su Yu. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the wooden sword, holding it horizontally by his ear, the tip facing Su Yu and the blade facing upward. He extended his left hand, his palm hovering over the back of the blade, lowering his lower body and center of gravity. Han Weijun was puzzled by this. She had never seen, let alone heard, Chen Dao use such a move. Could it be that Chen Dao was still hiding his ultimate move? Chen Dao remained silent, his unique wolf-like gaze fixed on Su Yu. This move was a technique he was fortunate enough to learn from a master from an Eastern island nation. It was not a Chinese martial art. His opponent, Heng Xing, also disappeared from the field. Chen Dao, not daring to hesitate, also rushed forward. The next moment, Su Yu appeared at arm's length. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu disappeared from the field. Just as Chen Dao was about to make a move, Su Yu struck first. His only concern was to defeat Su Yu. He really knew this technique. Chen Dao was shocked, but he had no time to think. Even an outsider could see that Su Yu was not just copying. The two were completely identical. Su Yu adopted the same stance as Chen Dao. A moment later, a scene occurred that astounded everyone. Could this move be so powerful that even a wooden sword can kill? "Boss, are you really going to—" Han Weijun exclaimed in shock. "This is my unique move, Yatu. Su Yu, be careful. Don't die." However, he could still reach speeds beyond his capabilities. Using a wooden sword, such as the Tang, would have slowed his speed down somewhat. The island nation's katana was the most suitable weapon for this technique. The master's ancestor was a famous member of the clan, Zhensheng Wolf, and this technique was passed down from generation to generation. It was the only ancient martial art that Chen Dao, a member of the gang, could master. Li He, who was standing nearby, heard the noise and immediately ran over. "Yes, it was in the shelter," Su Yu whispered. When he woke up, he only felt pain all over his body. Su Yu slept for 2 days and 2 nights. When Su Yu woke up, 2 days had already passed. He instantly lost his strength and fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing Chen Dao unconscious, Su Yu finally felt relieved. Han Weijun and the others rushed forward. "Boss!" With those words, Chen Dao collapsed and lost consciousness. "Kid, you won today." The wooden sword in his hand had already fallen to the ground, broken in 2. However, Chen Dao stood up, not attacking, but instead spat out blood. This is not good. He was already exhausted. If Chen Dao attacked again, he would be finished. Su Yu thought that Chen Dao suddenly coughed and slowly rose to his feet, but he could not faint without confirming Chen Dao's condition. He could see stars in front of him. His whole body was aching to the point of unbearable pain, and he could lose his consciousness. Su Yu did not dare to let down his guard, and fell to the ground, unable to rise. Meters. The one who flew out was Chen Dao. Chen Dao flew back 10. This was a decisive blow that could decide the outcome of the battle with 1 blow. Yatu's attack consisted of only 1 blow. When both opponents appeared at the same time, the fight was over. "Hey, Brother Su, do you know how hard you were beaten?" "When I saw your injuries after you were sent back, I was horrified, you know. If I didn't know a little about medicine, you would have been sent to the city for treatment," Su Yu apologized. "Sorry, Chen Dao is really a formidable opponent, and I can't lose. After all, you don't want me to join the Blade Club, do you?" He was speechless. If you didn't want to fight him in the first place, why not just challenge him to a fight? But he knew that it was completely pointless. Su Yu was determined to do something, and no one could stop him. After waking up, Su Yu immediately checked his glasses. The remaining amount showed 9,000. This meant that the mission had been successfully completed and Chen Dao had fulfilled his promise. Reassured, Su Yu lay down comfortably in bed, looking at the ceiling. The fight with Chen Dao had brought him great benefits, and his understanding of close combat had advanced greatly. If he were to switch to advanced martial arts now, the results would undoubtedly be many times better than before. However, Su Yu was in no hurry. His first priority was to improve the shelter. "Master, are you awake?" Soon, the door to the room opened and Luo Feiyu rushed in. "Master, you're finally awake." Seeing Luo Feiyu worried about him, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Who do you think my master is? Of course he's awake." Su Yu looked at Li He. "Li He, Feiyu and I have something to say. Please step aside for a moment." "Well, I have nothing to do with it. I'll just do what needs to be done." Li, he pretended to be angry and left the room. Left with only the teacher and student, Su Yu smiled and asked, "Feiyu, what do you think after watching the competition?" "Master, since you have such a powerful move, why didn't you use it from the start?" Su Yu sneered. "Do you think Uncle Chen Dao is weak? He spent more energy than me, so he couldn't defeat me. If he did, would you want him to slaughter me?" Luo Feiyu was slightly taken aback and nodded as if he understood. Su Yu continued with a smile. "Feiyu, I chose this fighting style to tell you the truth. In the future, your enemies will not only be zombies, but also humans. Until you truly become the strongest, this will not change." Luo Feiyu was slightly embarrassed and scratched his head. "No matter what happens, you must never give up and be at a loss. Master, you always say that in the future, I will be able to become the strongest. Can I really do it?" Su Yu nodded. A powerful being. Besides, at least from the memories of his past life, Luo Feiyu would soon become the mightiest of time. Once Luo Feiyu reached maturity, becoming the strongest would be a natural result. Of course, Su Yu couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, Su Yu could only turn to Luo Feiyu and ask him to trust his own judgment. For the next 2 days, Su Yu spent his time recovering in the shelter. The other members of the shelter were also busy. Li He's research had not yet made significant progress. All he could do was wait for the results. Skill in making armor had increased greatly. The materials that Su Yu had brought with him last time were almost gone. So Chang Feiyu made a set of armor for each member. Not only were the armors more advanced, but their defense had also improved significantly. As for Luo Feiyu, he had spent the past 2 days outside, constantly eliminating the zombies that approached the shelter. Now, he could easily handle dozens of zombies by himself. 2 days later, Su Yu's wounds had almost completely healed, and he decided not to sit idle in the shelter anymore. He had 2 important tasks. First, to investigate the details of the schism in the Guardians and prevent it from developing further. Second, to help Lin Xiaoxue and restore hope to the people of Guangxing City. Su Yu believed that once this was done, Lin Xiaoxue would return to the hideout. This time, Su Yu did not take Luo Feiyu with him into the city. Although Luo Feiyu helped, the main purpose of this trip was not to fight. A solo operation would be more effective. After entering the city, Su Yu's first step was to find the Black Fox Squad. Of all the Guardians, they were the closest to Su Yu. Them would essentially expose the whole story. But where exactly could he find the Black Fox Squad? Simply asking the guard directly wouldn't work. Su Yu quickly came up with an idea. He thought of someone who might know. He immediately headed to the Xinglong district. Upon entering Xinglong, unlike other places, the streets were deserted. Countless Blade Club members were wandering around. Upon seeing Su Yu, everyone stared at him. This did not surprise Su Yu. After all, he had just defeated Chen Dao a few days ago. It was only natural that everyone would be watching him. Su Yu walked straight to the Fuyi building. When he reached the door, someone came out to greet him. It was Han Weijun. "Mr. Su, the boss has been waiting for you inside for a long time." Su Yu was slightly taken aback. "How did you know I was coming?" Han Weijun chuckled. "The entire Xinglong district is our territory now. Nothing there escapes our attention. You are quite formidable." Su Yu casually followed Han Weijun to the upper floors of the Fuyi building. It was the same office he had once been in. Inside, Chen Dao sat in his chair and looked sternly at Su Yu. "What are you doing here, little one?" Su Yu sat on the sofa, as if he was in his corner. "Boss Chen, don't scare me. I came to see you today on business." Chen Dao's face suddenly lit up with a smile. "Well, I was hoping to talk to you about something else. Since you came on business, let's do our own thing first." Su Yu nodded. "Well, I'm looking for the Black Fox Squad. I'm sure you have a spy in the Security Bureau. Can you tell me where the Black Fox Squad is?" "You see through everything, kid. I have a spy in the Security Bureau." Without asking any further questions, Chen Dao called someone. After hanging up, Chen Dao informed Su Yu that the Black Fox Squad was not in the city. "They are investigating. My informant said that they are west of Star City, in the direction of Cloud City." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. "If so, it will be difficult to find them. Boss Chen, I will leave first." With that, Su Yu hurriedly left the office. After Su Yu left, Chen Dao smiled, shook his head, and slowly lit a cigar. "I want to talk some more. What the hell is this guy up to?" After learning that the Black Fox Squad was heading to Yuncheng, Su Yu wasted no time and immediately left the city to pursue the squad. Yuncheng is located more than 70 kilometers west of Xincheng. It is less developed than Xincheng, being a small county town. However, Xincheng's connection with the outside world is cut off, so they can only send people there to investigate. Su Yu drove his SUV westward, heading to find the Black Fox Heisey squad. "Retreat! We can't delay any longer." In a small town, Li Qiang, carrying Hao Ziyun on his back, continuously retreated, shooting zombies. Hao Ziyun, who was sitting on his back, was covered in blood and had long since lost consciousness. Heisey, with a rifle in his hand, mercilessly shot forward. There were countless zombies lying in front of them. They had no intelligence and had no idea how many zombies there were in this city. Not to mention the first-level zombies, there were at least 5 second-level zombies. Not long after Hao Ziyun entered the city to scout the situation, he was suddenly attacked by a second-level zombie. Fortunately, he was not bitten or killed on the spot. But now the Black Fox Squad was faced with a serious problem. The vehicle they had arrived in was surrounded by zombies and could not be used. A direct fight would definitely be a dead end. The only way out was to flee the city on foot. Heisey frowned, his thoughts racing. Hao Ziyun was injured and unconscious, and Li Qiang and Hao Ziming were not particularly strong and could not provide much help. Seeing the zombies approaching, Heisey gritted his teeth and fled, snatching the last detonator. This detonator makes a distinctive sound when thrown, attracting nearby zombies. Detonators were produced, and the entire team only had one. As expected, all the zombies rushed towards it. Without a word, Heisey turned and ran. The others followed him. 5 seconds later, dozens of zombies surrounding the detonator flew into the air. Temporarily escaped, Heisey led the others into the house and barricaded the door. "Quickly! Everyone apply camouflage liquid." Everyone understood, pulled out a can of spray from their backpacks, and began to apply it. But this was only a delay. If they hid here, they could escape, but it would be difficult to do so. Heisey told everyone to sit down on the ground without showing their heads. Soon, the zombies began to pass by the window one after another. Bang! Bang! One of the zombies seemed to notice everyone and began to knock on the door. Li Qiang's face fell. If those zombies really break in the next sentence, seems unrelated to the previous one and probably comes from a different source. Everyone's heart sank instantly. The entire team would be left without survivors. Boom, boom. Heartbeat quickened. Everyone was covered in cold sweat, their eyes glued to the door. Every rapid knock seemed to reverberate in their hearts. Bang, bang. The door was already on the verge of collapsing, and hordes of zombies were about to break in. Li Qiang's expression was desperate, ready to fight. Heisey remained silent, his clenched fists betraying his nervousness. The next second, just when everyone expected the zombies to rush in, they quietly retreated. The tense nerves of the team suddenly relaxed. Hao Ziming realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Luckily, they had escaped, and now all they could do was stay in the house to catch their breath. Heisey frowned as he watched the scene outside through the crack in the door, and his pupils narrowed for a moment. The entrance was swarming with zombies, probably just attracted by the granata. He took a deep breath. Trying to break through now was a pipe dream. Li Chang was serious. Heisey, what's at the entrance? Heisey shook his head, his face turning serious. The zombies won't leave anytime soon. I'm afraid we'll have to stay here. Once the camouflage liquid wears off, the consequences for us will be disastrous. The team was suddenly plunged into an atmosphere of despair. Hao Ziyun was seriously injured and needed immediate help. Heisey was the only combat fighter in the team. But even he couldn't handle so many zombies, and the team could very well die at their hands. Hao Ziming's face twisted when he saw his brother was seriously injured. Heisey, can we break free now? Heisey sighed. This is a near-death experience, not to mention we lost the car. We can't fight these zombies on foot, and there are also second-level zombies scurrying around. Everyone knew they were in dire straits. Moreover, it would be incredibly difficult to escape from the seriously injured Hao Ziyun. At this moment, a faint voice rang out. It was Hao Ziyun, who had come to his senses. Despite his daze, he heard the current situation of the crew. Yes, Captain. Why don't you abandon me? I'm seriously injured and unable to fight. With a burden like me, the crew will definitely be wiped out. Hao Ziming interrupted Heisey before he could finish speaking. I forbid you to say that. Are you still the brother I knew? We will die together. Heisey replied emotionlessly. I will not abandon any of my brothers. Li Chang snorted coldly. You have been with us for so many years. How could you ever see us abandoning a brother? I promised that we would die together today. Hao Ziyun's face flashed with anxiety. I told you, Captain, I'm already seriously injured. If I help you draw the fire, Black Fox's crew might survive, but if you take me with you, you'll definitely die. He finished and immediately coughed and spat out blood. No, if you die here, I'd go with you. Hao Ziming clenched his fists. His face turned pale. This was his brother. How could he abandon him? Hao Ziyun was about to say something, but Heisey interrupted him. Stop chatting. Live and die together. This is the principle of joining the Black Fox team. 69shex.com. There was a moment of silence. Everyone knew that with so many zombies gathered outside, they were in mortal danger. Li Chang forced a smile. Don't worry, we'll definitely get out. But his words were undoubtedly empty promises. The city was swarming with zombies. They were on a mission, and how could they escape without further assistance? Time flew by. Only an hour. The seeds of despair were already spreading among the Black Fox crew. The camouflage fluid was about to wear off. Moreover, if this drags on, Hao Ziyun might completely lose his fighting ability. Heisey gritted his teeth, his expression becoming serious. Attack! Otherwise, we will die of exhaustion. The Black Fox team nodded, deciding to fight to the death. Su Yu arrived in the city in an SUV and looked around from afar. The entire city was surrounded by dense crowds of zombies. He frowned, thinking that with so many zombies, the Black Fox team was probably already here. At this moment, an explosion rang out in the city. Su Yu frowned and immediately drove to the explosion site, his heart filled with anxiety. I hope nothing happens to Team Black Fox. Time went back 10 minutes, just as Heisey was preparing for the final battle. Suddenly, a zombie burst through the door, catching the team off guard. It was the same level 2 zombie we saw earlier. Heisey immediately recognized him as the one who attacked Hao Ziyun. Everyone quickly reacted and ran. Being surrounded in such a confined space would mean certain death. But it was too late. Zombie roared, and the surrounding zombies turned their heads and fell upon the group like a wave. Bang! Heisey fired without hesitation, growling, "Take Hao Ziyun away, I will cover you." The second-tier zombie, as if possessing intelligence, hid among the swarm of zombies, reaping the fruits of its efforts. Li Chang, carrying Hao Ziyun on his back, gritted his teeth and prepared to attack. But a swarm of zombies had already formed a ring around them. The swarm grew larger and larger, and the sight of it filled him with despair. The zombies swarmed more and more, and it seemed like everyone was on the verge of escaping. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Hao Ziyun jumped off Li Qiang's back. "You—" He barely had time to utter a word. Hao Ziyun had already pulled out the detonator. The rest of the squad was stunned. Heizi's hand should have been the last detonator in the squad. How could it have remained? Hao Jun glanced at the surrounding zombies and smiled wryly. "I never thought that he hid one from everyone and ended up using it on himself." At these words, Hao Ziming's face changed dramatically. "No, we can still get out." Everyone saw that Hao Ziyun had decided to die. "It's too late. Take care of my parents for me," he roared, rushing towards the zombie horde. "Oh, beasts!" "Go ahead if you dare." No exclamation mark Hao Ziming, not wanting to see his brother die, was about to rush towards the zombie crowd, but was stopped by Li Qiang. "Sorry, if you want to hate someone, hate me." Bang! With a loud bang, countless zombies were blown to pieces. And Hao Ziyun's body, which had turned into pitiful remains, continued to be devoured by the zombies that were trying to break through. "Ziyun! Stop!" Hao Ziming looked at Hao Ziyun's body that was being devoured without ceasing. His eyes were bloodshot. He tried to rush forward, but Li Qiang held him back. He struggled as he watched his brother being devoured by zombies. He completely lost his mind and screamed, "Let me go! Let me go!" Li Qiang tightened his grip on Hao Ziming's hand. His voice became hoarse. "I also want to fight these beasts to the death." He roared at Hao Ziming. "He is your brother, as well as mine. But are we going to miss the opportunity that Ziyun risked his life for us?" Hearing Li Qiang's words, Hao Ziming gritted his teeth. Even blood flowed. "Let's go." But Hao Ziming and Li Qiang barely had time to escape before the zombies behind them caught up with them. Having tasted fresh flesh and blood, the zombies rushed towards them like a torrent. Heizi's face turned pale. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back. Li Qiang looked at the zombies rushing after him and shouted, "Hurry! Run!" But before he could finish speaking, Hao Ziming froze in place. Li Qiang cried out in despair, "What are you trying to do?" "Run!" Hao Ziming replied seriously, "No, it's too late. These creatures are much faster than us." He then pulled out a dagger from his belt. "Captain, I'm keeping you here. Run quickly. At least one of us must survive to deliver the message." At this moment, the zombie in front had already jumped towards him. Hao Ziming clearly saw fresh blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. There were even pieces of flesh visible in its mouth. Hao Ziming thrust the dagger forward, piercing the attacker's throat. Dark green blood spurted out, smelling of flesh. "Ah!" Hao Ziming roared, exerting all his strength. He drew his dagger and cut off the zombie's head. At this point, Hao Ziming had completely given up on escaping. Even if only Li Qiang and Heizi were saved, everything would be fine. He could go down and be with his brothers. "Go, beasts!" The zombies behind him rushed towards Hao Ziming. Heizi, watching the bloody mouth of the zombie about to bite Hao Ziming, desperately shouted, "Get out of the way, Ziming! Bang, bang, bang!" At this moment, 3 shots rang out, hitting the heads of 3 zombies standing in front. At the same time, an armored personnel carrier broke through the crowd. A dark figure emerged from it, Su Yu. At this crucial moment, the sight of Su Yu gave both of them the feeling that they had escaped death. "Into the car," Su Yu shouted at them. With that, he pulled out 4 pistols from his pocket and threw 2 of them into the air above the zombie horde. Meanwhile, Su Yu's 2 pistols were already firing as he rushed towards the zombie horde. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, a huge hole appeared in the zombie's head. Ka-ka! As soon as the 2 pistols ran out of bullets, Su Yu leaped forward and landed in the center of the zombie crowd. The 2 pistols he had thrown away earlier were now in Su Yu's hands. Hao Ziming's Su Yu was like a wolf in a sheepfold. The prey and the hunter had switched roles. For a moment, everyone's hearts felt heavy. It was not an accusation, but rather a hint of sadness and despair permeating his words. At this moment, Hao Ziyun muttered, "It would have been better if Su Yu had come earlier. Hao Ziming saved his life. Hao Ziyun couldn't help but sob, but at this inopportune moment, it was of no comfort. The others remained silent, and the faces of the Black Fox team were gloomy. He took a deep breath. As expected in the apocalypse, death could overtake even the careless. Seeing Hao Ziming's expression in the rearview mirror, his expression darkened, fearing that Hao Ziyun had died. Su Yu glanced at the team and noticed that one was missing. The faces of the Black Fox team were gloomy, and they were silent. But the crisis was finally resolved. Su Yu's head itched when he saw the dense crowd of zombies behind him. Black Fox's squad quickly climbed into Su Yu's armored car and sped away. With so many zombies, there was no time to linger. Into the car, one shot to the head. He had already jumped at him, but Su Yu didn't even turn around. He saw the zombie sneak up on Su Yu. Hao Ziming exclaimed, "Watch out, Su Yu! You're behind!" The once ferocious zombie horde collapsed like mown wheat after Su Yu appeared, and Li Chang could only watch as bullets and rotting flesh flew. Only after everyone returned to Star City did the Black Fox team regain their spirits, knowing that they were safe. Hao Ziming left silently without saying another word. Li Chang followed him, ready to console him. Su Yu frowned, but a split in the Guardians was inevitable. He needed to understand what was going on. Wait, I want to ask, why didn't you choose a side and remain neutral? If you joined Zhong Yuan's team, he would definitely treat you well. The Black Fox team was a formidable force in Star City. Now split up, each feeling threatened. The Black Foxes remained depressed and silent. Su Yu's question would certainly expose their wounds. Heisey smiled wryly and forced himself to cheer up. We don't want to support the Lieutenant Colonel, but we understand that he might change his mind. Su Yu's face darkened. Zhong Yuan was a man of unwavering loyalty. What do you mean? Heisey's expression turned serious and then darkened again. When zombies suddenly appeared in Xinjiang, we thought it was strange. We conducted a private investigation and already have a lead. Most likely, the zombie was sent there by Zhong Yuan, Heisey said with a heavy heart, and it was difficult for him to recount the results of his investigation. How is this possible? Su Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. You know, Zhong Yuan is a man who hates evil and is even willing to sacrifice his life for Xinjiang. Wouldn't such a man care about the safety of Xinjiang's people and let the zombies in? Isn't this absurd? He took a deep breath, holding back his heartbeat. And imagine Zhong Yuan could do such a thing. There must be some reason. We don't want to believe it either. Heisey smiled bitterly. You know, when they found out the result, they were just as shocked as Su Yu. Expression changed. No matter what happens, this matter must not be solved. Su Yu had mixed feelings. It was hard to imagine that Colonel Zhong Yuan would actually release zombies into Star City. I will ask Zhong Yuan for clarification. Even if it was just a rumor, it had to be investigated thoroughly. There was another important piece of news this time. Heisey took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Star City was preparing to build a shelter and would be resettling civilians there. This was a serious move by the Guard. This shelter is of critical importance to Star City. Su Yu's pupils narrowed. He didn't expect Star City to want to build it. In this apocalypse, shelters are of utmost importance. Once it's completed, Star City's defense will surely reach a new level. He thought for a moment, then asked, Heisey, do you know where the main evacuation centers are this time? Heisey nodded. The Black Fox team naturally knew a lot about the situation from the inside. There are 3 evacuation centers this time. One is a renovated military zone and should be used mainly to fight the Guard. The other is the Star City Stadium. It is located in an open area, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it a good choice. The last one was the Star City International Exhibition Center. Su Yu heard this. The location of these 3 evacuation centers was indeed excellent. If they could be built, the entire Star City would not have faced the crisis of the last time. You know, there is a scary atmosphere in Star City now. Everyone is in danger. No one knows where the zombies will attack. Moreover, many are taking advantage of the situation and have already started to seize resources. The guards are disunited, and Su Yu feels a headache just thinking about these problems. Many have lost faith in the guard, and now Star City is in chaos. The only solution is to successfully build a new evacuation center to finally put an end to this chaos. By the way, Hazy, do you know when the evacuation center will be completed? Hazy nodded and asked, "Most of the shelter has already been built. It should be finished in about a month, and the defense will be comprehensive. Even if there is a zombie invasion, it will not be like last time. The last defense resulted in heavy losses." Although Star City was saved, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan was still punished. "Thank you very much. This information is very important to me." After hearing this news, Su Yu decided that he needed to meet Zhong Yuan this time. Hazy calmly waved his hand. "You are the savior of our Black Fox squad. It's okay." Face darkened. He turned to Hao Ziming and smiled wryly. Su Yu followed his gaze as he moved towards Hao Ziming. He already knew the situation of the Black Fox squad and knew that Hao Ziyun had sacrificed himself. Face was sad, ashen grey, and he was tormented by guilt. He couldn't do anything about what he said in the car. If it weren't for him searching for Heisei, the Black Fox squad would have been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Hao Ziyun was the real hero of the Black Fox squad. He wanted to console the team, but the words stuck on his lips. Su Yu knew that he was just an outsider and could even touch their wounds. The wounds that the Black Fox team was currently suffering from would probably take a long time to heal. Li Qiang forced himself to cheer up, then patted Hao Ziming on the shoulder. "Let's go. We need to go to the base camp. The mission is over. It's time to report to the superiors." Hao Ziming's expression was bitter. He knew that he couldn't stand still, otherwise he would let Hao Ziyun down. Hazy sighed softly. His heart was not as calm and strong as it seemed, but filled with sadness. But in the apocalypse, there was no time for sorrow. Hearing this, Su Yu also decided to follow them to the Guardians' base camp, where he could only see Zhong Yuan. He followed Black Fox's squad to the base camp. Along the way, and all the guards were watching Black Fox's party and whispering, "I didn't expect Black Fox's party to be so strong and come back so soon. I heard that there are level 2 zombies in the city. Wait, why is one person missing? Didn't the Black Fox squad send out a distress signal before? Could it be that Hao Ziyun died? I think it's probably these 3 who are trying to escape." The Black Fox squad heard a few words, but the 3 ignored them. They had already gotten used to the rumors. Li Qiang took a deep breath and suppressed his heartbeat, then entered the office and met with the superiors. He laid out all the intelligence information about the city. Li Qiang then turned and walked out, sighing. Even if one person died in the apocalypse, it would not cause much trouble. Su Yu looked around for a long time, but did not find Zhong Yuan. He frowned and turned to the Black Fox team. "I want to see Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan today. Do you have the opportunity?" Heisei glanced at Su Yu and nodded. "Then I will arrange everything. If Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan wants to see you, you can meet tonight." Su Yu nodded and turned to leave the base. After all, he was an outsider, and many of the guards had already shown hostility. He wandered around Star City, and his heart sank. Ever since the zombies appeared inside, many civilians had barricaded the doors and windows, and security had worsened. He noticed many secretive people watching him from behind. He only hoped that security would be strengthened after the shelter was completed. As night fell, Black Fox's team finally received a message that helped him contact Zhong Yuan. Face lit up. He finally found an opportunity to talk to Zhong Yuan. Li and left. After Black Fox's team brought Su Yu to the base, they stood up. Su Yu knocked on the door, and the voice, although frightening, echoed. "Come in." Su Yu walked in, his eyes fixed on Zhong Yuan, and their gazes met. From the moment they met, he felt Zhong Yuan's aura change, and something strange was born in his heart. After all, although this person was Zhong Yuan, his personality and methods were completely unfamiliar to him. Zhong Yuan smiled brightly, stood up, and walked towards Su Yu. You came to me this time to promise the same thing as last time? If you join our guard, I will give you the highest privileges. You will have complete freedom of action in Star City. He was a great admirer of Su Yu's fighting prowess. Not to mention that he could rival Chen Dao. The fact that he could single-handedly deal with the zombie apocalypse was a testament to his outstanding ability. If Su Yu were to join the guard, it would undoubtedly greatly increase his combat strength. Seeing that Su Yu remained silent, Zhong Yuan continued. In these apocalyptic times, it is much better to stick together than to fight alone. If you join the Star City Guard, we will fight the zombies together. It is much safer than wandering around in the wilderness. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, I made my position clear last time. I have said this for a long time. Su Yu's pupils narrowed, and he shook his head. Su Yu glanced at Zhong Yuan and said calmly, I will not join the Star City Guard. Thank you for your kindness. He naturally did not want to join the guard, not to mention the chaos inside. To him, even if it was safe, would your own shelter be safer? To Zhong Yuan smiled and waved his hand. I understand, but I also understand why you don't want to join the guard. Of course, if you change your mind, I'm always happy. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of scrutiny. However, Su Yu keenly noticed a note of caution on Zhong Yuan's face. Was he afraid of him? No, he thought of a possibility. The guards were now divided into two factions. Colonel Zhang and Zhong Yuan were desperately trying to lure the guards over to their side. Alone was naturally a valuable asset in their eyes. Although he could not potentially change the situation of the guard, he still posed a serious threat. Could it be that Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan was trying his luck to join Colonel Zhang's team? For a moment, a look of confusion flashed across his eyes. If he had joined Colonel Zhang's team, Zhong Yuan's identity would have undoubtedly targeted him. He was now 90% certain that Zhong Yuan had released the zombies into Star City. He just didn't expect him to be so ruthless, which was a stark contrast to the Zhong Yuan he knew. Su Yu considered confronting the zombie head-on, but he hesitated. If he spoke, Zhong Yuan would suddenly attack, leaving him defenseless. This was still the main base of the guard. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, I came to ask you a question. Why did the Star City Guardians split into two factions? Was it your initiative? Zhong Yuan chuckled lightly, smiling. I didn't expect you to care about the Guardians. Do you really want to join them? Su Yu shook his head at Zhong Yuan's repeated invitations. He knew that Zhong Yuan wanted to change the topic, so he asked directly, Do you know how much of a threat it would be to Star City's safety if the Guardians split up now? And now civilians are also being killed and injured. Is that what you want? Zhong Yuan just smiled and waved his hand helplessly. Do you think I want the Guardians to split up? That's not what I meant. I just don't want to upset some Guardians. You should also know that there are some bad apples out there. Sooner or later, the guards will fall. Su Yu frowned, realizing that Zhong Yuan was referring to Colonel Zhang. But Star City has just gone through a crisis, and the guards split now is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger. I understand what you mean. Although Colonel Zhang is ambitious, he won't endanger the civilians of Star City, right? Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. He made this cautious statement to check whether Zhong Yuan was the instigator. A look of horror flashed in Zhong Yuan's eyes for a moment, but he quickly hid it. He understood Su Yu's intention. Had the zombie incident been exposed? He thought about it, and his heart sank. But since there was no news yet, if the zombie incident were exposed, his status in Star City would probably plummet. He was afraid that Su Yu was hiding it. For a moment, a hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it, feigning ignorance. What do you mean? Perhaps you already know where the zombies in Star City come from? Su Yu carefully noticed Zhong Yuan's expression and waved his hand. How should I know? I just wanted to ask, but I don't care what's going on in the guard. I just want to know one thing. Why are you dividing the guard, and at such a critical moment? Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes and his face turned icy. Because he doesn't want the Star City Guard to be destroyed by incompetent people. Colonel Zhang is afraid of death. You saw the defense, a herd of rats cowering in the face of danger. I am utterly disappointed in Colonel Zhang. He is not competent enough to lead the guard. What do you think about the future of Star City if you leave it with someone like him? These words came from the bottom of his heart. Just drawing lines around the zombies won't do. At the current level of zombie evolution, Star City could be protected in a year, but what about 2 years? 10? By that time, the zombies would be incredibly strong, and Star City's defense would be as fragile as paper. Suyu remained silent after hearing this. In fact, he chose to leave the guard under Zhong Yuan's command, knowing that he was a formidable commander. Now is not the time, he said, continuing to express his opinion. Zhong Yuan just waved his hand. I told you, I didn't part ways at this point of my own free will. Colonel Zhang forced us to do this. There has long been discontent in the guard. If not me, Zhong Yuan, then another Zhong Yuan will appear. It's only a matter of time. It's easy to let things slide. If Colonel Zhang had the ability, I would be the first to oppose the split. Suyu nodded, but he still had doubts. If it was the old Zhong Yuan, he would have believed him unconditionally. But now he felt that Zhong Yuan had changed. However, Colonel Ka Zhang did not have the strength to do so. If this continued, the Guardians of Star City would eventually rebel. Not to mention that, as Zhong Yuan said, zombies evolved incredibly quickly. If Colonel Zhang continued to command the Guardians, Star City would sooner or later be destroyed. However, Zhong Yuan should not have resorted to such drastic methods to accelerate the split. Now, in order to maintain power, he actually let zombies into the city, taking the lives of ordinary people. This is his own problem. Zhong Yuan smiled and said, What happened, Suyu? What are you thinking? That you rushed to me just to ask about the Guardian? Of course, I don't want to. Suyu waved his hand. Otherwise, I just wanted to talk to you. The situation in Star City right now does not inspire optimism. You are my friend. He knew he couldn't reveal all the information yet, so he could only joke around when he addressed Zhong Yuan. Friend? Zhong Yuan muttered under his breath, then smiled. If so, then you must help me. The guard needs your help this time. Suyu nodded and said, If the Star City Guardian needs my help, I will definitely help. Zhong Yuan did not suspect anything, only smiled and then turned serious. Zhong Yuan bowed and solemnly said, He walked towards Suyu and bowed with a sincere expression. Very much to the Black Fox Squad for helping us this time. If it weren't for your help, the Black Fox Squad would have been completely wiped out. Suyu waved his hand. It's a simple favor, but this time, a second-level zombie has appeared in the squad's city. If I had come earlier, Hao Ziyun wouldn't have died. He didn't want to see the Black Fox Squad die, but now that it had come to this, he could only sigh. Zhong Yuan looked at Suyu and patted his shoulder. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. I was careless. I will compensate the Black Fox Squad when the time comes. I didn't expect zombies to evolve so quickly. Will Star City be able to hold on in the future? He asked, his face heavy, even full of disappointment for the future of humanity. Suyu thought about it and said some comforting words. Don't worry, in the future, humanity will also give birth to strong people. Now, we only need to survive. Who can predict the future? Zhong Yuan muttered something unintelligible and then replied, I hope so. Suyu nodded, talked with Zhong Yuan for a while, and then turned back to leave. But it was too late. I need to return to the shelter. Zhong Yuan looked out the window and said, Why don't I send someone to see you off? Star City has been unsettled lately. Suyu shook his head and refused. No, I can handle this little danger. Sorry to bother you, Lieutenant Colonel. Goodbye. Suyu turned and left. As he walked out of the office, Zhong Yuan's smile faded, his face darkened and became uncertain. He sat down on a chair, deep in thought. However, Suyu was spotted by someone in the shadows as he walked out of Zhong Yuan's office. Unaware that his every move was being secretly watched, Suyu left the city without incident and returned to the hideout in his car. There, he took a deep breath and prepared to collect his thoughts. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxue, Star City, he wouldn't have interfered with the guard's affairs. Now, he was not involved in the affairs of the guard, and his own strength was not enough to resist them. He had to be extremely careful, otherwise he would end up in a closed area of the guard. If he was not careful, he could be smashed to pieces and... "Master, are you back?" Face was bright with joy. He wanted to follow Su Yu before, but was refused. Seeing the master's heavy face, he asked worriedly, "Master, did something happen during your trip?" Su Yu nodded, and then told him about the Black Fox Squad and Zhong Yuan. Although Luo Feiyu was only 12 years old, it was still a learning period. Luo Feiyu's face darkened. His eyes gradually became cloudy. He didn't expect that Hao Ziyun of the Black Fox Squad would sacrifice himself. In this apocalypse, a human life is truly more valuable than an ant. Su Yu smiled and consoled him. "If you don't want to see your brothers being devoured by zombies, you must become stronger," Luo Feiyu muttered, clenching his fists with a determined expression. "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely protect the shelter residents in the future." Su Yu's face arched, and he patted Luo Feiyu's head. "Lips, I believe you." Luo Feiyu would become the strongest in the apocalypse, and he naturally believed it. The question of the Guardian was like a thorn in his heart. Su Yu then turned around, bid farewell to Luo Feiyu, and returned to his room. Putting aside the split for now, he wanted to know why Zhong Yuan let the zombies into Star City. No matter what, he planned to go to the city again tomorrow to investigate the zombie outbreak. However, after a tiring day, Su Yu finally rested and went to bed. The next morning, Su Yu was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. He frowned, wondering if something had happened to the shelter. He opened the door and saw Li He. "What happened, Li He?" Li He looked scared, took a deep breath, then his face darkened and he hurriedly said, "Su Yu, our shelter is now surrounded by zombies, and we can't get out. What should we do?" "Zombies that I'm afraid they will attack." He was an ordinary person, completely incapable of fighting, and at this moment his face was full of anxiety. Su Yu's face changed and an uncertain expression appeared on it. How is this possible? The area around the shelter should not attract zombies. Li Hu didn't know the reason, and his face showed panic. "I don't know what the reason is. Early this morning, I saw on the surveillance camera that the shelter was surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, none of us came out yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable." Su Yu's face darkened, and he waved his hand. "Let's go out and take a look." Li He nodded and led Su Yu into the observation room. The shelter was now completely surrounded by zombies, completely blocked. Only the faint roar and scratching sounds of zombies could be heard. There were even several second-level zombies on the outskirts, at least 100. What the hell was going on? He looked at the zombies with a gloomy and uncertain expression. Fortunately, the shelter had been converted to a level 2, providing reliable protection. Level 1 or 2 zombies would not be able to overcome it. However, the entrance to the shelter posed a serious threat. But why did so many zombies come running here in one night? This had never happened before. Su Yu was deeply puzzled. Was there something in the shelter that attracted the zombies? Or maybe someone had deliberately lured the zombies into their own shelter last night. Expression was gloomy, and he snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Luo Feiyu, having seen so many zombies, was already eager to try. "Master, these zombies are perfect for practice. The first and second level zombies are no longer a threat to me." Su Yu nodded. This number of zombies was a real problem. "Come on, I'll go with you and destroy these zombies together." Both he and Luo Feiyu were powerless, so they could only give instructions. Be careful," Su Yu smiled. "This is only a second-level zombie." After Su Yu and Luo Feiyu left, many zombies rushed in. The zombies went crazy, screaming and charging at them. Su Yu remained calm and collected. With a roar, he shot straight at the head of a second-level zombie. He had already mastered advanced shooting, so no matter how many zombies there were, they couldn't get closer than 10 steps to him. While dealing with the zombies, he kept his eyes on Luo Feiyu. Luo Feiyu showed no fear, remaining calm and collected. Every bullet hit the target. Every shot was a precise headshot. Even if he made a few small mistakes, he would quickly recover. Luo Feiyu's performance caused Su Yu to smile with satisfaction. He was truly the future strongest. Ordinary zombies were as fragile as paper in front of him, showed incredible talent since he was a child. In less than 15 minutes, the zombies at the entrance to the shelter were completely destroyed. Su Yu pulled out a dagger and extracted the cores from more than 100 zombies. He already had more than 9,000 points. By killing a few more zombies, he could exchange them for a level 3 shelter. Then he wouldn't have to worry about level 3 zombies at all, and there were only a few of them now. He didn't know what abilities would be unlocked. The two of them piled the corpses together and set them on fire, and then they returned to the shelter. Eyes were full of confusion. He felt that something was wrong. Were these zombies deliberately lured here? He recalled Zhong Yuan's ambiguous behavior last night, and his pupils shrank. Was this Zhong Yuan's doing? Then rushed to the shelter's command center to review the security footage from the previous night, hoping to find some clues. He quickly reviewed the footage and saw a man sneaking around in the early morning. His face darkened, and when he saw the video, his expression changed dramatically. The man was clearly dressed as a guard and was sneaking around his hideout. He had a zombie-attracting potion in his hand. When Luo Feiyu saw this man, he was shocked and couldn't help but say, "Master, it's a guard." "Why would they want to harm us?" Li He said in a low voice, his face showing confusion. "We have helped the guards of Star City many times before. To repay the favor with such revenge is simply vile. If we had not discovered this beforehand and the shelter was not reliable, I would have died a terrible death here." It was the middle of the night, and he was actually attracting zombies outside the shelter. This was clearly an assassination attempt. Luo Feiyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Master, let me seize this man and execute him immediately. Let's hand this video over to the guards and demand an explanation." He was truly taken aback. In such an apocalyptic time, there were still such thieves. Don't rush to conclusions. Perhaps he was just disguised as a guard. Su Yu remained calm, but his anger was already growing. He had just returned from the war zone yesterday, and today the guards had deceived him. Was Zhong Yuan really the culprit? Did he find that his zombie situation had been exposed? He was bloodthirsty. Su Yu's expression was gloomy. He had no idea who this person was or why he had harmed him. But no matter what, he had to go to Star City today and demand an explanation. No matter who he was, he would make them pay. His eyes flashed coldly. "Li Hai, help me copy this CCTV footage. I'm heading to Star City right now to find out who this impudent person is." Li He nodded, his face twisted in displeasure. The guards of Star City could really harbor such vile and shameless people. As expected, one must be careful in the apocalypse. Hearing this, Luo Feiyu's expression darkened. "Master, I will go to Star City with you." Su Yu shook his head, refusing. Star City is currently in turmoil, and the guards have split into two factions. If you go, you may be in danger. Expression was unwilling, but after hearing the owner's words, he nodded. "Just stay in the shelter this time. I'll handle this matter." However, his favorable impression of the Star City guards was now almost zero. After Li He copied the surveillance footage, Su Yu drove to Star City. On the way, he wondered why the guards were targeting him, considering he was just an outsider. Was this really Zhong Yuan's doing? His face darkened at the thought, but he quickly dismissed that thought. If Zhong Yuan did that, it would be certain death, with no chance of escape. He knew his strength. He knew he would attract at least a level 3 zombie. But if it wasn't Zhong Yuan, then who else could it be? But it was better not to disturb the enemy's revival right now. He planned to find the Black Fox team first and find Nima. After arriving at Star City, Su Yu headed straight to the location of the Black Fox team. Upon seeing Su Yu, the three of them forced themselves to cheer up and greeted him. Su Yu did not hide anything from the three of them and said it directly. "Last night, my shelter was attacked by zombies, and this time the zombies were attracted by the guards of Star City. The three of them were horrified when they heard this. How could this be? Su Yu was the benefactor of the guards, and someone still attacked him. This wasn't just a betrayal. It was truly shameless. There shouldn't be such a scumbag in the Guardian, Su Yu. You must be mistaken. Li Qiang frowned, unwilling to believe the words. Su Yu didn't explain, but simply showed the surveillance footage he had taken from the hideout. This time, I have enough evidence. I'm here to ask for your help. Look who it is. You're from the Guard, so you should know his identity. The Black Fox team stepped forward and saw the man in the video. Their faces changed dramatically. It's him, He Yang. How could he be outside your hideout? Face darkened. Sure enough, it was someone from the Guard. Did Zhong Yuan really want to kill him? His expression changed for an instant. Was he one of Zhong Yuan's men? Although he remained silent, the Black Fox team sensed a deep killing intent within him. Heisey shook his head and said, "He is not one of Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan's people, but one of Colonel Zhang's people. He has always worked for Colonel Zhang, but why did Colonel Zhang choose you? I don't understand." Su Yu's face suddenly changed in astonishment. He assumed that it was someone sent by Zhong Yuan, but the result was unexpected. He did not have any ill will towards Colonel Zhang, so why would he want him dead? A cold glint flashed in his eyes, as if he was wondering why Colonel Zhang chose him. This question haunted him. Heisey was also puzzled. Does anyone else know about this? Su Yu waved his hand. I don't know. This time I secretly installed a surveillance system. But I don't understand why Colonel Zhang chose me. Could it be because of the previous split in the Guards? He couldn't think of any other reason at the moment. Team also didn't understand why Colonel Zhang chose Su Yu. Su Yu now knew that it was He Yang and that he was Colonel Zhang's subordinate. Now they just had to lure him out. He narrowed his eyes. His intent to kill was evident. He was ready to use a trick to lure him out. This time, he finally understood why Colonel Zhang had chosen him. Do you know where He Yang is now? Alarmed by Su Yu's sharp tone, he hurried to dissuade him. I want to know what he is planning. Hezi, Su Yu, don't be so impulsive. He Yang, you can't act now. These are critical times. If you act, you will make countless enemies. Su Yu waved his hand. I understand the situation, but anyone who tries to harm me will pay for it. Just tell me where He Yang is. Seeing that Su Yu was not listening, the Black Fox team only smiled wryly. He should be at the bar in Star City right now, Su Yu said as he prepared to leave. Thank you, but don't tell anyone about this. The Black Fox team nodded. However, it looks like He Yan will have to pay this time. In this post-apocalyptic world, the atmosphere in the bar was especially lively, and many were enjoying the pleasures of life. No one knew whether the defense of Star City would be breached tomorrow. Then they would become food for zombies. This place served primarily as a place to gather intelligence, but also as a resting place for the guards. Su Yu watched this scene with displeasure. These people had plenty of time to spend here during the zombie attack. Better to hone his skills so that he could fight back if a zombie attack occurred. However, he did not want to criticize other people's survival methods. He looked around the area and quickly found He Yan. He walked slowly towards him and calmly said, "Give me a Bloody Mary." Then he took out 10 bullets. Yen was worth nothing these days. The only things in circulation were food and bullets. The bartender nodded, took the bullets, and served the cocktail. He Yang felt a familiar voice and turned around, startled. You? Why are you here? Su Yu looked at him, pretending not to understand. Who are you? Face turned pale, and he hurriedly covered himself. Sorry, I was wrong. But now a wave of fear swept through his heart. How could Su Yu still be alive? What the hell was going on? He had clearly lured the zombies into his hideout yesterday. Su Yu had achieved his goal and, after finishing his cocktail, turned around and left. Face darkened. No matter what, he had to find out why Su Yu was still alive. He decided to follow him and see what was going on. Was he seeing a ghost? Su Yu had already noticed He Yang following him, and he pretended not to notice. Then they left Star City. This time, in order to lure the snake out of its lair, he deliberately slowed down his pace. Whether Su Yu was a human or a ghost, He Yang hesitated for a moment, but still followed him, wanting to make sure. If he was still alive, how would he explain this to Director Zhang? He Yang followed Su Yu to a secluded place. From all around, and there was no one around. He looked at Su Yu's back with an angry expression. His face was gloomy. "Since zombies can't kill you, let me personally shoot you." He pulled out a gun, pointed it at the back of Su Yu's head, and was about to shoot. Su Yu suddenly turned around and their eyes met. For a moment, He Yang's face was distorted with horror. Impossible. Could it be that he had been discovered? He Yang, without thinking, fired again. However, Su Yu was already on guard and dodged to the side, dodging the bullet. Then, the next bullet hit He Yang right in the arm. He Yang groaned, and the gun fell to the ground. He tried to pick it up, but found that the black barrel was pointed at the back of his head. He Yang trembled in fear, his whole body tensed up, and his face darkened. Su Yu's face was expressionless, and his voice was as cold as the cold winter that pierced his bones. "Tell me, who called you here? And why do you want to kill me?" He Yang was silent, his eyes full of fear as he looked at Su Yu. Su Yu did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the one who wanted to kill him. He then kicked He Yang to the ground. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell me, you'll die." His voice was like the voice of death, devoid of emotion. He Yang shuddered and, seeing the killing intent in Su Yu's eyes, swallowed his saliva. He had no doubt that if he didn't tell, Su Yu would definitely shoot. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Colonel Zhang ordered me to kill you." Su Yu raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Why did Colonel Zhang send you to kill me?" He Yang glanced at Su Yu, his face full of fear. "I tell you, can you spare my life?" Su Yu just glanced at him, his eyes full of murderous determination. "You are not worthy of negotiating with me now. Speak up, or you will die," He Yang muttered, his eyes full of fear. "I was being watched by Colonel Zhang. I saw you hanging around Zhong Yuan's office yesterday. I thought you were going to defect to Zhong Yuan, so I went back and reported to Colonel Zhang. He ordered me to attack you to prevent you from joining the guard and becoming Zhong Yuan's subordinate." Su Yu was dissatisfied with this answer and was at a loss. Knowing Colonel Zhang's incompetence and ambition, he did not harbor any malicious intent. However, in the apocalypse, incompetence is the greatest sin. Colonel Zhang would not attack him for such a trifle. And most importantly, he did not think that Colonel Zhang was a villain. If he had to do something, he would do it openly. No matter how stupid he was, he would not risk other people's lives. At least during the defense, he still cared about the civilians. Could it be that He Yang was Zhong Yuan's subordinate, hiding among Colonel Zhang's men? This terrifying thought occurred to Su Yu. He had no conflict with Director Zhang. "Zhong Yuan sent you, right?" Face twitched when he heard this, but he quickly responded, No. How can you relate this to Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan?" Su Yu chuckled. He Yang's behavior at this moment was strange. Men undoubtedly disliked Zhong Yuan, but He Yang's mouth betrayed a certain bias. This further strengthened Su Yu's convictions, and his expression turned cold. "Who sent you?" He Yang gritted his teeth and asked with self-deprecation, "I told you, it was Colonel Zhang. How dare I attack you without his orders?" Su Yu's tone turned icy. "I see you won't cry until you see the coffin." Su Yu broke. He Yang's arm with a sharp crunch. A pitiful cry rang out. Su Yu's face remained expressionless as he spoke word by word. "Now I will give you one last chance. Tell me who it is. Otherwise, I will break your legs and send you to the zombie lair to gnaw on your flesh. Of course, I will keep my word." He Yang's face twisted in horror. He did not expect such a merciless attack from Su Yu. Whole body was shaking at the thought of his own death at the hands of a zombie, at least on the surface, although the boasting was half. If his suspicions were correct, He Yang was definitely not sent by Colonel Zhang. Su Yu looked at He Yang's lifeless body, and his heart was aching. He waited another 15 minutes before leaving the jungle, already knowing that the sniper left. He then scanned the area in the rearview mirror to spot the sniper, but saw no movement. It could have been the sniper. He quickly hid in the bushes, away from the sniper. Su Yu's face darkened, and a bad omen was born in his heart. He was killed before he could react. It hit He Yan right between the eyebrows, killing him. The bullet, fired out of nowhere, pierced the air with a sound that echoed. From afar, just when He Yang was about to confess, a gunshot rang out. I'll tell you, you completely broke through the already weak defense of his mind. Su, why are you asking? If you're okay, please leave. The man's face changed abruptly. I don't know. I was home. Hello, where were you when the zombies showed up, knocking on every door? Suddenly, a man with a wary look peeked out from behind the door. However, in order to find evidence, he continued. All the houses were locked, which put Su Yu in a difficult situation. The gates were locked, and the smell of disinfectant was in the air. He arrived at a residential complex where zombies were discovered for the first time. After finishing these matters, Su Yu was going to go alone to search for evidence of the zombie invasion of Star City. They could not defeat a large army. Chen Dao agreed. Although the Blade Society was a formidable force, every single member was an excellent fighter. Until I find evidence, the Blade Society must refrain from any rash actions and avoid conflict. Don't worry, this time I will find evidence to expose Zhong Yuan. Su Yu had a plan. The guards did not. Believe you know, Zhong Yuan is a hero to them. Wu, perhaps you shouldn't be so quick to accuse Zhong Yuan of a crime. What if he turns against you? Chen Dao nodded and then asked. This time, I am determined to expose the conspirator. Naya want you to secretly gather the Blade Society's forces and infiltrate the military territory when the guards are at their most relaxed, catching them off guard. Enough! Su Yu sighed in relief and smiled faintly. Chen Dao waved his hand, remaining calm. This is my duty. This time I need your help. Of course, I will have to ask Zhong Yuan for an explanation. I don't want to be kept in suspense by a poisonous snake. Su Yu's expression changed, and he was overcome with a surge of insolence. What should we do next? If Zhong Yuan was such a heartless person, he would naturally have to think about it. He wasn't afraid, but his brothers wouldn't be afraid. First, Zhong Yuan promised him numerous benefits, making the Blade Society jealous. Second, in the apocalypse, there is strength in numbers. There is always someone to rely on. He had long been thinking about the Blade Club's intention to join the Guard. I did not expect Zhong Yuan to be so two-faced. I greatly underestimated him. Chen Dao's disciples shrank when they heard this. He also advised him to be careful of the zombies. He then shared his guess with Chen Dao. Su Yu waved his hand, his face serious. I'm here to discuss something important. I haven't seen you for a few days. Where have you been? Hey, what brings you here? Chen Dao was happy to see Su Yu and greeted him enthusiastically. With this thought in mind, Su Yu immediately went to the Blade Club. With Chen Dao's support, the guards probably wouldn't dare to attack him head-on. Whoever it was this time would pay. High price. Chen Dao was going to join the guards, so he had to warn him. Su Yu had a bad feeling. His main task was to find Chen Dao. If he got caught in this whirlpool, his life would be in danger. No matter what his reasons were, he couldn't go to the military district now. The guard headquarters was a place of open and hidden struggle. Su Yu felt a chill in his heart. Zhong Yuan really had a malicious heart. Even if he was exposed, they could easily blame it on Colonel Zhang. He Yang was Zhong Yuan's pawn, looking for a legitimate excuse to eliminate him. His haste to eliminate the witness could only lead to one thing. Whether Colonel Zhang, heartless man, most of the guards would not follow him. But sending someone to kill his own people was pure stupidity. Zhang's thief was completely useless. With that, he turned and left. Su Yu was upset, but this was extremely important. Then he knocked on the door next door. A furious scream came from inside. "Are you crazy? Investigating zombies? Get out! I don't know anything." Su Yu was forced to leave in despair. Most of the villagers locked themselves in their homes. Nowhere was safe due to the zombie crisis. But there were still a few people wandering around outside. Su Yu searched the area long and hard, finally collecting fragmentary evidence from various sources. Su Yu put these fragments together and found a striking similarity. All the evidence indicated that the zombies simply appeared out of nowhere. Someone had definitely secretly released them into Star City. There was no sign of destruction anywhere. The zombies could only have appeared out of thin air. Unless they could fly, they couldn't have entered the town unnoticed. Only the military district could have done that. Su Yu frowned. The Black Fox Squad's thoughts were now on him. All fingers were pointing at the person behind this. Zhong Yuan. Regardless, the sudden appearance of zombies was Zhong Yuan's greatest weakness. The first priority was to rush to the military district. By this time, the Blade Society had already gathered its forces. Chen Dao glanced at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the guards' shift change time, and they were at a disadvantage. With a wave of his hand, he announced that now was the best time to head to the guard headquarters. "Let's go." They chose the right moment to head to the headquarters. On cue, a powerful army of the Blade Society arrived. The guards at the gate suddenly changed their expressions and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Is the Blade Society with such a huge army planning a rebellion?" Chen Dao ignored the guards and entered the headquarters. The guards were horrified and tried to intervene, but they knew they were no match for the Blade Society. The first priority was to inform Colonel Zhang and Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan to see how they would act. "What? You said the Blade Society was approaching? Have they already reached our camp?" Colonel Zhang's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up from the bench. "Hurry, let's go take a look." Zhong Yuan, on the other hand, remained calm and collected, as if he had already foreseen the Blade Society's arrival. "I know. Don't worry. I don't know if the Blade Society will start a war." Then he got ready and was about to leave. They met on the road, and Colonel Zhang sneered. "Take care of yourself." Zhong Yuan ignored him, his face indifferent. The personal presence of Colonel Zhang and Zhong Yuan finally calmed the guards down. Chen Dao, noticing this, sneered contemptuously. "How ridiculous! Your commander is away, and you are afraid of even such a trifle. If your guards lose their nerve, aren't you cowards? Your desire to protect Star City is simply laughable." He had no intention of starting a war, but his words were full of contempt. These guards couldn't fight zombies. They were fighting each other like crazy. When Chen Dao first heard about this, he wanted to laugh at them. Now he finally had his chance. Even at this hour, they were still divided. The guards looked confused. The Blade Society was simply challenging their authority. To say that they couldn't protect Star City was the ultimate in contempt. They would be furious. As soldiers, how could these gangs look down on them? "You're talking nonsense. Have you seen how we defend Star City? We didn't defend Star City, so we expect you gangs to do the same. This is just ridiculous. Take back your words, or even the Blade Society will pay a heavy price." Chen Dao laughed contemptuously. "What? I punched you right in the stomach. You didn't even know about the zombies that appeared in Star City for no reason, and you have the nerve to say that you can protect it. Do you really think you're heroes just because you're protecting him? It's your duty. If it were us, the Blade Society, we wouldn't let a single zombie in. You're a bunch of trash." The guards' faces changed dramatically at these words. "Looking for death." The guards immediately raised their pistols and pointed them at the Blade Society. The Blade Society, unabashed, also drew their weapons. A heavy, tense atmosphere hung in the air. Colonel Zhang was nervous, panicking. Was the Blade Society planning a mutiny? Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed in surprise. Was the Blade Society really going to attack? This was completely different from his plan. Just when the battle was about to break out, a voice came from afar. Stop! Chen Dao, noticing Su Yu's appearance, waved his hand, ordering his men to lower their weapons. Colonel Zhang and Zhong Yuan also took the opportunity to calm down the guards. Many of them still recognized Su Yu. After all, he was considered the hero of the defense. Seeing that everything seemed to have calmed down, Su Yu's eyes flashed like knives. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, shouldn't you explain yourself to me? That zombie incident in the area must have been your fault. As soon as those words came out, everyone was in disarray. The zombie incident was a thorn in their hearts. But how could it be Colonel Ka Zhong Yuan's fault? Even Colonel Zhang was surprised. Has Su Yu gone mad? Zhong Yuan sneered and laughed. Su Yu, everything must be based on evidence. If you are making up rumors out of thin air, I will not take the blame. If you want to join Colonel Zhong, you shouldn't resort to such dastardly methods. Zhong Yuan's men immediately glared at Su Yu. I thought Su Yu was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be in cahoots with Colonel Zhong. You can't judge a person by their appearance. He actually slandered Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. What a scoundrel he is. Su Yu must have received some kind of bribe. Such foul language is simply terrifying. Su Yu sneered. Zhong Yuan still continued to pretend to be nice, shifting the blame. Ha ha ha, I was wrong about you. I thought you were the hero who saved Star City. Now I'm wrong. It seems you're a complete hypocrite. If you want to see the evidence, I'll show it to you. Zhong Yuan's face remained expressionless, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his heart. He did everything perfectly. Even He Yang was dead. There were no witnesses. Su Yu had no evidence. The guards wouldn't believe his one-sided story. So he put on a good-natured look and spoke seriously. My reputation doesn't matter. Even if you believe the rumors and say that I'm the ringleader, it's fine. Don't worry. I, Zhong Yuan, am not a limited person. You are an important force in the fight against zombies. I can forgive you these mistakes. These words convinced the Zhong faction guards even more. Facing Su Yu's slander, he remained calm and cool, even willing to forgive him. How could he be the instigator of the zombie incident with such magnanimity? Colonel Zhang was stunned for a moment, but then his face lit up with joy. He was worried that he would not be able to overthrow Zhong Yuan. Su Yu was a timely help, giving him an excuse. Status was significant, and he played a key role in Star City. Although he didn't like Zhong Yuan, he knew that Zhong Yuan was not to blame for the zombie incident. But Su Yu was cunning, giving Zhong Yuan a reason to be hostile. Could it be that he was trying to win Zhong Yuan's favor? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. There had long been rumors that the Blade Society was joining the Guard. Wasn't this a great opportunity to win his favor? Su Yu, you did a good job this time. Zhong Yuan was the culprit of the zombie attack. Zhong Yuan, I know you have something in mind. Since Su Yu has spoken, what else do you need to explain? He was full of pride and self-satisfaction. The Blade Society supported Su Yu. If he could convince him to join his faction, what value would Zhong Yuan alone have? Su Yu frowned and glanced at Colonel Zhang. He understood his intentions, but did not explain. He simply snorted and remained silent. This remark only further hardened Zhong Yuan's feelings for Su Yu among his subordinates. Most of them had participated in the defense of Star City, comrades who had lived and died with it. If it weren't for Su Yu, Star City might have fallen. The guards used to love Su Yu, but now they all scolded him, cursed him. You're such a traitor. I underestimated you so much. If I knew Su Yu was such a person, I would rather surrender to the zombies than let this villain help me. I was so blind that I trusted Su Yu. Even the soldiers that Su Yu personally saved began to throw at him. Under the verbal abuse of the guards, Su Yu smiled faintly. Everyone turned around and saw Su Yu holding a voice recorder. This is the evidence you need. Zhong Yuan sneered, mistaking it for some kind of artifact. It turned out that this was just Su Yu's arrogance. He was the one who thought that one voice recorder was enough to incriminate him. It was complete nonsense. Su Yu, is this your evidence? The recorder? Could it contain evidence of my guilt? What else do you want? What else can you do? Su Yu shook his head. I must say, you handled the aftermath very well. My recorder only recorded what was said in public. This statement brought even more criticism from the crowd. This Su Yu just started a mess for no reason. Su Yu, you better shut up. If you slander Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan again, I will shoot you. Bah! You don't even have any evidence. What a joke. I thought highly of you, but I never thought that you would become Colonel Zhang's lackey. Zhong Yuan shook his head in disdain, mocking Su Yu's actions. It's time for you to put an end to this farce. Su Yu, leave the guards, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, the next time you show up, you will become an enemy of our guards. The surrounding guards' eyes were filled with anger, wanting to tear Su Yu into pieces. He had slandered Zhong Yuan in the most shameful manner. How could they tolerate this? The Black Fox squad fell silent, seeing the precariousness of the situation. Their faces darkened. They wanted to protect Su Yu, but they didn't know what to do. On one hand, there was Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, who had done them a great favor. On the other hand, Su Yu had saved their lives. Although the Black Fox squad did not join Zhong Yuan's team, they had a very good impression of Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. Moreover, Zhong Yuan was their leader. If they recklessly helped Su Yu to justify himself, and Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan really confirmed that he had released the zombie, wouldn't the guards' morale be undermined? Seeing Zhong Yuan's stubborn persistence, Su Yu wanted to hear his confession to gain the last drop of leniency. But he realized that he was wrong, completely wrong. Since you want to hear the recording from the recorder, then I will grant your wish. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes, his face twisted with disdain. He did not believe that Su Yu would be able to provide any evidence. He planned it all, not to mention that all traces of the zombies had long been erased. Even investigating the incident would be useless, not to mention the chaos that had reigned there. Su Yu, it seems that you will now be the enemy of our guards. Su Yu only smiled, ignoring Zhong Yuan. He pressed the play button. The entire room fell silent, eagerly awaiting Su Yu's decisive testimony. Then a cacophony of voices erupted. I remember the zombies appearing out of nowhere. That's right. When the zombies suddenly appeared, I thought that Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan was the first to appear. But why did so many zombies appear out of nowhere? These were the words of the civilians present at the scene, and Su Yu pieced them together to solve the mystery. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan curled his lips, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Both our people and the military have already figured out the reason. It's just a leak in the Star City sewers. How ridiculous! Everyone here knows that zombies appeared out of nowhere. Only the military can quietly send zombies in. As for the sewers, that's nonsense. Probably just a deliberate disguise. I just wanted to use this recording to prove that the zombies' appearance was not an external invasion. Su Yu asked calmly, "Did I say that this was the only evidence?" The situation got out of hand for a moment, and the guards started. Him. Now it seemed nonsense. They felt they had been deceived. Were nervous too. They expected Su Yu to provide some evidence. Guards, why release zombies into Star City? There is only one reason. So we were all wrong. As for your so-called Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, Su Yu sneered, and disdainful attitude showed that he did not take Su Yu seriously at all. Zhong Yuan remained silent, but his condescending gaze. Su Yu, tell me, is there any benefit for you from this? Haha, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan loves his people like his own children. How could he lead the zombies out of Star City? It's ridiculous. What evidence do you have that Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan brought back these zombies? The guards saw that Su Yu was still holding Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan and immediately cursed. Star City. He is speeding up the division of the guard, seeking to take control of the city faster. At this moment, Zhong Yuan's pupils narrowed and he finally spoke. What do you mean? I'm doing this for the rights of Star City. That's why I'm putting Star City's civilians in danger? Ha ha ha. I didn't want to be the commander of the guard, but there are idiots who don't care about the safety of Star City. Colonel Zhang, It's time for you to step down from this position." His gaze was like a knife, making Colonel Zhang afraid to even look him straight in the eye. He shuddered, but quickly pulled himself together and spoke angrily. "Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, you are so bold. How dare you commit such a crime? Do you know your position? Just a lieutenant colonel." He sharply criticized the lieutenant colonel. If he backed down this time, Zhong Yuan would get his way. The guard standing next to Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan sneered. "Su Yu, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan is not trying to split the guards. It's just that Colonel Zhang is such a loser. Someone who doesn't even dare to kill zombies. What right do we have to fight for him? Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan is the commander of our guards." Su Yu frowned. He had to admit that Zhong Yuan's trick with the bouncers was good. But in the end, it didn't change the situation. "Zhong Yuan, you know that you made a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have let He Yang kill me and framed Colonel Zhang." Colonel Zhang was slightly stunned. "Su Yu, what do you mean? Do you know He Yang?" Zhong Yuan chuckled and clapped his hands. "What a performance. I see you and Colonel Zhang are in cahoots. You said that He Yang is my subordinate. No one in the army knows that He Yang is Colonel Zhang's right hand." Colonel Zhang looked confused. "What's going on? Su Yu, what's going on? Have you seen He Yang?" Su Yu glanced at Colonel Zhang. Although he was very annoyed, he still asked, "You gave the order to He Yang to kill me?" Colonel Zhang looked at Su Yu with confusion, not understanding what Su Yu was saying. Colonel Zhang frowned. Why did he let He Yang kill him? He was asking for trouble. "What do you mean? Why would I let He Yang kill you? I haven't seen any trace of He Yang since last night," and showed the guards the footage taken at the base. Hearing this, Su Yu was certain that He Yang was indeed sent by Zhong Yuan. It was last night. He Yang attracted zombies in the middle of the night. He wanted to kill everyone in my hideout. As soon as this scene appeared, the guards were all confused. Who could be so vile? If Su Yu's hideout couldn't withstand it, wouldn't Su Yu and his men just be crumbs in the zombie's mouth? Who was so brave? Everyone's eyes turned to Colonel Zhang. After all, He Yang was his right-hand man and had many conflicts with Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. Could it be that Colonel Zhang was afraid of Su Yu's power? Under this gaze, Colonel Zhang panicked. "It wasn't me. Why would I kill Su Yu?" Zhong Yuan asked, taking advantage of the moment. "You must be afraid of the power behind Su Yu. If he joins the guard, he will definitely become a threat to your position." These words convinced everyone. Only in this way could Colonel Zhang take such a risk. Hearing this, Colonel Zhang became furious. "Zhong Yuan, you are talking nonsense. This is complete nonsense. Did I have such a reason to kill Su Yu? Why? It's illogical. How do I know why He Yang did this?" His eyes were puzzled. Was He Yang giving up? Killing Su Yu at such a critical moment, wasn't he a fool? He was speechless and only looked at Su Yu. "Su Yu, do you know where that bastard He Yang is now?" Su Yu chuckled. "He is dead, but I did not kill him. It was Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. I admire his tactics of killing a donkey when he was no longer useful." This puzzled the guards. What is going on? Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan killed He Yang. Isn't it funny? Zhong Yuan smiled and asked calmly, "You say that I killed He Yang. Do you have any evidence?" "It's been one-sided from the start. Tell me, where is your evidence? Even I would be angry if I were accused of several false charges." He changed the topic, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. "Don't rush. Wait for me to finish." Su Yu was confident of victory. Before investigating the zombie incident, I followed the evidence to find out the true connection between you and He Yang. Before his death, He Yang admitted that he was a pawn that you set up for Colonel Zhang, to deal a fatal blow to Colonel Zhang when he was separating the guards. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Go on. He Yang is my subordinate. Isn't that funny? He is always against me." Su Yu didn't explain anything, but waved his hand. "This is all an act by you, to make it look like you and He Yang are at odds. Do you know where you went wrong? After He Yang died, I immediately went to look for his house. But I didn't expect that his wife and children had been secretly moved. Just investigate, and everything will become clear. Face remained expressionless, although a slight tremor flashed through his eyes. He didn't expect Su Yu to even think about this. Su Yu didn't waste any more time on Zhong Yuan. Then he spoke word by word. There are 3 suspicious points in this matter. First, why were you, Zhong Yuan, present at the scene of the zombie attack? Second, why was He Yang's death so inexplicable? Why was he killed by a sniper? Obviously, someone was trying to silence him. You know, Colonel Zhang may be a loser. But he wouldn't commit fratricide. Zhong Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Enough! There is no evidence. These are just your one-sided words. And who knows whether you killed He Yang? Colonel Zhang was speechless. He really didn't know whether Su Yu was praising himself or insulting himself with this statement. But at that moment, he was wondering if Zhong Yuan was really the culprit behind this. He continued. Su Yu calmly. He was not bothered by Zhong Yuan's pale face. Third, you and He Yang are on bad terms. Why did you move his family? Is this really the only thing that weighs on you? Zhong Yuan, I really underestimated you. These 3 points are irrefutable evidence against you. And the bullet that killed He Yang, I assigned someone to investigate. It was a bullet from the Guard Army. I'm afraid that you and Heisey are the only ones who can hit the target from 100 paces away. Su Yu shouted angrily, his eyes filled with an icy glint. Don't say Heisey did it. He has an alibi. The entire Black Fox team can confirm it. Then where is your alibi? The guards' faces suddenly changed dramatically. Covered by Su Yu's aura, they were at a loss as to how to explain these 3 points. Let alone killing his fellow guards, even if Colonel Zhang was vain and shameless, he would not have committed such a heartless act. Furthermore, he had no reason to kill He Yang. So, someone was trying to silence him. Su Yu narrowed his eyes and then sneered. How do you explain these 3 points? Tell me. And the Black Fox team also found your traces, proving that you were at the scene of the zombie attack. If you guards don't believe me, what about the Black Fox team? They are Zhong Yuan's trusted men. Why should they remain neutral? I don't need to explain it. Everyone's attention turned to the Black Fox team. He couldn't help but ask, Really? Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan actually appeared at the scene of the zombie attack. You won't join us. Colonel Zhong Yuan changed his mind? Impossible. Black Fox Squad denies Su Yu's words. Black Fox Squad smiled wryly. They had finally reached this point. But now they were powerless. Heisey stepped forward, nodded, and said silently, From the very beginning, we suspected Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan of this. We simply could not confirm it. In the end, Brother Su Yu obtained the evidence. The room was in an uproar. The Black Fox Squad was not known for its eloquence. Many were filled with admiration. Was there really something fishy about Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan? Colonel Zhang was also horrified. He had never imagined that Zhong Yuan would actually release zombies into Star City. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. But then he burst out laughing. Now that Su Yu had irrefutable evidence, he could definitely overthrow Zhong Yuan. Wouldn't he then become the sole ruler of Star City? Su Yu, you are great. You are great. Once I deal with that scoundrel Zhong Yuan, I will reward you generously. Colonel Zhang laughed loudly, overflowing with pride. This time, he had finally overthrown Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, you, a man with ulterior motives, had finally revealed your true colors. But no one paid attention to him after he spoke, and he felt extremely embarrassed, like a clown. Su Yu ignored Colonel Zhang, simply looking at Zhong Yuan. Now, Zhong Yuan, is there anything else you want to explain? Zhong Yuan glanced at Su Yu and sighed softly. He didn't expect Su Yu to present so much evidence that he would be speechless, whether it was He Yang's case or the zombies. Including the subsequent conclusions, he felt that Su Yu understood him perfectly. Even after solving the case, Su Yu had collected so many clues in just half a day. He never imagined that the protagonist would be able to do such a thing. Previously, he thought of Su Yu as just a person with some knowledge of zombies and considerable combat prowess. He seemed to have amazing intelligence. No wonder he fell into his hands. Su Yu, I underestimated you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed and their hearts were filled with horror. Why did Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan say such a thing? Shouldn't he just deny it? This sentence was undoubtedly a veiled admission that all of this was done by Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan himself. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, why don't you deny it? This must be slander. You can't do such a despicable thing. You are the hero of our Star City. You can't attract these zombies. The irrefutable facts were laid out before everyone, and the guards supporting Zhong Yuan were shocked. But they still couldn't believe that Zhong Yuan had done all this. They were eager to justify themselves, just so Zhong Yuan wouldn't confess. In their eyes, he was still a hero. Some even knelt down, seeing such irrefutable evidence. Su Yu was shocked by this scene. Finally, he smiled bitterly and blurted out, "Song, it's time to wake up. Face the truth. Zhong Yuan is the real culprit of all this." These words pulled the guards out of their sleep. Their faces changed dramatically. But they still wanted to hear Zhong Yuan's confession. Any denial would be Su Yu's invention. Unbelievable. They were interrogating Zhong Yuan. "Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, tell us, did you do this? You? Why did you do this? Do you have something to hide? It's definitely not you. Such a disgusting act. Someone must have set you up." Zhong Yuan, seeing the guards, tore off his last mask. "The zombies in Star City are truly my fault. I don't feel guilty or remorseful about it. It's all natural. Everything I did was for Star City." In an instant, the soldiers' faith collapsed. Their faces turned pale. Who could have imagined that Zhong Yuan was behind all this? The glory they had always dreamed of turned out to be a joke. The truth was that Zhong Yuan was the mastermind behind all of this. Zhong Yuan was their faith, their hope in the apocalypse, but this man betrayed them. He even told them that he had orchestrated all of this. Enormous sacrifices made by the defenders were now meaningless. What nonsense! Who could have imagined so many losses in a defensive war? Zhong Yuan looked at Su Yu without a trace of guilt. With the internal and external problems and continuing to be distracted, how can the defenders withstand the onslaught of zombies? Star City is in turmoil and is in immediate danger. Zhong Yuan, what is the best thing you have done for Star City? Isn't that funny? He even went so far as to say that everything possible had been done to ensure that Star City would survive the apocalypse. Chose such a radical approach in order to quickly split the defenders. None of this could happen, but Zhong Yuan He Yang could even continue the defense of Star City. Innocent civilians would not have died tragically at the hands of zombies. If it were not for him, the defenders would not have suffered such heavy losses. He even confidently stated that these sacrifices were justified. Zhong Yuan changed, became a completely different person. Su Yu saw expression and shook his head. What irony! All the sacrifices for the sake of Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan's power. In the end, it all seemed like a frivolous joke, even to the civilians. As if such a trifle had brought such heavy losses to the defenders, and most importantly, his attitude cooled. And all this is because of one Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan. This time, I failed because of you. My negligence, my underestimation of you, led to my failure. Of course, anyone can blame me. Everything I did was for Star City. If Star City is given to a loser like Colonel Zhang, there is no future for him. Hearing this, Colonel Zhang curled his nose in anger. Zhong Yuan, nonsense. Who do you think you are? You let in all these zombies who are killing innocent civilians. You even killed the security guards. This is an even bigger crime. I will execute you today. Zhong Yuan simply looked at him with disdain and contempt. Su Yu, your biggest mistake is revealing this. If Star City is given to such a bunch of idiots, there is no hope. If you don't even have the courage to confront the zombies, how can you be worthy of protecting Star City? I said I have no regrets. It's all for the sake of Star City, so that it can survive this apocalypse. Su Yu looked at Zhong Yuan, and his eyes were a mixture of admiration and disappointment. He was right. Everything Zhong Yuan did was for the good. But when he sacrificed innocent people, even civilians, he did not think about them. Just when Su Yu was about to ask him a question, Zhong Yuan's guards shouted over his words. "Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, I always believed that you could lead Star City to a bright future. Now I was wrong. Even for the future of Star City, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, you cannot sacrifice the lives of ordinary people. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, you left Star City in such a state of devastation." There was an incomprehensible anger in everyone's voices, but the biggest one was dissatisfaction with Zhong Yuan. However, Zhong Yuan did not apologize, but looked at everyone calmly. Mixed feelings were visible in his eyes. His plan was going so smoothly if it weren't for Su Yu. Colonel Zhang would have failed today, but there was still a chance. "Everyone, I will continue to lead the resistance of Star City, even in this apocalypse. No matter what happens, the past is already behind us and cannot be brought back," Zhong Yuan said in a low voice. "But there is still hope for the future of Star City. You have the freedom to choose. Will you stay with me?" "Of course, I will definitely ensure the future of Star City." But the guards who supported Zhong Yuan were undoubtedly extremely disappointed in him. "Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, I can't choose you. You can't give us a future. I joined the guards to protect my family, but now you have failed me. I'm sorry, you have failed me so much." They couldn't understand Zhong Yuan. It was clearly an unjustified sacrifice. Why sacrifice civilians and guards? For the guards, this completely turned their entire worldview upside down. Zhong Yuan refused to give up. Now that he had lost everything he had with the guards, he had essentially given up on the future of Star City. He just wanted to take control. "Give me another chance. Do you really want to hand over Star City to such a coward? Now is your time to choose. If we hand over Star City to him, it will be destroyed in the apocalypse in 3 years." The guards looked at each other in confusion. But if Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan had not disappointed them so much, how could they have handed everything over to Colonel Zhang? Many of them were hesitant even then. Everything Zhong Yuan did was for the sake of Star City. All the guards knew that as long as Zhong Yuan could lead Star City into the future, they would be the last ones. Su Yu frowned, clearly underestimating Zhong Yuan's influence. Zhong Yuan was now cold and ruthless. If he could sacrifice even one person for the safety of Star City, even if it was his own parents, he would do so without hesitation. Handing over Star City to Zhong Yuan might even hasten its collapse. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxue, he really wouldn't want to get involved. "Zhong Yuan, I have written down the entire truth. I advise you to give in and stop trying to drive away the guards. If you still insist, I will make this evidence public. Then there will be no place for you in the entire Star City." A murderous glint flashed in Zhong Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect that his plan would fail at the last moment. If it weren't for the blade blocking his way, he would have already taken action. Su Yu and he locked eyes, their eyes shining. At this moment, Colonel Zhang stepped forward, his face shining with triumph. He was in a tense fight with Zhong Yuan. He wasn't sure he could defeat him, but Su Yu stepped in. It was pure divine help. "Su Yu, you did a great job this time. I'll reward you then. As for Zhong Yuan, don't worry. I'll deal with him then. I guarantee that this villain will be completely destroyed." Now he had irrefutable evidence. He would not allow Zhong Yuan to recover at all. Zhong Yuan's guards were now completely disappointed in him. In 2 weeks, those who supported him would return to his side. As for Zhong Yuan's fate, he would most likely be shot. For such a serious offense, no one would stand up for him. And then, at the right moment, he would announce it. Star City would be his. Colonel Zhang thought happily. From now on, the guards are completely in his hands, including the resources of Star City. Zhong Yuan, this obstacle, will no longer be an obstacle for him. Wouldn't Star City then become his only possession? He took a decisive step. Go and capture this traitor. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan, you are free from today. The Blade Society is now yours. Even if you take control of the Guardians, I will not stop you." He smiled. "Su Yu, is this your choice?" Zhong Yuan's face remained expressionless. He simply looked at Su Yu. Society is numerous and well-armed. His expression was extremely gloomy. As soon as he finished speaking, many of the guards supporting him drew their pistols and pointed them at Su Yu. "If you start a fight now, I will shoot you. I warn you, this is the land of the starry." "Town, what do you mean? You plotting a mutiny?" Colonel Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced at Su Yu. The Blade Society members immediately drew their weapons, drawing their swords. With that, Chen Dao glanced over. "Zhong Yuan, I will give you a satisfactory result." "Don't be so happy, Colonel." Zhang Dot. "What do you think the Blade Society is doing here today?" At this moment, Su Yu sneered disdainfully. "The guards are my people. I will not tolerate any interference. I warn you not to mislead the people with your lies." Colonel Zhang's face darkened. "Zhong Yuan, what do you mean? This is your best chance." Although it is not as strong as the Guard, its combat effectiveness is unmatched. A real fight will cost the Guard a lot. Colonel Zhang does not dare to pay such a price, and the problem with Zhong Yuan remains unresolved. What exactly are they trying to do? Is it really as Zhong Yuan claims? Does Su Yu really want to take over Star City and get his share? Colonel Zhang's face was full of rage, as if he had swallowed a fly. "What the hell is going on?" Zhong Yuan glanced at Su Yu and smiled faintly. "Not a bad option." "Of course, if you want to annex the Guard, I fully approve. It's better to give Star City to a worthless person than to you." Colonel Zhang's face changed dramatically when he heard this. Now Su Yu has the support of the Blade Society and Zhong Yuan. If he really wants to seize power in Star City, it might end in disaster. He looked at Su Yu and Chen Dao with annoyance. "What are you planning? I warn you, if you are trying to split Star City, I am the first one to disagree. Don't even think about it." Su Yu chuckled, and then revealed his purpose for today. "I am here for 2 reasons. First, to end the split between the 2 Guard factions. Secondly, for the Blade Club to join the Guard. As for the rights of your guardsmen, the Blade Club doesn't need them at all." Colonel Zhang flatly refused. "No way. The Blade Club is a gang. How can we let you join?" What a joke. They had finally overthrown Zhong Yuan, and were now the sole leader. How could they allow the Blade Club to join in and share the spoils? Who knew if Su Yu had other plans? Zhong Yuan smiled silently, his eyes shining strangely as he looked at Su Yu. Su Yu ignored Colonel Zhang and replied literally, "The Blade Society will become an important force in the fight against zombies, and will also become a tool to control the Guardians. If something like the Zhong Yuan incident happens again among the Guardians in the future, even if the Blade Society is completely destroyed, they will destroy such people." Colonel Zhang's face darkened. "I told you, I won't agree. His goal is to prevent Colonel Zhang from being the only one in power. Zhong Yuan is just a coincidence. I told you, my supervision is enough. This is our military's business. None of your business, outsiders." Chen Dao snorted coldly. Following Su Yu, he laid out the details of joining the Guard. "If it weren't for Brother Su Yu, would we want to join the Guard? This is simply absurd. The Blade Club only needs a formal qualification to protect the satellite city. Anything else will not require the resources originally allocated to the Guard, and we are not even considering it." Su Yu said calmly, "If you do not agree today, do not blame me for taking action." His determination was unwavering. Zhong Yuan, that black sheep, could not appear in Star City. Face changed abruptly, and he pondered for a long time. Looking at Zhong Yuan, who was staring at him, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "I hope you can keep your word, otherwise I won't let you go. Now, you must hand over this traitor Zhong Yuan to me." At the same time, he was filled with hatred towards Su Yu. His chance to dominate the market had been lost. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan glanced at Su Yu. He simply said silently, "I will leave Xingcheng in your care." Su Yu nodded. Don't worry, but I hope you will come to your senses in prison. If there is another chance, I hope you will apologize to the people of Xingcheng. Zhong Yuan's face was bitter. I hope so. Then he turned around and walked away, handcuffed. His lonely figure was heartbreaking. Who would have thought that the hero who saved Xingcheng would become a prisoner? Many guards were looking at him from behind. Su Yu glanced at everyone, and then thanked the Black Fox Squad. Thank you very much for this time. The Black Fox Squad shook their heads in confusion. It's fine, but we can't imagine Star City without Zhong Yuanya. Su Yu's face was bitter. Hopefully, everything would be fine. He couldn't predict the future of Star City, so he could only do what he could. However, without Zhong Yuan, Star City was in grave danger. The most important task now was to integrate the Blade Club into the Star City Guard as an important force as soon as possible. A day later, the internal strife within the Guardians had ceased. However, many Guardians had lost hope and retreated, which made Colonel Zhang happy. Without the support of Zhong Yuan's Guardians, he could do whatever he wanted. He only had to be wary of the Blade Club. But this was Star City, and he didn't believe that Su Yu could outwit him. Su Yu waited in the city for a while. After the rift in the Guard was settled, the news of the Blade Club joining the Guard spread throughout the city. And then came the news of Zhong Yuan's arrest. This caused a huge stir. Zhong Yuan was the guardian of Star City. However, the civilians were a little worried about this news. Wasn't the Blade Society a gang? How did they join the Guard? Did they start a new life? Then they are part of the Guard, I heard, but they still manage their own affairs. A gang is still a gang. The last time zombies were released, it was probably the work of the Blade Society. Why arrest Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan? Despite the disagreement regarding the Blade Society, security was tightened in Star City. As for Zhong Yuan's fate, Su Yu proposed to detain him indefinitely in the military basement. 69 S H U X C O M, and to have at least 10 high-ranking military officers stationed nearby. Only the daily food delivery staff were allowed to approach the basement door. No one else. As for the transfer of power between the Blade Society and the Guardians, Su Yu shouldn't have. After all, handing over Star City to Colonel Zhang is just ridiculous. In the future, Zhong Yuan might need him. He's already a complete lunatic, and Su Yu has a strong premonition, capable of using such means as releasing zombies into the city to achieve his goals. But there is a very fine line between madness and genius. He considered people like Zhong Yuan to be crazy, and it was a time bomb for scoundrels like Colonel Zhang. In the end, No Su Yu still used this method to save him. He was sentenced to death for releasing zombies into the city. Without the approval of the higher-ups, not even a fly could fly in. Originally, Zhong Yuan's food was delivered through a window, and no one, including the delivery staff, was allowed to come into contact with Zhong Yuan, allowed to get close. Worry about this. After all, Su Yu was not a member of the Blade Society and did not belong to any of the Guardian factions. His connection with the Blade Society was limited to his acquaintance with Chen Dao. Chen Dao could handle the transfer of power himself, but Su Yu still had a lot to do. Walking along the empty street, Su Yu suddenly heard the sound of hip-hop and the clink of glasses. How could such sounds reach Star City under such circumstances? Following the sounds, Su Yu walked to the door and saw that it was an illegal bar in Star City. Su Yu watched the people who were drunk on cheap alcohol. Seemed to care about tomorrow, they were living a luxurious life. Here, everything seemed like an ordinary day, not the end of the world. The strong smell of alcohol coming from these drunks made Su Yu frown. He knew that they were just enjoying life. Escape was their choice. The drunk with the prominent beer belly drained his glass in one gulp and said drunkenly, "I heard that Lin Xiaoxue is still giving some speech." "Do you think we should go?" The drunk opposite spat out. "Who wants to listen to that lousy speech? It's better to listen to all sorts of nonsense. I'd rather drink some more." "Ha ha, that's true. I have the most comforting thing now." Su Yu sighed helplessly as he listened to the conversation between the two drunks. Because they were telling the truth. The vast majority of Star City's residents shared their feelings. Ever since the zombies appeared in Star City, the residents who were gradually settling in began to feel uneasy. Despair from the apocalypse, fear of zombies, and the huge amount of entertainment in this tiny paradise constantly eat away at their minds. For them, it is like a drug that takes away all hope for life. Every day, they focus only on the pursuit of happiness. These timid residents have not even left their homes yet. Locked doors have become their only source of security. Labour, and now it's even shorter. The labour shortage is a major crisis. Most factories are currently closed, and those providing logistical support to Star City's military are locked down. As a result, Star City's already limited defence forces were forced to redirect some personnel to logistics. If the zombies attacked, how would they defend themselves? Even doing some odd jobs. It is safe to say that Star City is currently constantly depleting its existing resources without producing any more products. If this continues, there is no point in waiting for the zombie invasion of Star City. The residents of Star City were dying of hunger. Lin Xiaoxu, the daughter of the Lord of Star City, was forced to intervene. But her efforts were minimal. Fearing the zombies, people only cared about their own safety. Coming out of the bar, the atmosphere outside was completely different from the one inside. The streets of Star City were deserted, more like a ghost town than an apocalypse. The usually bustling Star City Square was also deserted. Only the high wooden platform on which Lin Xiaoxu stood. Even deserted, Lin Xiaoxu continued to speak into the microphone. Everyone, hold on. Only together can we survive. This zombie incident is just an accident. Please don't give up. Star City will definitely protect everyone, and Star City needs everyone's strength. Su Yu listened to Lin Xiaoxue's speech from the corner. Speech was indeed impressive, but Su Yu shook his head helplessly and sighed. It was a good idea, but it was too bad it was out of place now. Even if Lin Xiaoxue's speech was brilliant, what good would it do? Without the audience, her efforts would be useless. Now, he had to help Lin Xiaoxue. For the sake of the people of Star City and Lin Xiaoxue himself, his efforts would not be in vain. Right now, the only force in Star City that could turn the tide was the Blade Club. Su Yu arrived at the Blade Club, found Chen Dao, and explained the situation. Made Star City residents afraid to leave their homes. Civilians are staying home. The Guard is sending people out every day to provide logistics. If this continues, it won't last long. Star City's resources will be completely depleted. Chen Dao nodded, sighing helplessly. This has been bothering me for several days now. Even our Blade Club has assigned a few people to help with logistics, but this method is only a temporary solution, and the Blade Club doesn't have many people anyway. To be honest, if the situation continues, I'm afraid that Star City will be completely destroyed in less than half a year, Su Yu said seriously. That's why I came to you. Chen Dao was slightly taken aback. Judging from Su Yu's words, he had an idea. Chen Dao glanced at him. Have any good ideas? If this continues, the Blade Club will not be able to withstand it. But as long as we can help Star City recover, we will do our best. Su Yu pointed out the window, towards the central square of Star City. You should know about the speech that the City Lord's daughter, Lin Xiaoxue, gave. Chen Dao nodded and said, I know. This Lin Xiaoxue is stupid. At the beginning, I took the brothers to listen to her speech. It was very impressive. If it weren't for her speech, I wouldn't have sent the brothers to help with the logistics of these guards. At this moment, Chen Dao suddenly thought, could your plan to save Star City be related to this Lin Xiaoxue? Su Yu nodded and answered seriously, That's right. Star City needs a well-informed and high-ranking figure to calm the people down. Lin Xiaoxue is the ideal person. I believe that once the people hear Lin Xiaoxue's speech, their spirits will be lifted, Chen Dao interrupted. Su Yu, you're right. But the only problem now is that these civilians are afraid. They're afraid that if they gather together, zombies will appear like last time. Then they won't be able to escape. So I'm here to solve this problem. First of all, people are afraid of zombies because they don't have weapons or means to fight them. We just need to spread the word and let everyone know that if they listen to Lin Xiaoxui's speech, we can get food, weapons, and ammunition from the Blade Society, and that will attract people. Secondly, although the Blade Society is not considered a bad group now, they are still considered a gang, and people stay away from them. We can take this opportunity to change the first impression of the Blade Society. Hearing Su Yuya's idea, Chen Dao lit up. A good idea, Su Yu reminded him. But we can't do it openly. Even though the Blade Society is now part of the Guard, everyone knows their connections. If the Guard finds out about this, they might try to stop us. After all, compared to the current situation in Star City, I'm afraid that they are also the ones who don't want Star City to become a member of the Blade Society. If Su Yu hadn't reminded him, Chen Dao would have actually thought about using weapons and ammunition to attract these people. He would have convinced them to join the Blade Society, thereby strengthening his power. But as the leader of the Blade Society, Chen Dao was no fool. He immediately gave up on this idea after hearing Su Yu's reminder. Okay, I understand. I'll handle this. If the Blade Society had actually done this openly, in the eyes of the public, it might have been the salvation of Star City. But in the eyes of the senior guards, it was different. The force that was originally able to restrain and balance them. Suddenly, they have the most valuable support in the form of human resources in Star City. I am afraid that Star City will fall under Chen Dao's control. They absolutely do not want to allow this. In the worst case, it is quite possible that the Guard and the Blade Society will start a war. Under Chen Dao's orders, the Blade Society began to take action. Whether it was the drunks in the bar or the civilians locked in their homes, they all knew the news. As long as they went to the central square of Star City, they could get food, weapons, and ammunition. But after receiving this news, no one wanted to go to the central square of Star City. However, Su Yu himself had expected this. After all, the last zombie incident left an indelible scar on Star City. Who would gather at the end of the world? What the villagers fear most is that the zombie crisis is not over yet. If everyone gathers together and the zombies are released, the walls that once protected them will become their prison. Chen Dao couldn't help but ask Su Yu, who was standing nearby. How could this happen? Even after being told that they could get food and ammunition by attending the performance, no one wanted to go out alone. What should we do now? Su Yu noticed Chen Dao's worried look, but his face remained calm. Don't worry, I expected this. At this moment, Su Yu pointed his finger in a certain direction. Look here. Chen Dao looked where Su Yu was pointing. Su Yu pointed straight at the residential area. Chen Dao noticed that several tightly closed doors and windows in the residential area had opened. Many doors were slightly open. Every now and then, a head would pop out from behind them to look at the central square of Star City. Chen Dao couldn't help but ask, Su Yu, what's going on? Su Yu asked seriously. It's not that the information we released was useless. It's just that people are still skeptical. Besides, they are afraid of zombies and don't dare to come out. Chen Dao frowned. But even so, the civilians still haven't come out. It's useless anyway if they don't attend Lin Xiaoxui's performance. Su Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, I think the situation is already very good. Now I am at least 40% sure of success, Chen Dao replied silently. You are not joking, are you? Why only 40%? Su Yu smiled faintly. Only 40% in today's situation. Let's observe for 2 more days. Chen Dao felt that Su Yu had deceived him. However, he decided to trust Su Yu and wait for 2 days. Day 1. The doors and windows that were slightly open opened. Many people came out and began to discuss the situation. However, no one came to the central square to listen to the speech. But compared to yesterday, this was already a significant improvement. Chen Dao glanced at the central square, his eyes shining with admiration. Almost done. With a little help from our Blade Club members, we should be able to persuade them to come to the speech. How sure are you? Su Yu asked casually. Don't rush. No need to push them. Let's wait until tomorrow. The next day, Chen Dao noticed that the doors and windows that were open yesterday were closed again. Those who went out yesterday had gone home. Now, have your men change their clothes and disguise themselves as civilians to listen to Lin Xiaoxue's speech. Remember, do not bring weapons. Just sit and listen. Let them listen for as long as Lin Xiaoxue asks. Hearing Su Yu's words, Chen Dao was stunned. How did his confidence reach 80% if no one could notice? However, Chen Dao followed Su Yu's instructions. The Blade Club members changed their clothes and went to listen to Lin Xiaoxue's speech. In the central square of Star City, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but sigh to herself. Alas, there is no one today. But at this moment, she saw a group of people gathered around her. After reaching the center of the square, they sat down and listened attentively to her speech. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue felt that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. The speech lasted from noon until sunset, and only stopped when her voice became hoarse. The members of the Blade Society also listened to Lin Xiaoxue's speech from beginning to end. Chen Dao, who originally had low expectations, witnessed an incredible sight. When Su Yu brought him to the central square of Star City, quite a few people had appeared, and their number continued to increase. Seeing this, Chen Dao couldn't help but glance at Su Yu, who was standing next to him. How did you do it? Because the Blades spent half a day yesterday in the square without incident. This is the best proof that zombies will not appear in Star City anymore. The next day, everyone came out, but they were still debating whether to go to the performance. It was obvious that they were still afraid and watching the situation. No one wanted to be the first, but as long as a group of people showed up to the show, nothing happened, and they got everything they needed, they would definitely go out. It was noon, the usual time for Lin Xiaoxu to perform at the central square of Star City. At first, Lin Xiaoxu did not have high expectations for today's event. But when she arrived, she was shocked. Yesterday's audience, which was only a handful, had swelled to an unimaginable number today. It was estimated that at least 30% of the city's residents had already arrived. Lin Xiaoxue saw the rest continue to arrive. Standing on the wooden platform, Lin Xiaoxue looked at the audience below. Her eyes were a little moist. From the beginning of the speech until yesterday, the total number of people present had not exceeded 100. She even wondered for a moment whether her efforts had been in vain. But now she felt that everything she had done was worth it. The speech went smoothly, without any zombie crisis. This gave confidence that there were no more zombies in Star City. Moreover, after Lin Xiaoxue's speech, the people who were still scared and depressed felt their fighting spirit rise. Ms. Lin is right. Only by working together and fighting together can we survive this apocalypse. I am so ashamed of my former self. I was so consumed with pleasure that I didn't even think about the future of Star City. Now I realize how superficial I was. The people of Star City were no longer as depressed as before. Su Yu smiled faintly. He hoped that Star City would regain its vitality. At the same time, he would prepare the distribution of supplies. This was a decision he and Chen Dao had made together. After all, the Blade Society could not enter into conflict with the Guardians. But since Su Yu was the middleman distributing the supplies, even the Guardians remained silent. As for those who received firearms and ammunition, Chen Dao supervised the training aimed at strengthening their combat skills. At the very least, they learned how to aim and load their ammunition. This ensured Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Blade Society training civilians in the use of firearms, that when confronted by zombies, they wouldn't have to just stand there and wait to be devoured. In this apocalypse, men, women, young and old are all valuable fighting forces. There is a saying that the most terrible thing is not the apocalypse, but the human heart. If these civilians lose their fighting spirit, Star City will not survive in this apocalyptic future anyway. Without human hearts, what was the point of rebuilding the ruins of Star City? As Zhong Yuan said, if Star City was led by Colonel Zhang, its further destruction would undoubtedly accelerate. Su Yu thought about this and turned to Chen Dao. I hope the Blade Society will officially start training civilians in combat skills. Chen Dao nodded. They had already thought about it, but it was illegal, not to mention they were a gang. Any movement would be suppressed and guarded, and Colonel Zhang would not tolerate civilians threatening his existence. Therefore, the guards still had plenty of weapons, so there was no need to worry about the Blade Society for now. And following Su Yu's promise, the Blade Society would naturally fight with all its might. Immediately after that, the Blade Club officially began to take on the task of strengthening the fighting ability of the entire population, in various places in Star City, to alert civilians. Many civilians volunteered to participate. In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Yuan was arrested. A storm was coming, and everyone was in danger. As the Daoyi Blade Club's motto goes, it's better to take control of your life than to give it to others. Chen Dao taught the civilians many survival techniques and anti-zombie skills. At least so that they wouldn't have to wait for death when confronted by zombies. However, the Blade Club did not sit idle either. They selected worthy people from among these civilians to join the Blade Club. It was better to wait for death than to believe that this idiot Colonel Zhang could protect the satellite city. Colonel Zhang was so angry when he saw the Blade Club's recent recruitment that he slammed the table. What does this Su Yu Chen Dao want? Recruiting right under my nose. I think they're really brazen. Zhong Yuan has already been arrested. Although he was not facing the death penalty, he was still like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to hop for long. He had once occupied the throne, single-handedly controlling the guard, but now Su Yu had destroyed everything. How could he not be furious? He now regarded Su Yu as the second Zhong Yuan. Face alternated between despondency and confusion. If this continues, the Blade Society will surpass the guard. If this continues, he will surely be replaced sooner or later. Su Yu, don't even think about taking over Star City. Pass on my order that we are also recruiting for the guard. He barked at his men, his eyes full of anger. He didn't believe his own words. How could a Su Yu fight him? The news of the guard recruitment naturally spread throughout Star City, and many young people rushed to join. Su Yu had foreseen this chain reaction. Colonel Zhang was eager to recruit guards. He had no intention of ruling Star City. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoshui, Su Yu wouldn't have helped Star City. However, the guards' fighting ability had been greatly reduced after the zombie invasion. Add to that the Zhong Yuan incident. Many of Zhong Yuan's men were disillusioned and left the guard. The forces were greatly weakened. Recruitment made up for this deficiency. With the Blade Society hanging over Colonel Zhang's head, he would not dare to relax or resort to underhanded methods. Zhong Yuan would have been a good leader if it weren't for his radical ideas. A few days later, Su Yu joined the Blade Society's mass combat operations. He was responsible for educating people about the different types of zombies. Many civilians saw only level 1 zombies, the weakest of which were at the very bottom. Tens of millions of zombies were constantly evolving. If humanity still hasn't found a way to exterminate them in a few years, these firearms will probably be useless against them. Su Yu, armed with the knowledge from his past life, shared his knowledge with many civilians, which brought them great benefits. At least they knew the zombies' weaknesses and how to counter them. Lin Xiaoshui looked at the Blade Society members with gratitude. Although she could inspire people, she still couldn't give them the strength to resist death. She knew that her words meant nothing. However, she was puzzled. She had never met the Blade Society before, so why did they decide to help her? She did not believe that her words had moved them. As Lin Xiaoshui passed by the Blade Society, she glanced in their direction. And then she saw a familiar figure. Su Yu. It was Su Yu. Eyes lit up when she saw Su Yu. No wonder the Blade Society was helping her. It was Su Yu. She knew that Su Yu and the Blade Society were close. But Lin Xiaoshui's beautiful, complex eyes looked at Su Yu's back. She had already received so much help from him, so why was he so kind to her? For a moment, her feelings for Su Yu became more complicated. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, there was no room for romantic talk. In addition, she did not think that Su Yu was attracted by her appearance. Lin Xiaoshui bit her lip. No matter what, she still wanted to thank Su Yu. After completing this mission, she would personally visit him. Su Yu did not know that Lin Xiaoxue had noticed her actions. After that day, Lin Xiaoxue's speech was a success. The people of Star City were no longer as depressed as before. Finally, hope was kindled. After all, such an inspiring speech had touched on their weak points. And in this post-apocalyptic world, mutual support was even more important. The Blade Club then spent 3 days strengthening the fighting ability of the entire population. Under Colonel Zhang's command, the guards were not to be left behind. They were all active combat units. After speaking, Su Yu prepared to leave Star City. It had been quite a while since he left the shelter. I don't know what happened to Luo Feiyu and the others, and now the internal divisions in the Guard Army have ended. The Guard Army is led by the Blade Society, and there is no longer any point for me to stay in Star City. Just as Su Yu was about to leave, he was stopped by a beautiful figure. Wait a minute. Su Yu looked closely and saw Lin Xiaoxue. 3,000 black hairs fell on her shoulders, and she was extremely beautiful. Lin Xiaoxue stared at Su Yu with her beautiful eyes, and her cherry-like lips parted. Su Yu, thank you very much. Without you, this speech would not have gone so smoothly. I'm afraid it would not have gone so smoothly. After she finished speaking, she bowed to Su Yu. This made Su Yu a little embarrassed, and he quickly helped her up. However, in front of Lin Xiaoxue, he still couldn't hold back his emotions. Then he coughed. Everything is fine. This is just a small favor. I used to live in Star City. Of course, I won't let it go. Lin Xiaoxue glanced at Su Yu and spoke seriously. No matter what happens, you are the hero who protects Star City. On behalf of the people of Star City, I thank you. This is what I have to do. Su Yu smiled faintly, seeing Lin Xiaoxue's seriousness for the first time. Now that the internal threat to Star City's defense has been eliminated, I plan to leave Star City this time. Perhaps for 2 weeks. He paused and then told Lin Xiaoxue the news. Su Yu couldn't abandon the 3 of them to a shelter, and Star City wasn't the smartest choice. Plus, that idiot Colonel Zhang. If another wave of zombies came, he would still be hiding behind the front lines. By then, even with the Blade Society, they would definitely fall. Once was fine. But how about twice? At this moment, he suddenly thought of Zhong Yuan. What would he do if he were in his place? What kind of future did Star City have without Zhong Yuan? Lin Xiaoxue's face darkened when she heard that Su Yu was leaving. You're leaving Star City? What's good about Star City? If only you could become his protector. Star City will definitely not fall. Su Yu did not expect how high his status was in Lin Xiaoxue's heart. He smiled. All good things must come to an end. I am just looking for shelter. If Star City is in danger, I will definitely come to the rescue. Lin Xiaoxue naturally realized that Su Yu had another hideout, and her expression became complicated. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Su Yu, my father wants to see you. Can you promise me this before you leave? Su Yu was slightly stunned by these words. Lin Xiaoxue's father wanted to see him. It must be said that Lin Xingguo's status was quite significant. Although he was the former lord of Star City, his authority among the common people remained unchanged. Even Zhong Yuan had great respect for him. Colonel Zhang was even more embarrassed. Such a prominent person wanted to see him. He frowned, but when he saw Lin Xiaoxue's impatient expression, he smiled wryly. Well, there's no point in wasting the day. Lin Xiaoxue felt awkward, but when she heard Su Yu's answer, her smile lit up her entire face, outshining all the flowers. Thank you. Then let's go. She had already told her father about Su Yu's silent support. After her speech, her father suggested that she meet Su Yu. Lin Xiaoxue, taking the opportunity to express her gratitude, mentioned her father's desire to meet him. She expected a refusal, but happily agreed. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue's nervousness, Su Yu casually joked, "This is not a meeting between a son-in-law and father-in-law. There is no need to be so nervous." Lin Xiaoxue blushed and rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Of course she wants to. Su Yu touched his nose and followed Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxu led Su Yu to the entrance of the mansion. It must be said that the security here was extremely strict, not inferior even to the main garrison. Lin Xiaoxue led Su Yu to the door of the office and smiled faintly. "Let's go." Su Yu nodded, a little nervous. After all, he assumed that Lin Xiaoxue's family was the former mayor of Star City. Now it was time to reveal the truth. When he opened the door, his pupils slightly contracted. In the office sat a middle-aged man with a square face, who exuded a sense of work as if he occupied a high position. This was Su Yu's first meeting with Lin's father. Father was the former mayor of Star City. He had thought about Lin Xiaoxue's family background before. Lin Xingguo smiled and looked at Lin Xiaoxue. Su Yu didn't expect Lin Xingguo to think so highly of him. "I'm really impressed. Don't be modest. I heard a little about your recent actions." Lin Xingguo's eyes lit up with admiration when he saw Su Yu's modesty. "I only made a small contribution. I am not worthy of this title. The heroes of Star City should be the defenders who participated in the defense." Su Yu quickly shook his head. "That's right. Heroes are born in youth. I didn't expect the hero of Star City to be so young." Then he made a sincere compliment. Lin Xingguo looked at Su Yu, his eyes shining. "Dad, this is Su Yu." Lin Xiaoxui, seeing her father, said coquettishly. Moreover, Lin's father was a kind, mature, and level-headed person. Xingguo was a legendary figure, a prominent figure in Star City after the apocalypse. "Lin Xiaoxue, please leave. I have something important to discuss with Su Yu." Lin Xiaoxue nodded and glanced at Su Yu. "Dad, please don't make things difficult for Su Yu." "You're not even married yet, and you're already turning your back on me," Lin Xingguo joked with a smirk. This made Lin Xiaoxue blush and quickly ran away. After letting go of Lin Xiaoxue, Lin Xingguo asked, "Su Yu, what do you think of the future of Star City?" Su Yu was slightly taken aback, then hesitated before answering. "Star City will be safe for the next 3 years." As soon as he said this, Lin Xingguo understood the hidden meaning. "Are you saying that Star City might be invaded by zombies in 3 years?" Su Yu asked bluntly. "With the current rate of zombie evolution, we have already seen second and even third level zombies. They are incredibly strong. If Star City defends itself like it does now, it will definitely fall in 3 years." He knew the time of Star City's fall in his past life. Lin Xingguo took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil. "Then, how do we solve this problem?" Su Yu pondered for a long time. "I haven't come up with a solution yet, but I'm sure that in the future, even advanced zombies won't be able to invade my shelter." The shelter was already taking shape, and with Luo Feiyu as the strongest fighter and constant improvements, it will be more than capable of withstanding future crises. Hearing this, Lin Xingguo was astonished by Su Yu's confidence. "Indeed, you are a rare young man these days. Do you think Zhong Yuan is wrong? Honest, if you hadn't exposed Zhong Yuan's affairs, the higher-ups would have turned a blind eye." Su Yu was silent for a moment and then spoke. "Zhong Yuan may be right. In times of apocalypse, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself, but sacrificing civilians and guards for the sake of achieving the final goal. I do not approve of such an approach." Even if Su Yu had not reached Zhong Yuan's level, he would hardly have achieved such success. But he would not let these civilians die in vain. Lin Xingguo's lips curled. "I think the same as you. Originally trained Zhong Yuan to be my successor. He is terribly mistaken. If there is no determination to protect civilians during the apocalypse, what is the point of protecting this huge Star City? This is just a way to survive." Lin Xingguo then said solemnly, "Zhong Yuan is not worthy of being the guard commander. Besides, no sacrifice is meaningless." Su Yu nodded, not expecting Lin Xingguo to be so thoughtful, and his heart was on the side of the people, so he did not agree with Zhong Yuan's idea. They had a long private conversation. Lin Xingguo asked Su Yu many questions, but most of them were about the future of Star City, the types of zombies, and Su Yu's plans for the future. Su Yu answered each of them, and they chatted happily like old friends. Lin Xingguo seemed to let his guard down towards Su Yu and talked about some family matters. However, Su Yu did not expect Lin Xingguo to be so thoughtful, even offering to dissect the zombies for research, and how this zombie crisis has changed. One can only admire Lin Xingguo's insight. After finishing the conversation, Lin Xingguo suddenly remembered something. His face was firm. Su Yu, I have a request for you. I want Xiao Xue to accompany you to training. Su Yu looked surprised. Uncle, aren't you afraid that Xiao Xue might get into danger? Lin Xingguo smiled faintly and waved his hand. Xiao Xue will always want to spread her wings and fly. Keeping her close will only make her more vulnerable. And as you said, Star City might be gone in 3 years. We need to train her even more. After all, it is even harder for a girl to survive the apocalypse. If I am gone, who will protect her? So, I beg you, Su Yu, he said, bowing to Su Yu. Su Yu smiled wryly. Okay, I promise. As long as I am alive, I will not allow Xiao Xue to come to harm. Lin Xingguo smiled faintly. Enough. He looked outside, noticing that it was already late. They had been talking for several hours. It was already late. Why don't you leave tomorrow? Su Yu looked out the window and nodded. Traveling in the dark would inevitably involve encountering zombies. It was a real hassle. Sorry to bother you. Lin Xingguo smiled faintly. I have prepared a room for you. Su Yu nodded and led Su Yu into the room. However, Su Yu did not expect that Lin Xingguo would hand over Xiao Xue to him. Just when he was lost in his thoughts, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Xiaoxue. Su Yu was stunned. What could this night visit mean? But soon, Lin Xiaoxue spoke up. My father has already told me, Su Yu. Can I join your hideout? She looked a little worried. After all, leaving Star City was their only obstacle. From now on, she will always follow Su Yu. Su Yu smiled faintly. Of course. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Lin Xiaoxue looked at Su Yu and said softly, Thank you. Then their eyes met, and there was a long silence. Face flushed, and she turned away, her heart pounding. Su Yu didn't even know how mesmerized he was. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining the 4th defector. The evaluation is in progress. Ding! The evaluation is complete. Name: Lin Xiaoxue. Identity: Star City Internet celebrity, daughter of the former City Lord. Rating: 85 out of 100. 500 points for betrayal. Current balance: 10,200. After the evaluation, 500 points were instantly awarded. This result surprised Su Yu immensely. He didn't expect the evaluation to give so many points. Had over 10,000 points, more than enough to further undermine the 3rd level shelter. He was filled with excitement. After tomorrow's meeting, he would return to the shelter. He wondered what functions he would unlock there. The next morning, Su Yu was going to take Lin Xiaoxue back to the shelter. Goodbye. Dad, I'm leaving. Lin Xingguo smiled. Go. Eaglets always need to grow up. I hope you can learn a lot from Su Yu. Don't blame me. I want you to live better in the apocalypse. Besides, now you have to face what happens outside Star City. Lin Xiaoxue nodded, her eyes red. Dad, how can I blame you? She couldn't help but throw herself into Lin Xingguo's arms. This time, Lin Xiaoxue finally officially moved into the orphanage. Su Yu sped away in his modified SUV. Returning to the orphanage, Lin Xiaoxue watched Star City disappear behind her. There was confusion in her eyes. Su Yu smiled. Why are you so hesitant? Lin Xiaoxue muttered something unintelligible, then looked at Su Yu. This reminds me of when you saved me last time. We were near the orphanage too. Thank you so much for saving my life. Su Yu looked back. Who would have thought that you were the daughter of the former City Lord? I am so lucky. Besides, the shelter had been completely renovated and had already welcomed quite a few new residents. Lin Xiaoxue rolled her eyes, realizing that he was teasing her. She was about to say something when Su Yu's expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong. Hurry! He just saw a figure flashing in the rearview mirror. Lin Xiaoxue did not ask any further questions and immediately obeyed. Although he only caught a glimpse of the figure behind the SUV, he had already noticed it. The surrounding animals retreated. Suddenly, a dark figure was about to crash into the SUV, rushing at a breakneck speed and with unstoppable force. Su Yu noticed it long before the collision and barely avoided the collision. Lin Xiaoxue, not understanding why it suddenly accelerated, asked, "What happened? Could it be a zombie?" "But they shouldn't be that fast," Su Yu explained with a wry smile. "This zombie is a second-level mutated zombie. Very fast." He frowned. "Didn't expect to see you again, runner." During the defense of Star City, a super-fast second-level mutated zombie broke away from him. Countless defenders died at his hands. Su Yu always remembered him and gave him the code name Runner. Such a fast zombie posed a significant threat to humanity. He did not expect Runner to target him this time. He did not expect this zombie to hold a grudge. He glanced at the Runner through the rear-view mirror of the SUV. The Runner's appearance had changed from last time. He had grown taller and stronger. His aura and appearance had changed dramatically. In fact, he was several times stronger than last time, now with speed and strength. A moment of carelessness could result in a car accident and the death of everyone involved. Su Yu knew that he had grown into a level 3 zombie. The fact that he had reached level 3 in such a short time showed how terrifying this zombie was. The most unpleasant thing was that this zombie was targeting him. This time, he had to kill him. Su Yu's face darkened. The runners were running at breakneck speed. If he didn't come up with a plan now, the car would most likely crash and everyone in the car would die. What could he do with Lin Xiaoxue in the car? Panic flashed across Lin Xiaoxue's eyes. She had just left Star City and encountered zombies like she had never seen before. Their speed was so fast that it was comparable to an SUV. No wonder her father said he was training himself. Isn't that how the guards fight these monsters? The apocalypse without the protection of Star City was truly cruel. She bit her lip, turned pale, but pretended to be calm, not wanting Su Yu to be affected by panic. Su Yu looked at the runner in the rearview mirror with a stern expression. The SUV was not as fast as the runner. If this happened again, he wasn't sure he could dodge the next attack. Even if his SUV was fully armed, it would still be vulnerable to a level 3 zombie. Moreover, the runner was incredibly fast and had tremendous strength. Damn! Su Yu cursed in his mind. How could such a perverted zombie even exist? So if he wanted to protect Lin Xiaoxue, he would have to... Su Yu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Now was not the time to hesitate. When two parties meet on a narrow road, courage wins. Hesitation leads to confusion. The look in his eyes showed that he had already focused on him. He wanted to escape, but he could not, and his strength was inferior to the runner. Su Yu's face distorted, and for a moment he was overcome by panic. He was thinking about how to confront the runner. Returning to the shelter or Star City were just empty dreams. He couldn't let the runner continue to destroy the SUV, otherwise they would disappear before sunset. He had just promised Father Lin that he would not break his promise. The main task was ensure Lin Xiaoxu's safety. As the zombies' level increased, their intelligence developed, making them more and more difficult to deal with. By then, this zombie would undoubtedly seek revenge. At this rate, it would probably become a level 4 zombie in less than a month. Considering that it had been quite a little while after the Battle of Star City, he had already evolved into a level 3 zombie. Not only was he incredibly fast, but his growth rate was also astounding. The runner was definitely the most fearsome zombie he had ever encountered. Su Yu pondered this thought. From what he knew, it's okay. But he's so fast and so strong. How can we deal with him? Lin Xiaoxue waved his hand. Sorry for scaring you, sorry. I didn't know this zombie could evolve so quickly. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue's expression, Su Yu apologized. He was constantly on the verge of death. No wonder Su Yu's combat skills and alertness were so high. Heart. Pounded, it turned out that the environment outside Star City was so dangerous. For the first time, she felt death so close. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Xiaoxui's forehead. The claws flew by only 30 centimeters. The claws cut through it. Su Yu dodged the attack by simply dodging the blow, but the SUV door was less lucky. A sharp screeching sound accompanied by sparks. The next second, a cracking sound was heard. Lin Xiaoxue, seeing in the rearview mirror. The approaching runner, Su Yu, rushed towards him in fear. His heart began to pound, and at that moment, he took a deep breath, holding back his heartbeat. This time, he chose a place surrounded by wasteland with a wide view, specifically to fight the runner. After stopping the car, Su Yu got out of the SUV and slowly walked away. Lin Xiaoxu's safety must be guaranteed. But it was just in time. Now was the time to distract the runner. The runner was on guard. Su Yu narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he had taught him a lesson last time. This gave Su Yu a chance. The runner suddenly became wary and did not rush towards the SUV. He then slowly slowed down the SUV while looking around carefully. The beast won't do anything to me. Su Yu nodded and smiled. Promise me that you will be safe. She looked at Su Yu and said word by word. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lip, never expecting herself to be so helpless. Even Su Yu felt that he could not cope. Was he going to sacrifice himself? Wait a second. Don't get out of the SUV. Face changed. The runner was so strong. I'll stop the SUV. Su Yu ordered Lin Xiaoxue, who was standing next to him. He had to kill the runner right here and now. He tried to calm down. The runner was without a doubt the most powerful enemy he had faced since his rebirth. He had to be extremely vigilant now. If he let his guard down, he would surely die here. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from his ear. It was the runner. He froze, assessing Su Yu, his eyes flashing with anthropomorphic fear. But he was quickly overcome with rage. This man, before he was torn to pieces today, that was the only thought in his mind. Seeing the runner, Su Yu remained calm and silently switched to Desert Eagle. Regular pistols were no longer effective against the runner. Only cold and piercing weapons could harm him. The runner was now very strong, at least in terms of physical strength, and surpassed his current capabilities. Moreover, starting from the second level, killing a zombie required either complete destruction of the brain or complete removal of the head. First level. As the zombie level increased, their recovery time increased. Zombies did not recover, while zombies of the second level did so noticeably. However, his greatest advantage was that the third level zombies, although they were beginning to regain consciousness, were... But he was like a baby. He must have had a plan. He now held 5 lightning bolts, memorizing their locations. If they were thrown thoughtlessly, the runner would definitely dodge, and this would also alert the enemy. These lightning bolts were buried under his feet. Now the power of 5 of them was enough to seriously injure the runner. Seeing that Su Yu was motionless, the runner growled menacingly in his eyes as he looked at the ant in front of him that had not moved. The next second, unable to restrain his instincts, he charged at Su Yu. Sand and rocks flew into the air, raising a cloud of dust with astonishing speed. But Su Yu remained calm, his face unperturbed. Facing the runner's attack, he immediately drew out the Desert Eagle. Bang! A shot rang out, and then a bullet pierced the air, ready to pierce the runner's head. However, the recoil of the Desert Eagle was so strong that Su Yu's hand went numb. And being a master of the spear, he probably wouldn't have been able to fire again. Flesh and blood exploded, and he staggered back dozens of steps, falling straight to the ground. The next second, a Desert Eagle bullet grazed him with a roar. The runner didn't care. A simple bullet wouldn't have caused him any harm. Expression was firm, and then 2 more bullets were fired. Kill you while you're sick. Now the runner dared to take his own bullets. Isn't this flirting with death? The next second, the runner saw 2 bullets being fired. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he quickly dodged. This rendered Su Yu's 2 bullets useless. Moreover, Runner's broken arm was now covered in disgusting granulation tissue, regenerating at a visible speed. Su-yu frowned upon seeing this. This was not a good thing. If he were to engage in a prolonged fight with the runner, the moment he ran out of ammunition would be his death. He did not have the confidence to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a level 3 zombie. The runner, seemingly enraged, roared at Su-yu. Then a sound like a bell rang out. Su-yu was taken by surprise and hit right in the face. The sound seemed to pierce his eardrums, causing dizziness and tingling in his ears. He didn't expect Runner to awaken such a skill. The ringing in his ears paralyzed him for 2 or 3 seconds, but Runner had already seized the opportunity and rushed at Su-yu with lightning speed. The next second, Li Chuan swung his sword, striking Su-yu in the face. Su-yu looked up and saw Runner's claws. A split second later, his expression changed. It's over. Too late. At the last moment, Su-yu, relying on his previous experience, barely managed to dodge the claws. However, his bulletproof vest was cut through like tofu. For the first time, he felt so close to death. He suppressed his fear and calmed down. Bang! He fired as soon as he got some distance away, but Runner, as if realizing the power of the weapon, instinctively dodged, leaving Su-yu helpless. This was only the beginning of the apocalypse, and yet such a perverted zombie appeared. Throwing Runner back, he gasped and forced himself to calm down. He didn't expect that the Runner would be so difficult to deal with. His bullets flew past, and he was so fast. He even used control skills, which sucked. Then the Runner put on a playful expression, playing cat and mouse. He stood at a distance, occasionally chasing after Su-yu, but never attacking head-on. Su-yu's face sank. He was running low on Desert Eagle ammo. Plus, it was a deserted wilderness, and the noise of his battle had already attracted quite a few zombies. If Runner was smart, he would definitely use one of the zombies to deal with him. What's more, Runner's nails were laced with zombie bee poison, ensuring death on contact. The problem was that he couldn't keep up with him. His only chance of survival was to use potions from the store. Keep in mind that all of these potions had serious side effects. Using them would weaken him for at least half a day. But right now, it was too much to worry about. He took a deep breath, deciding to destroy the Runner first. Su-yu checked the system for the effects of the basic dexterity potion. Jing, the basic dexterity potion, increases speed and perception when taken, doubling the speed. Side effect, weakened and dizzy after taking. Note, the duration of weakness is determined by the owner. Lasts for 5 minutes. Su-yu glanced at the potion and took it. The next second, his whole body trembled. His heart beat faster. Everything around him seemed to slow down. Here, Su-yu found that he could raise his hand more dexterously. The bullet hit the Runner's hind legs straight. It moved at high speed, and the next second, it hit the Runner's head straight. The bullet flew out of the barrel. At that moment, Su-yu fired. Bang! Su-yu could already see the Runner's fierce expression. 1 meter! Su-yu's expression became calmer. He would not let the Runner dodge this shot again. As the Runner's figure approached Su-yu, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Zrania, it would enter a weakened state, certain death. Su-yu knew that these 5 minutes were the decisive ON. If he missed, he could hit him. Most importantly, he could predict his next move. Without hesitation, he rushed at him. He could already clearly see the Runner's speed, but a fierce expression flashed in his eyes, and in the next second, Runner suddenly noticed a change in Su-yu. The text abruptly changed topics that at first glance had no relation to the previous text. He realized that his perception of the surroundings had doubled. He jerked several times, retreated a few steps, and froze. Su-yu's clothes were all covered in cold sweat. He almost died at the hands of the Runner. Finally, the bullet reached its target, and he was sure that it hit the Runner in the head. However, he remained on guard, keeping his distance. He didn't believe that the Runner would be easy to defeat. Su-yu retreated carefully, reaching the place where the lightning struck. The next second, He aimed at the runner's head from a distance without hesitation. 2 bullets rang out, and at that moment, the runner who had been motionless suddenly came to life, his eyes bloodshot. He looked at Suyu with an evil expression. Suyu sneered disdainfully. He had dealt with the runner so many times. He had no idea what this beast was thinking. Suyu's expression immediately became disdainful, and he even made a provocative gesture. The international hand gesture. At this moment, the runner roared towards Suyu. Suyu squinted his eyes, calmly assessing the runner's speed. 3, 2, 1. At this moment, Suyu fired, hitting one of the lightning bolts. The runner was right above him. Bam! An echoing explosion. Suyu's face tensed up. That was all his firepower. If the runner doesn't die, it will be a disaster. After the explosions, Suyu's pupils shrank. The runner was a bloody mess. Most of its body was destroyed. But its head was still intact. Suyu cursed. Why is the runner so difficult? He didn't expect that after 5 lightning bolts, the runner wouldn't die. For a moment. If he didn't destroy the runner now, it would definitely become a huge threat to humanity in the future. The next second, he raised his Desert Eagle and prepared to shoot. At this moment, he felt a dizziness and weakness throughout his entire body. Expression changed. He didn't expect the agility potion to wear off so quickly. The runner's eyes flashed with malice as he looked at Suyu. In just a few seconds, his body had recovered. But after taking one look at Suyu, he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Face stretched out, and he was about to shoot, and found that runner had disappeared from the gun's range. Damn! Suyu's face twisted, and he couldn't help but curse. His efforts were in vain. He had let runner escape. Now, runner was aiming at him. Next time it might be a level 4 or even level 5 zombie. That's right, don't worry about the thieves stealing. Worry about what the thieves think. He glanced at runner's back. No matter what happened, next time he would definitely get rid of that annoying guy. Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he returned to the SUV. Lin Xiaoxue, seeing Suyu's exciting battle and confirming that he was safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glad you're okay, Suyu, Suyu muttered. It's probably time to get out of here. The explosion must have attracted many zombies. Suyu knew that it was not a good idea to stay here for long, so he suppressed his weakness and immediately led Lin Xiaoxue back to the shelter. After reaching the place, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xiaoxue looked at the fully armed shelter with confusion. It was completely different from the first time. Everything inside was in perfect order. No wonder Suyu did not want to join the defense. In this shelter, even fugitives would not be able to break through. Luo Feiyu watched as Suyu returned safely. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue again, he was slightly taken aback. Master, did you bring back my master's wife? Lin Xiaoxue blushed. Suyu and I are just friends, don't get me wrong. Suyu rolled his eyes, ordering Luo Feiyu to stop joking. From now on, this is our newest member of the orphanage. Luo Feiyu glanced at Lin Xiaoxue. Then, with a sly grin, he asked, Aren't you my master's wife? Before he could finish speaking, Suyu grabbed Luo Feiyu by the ear. I told you not to be naughty. We will be ready to welcome the new members. After resting, he gave Lin Xiaoxue a room. Lin Xiaoxue was stunned when she walked in. The room was fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. It was spacious and bright, even with a private bathroom and a refrigerator. It was no worse than the rooms in Star City. Lin Xiaoxue didn't expect that Suyu would build the shelter so well. When Lin Xiaoxue came out, she saw Luo Feiyu, Li He, and the other 3. She didn't need any introductions. Everyone knew Lin Xiaoxue. After all, she was an internet celebrity in Star City. The two quickly became friends. The atmosphere in the shelter changed with the woman's arrival. Suyu thought about the shelter's current defenses, which could only withstand a few dozen level 4 zombies at best. His current goal was to upgrade the shelter to 1/3 of its size. He also wanted to improve its defenses. The runner had already reached level 3, so who could guarantee that level 4 zombies wouldn't appear? but he barely had enough points. Better to save some, since the shelter was low on resources. Tomorrow, he planned to go on a cleanup mission alone. First, he asked Luo Feiyu to take Lin Xiaoxue on a general tour of the surrounding area. The next day, Su Yu went to the previous supply location. It was an abandoned supermarket, and there was still a lot of resources there. But just as Su Yu reached the entrance of the supermarket, he heard a series of low growls. He frowned. Could it be a mutant dog? He took a deep breath. In his previous life, he had died at the hands of a mutant dog. But with the system, he was not afraid this time. Su Yu drew his gun and looked back. In the supermarket, he saw a mutant dog the size of a lion. These mutant dogs were completely hairless. The largest of them was especially impressive. Its strength was at least comparable to that of a level 2 zombie, and it was the only one lying on the ground with its eyes closed. The other mutant dogs were roaming around the supermarket. Apparently, the giant mutant dog was their leader. Su Yu glanced at the zombie dog, and his face darkened. You know, zombie dogs are much stronger than normal zombies. They are hard to defend against. Shelves were scattered on the floor as the zombie dogs ran amok. However, they did not pay attention to the food that had fallen. The zombie dogs showed no interest in the food. At this moment, the mutant dog growled when it noticed Su Yu. Woof woof, dog barked wildly, attracting the attention of the other mutant dogs nearby. Su Yu immediately ran out of the supermarket and onto the street. But he didn't run away. Instead, he stood in the middle of the street. The supermarket was too crowded, making it unsuitable for fighting these zombie dogs. Wider street. So Su Yu chose. Although this would attract all the mutant dogs to him, and even provoke a collective attack, a common enemy would mean certain death. The advantage was that Su Yu did not have to worry about being poked by the hidden mutant dogs. Moreover, he had mastered advanced shooting, which was more than enough to deal with these zombie dogs. The second-level zombie dog, hearing the call of its comrade, also noticed Su Yu standing on the street. Its mouth dripped with caustic saliva, its claws scratched the ground. Her crimson eyes were glowing with bloodthirsty excitement. Woof, woof! Then a mutant dog the size of a tiger or leopard, with its rotting skin revealing even the white bones, rushed forward. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and it rushed towards Su Yu. But at that moment, a loud bark stopped the mutant dog. Su Yu looked towards the supermarket. The lion dog from inside was slowly getting out. Apparently, it was the one who stopped the mutant dog. A pit bull came out. Its dark green eyes were fixed on Su Yu. Su Yu also watched it. The dim light in the supermarket and its prone position prevented Su Yu from getting a good look at it. Now that the dog stood up, Su Yu realized that its size was truly extraordinary. Standing on all fours, it was larger than a full-grown human. Su Yu then determined that the level 2 zombie dog was a pit bull. Pit bulls, also known as American pit bulls, are considered the most ferocious dogs in the world. They have exceptionally well-developed muscles and a powerful bite. When they fight, they secrete a hormone that makes them insensitive to pain. They also have exceptional intelligence, a strong will, and incredible stamina. Most people would avoid even one of these non-mutated dogs. But now there's a level 2 pit bull zombie. Even a team of dozens armed with machine guns would probably be killed by one. At this moment, the pit bull howled again. 7 or 8 mutant dogs ran out of the supermarket and surrounded Su Yu. This showed that not only was this pit bull very smart, but also that it had commanding ability. Once the mutant dogs had completely surrounded Su Yu, they howled again, and upon receiving the command, all the mutant dogs rushed towards Su Yu.